majority with each time. It's never happened in Indian democracy that a Prime Minister is returned with an incremental number, 282, 303 and now 310. So it's incremental number for a party, and three-time return, he may equal or he may repeat what Jawaharlal Nehru has done back in the 60s.
Numbers matter,
but his numbers were not
Modi
incremental.
Here. Let's be honest, I think Payal and will tell us, because she interviewed him, and I'm sure the
लाल सिंह जी, आज जिस तरह से काउंटिंग है उधमपुर कठुआ सीट पे, क्या कहेंगे?
जीतने जा रहे हैं, जीत के वापस आएंगे।
तो किस तरह का कंपटीशन रहेगा?
कोई कंपटीशन, क्या कंपटीशन है? दुनिया को दुखी किया हुआ था इस आदमी ने और इस पार्टी ने, क्या करेंगे? कंपटीशन के कहाँ गुंजाइश है?
तो अभी जिस तरह के अरेंजमेंट काउंटिंग के लिए आप क्या करेंगे?
तो देखिएगा अंदर जो भी होगा, विल सी दैट कि क्या अरेंजमेंट है, क्या किए। जो हमें ठीक लगेगा उसको ठीक कहेंगे, जो गलत होगा उसको देख लेंगे।
तो सारे जो आपके जो पार्टी के जो नुमाइंदे हैं वो जा रहे हैं अंदर?
बिल्कुल जा रहे हैं, 100% जा रहे हैं।
What did you get as a sense? What was driving the Prime Minister, and what did you think on ground?
Look, the Prime Minister began the challenge as far as the opposition was concerned, first by saying that we'll score 400. So obviously there was pressure which was mounting on the opposition, and the Prime Minister relentlessly campaigned through the entire election. He gave 80 plus interviews, including 5 interviews to Network 18 as well. That kind of tells you that he's leading the way as far as the BJP is really concerned. That's the big takeaway to take as far as him is concerned. We met him, Rahul and
जीत के आएंगे, जीत के याद रखना।
जितने भी अपने ड्यूटी पे लगे हैं अपने अपने रूम में जाए।
Being the insider.
Not just the inside, actually, decade and a half you've covered the Congress, you know the Congress highest echelons also, you had access to them. And that's the reason why I think Zaka, no, and both of you, between you and Payal, both of you know cross-party leaders across the board. What's been the difference, as Zaka was asking? What's the mood there?
Anand, I've never seen Rahul Gandhi this angry. And I've never seen him this, it's like a personal fight he has against the media and the institutions, you know. I mean, you lose and win elections. It's, I think, more important than being a good winner, you also have to be a more graceful loser. So if you are presuming that exit polls are going correct and Congress is not going to do well, look at the plans, look at the kind of talks they are doing. Ki hum jayenge, the whole night sitting outside, we know hum protest karenge. So their mood is very much that create a little bit of hangama and try to make it out to be an election where the entire institution has ganged up to ensure that BJP wins and the Congress loses. This is not the entire Congress. A large chunk of Congress leaders are very uncomfortable with this kind of a language. You know, chamcha, chamchi and Sidhu Moosewala and saying that this is a Modi poll. So it's Rahul Gandhi's election. I mean, whether they like it or not, they have themselves made it about Rahul versus Modi. So it's going to be a huge, I don't know if he's going to take the responsibility. He doesn't have the power this time round.
The whole of BJP, especially 4 union ministers, called me today and asked me to find out where did they come up with the 295 numbers from and what was the Sidhu Moosewala reference.
They should have watched our channel yesterday. We gave out they have this exit poll called a Apna or People's Exit Poll. 40 seats in UP, 5 in Gujarat, 4 in Delhi, 30 in Karnataka. I'm just rattling off a few of them. 7 in Punjab. That's the kind of figures the Congress has given for
There
them.
aren't even 30 seats in Karnataka, so I'm just...
40 in UP, I don't know.
No, 40 in UP, 40 in UP, that is all of the Samajwadi Party, because the Congress is not even contesting 40 seats. So what kind of poll and Apna poll it is, it's a big question. Let's try and also go across to our reporters on ground. Arun Dhanta is joining us this morning. Whereabouts are you, Arun?
Well, Anand, I am at BJP headquarters now. This is early morning, but of course, as we all know, BJP has done all the preparations and of course, in their main office and the extension one. Let me quickly show our viewers a glimpse of the preparation. This is the tent that you see, of course, inside that there are chairs and this is for the people to sit. And how things happen in BJP, Anand, that once the initial trends are clear, then of course that message will go to the cadres of Bharatiya Janata Party that they will have to come to party office. And then you will see crowd pouring in at the party headquarters. I'll show you another glimpse of the preparations here for I think some laddus and other things you know that you can see. I mean, we can go to that side and show our viewers as to what exactly is happening at the backside of BJP, that how they are preparing for the celebrations if results are in their favor. You can see
Whole
these,
group of reporters. I see some News 18
puris
India
there.
colleagues also.
Laddus are also being prepared here.
Oh, that's a lot of
And
food.
so you can see that, oh,
Garam garam puris
yes,
also.
laddu नहीं बन रहे.
बूंदी बन रही है और गरम गरम पूरियां तल रही चली जा रही हैं. वाह.
Yes, yes, Anand.
That's a
mouth-watering begin.
Mouth-watering breakfast for the not-so-calorie conscious. But from the BJP headquarters, let's just hop across to the Congress headquarters. Shireen Elizabeth joins us. Yes, Shireen. Looks much quieter behind you, or is it also equally active?
Well, Anand,
Whoa.
confident, unlike 2019, there is some sort of a preparation that is here on ground here. Usually we have never seen any sort of canopy or tent, perhaps in 2014 or something, but this time once again they have put a proper canopy over here for party workers and media to see the results here. The party workers are in fact coming in. Remember, in last assembly election, when the 5 states were going into assembly polls, we have seen how there was a lot of buzz outside the Congress office. There was havan going on. There were celebration dhols already at 6:30 a.m. in the morning. There were dhols that were going, was being played outside. But today it seems there is a bit of silence. But nevertheless, the Congress party is very confident. On Sunday, they had a meeting, 2 meetings, one with all the candidates asking them not to leave the counting center. Secondly, they had a meeting with all the PCCs and in charge asking them that any sort of rigging, if they see, they should make a video and send it to the Congress headquarters. So there is a bit of silence, but Congress party is very confident. The India Alliance overall has been sticking to the number, which is 295, and they say that is the number.
More alive and in action on result day compared to the 7 phases. Is that a fair assessment?
I mean, look, I think we need to be very clear. I mean, we've had a great participative electoral exercise play out. 64 crore people have voted. That's almost the population of Europe. 64 crore people, of which 31 crore, 31.2 crore are women. So we've come to the conclusion of a mammoth electoral exercise. We should all be damn proud of it. Not just the voters, I mean, the people who cover it. I mean, I know the media is not exactly covering itself in glory these days, but we've been out there on the road as well for the last 90 days. People like Pallavi, Payal, Arunima, they've been out on the road covering these elections in this heat and dust. It's the hottest months we've seen. And I think it comes down to today because at the end of the day, we all want to see, yes, we want to see a good contest, but at the same time, we want to see reaffirmation in our democratic process. And I think today would be a great reaffirmation of that. At the end of the day, like I said, 64 crore people have come out and said X or Y or Z is who we want us to be led by for the next 5 years. And I think that's a great thing. It's a great
to conduct these elections over 64 crore people, more than 1.5 crore people have been working behind the scenes as the administrative machinery, if not more, because they've also been rotating duty. So it's the same unit, but it's also been doing multiple phases, traveling across the length and breadth of the country. I just saw an update where the last hill, one hill before China in Arunachal Pradesh, there's a sole lady who lives in that hill. She's lost her parents and she's still there, and the polling agents went there to ensure that she could do her cast her ballot. That's the effort and the work that's been put behind to get a story which is a case study for the entire world to look at how we conduct elections.
126 villages in Naxal-dominated Chhattisgarh, hamlets, 126 of them. There are Sarguja Adivasis, and yesterday's press conference by Election Commission pointed that out. 126 villages which had never seen election. For the first time, they got the courage to come out and cast their ballot. 312 million women. You mentioned women and youth. 312 million women. I think that's a world record, ECI claim. And 1.5 crore polling officials and security personnel combined, some of whom are still staying on. About 400 companies are still staying on in Bengal. Uttar Pradesh also, some companies have been asked to stay back, and Andhra Pradesh. So even when the results come out, for some, the duty is continuing.
No, Chhattisgarh, the Chhattisgarh numbers that you said in the Naxal areas, or look at Jammu and Kashmir. There are so many people. A 55-year-old first came out and said, I'm voting for the first time because I have never had access to a polling booth or even an election agent. There were polling booths in Baramulla which used to be burnt and stoned and pelted, and they were full. And Omar Abdullah was standing outside of one polling booth like that and talking to News 18 India. So that's something which we all need to collectively celebrate, that's been achieved in this election, and largely they've been peaceful. If you look at a percentage of elections overall, even Bengal has been largely peaceful, barring the last phase, where there was a lot of this. But overall, what's the sense when you spoke to party leaders across the spectrum, once the exit polls were out? Were they okay with this kind of denialism and this kind of tone that's been adopted, that we're going to, everything is wrong, it's all being plugged by somebody else?
Well, it depends on which side of the spectrum you were speaking to. I mean, some on the opposition spectrum were completely rejecting the exit polls, but some numbers, there was a sense of disbelief, especially southern India. Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka numbers, there was a sense of disbelief about the vote share that was shown for the Bharatiya Janata Party as to how is this really coming up, and they're all watching. Shashi Tharoor, I think, has come on record to say that, this kind of vote share, this kind of numbers, we'll have to just wait and see how and where it is translating to. But I think northern part of the country, except Maharashtra again, Maharashtra, I think the pollsters are still trying to figure out. The local level Maharashtra channels have some different kind of calculation. But by and large, the rest of the northern part of the country, there is agreement about Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, that this is where it's South India, which I think everybody is watching. No, but right?
Did any of you, when you were traveling on ground, and you've traveled quite a lot along with the likes of Aman, Shivani, Sawani and some of our other reporters, Arun Dhanta, Sherin Elizabeth, and the others who've done a lot of work on ground, did you get the sense that there is an upsurge or an uptake in the Congress's fortunes? Because arithmetically, logically, the biggest number of straight fights are between Congress and the BJP. If the INDI alliance has to come anywhere close to that 295 number, the bulk of it has to be carried by the Congress.
Yeah.
Did you see any kind of momentum which was a shift in favor of the Congress away from the BJP, in especially the strongest suits of the BJP and these direct fights areas?
Well,
In very small pockets. Oh, sorry.
While I was traveling in Gujarat, we didn't even find the Congress posters anywhere. Forget about anything else. In fact, the candidate who contested versus Amit Shah, and whenever you go to the election booth, you'll see a table set out outside for people to be told where to go, what to do. There was no table put out by the Congress as well.
In pockets, I found Congress there, and that was in Raebareli, and a bit in Amethi. I'm very surprised for all the drama and hangama they did about Amethi. I mean, I went back there thrice before they announced the candidate and after they announced the candidate. Not much of a difference, actually. There were crowds towards the end whenever, say, Priyanka Vadra would come to Amethi. But that was not for so much for the Congress, and it was to be seen with her. In other areas, in Bengal, and again I'm going back to my home state, I was astonished that the Congress party literally gave it away on a platter. In Behrampur, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, I mean, that man's story, if he wins, is going to be a lonely battle. No one from the Congress party came and campaigned for him. Forget the Gandhis. The only time they were there was during the Bharat Joro Nyaya Yatra. There was no posters, there was nothing. Whatever was being done was being done by Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. Same story in rest of Bengal, Kolkata especially. And yeah, I mean, it is like, I think down south the Congress kind of concentrated, and by,
if I can add my 2 bits, I didn't travel much in northern India, but I did travel in the south, in Karnataka and in Telangana, to some extent in some pockets I did
because
see.
they have the government there,
Yeah, they
so
have the
by,
government there
by
and
the
so on,
virtue of that.
I didn't
I didn't
see
see anybody in
amount.
Andhra. In fact, Y.S. Sharmila was fighting a lone battle herself. She hardly had any support on ground as well.
So all the battles, it's very strange because they're so active on the social
You know
media.
why I'm asking this is, to all of you, when you don't need to do it only in your pockets where you're strong. You've got to go into the other pockets and you've got to do it as a collective to create a momentum on ground to say that I'm going to return more than what I got in 2019
Which is what
or
the
in 2014.
BJP does. Which is what the BJP does. I
And
mean,
in
they
fact,
go into those areas where they're not strong. I mean, Amethi is that story. The Congress has always had this thing. The idea is to have a cotton wool existence for the Gandhis. Let's go in careful constituencies. Where baad mein kharab nahi lage, because I think once the statistics start coming out, it'll be interesting to see the areas where the Gandhis campaigned, particularly Rahul Gandhi, what's going to be their kind of a performance.
So my experience was more than the Congress party. I mean, of course, in Nagpur, Vikas Thakre, he's the sitting MLA in one of the assembly constituencies. He was putting up a good fight, but even the Congress workers conceded that against Nitin Gadkari, there's not much of fight there. In Chhindwara, Kamal Nath playing that emotional card, so you could see the Congress posters there. Other than that, across Bihar, Jharkhand, parts of eastern Uttar Pradesh, I didn't really see the Congress. It were the other regional players in the India front, the Samajwadi Party, the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, the RJD.
But they are bigger stakeholders
yes,
also.
The entire, I mean, voting mechanism. For example, in Patna Sahib against Ravi Shankar Prasad, it's a Congress candidate, Anshul Avijit Kushwaha. But the vote that is being sought is not in the name of so much. I mean, people hardly know Anshul Avijit. It's its debut. It's not so much in the name of Congress as it is for the India Alliance. RJD throwing its weight behind that candidate.
We're talking about the BJP being prepared and being a cohesive unit, but the fact of the matter is they are leaps and bounds ahead. Now they've already got a form in place where every candidate has to fill how many votes they polled, how many votes they did not poll, how many votes were scored through postal ballots, what is their experience, what has been the background, when did they join the BJP, if at all they've done that. So all of those, that list has already been prepared since yesterday. So obviously everything will be screened. So they're already starting to prepare for the cabinet and probably give opportunity to multiple people. So that's the kind of effort that they put in, and they are on an election campaigning throughout the year, 365 days in a year. They probably in the next couple of months will start preparing for 2029.
This aspect of the allies working harder, the regional Chhatraps working harder to retain their own area and really putting the hard yards. Tejasvi Yadav, you could see him in action in campaign. Akhilesh Yadav towards the latter phase, you want to see him.
But they've got more at stake also.
Actually, I just wanted to ask Pallavi this question because one got the sense that this time a more chastened, perhaps, Congress entered the fray, realizing that perhaps they were not the party that they were maybe even 10 years back. And let us, I wouldn't say play second fiddle, but certainly be willing to concede space in areas where we're not dominant. Did you get that
Yes.
sense? And
I
was
think
that a
that's a-
cultivated sort of strategy?
Rahul, you know, you're right, because that took a lot of compromise coming in from Rahul Gandhi, because left to himself, he believed in this slogan of Akla Chalore. When he entered into active politics, he would always be upset about the fact that why did Sonia Gandhi have unlikely alliances? He didn't want to do that, but somewhere chugging along, he realized that nahi ho paega akele. And how else do you explain an alliance with, say, the Aam Aadmi Party? That party was created, successful, breaking out of the
So
Congress.
that's the question I want to ask you. Why is it that the Congress, knowing fully well that they were on this sort of downward trajectory, not do something about it? And what can be done about it? Is there any sort of analysis going on? Or if Rahul Gandhi himself has realized he can't pull the Congress along to the heights that are required today, then is
So
there no sort of...
if we're going to go by the exit poll results, and I know all the eyes will be definitely on the BJP and the government formation, I think the more interesting and vicious story will come in from the Congress party. Who's going to blame whom? See, last time round, Rahul Gandhi had the power and the responsibility. He was the Congress president, CWC mein he resigned. This time he has all the power but no responsibility. So who's going to be blamed? And there are people who are silent. G23 multiplied by 4, 5 hoga. They're all silent. They felt that there were strategic mistakes which have been made. Alliances with AAP has not helped us. For example, this caste census thing, this Agniveer thing has got zero traction on the ground. They don't say this openly, they're going to say this openly. Will Rahul Gandhi be held accountable? Or will they try to defend him and shield him and say at least he fought? I mean, for me, the story is going to be actually there.
Well, Amit Shah has already said Kharge will have to step down after this.
Kharge will have to step down. No, the optics and the psy-ops game between the politicians one side. It's about really putting in the hard yards.
So what does the marginalization of the Congress really mean nationally? Now think about this. If these exit polls hold, and I suspect that they will to some extent, think about your polity as we go forward. You have a shrinking of the regional parties and you have a shrinking of the principal opposition, which is the Congress. Now it could be, 10 seats up here or 10 seats down there. But the point is, fundamentally, you're seeing the marginalization of the Congress over 15 years.
Yeah.
And that is significant. What sort of an impact will it have on the union government? What do they intend to do with this mandate? Are we in the era of unchecked, sort of untrammeled power? What about all the checks and balances?
Many would say that going forward in the future opposition may just break out of the BJP, just like it broke out of the Congress party, and that's where the opposition was actually formed, out of the Congress party.
Well, that will depend, as I said, on the numbers. If the BJP comes back, as you say, with greater numbers, I'm sorry, but the Prime Minister is going nowhere. There is going to be no challenge to him internally from within the BJP.
Politics is not about today. It's also about what happens next. True. 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and where is the future going? And we are all looking at a roadmap of 2047. As a Viksit Bharat, we also need to be a vibrant democracy, and in a vibrant democracy, a very, very active, cohesive and strong opposition is enough. Is important because the opposition is the conscience keeper of the government of today.
Anand, that's a very good point. But in 29, the Prime Minister will only be 77, I think. And look, around the world now, you've gone back to an era or a time where older leaders have come to the forefront.
Where the octogenarians are now are dictating discourse.
You still stand a chance.
Let's see.
Rahul Gandhi certainly does.
Madhvi Lata is a tight contest, close contest, where we believe Hyderabad will be won by Asaduddin Owaisi. Has just spoken. Let's listen in.
हाँ जी, हम बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट हैं, क्योंकि हमारे सारे चाहने वाले, मोदी भाई को प्यार करने वाले, उनके प्रशासन पे जिन जिनको हिम्मत है, जिन जिनको भरोसा है, वो बाहर बहुत कोशिश करें मई 13 तारीख को निकलने के लिए। सारा देश चाहता है कि ये भाजपा का सीट बन जाए और बनकर ही रहेगी।
Lata is coming out and saying that she is confident of a win. It's not even a close contest. Our exit polls, News 18 mega exit polls, give that seat to Asaduddin Owaisi, and that Owaisi dominance since the 80s should continue. That's the prediction. There are other pollsters who've said that there may be an upset and she may actually win. Let's go across to Sherin and Arun Danta and understand from them. what their experiences have been when they have gone ahead on the tracking the campaign trail and reporting around the elections. Arun, you've been also looking at not just the BJP, but you went far away all across to Mandi and spoke with Kangana Ranaut. How different is Mandi this time? Vikramaditya Singh versus Kangana Ranaut is an interesting fight.
Well, it is indeed. It's a tough fight. It's a neck-to-neck fight between Kangana and Vikramaditya Singh, because, of course, when I was traveling in different parts of the Mandi, Kangana has that fan base there, but also, of course, importantly, you have the former Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, Jairam Thakur, from the same district of Himachal, same district of Mandi. So therefore, he also has that huge responsibility on him. And most importantly, the face of Prime Minister Modi. I think these are the things which are there in favor of BJP. But as far as Vikramaditya Singh, he is a young leader, firebrand leader of the Congress party, and he has that legacy of Veerbhadra Singh, the 6-time Chief Minister, 3-time Member of Parliament, and in fact from the same seat. So I think it's a very difficult fight. It's a neck-to-neck fight. Both of them had very aggressive campaigning. We saw what happened, what Vikramaditya said about Kangana, then Kangana retaliated to that. So Mandi in Himachal Pradesh is going to be a very, very interesting battle. There is another battle which is in Shimla Lok Sabha seat. That is also becoming interesting because you have Suresh Kashyap, sitting MP of BJP. There is some sort of resentment against him on the ground, but still you have the face of Prime Minister Modi. Many of them are not even knowing who's the candidate. They only know Prime Minister Modi and the sign of BJP. But in that constituency, Congress's candidate is also very strong. You have 4 ministers from Shimla Lok Sabha in the present Sukhwinder Singh Sukhu government. 3-4 parliamentary secretaries are there. So I think it's a tough battle even on that seat as well. Yeah. But I think
this is
everything
Rahul
will
here.
be.
How consequential is this election really for the Congress party? If by some measure, if there is an upset, as in you have a situation where the person who is thought to be perhaps the next chief minister down the line, or at least enjoys that legacy or those credentials, loses to Kangana Ranaut, what implications will that have for the Congress?
But more importantly, Rahul, there are 6 bypolls that happen in Himachal. The state of the state government depends on those bypolls. Yeah,
that's right. So I'm just trying to get a sense, because if the one person who claims to have the virasat of the Congress there, Mr. Veerbhadra's own heir, if he loses, what does that mean overall, Arun?
Well, see, Rahul, one thing is very clear. When Vikramaditya Singh resigned, in fact, I interviewed Vikramaditya Singh and I asked him that when your 6 MLAs defected and voted in favor of BJP, why did you choose only that time to resign? He said it was just mere coincidence. The fact is that, he embarrassed party there when he resigned at that point in time when the party was in trouble. And in fact, he had 3 other MLAs with him. So I think it was a very strategic move that he deployed at that point in time by resigning. But then later on, when party asked him to contest against Kangana Ranaut from Mandi Lok Sabha, initially he was reluctant. He didn't want to contest. But of course, then he has to prove his loyalty to the party as well, because he had already made that mess by resigning. And then later on, of course, in the night, he took that resignation back. So when he's against Kangana Ranaut, one thing which I have realized there, that the entire Congress party in the state is behind him. You won't see otherwise happening in the state there, because they want Vikramaditya to go out of the state. If he wins, he will be a member of parliament and he will be out of the state. So therefore, all those factions who are present in Congress party in Himachal Pradesh, they were together for Vikramaditya Singh. But of course, Vikramaditya Singh also knows this reality, that if he's out of the state, right now he's a minister, he's a PWD minister, so how he's going to do things there, because he will be a member of parliament, he will not have any say
I like
in
that
the
analogy.
government.
I don't like this guy kicking him up to Delhi. Right?
Let's send them across.
Send him across to Lutyens.
This conversation is there in Maharashtra too. There are a few people across political party lines who were pushed for getting Lok Sabha seats so that they could be pushed out of Maharashtra. So every state across parties, this line is there. Sharon, what has your experience been? You've also gone ahead and tracked quite a bit and traveled quite a lot. So which are the contests you're looking through, and what's your assessment overall? Which parties have been in shape to actually fight this election in the manner it should have been fought.
Well, Anand, one thing that I have actually realized is that with every election, the voters are getting smarter, and this time they were not really disclosing much. In a way, you can see that majority of them were like silent voters. Even when you are asking them what are the issues, you know, not disclosing much when it comes to on ground. So I traveled Wayanad, I traveled in Western Uttar Pradesh, Moradabad. Later, I traveled in Raebareli as well. So one thing that I realized is that people are not disclosing much when it comes to who they are voting, what are the issues on which they are voting. But when it comes to Wayanad, it seems that it is going to be, of course, an upper hand for Rahul Gandhi. But at the same time, voters do realize that the left and the Congress party are together in India Alliance, because I asked one of the voters and he told me, "Ek hi baat hai, they are together, they are in one party, so doesn't matter who we are voting here." So right now, I also want you to focus here. Here are some party workers who have in fact gathered over here with these banners which says "देश का लोकतंत्र और संविधान जीतेगा या मोदी की ईवीएम." तो अभी तो सर काउंटिंग स्टार्ट ही नहीं हुई, आपने ईवीएम को ब्लेम करना स्टार्ट कर दिया है।
वैसे हम देखो, राहुल प्रियंका गांधी सेना के हम हैं, हम तो हमारे शर्मा जगदीश शर्मा जी, हम तो उम्मीद है कि कांग्रेस जीतेगी, 295 तक आएगी, ठीक है। लेकिन ये थोड़ा आशंका है, इसलिए हम लगे हैं कि पहले ईवीएम, क्योंकि पता चला ईवीएम हैक होता है, इसलिए हम इस आशंका। बाकी तो हम आश्वस्त हैं कि जनता जनार्दन।
कहाँ से प्रूफ मिला है कि ईवीएम हैक होता है? आप लोग ये बैनर सारा लेते हैं?
ये हमारे शर्मा जी ने बताया, इसमें
शर्मा जी ने बताया,
शर्मा जी 6 दिन पहले बताया कि हैक हुआ है, सेटिंग हो गई है।
शर्मा जी ने बताया कि ईवीएम हैक होता है।
But point is, Sharon, the aspect is that when you stand with a banner like that, कि देश का लोकतंत्र जीतेगा या मोदी का ईवीएम, by default you are saying that we have lost the election, and this is why we are going to get into a denial mode by blaming something which should not be blamed. This is like, and that's the sad part. Now, if this is going to be the discourse, is that the kind of opposition we want as in India? Is the tone
they
we
found
want
their
the opposition of
scapegoat,
the country
so,
to adopt?
we know why they lost.
Rahul Gandhi is saying 295 and you do get 295, then EVMs are okay. Then the counting agents are okay. This looks so defeatist. And this Sharma ji is always there with his firecrackers. I remember last time he didn't even get to burst it because they thought they're going to win. But you know, it is so...
somebody needs to ask the Congress party 295 with the EVMs or without the EVMs.
Look, Karnataka and Telangana stories, I mean, the EVMs are fine, so I don't know.
And election
But
commission...
you know, let me... Sorry, please go ahead.
No, I was just pointing out, the CEC yesterday did not mince words. He was expecting this kind of attack already. So at the press conference, he did not mince words. I mean, he took to Shero Shairi, he took to quoting data. And, you know, when he started off his presentation, there were 4 M's that he was talking about. The model code of conduct and money power. And towards the end of it, he took out a slide with the 5th M, which was about malicious rumour mongering and mischief that the opposition was playing. So the Election Commission of India said we have taken this as a learning. Next election, we'll prepare for this better as to how to counter this
Ramesh's allegation that 150 DMs were called up by the Home Minister. He was supposed to respond by 7 p.m. He's asked for more time. And look at the response which has come in from the EC to Jairam Ramesh, that you cannot make such huge allegations and then ask for more time. And then look at the Congress's campaign. How dare the EC ask him for proof? That's what Ashok Gehlot tweeted to say yesterday. How can Election Commission ask Jairam Ramesh for proof?
See, you can be critical on certain aspects. The enforcement of the model code of conduct with the sort of, you know, force and censure that is required. You could question the sort of prevarication. But I think fundamentally to question the entire democratic process as it is, the electoral process really, as it is rolled out by the Election Commission, they're very set norms. There was this whole crazy conspiracy theory about where the voter disappeared, holding them to account as if, you know, they were part and parcel of the Modi machine. I think that was stretching it.
I think this whole bogey of EVM hacking, I mean, there are 3 times, I think, where this matter went up to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court rejected it outright. And Arunima knows this well. I mean, how many EVMs were deployed in this entire lakhs and lakhs of them?
Yes.
I mean, the point is, even if you were to concede, okay, 1 of them got hacked, or 10 of them got hacked, or a dozen got hacked, you cannot fix 543 seats. On average, a Lok Sabha constituency, on average, has about, what, 20 lakh people? You cannot fix that. You cannot fix 64 crore voters. So at
that
some
too
point,
when each machine is individual.
Exactly.
It's not
Each machine
linked,
is
it's
independent of the other.
Bhupesh Baghel came up with a theory which said that the EVMs that were used on the voting day, those numbers have been changed. Of course, the Chhattisgarh Election Commission officials contradicted that. But this narrative, I found it interesting that the Chief Election Commissioner pointed out that why is it that 4 days before the first phase of voting, you suddenly realized that there was something amiss and you went knocking on the doors of the Supreme Court on a case which has been pending for the last year and a half. If you actually believe there's something amiss, Payal was pointing out that the BJP is already preparing ahead. 2019 CEC said a similar bogey was raised, and then till 2024 you kept quiet. Why did you not go back and raise this matter with the CEC, with the EC, with the Supreme Court?
Interestingly, he
She's
said
absolutely
both
right,
in
because the
2019, 4 days before the polls, first
Because
phase
the
1, and
guidelines-
2024 also 4 days before phase 1, this whole bogey
She's
was
absolutely
raised.
right on the timing, because the guidelines, for example, for the counting of postal ballots was changed back in 2019.
Yes.
So all these last 5 years, we've been working in a particular manner. At that time, you've had no problem. Election has come, elections have gone. Congress has won 3 or 4 significant elections in these last, 5 years. But suddenly, as she was saying, 3, 4, 5 days before the election.
At least a part of the opposition are building up that narrative, and they've already started work on that. At the end of the day, the results, if they go in favor of the BJP and NDA, they will say that this was never a free and fair election. Every institution was bought, so we've not lost, we've been defeated because the machinery has been used, and I suspect they'll make it a kind of an international issue as well.
No, but that's
Which is what Payal was also reporting about yesterday. Remember
pampered,
that?
pampered, spoiled, crybaby syndrome.
but
Which
the
is
Election
what is it
Commission,
going to
Anand
do?
has asked
It's going to hurt the country overall. There are those who are sitting there internationally who cried wolf and were up at arms at what happened with the insurrection in January with Trump lost in capital city, etc. Those very lot will come here and back this lot. See, it's a game of narratives.
Yeah, the government, I think, already has proof on that.
Yes, they have. They put out some
the
data now. Individuals. So setting that aside, of course we know that trans-border interference has been taking place through Facebook, through different sort of social media.
OpenAI admitted to it.
Right.
OpenAI
Absolutely.
admitted to it.
So this has been part and parcel. In fact, in a different era, when you had the communist versus capitalist thing going on, we knew that there was always from both sides an attempt to undermine the systems. So,
a small nugget that I wanted to share. All of us here sitting are discussing, and all the big party officers are discussing how the elections are being manipulated, what is being hacked. But I can tell you, Janta sab janti hai. Even in a tiny hamlet of Jharkhand, where they hardly have any basic necessities, youngsters there told me, मुझे पता है जो मोबाइल पे दिखाते हैं सब तो सच नहीं है, कुछ तो गलत दिखाते हैं. They are also aware कि जो YouTube पे दिख रहा है, जो मोबाइल पे दिख रहा है, you have to gauge what is right and what is wrong. So public है,
So
ये सब
those who,
जानते हैं.
when they need to know what they need to understand, they need to understand.
in fact,
We'll
if
try
I
and
were
get to some of the aspects.
If I were Mr. Modi and I was in the business of hacking EVMs, the first thing I would do was to show how Muslim consolidation is taking place behind the Bharatiya Janata Party. Forget about anything else. I mean, come on, this is ridiculous.
The point is that you're demeaning a process which is so vibrant, and like Zaka was saying, 64.2 crore people have gone ahead and voted this time, participated. It's the largest number. It's bigger than all the 27 the European Union put together. It's bigger than some continents coming out to poll and going to the ballot. Kamalika is joining us from Bengal, and after that we'll go and get you a quick check of the live result hub. Why we believe our numbers will be the most accurate, and this is the only grid that you need to follow. And it's also very easy to interpret and easy to read. I'll take you through that in just a bit. But Kamalika, this last phase, there are many who believe that all that didn't happen in the first 6 phases of Bengal happened in the last phase of Bengal.
Yeah, absolutely. There was full of violence. Generally what happens in Bengal, every phase is a violent phase. But this time till 5th phase, everything seems to be okay and there was no violence. But from the 6th phase, Midnapur and all, there we saw a little bit of violence. But 7th phase, we really saw violence in Sandesh Khali, Bhangar, North 24 Parganas, and even Sandesh Khali is now also in news. Yesterday evening also, there were, the local villagers were saying that there were intimidation. So all eyes are definitely there on the results of Boshirhat. And what is the interesting part in this time 2024 Lok Sabha poll results in Bengal is every party, both the parties, specifically TMC and BJP, both of them are very, very confident. BJP is saying that they are going to get seats around 24 to 30, and the exit polls have given BJP an edge. So they are very happy, they are very confident, that's what they are saying. TMC is saying that they are not going to get less than 25, they are going to go get more than 25. And also Left and Congress Alliance, they are also saying that this time their margin will increase and they might grab 1 or 2 seats. So really all sides confident, and this is the first time where exit polls have shown that BJP has an edge.
India Alliance is working against the India Alliance, but they are all collectively together working against the BJP or acting against the BJP. So similar stories across multiple states, but Bengal, news coming through, ladies and gentlemen, an allegation from the BJP that their counting agent Sandeep Roy was attacked by the Trinamool last evening in Kontai, or that is Kanti, in West Bengal. He's been hospitalized. The Trinamool Congress has denied these charges. Yes, Kamalika. So another incident where the BJP is saying there is intimidation, administrative, cadre, at all aspects.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kathi is a seat where Shubhendu Adhikari's brother, Shomendu Adhikari, is contesting. And yesterday in the evening, this allegation has come from BJP that their counting agent, Shondeep Rai, was attacked and he has been hospitalized, though the charges have been denied by TMC. But definitely these are the news which are coming, not only in Kathi, in various other places also. This intimidation, like in Jadavpur also in Kolkata, there were some allegations of intimidation. Today is the final day and counting is a very important thing. Both the camps, like we know that TMC has called a special meeting and stated that everybody should concentrate on counting and nobody should fall prey to any instigation by opposition. Same goes for BJP. BJP has also done meeting with their workers and stated that nobody is going to go into instigation. Will there be post-poll violence? Will there be violence during counting process? That is a big challenge. Though there is 3-tier security system, lot of CAPF is there, near about more than 500 company CAPF is there all through
and they're
Bengal.
staying back.
But still, will it will be peaceful? That's a big question.
They're staying back for a few more days after result day 2. Let's get you a quick check of the live result hub. Avantika Singh is with us from the live result hub. Is everybody now slowly waking up, got their cup of coffee and taking their desk, because just about an hour and 15 minutes counting will get underway, Avantika.
Anand, hi, good morning, a very, very good morning. And you know, I was just thinking, Anand, that just very recently the S&P Global Ratings had elevated India's sovereign outlook to a positive, and that's the buzz. It's so positive, upbeat, we are so enthusiastic. It's a big day today after 6 weeks of a grueling election, 3 months of a very intense battle. Today is the grand finale, but I'm in a very special place today. Anand, this is the live result hub. And this is what makes CNN News 18 so unique, so different from the others. Just take a look at this. Look at this, is like a mini India out here. You have all the states, and most interestingly, you have everyone, experts here, who just not only know the candidates and the constituencies, but they know the political dynamics of every state. And we're going to keep a very close track. 2,000 plus reporters who are keeping a close track of all those numbers, Anand. We have a panel of experts who are spread across the country. They're going to be keeping a close watch on those numbers coming in from the counting centers. It's going to be action-packed, and I'm ready for it.
You're in the live result
that's
hub.
Our endeavor to get
Let
the
me
best,
ask you,
the most
Avantika,
credible and the fastest news to our viewers.
If you can hear me, hear me, you're in the live result hub now. Which are the areas that you're going to look at? Because you covered quite a lot of western Uttar Pradesh. You covered some areas, some pockets across the other parts of the country also. So you were in Odisha also. So let's understand from you, what is the contest that you're looking for, and which is the bench or the desk that you're leading to? Each state, each union territory has a different area marked out in the live result hub. We can see that.
Yep.
You just crossed Madhya
absolutely.
Pradesh. Yeah.
Oh, definitely, Anand, definitely. I'm going to keep a very close watch on the southern belt, and you're right, I spent a lot of time in Uttar Pradesh and in Odisha. A lot of things are changing in Uttar Pradesh. Odisha is going to be a very big one, very exciting. I'm really, very curious to know what happens out there. It's going to be a very fierce contest between the BJP and the BJD. They're no longer friends. They're clearly foes this time around. And of course, this southern belt, we'll have to wait and watch if the BJP and all the effort that the Prime Minister has made to kind of breach that southern fortress. And this is where we're going to get all the numbers. Anand, it's so exciting. It's a great start to the day.
We'll ask you to the person who's actually manning the hub, the live result hub, and get a conversation with him going as to how are the numbers going to come in. And if you can take us through the software and the counting centers, each of our 2,000 reporters across the News 18 network. We'll come back to you, Avantika, in just a bit. Okay, let's try and bring it back into the studio. That live result hub, ladies and gentlemen, 2,000 reporters who are going to be at the counting centers, and there are updates that are going to come to us. Of course, the first half hour is the postal ballots, and the postal ballots across constituencies will get some indications of the postal ballots. So you may see the numbers racing up here and there, but those are all leads. And if you see all across our screen, right at the top is the leaderboard. This is where you would see the alliance numbers and the big party numbers and the big numbers, all India numbers. And then to the left, right, and the bottom of your screen, you will have some key race alerts at the bottom of the screen, some big candidates. What are the results? Are they leading? Are they trailing? So the key race alerts at the bottom. And to the left and right of the screen, we will be rolling and scrolling each of the states with the leads and the states. So Uttar Pradesh, Assam, Gujarat, MP, Tamil Nadu, AP now, and then it just toggles into Bihar, Odisha, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Kerala, and then it will toggle again to the rest of the seats. So West Bengal, come back again, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh. So these will continue. The only place the leaderboard is already active is Gujarat because of that Surat seat which went uncontested to the BJP. Dr. Jitendra Singh is in the picture. That's another interesting fight that was made out to be in Udhampur, but he's confident he will retain Udhampur. Jammu and Kashmir elections. How important and significant is it that the voter turnout is near about 40% across those 5 Lok Sabha constituencies, and some of them it's more, and voters coming out to say that we've never thought this is how democracy works or voting and polling works. And we'll get into the Mahila, OBC and the youth aspects that we put out of the, after that. Yes, Jammu and
Kashmir. The valley seats, I mean, very significant. 50% plus voter turnout in the valley. 8%, 14% is what we have seen last time around. When Dr. Farooq Abdullah won last time, the total voter turnout was 8%. That's not the kind of democracy that you really want. This time, Bharatiya Janata Party is not in the game in the valley, but I think they have already won because of this narrative that, Naya Kashmir actually gives the Kashmiri confidence to come out and exercise their choice. It's also important because, since this Union Territory lost its statehood, there was this sense amongst the local Kashmiri population that it's not easy to deal with bureaucracy. For something as basic as, snowfall, disrupting their sewage system or basic civic issues, to travel all the way from the hills to Srinagar was difficult. This is their chance.
Well, Gajendra Shekhawat speaking.
निश्चित रूप से हम सब विजयी होकर के लौटेंगे, ये विश्वास है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी विजयी होगी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रचंड बहुमत से सरकार बनेगी और हम निश्चित रूप से भारत को विकसित बनाने के संकल्प को सिद्ध करने के लिए पूरे प्राण और प्रण की ऊर्जा से जुटे।
Rajasthan, very interesting story. A place where the Congress could make inroads, and it is largely because there was a BJP versus BJP scenario. So to all my colleagues here who are busy looking at the updates on their phones, tell us about Rajasthan. What's the story there? Why does the Congress say that we should get about 7 to 10 seats? Where was the problem in Rajasthan, especially after that phenomenal win in the assembly elections?
But Rajasthan is also going to be interesting into the Gehlot versus Sachin pilot flight, which I think is going to resume once again. Where the Congress is confident of is Sikar, Dausa, those areas, which is where Pilot actually campaigned very extensively. Ashok Gehlot was told that you have to ensure, since you're not contesting elections and you don't want to, you have to ensure this time around your son wins, which is why bulk of Gehlot's time was actually spent in campaigning for his son. Now, should Sachin Pilot be able to deliver those seats in Rajasthan and possibly in Chhattisgarh, I'm sure he's going to ask for his pound of flesh. That now I've proved myself, now you make me what you want to make me. So that churning will take place in Rajasthan. we saw what happened in 2019. It's not necessary that the ones who are in power at the state level also win in the Lok Sabha. I mean, they got a 0 in Lok Sabha, the Congress party. So, you know, and people vote differently, right? For state
No, I think
elections.
Rajasthan, a couple of the things that happened was, one, there was a section of the BJP which was unhappy that Vasundhara Raje was sidelined. So that aspect, the Jat factor was the other big factor in places like Churu, Junjunu, etc. Like Rahul Kaswan, who was I am told, reasonably popular MP, he was denied a ticket. Again, that's a seat to watch out for. I think it's not so much what the Congress did, but some of the missteps that the BJP did.
Absolutely,
which
the BJP,
probably,
in fact, you know...
In how many states is there this BJP versus BJP scenario, starting with Rajasthan?
Well, there is quite a few, because one does understand that a lot of people are disgruntled because Vasundhara has been kept out of active politics. That's something which is going to hurt them. This is what they feel. But the seats that they're focusing on is Churu and, you know, probably the seats that were lost in the assembly as well. So that's going to be costing the BJP quite a bit. I mean, 3 to 4 seats is what Amit Shah spoke about losing, right, in Rahul Joshi's interview itself. So the BJP is well prepared to understand that this is going to be a little bit of a change.
There will be some losses in Rajasthan. Yeah, in Uttar Pradesh, there are a lot of conversations on ground about a lot of different aspects. A tussle between Amit Shah and Yogi Adityanath. It started from there, and then it came down to the MP versus MLA scenarios. Some MLAs wanting to fix some MPs because the MPs tried to fix them in the assembly elections. All of this, a lot of BJP versus BJP conversations. Is that all going to manifest in the results?
Well, absolutely, because in Uttar Pradesh they have many problems. You know, for the fact that the western part of the election is something they're going to watch out for. If Akhilesh is able to score 8 to 9 seats, then there's little trouble for the BJP. There's also a narrative within the BJP over there saying that if XYZ seats don't come, then probably Yogi is going to be removed. Yogi himself had to clarify, Amit Shah had to clarify that nothing like this is really happening. So Western UP will be interesting, and of course Eastern UP is where you know what happens with the Afzal factor that also.
I actually got a chance to interview Afzal Ansari in Ghazipur, and I can see that whatever, you know, here sitting in the studio, we might feel that his family, Mukhtar Ansari and the family, has a legacy of them being called a mafia. Afzal calls himself and his entire family legacy that of a masiha. He goes to each campaign, and these are nukkar sabhas that he conducts. He says, reminds them that his grandfather and father were freedom fighters. A favorite story of his is that when Gandhiji needed an office space here in Delhi, he took out the keys of his Daryaganj house and handed it over. And then he goes on to say that agar mafia ko mara hai, to 4 तारीख को पता चल जाएगा कि जनता उनको प्रोत्साहन देती है कि नहीं, by making them win. So he is very confident, not just in Ghazipur, but in Ghosi, which is Mau area, neighboring Balia, from where Chandrasekhar's son is contesting. Also Chandoli next to Banaras. So that entire belt of eastern Uttar Pradesh, there are pockets where Samajwadi Party is pretty confident of doing a good show. And how will that affect Yogi Adityanath's prospect? Because this is an area which they lost in 2022 assembly elections as well. This is Purvanchal is supposed to be his you know, battleground. So that conversation is also happening.
Purvanchal has always been tough. It's not
there were two narratives that Kejriwal tried to create. A, he said Yogi will be removed. Secondly, he said 75 ke baad PM will not be there. And the third thing, he said that he's removing all the leaders to make way for Amit Shah. So that's a narrative that the BJP top leadership was forced to counter.
But in Punjab, the numbers in News 18 mega exit polls are saying that AAP itself will not be there anywhere on the leaderboard. They may not get anything in Punjab. The Congress may take it away.
Yeah, but that's one state where the Congress has actually never been too bad. Organizationally, they have been much stronger, very aggressive, and AAP seems to have lost its steam in Punjab. I mean, you know, there's a huge debt that they are running up. They are developing work which is not happening. So those complaints are very much there, which AAP is future with Kejriwal back in jail, if they don't get any seats in Delhi.
No, I think in Punjab, the Congress took an interesting call. I think it was Bajwa who essentially, you know, led that call, saying that, look, if we ally with AAP, because they're already allied in Delhi, then the anti-incumbency, which you ask anyone in Punjab, there's visible anti-incumbency. Yeah. That entire anti-incumbency vote will go to the BJP.
Exactly.
So he took that call, I think, to say that let's fight separately. And I think you're seeing that. I think most exit polls are saying Congress will get anywhere between 7 to 9, 7 to 10. And most exit polls in Punjab are saying for the Aam Aadmi Party, it's just 0 to 1. For which, I mean, you have a sitting government, a chief minister who had 93 MLAs, 2 years ago, and then to come back with just 0 to 1 MPs. I think that's a problem.
Now let's also look at some of the aspects. Which are the factors which are actually going to influence the result? Either ways, in favor of the BJP or in favor of the opposition or in favor of the Congress-led alliance. One of the aspects that stood out was the OBC factor. How strong is the OBC factor? News 18 mega exit poll, we put out the data, we put out the information that nearly about 46 to 48% of the respondents out of 1 lakh respondents, voters, said that the OBC vote largely went towards the BJP and less towards the Congress party. Did you sense that on ground? Did the Prime Minister's OBC card, will that actually...
The Prime Minister himself is the biggest OBC leader that the BJP really has, and if you remember in the last cabinet reshuffle, there was an entire slogan which said, "Ab ki baar OBC Sarkar." So that's the kind of narrative that was being built. And in counter to the reservation policy that the opposition is speaking about, the BJP has been saying that if you're taking away somebody's reservation, if you're giving somebody a Muslim reservation, then which part of the OBC reservation is going to be cut? So that's the narrative also that BJP is trying to create in a big
And the Prime Minister's point, कि जो deserve करता है उनको हम reservation देंगे. So therefore, this whole narrative that the Congress is pitching for a reservation in which the minorities will benefit, 2006 speech of Dr. Manmohan Singh, somewhere down the line the resonance. But I think above all of this, it's the credibility factor. The OBCs or the minorities don't always go by these narratives. They say कि हमें क्या मिलेगा. So they are convinced that, you know, maybe the BJP is the Sarkar which is going to be giving that benefit. Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Viksit Bharat will work for the OBCs. You will be surprised to see a lot of minorities actually have ended up voting possibly for the BJP as well.
And the one thing that the Prime Minister said time and again, especially in the run-up to 2024, is Garibi sabse badi jati. That's the focus that is being
So one state where the caste factor I encountered a lot was Bihar. The Yadavs are their RJD's attempt, Tejasvi Yadav's attempt is last time around, they lost everything. The Yadav vote deserted them, the core vote base deserted them. This time, of course, you can see that some of that Yadav vote is coming back to RJD. But I also met Yadav supporters in Patna who said that, you know, जात पात से उठकर बात करनी पड़ेगी अब, क्योंकि अब ये हिंदुस्तान वो हिंदुस्तान नहीं है जिस पे लालू जी राज किया करते थे. So Lalu Prasad Yadav continues to be a tall leader for the Yadav community in Bihar, but many of them are looking beyond.
But this caste conversation, largely among men, or are the women also equally conscious of their caste background and do they want to
Women
speak
are
on the
talking
caste
about
lines?
ration, free ration, getting that money in their bank account, the Ujjwala Yojana in some parts, the difficulty in getting a refill for their gas cylinder, those are the conversations. And whatever you might say, whatever economists might say about freebie politics, Revdi politics, on the ground, that is the welfare politics that on ground.
I think this is the Russian election.
About.
If anything wins this election, it's the Russian election. I think
you know, the one thing that we're losing sight of is that this is an election that determines that pro-incumbency is gaining political currency. It's delivery, accountability, and that's really what's driving this election for the Bharatiya Janata Party. That much one can say. The opposition, of course, tried to come into this entire equation by turning around that 400 par message that the Prime Minister sort of pronounced to say that, oh, he wants to do this to change the constitutional equations, right? And fundamentally, the BJP then had to sort of slightly backpedal on that slogan. So it was an interesting contest, like a cat and mouse game on the slogans. But then the BJP came back front and center, promising that the Prime Minister would deliver, continue to deliver to everyone without prejudice. And again, the reaffirmation of the fact that, of course, there was that little detour that the Prime Minister took and got a lot of flack for, which is to suggest that one community was, you know, in a pejorative sort of way, was being sort of patronized.
But did he tailor make his speeches for each of the rallies? And, you know, can 90 seconds determine what was the construct of 40
This is one election where the BJP didn't have one unified message, Anand. Not one unified message. So they had several messages.
So this leaderboard is already on. 1 out of 543 for the BJP. That's because of the Surat seat, ladies and gentlemen. The leaderboard will start getting updated from 8 a.m. onwards. That's just about 60 minutes from now. 60 minutes from now, counting will begin. It's non-stop coverage here at the Battle for Bharat. The first leads in less than about 60 minutes now. 59 minutes and 8, 7, 6, 5, and it'll come down to about 58.57 by the time I finish talking. But we've got more news coming through. Even as there is violence reported in Bengal, the Uddhav Sena mouthpiece Samna's fresh attack against the BJP. The editorial reads, Today, the defeat of hypocrisy and deception. The Ganges will be purified. Modi will become former PM, but this former PM has started preparing for a third term at the center. Modi is dreaming of coming to power for a third time. Whatever the exit poll data, the reality is that dictatorship is being defeated in the country on 4th June. Fake exit polls are the biggest scam in democracy. Today, these scamsters will be defeated and Mother India will depart for Delhi, sitting on the golden chariot of democracy. Preeti Sompura is joining us, even as Nistula Hebar and Nalin Mehta make their way into the studio. Preeti Sompura, आपसे एक प्रश्न ये है, simple question. तो सब EVM ठीक है? सामना believes exit poll गलत है, but EVM ठीक है.
ये सामना एडिटोरियल आज जिस तरीके से उन्होंने क्रिटिसाइज किया है, पिछले 3 दिन से लगातार जो है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की आलोचना सामना के संपादकीय में की जा रही है। आज फिर से उन्होंने कहा है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी भूतपूर्व प्रधानमंत्री बन जाएंगे। उन्होंने कल ईवीएम पे सवाल उठाया था सामना एडिट में, कल उनकी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी ईवीएम पे सवाल उठाया गया था। और आज जिस तरीके से उन्होंने कहा है कि आज के बाद 4 जून के बाद जो है गंगा साफ हो जाएगी, इस तरीके की बातें जो है सामना के
पर प्रीति कल ईवीएम पे प्रश्न उठाया और आज कहा कि वही ईवीएम मोदी सरकार को बाहर करने वाला है। कल ईवीएम को सुनाया, आज एग्जिट पोल को सुना रहे हैं, परसों क्या करने वाले हैं?
जिस तरीके की बातें का इस्तेमाल किया गया है, जिस तरह से लिखा गया है कि गंगा साफ हो जाएगी, तो साफ तरीके से लग रहा है कि कहीं ना कहीं यूबीटी जो शिवसेना पार्टी है उसमें अब बौखलाहट शुरू हो गई है। क्योंकि जिस तरीके से जो है कल रवि राणा जो एमएलए है महाराष्ट्र के, उन्होंने तो ये कह दिया कि 4 जून के बाद जो है उद्धव ठाकरे बीजेपी में शामिल हो जाएंगे, इस तरीके की बातें कही। और वहीं इस बात को लेकर जो है संजय राउत को सफाई देनी पड़ी। यानी कहीं ना कहीं जो है अब बौखलाहट जो है यूबीटी सेना में शुरू हो चुकी है।
Preeti Sompura with the details of...
a point about this constant badgering of the media, that the exit polls. Let's look at it from a rational point of view. What's in it for us to fake an exit poll? We have a brand, we have a legacy to live up to constantly. Just like any other political party has a brand and a legacy. By going out there and putting out fake exit polls, etc., which are going to be disproved, the moment the first election results comes in, is a poor reflection in us. Why would anyone consciously take that decision? What are we getting out of this?
No, and the general direction of all exit polls is one way. It's not even that there are outliers. It's not even that there are those.
You can get the numbers wrong. One second. Can I just say this? You can get the numbers wrong. It's a human exercise after all, and you can have errors. There's nothing wrong with that. But to say that you guys are doing this at the behest of a political party. Jaka, these are numbers given to you from 6 Krishna Menon. I mean, that's rubbish.
I'll tell you something. Talking about getting exit poll, getting things wrong, of course that happens. Let me tell you, last election, the last round of assembly elections, Chhattisgarh. And let me tell you, Madhya Pradesh.
The extent of the victory in Madhya Pradesh.
No, 1 second. I just want to say something. Madhya Pradesh election happens. Just before that, I'm called by a top leader of the Congress. And I'm given a lecture on how our narrative is completely off kilter, etc., etc. Shows me a huge bunch of constituency-wise, ward-wise, my dear friend, ward-wise exit polls that they themselves did, showing that they were going to win. Opinion polls, rather. What happened?
Yeah. No. See, whatever, political parties can commission their own exit polls. We are doing it as an individual exercise.
I'm saying even these political parties rely on pollsters who get it wrong. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, whether they rely on pollsters or all the pollsters want to keep them happy and they give them numbers which will keep them happy is a different aspect. The fact is this constant badgering, like you said, we are all professionals. We've got nothing here to do. And everybody, and increasingly the opposition is getting increasingly personal. They are not getting professional. They don't have a professional opinion. They've started making it personal
by name
opinions.
Of journalists. There are channels that are blacklisted. There is
and they claim to be champions of democracy. They are saying we'll fix you the moment we come to power. If they're going to fix people who the moment they come to power, how are they claiming to be democratic? They're far more fascist and they're far more Tanasha than what they're claiming the other person to be. Right now, this is also going to their credibility. And if the trends hold, Nistula Hebar and Nalin Mehta, if the trends hold as the exit polls, irrespective of what the final numbers are, then it's an outright rejection of the Janta for the tone, tenor and the kind of language that the opposition has been using. It's a slap on their face then.
So, first and foremost, when you start attacking the messenger and the media, I think you're tilting at windmills and you're fighting the wrong battle. For the opposition, the real battle to fight is with the BJP and on the ground for the voters of this country. You're not going to win that battle by finger pointing and by blaming A, B, C and D. If the results hold, or if the exit poll holds, you get the result you want, then it requires serious soul searching within the opposition, within the Congress. It will require on why their message hasn't gone about, and while even though they got the crowd, why did not result in votes? And that's the real thing. Blaming exit polls, blaming polls, they're going to miss the vote for the trees.
Because I remember a tweet from a senior Congress person the last time Congress lost an election. He said the people don't deserve Rahul Gandhi. So let's elect a new people then,
No, are you living in some cuckoo land to think like that? The people of the ground, you have to have a sense on ground. One has to have a sense on ground. One has to go and see what the people on the ground, what their aspirations and what they want.
You can't believe in democracy and be a Democrat and not believe in the will of the people, even if it is not your will. I mean, it means accepting the will of the people, even if it's against
people have spoken. There was a ship that was to be named, and the people voted to name it Boaty McBoatface. So the guy who owned the company that owned it, they said the people have spoken, the SOBs, what to do? We have to name it Boaty McBoatface.
No, so the opposition's contention, okay, it's not a level playing field.
No, so
I'm willing to buy that to some extent, right? Whatever, finances, putting opposition leaders in jail, misuse of agencies. Maybe they have a point there. But none of that explains why after the election, the votes have been cast, people who have cast their votes are coming out and saying who they voted for, and you're saying it's all fixed. Why? What purpose does it achieve?
Shouldn't be an unalloyed joy.
And
by doing what?
Zaka, if you look at the statistics, just
because you spend your hour of victory explaining the election.
Nistura, again, back of the envelope, right? I just sat here and did a quick. Since 2019, the last general election, the BJP has lost Himachal Pradesh, Bengal, Karnataka, Telangana, Odisha, Andhra, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Jharkhand, and the capital city of Delhi.
Yeah. EVMs were fine, exit polls were fine, everything was fine. How many states is that between 2019?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean,
10 states.
If I had
10
like
states,
I'm
sure there are more.
But there was Madhya Pradesh also. There's Madhya Pradesh also.
These are all prestigious contests and high-powered contests. And by the way, this also happened in the first term of Modi when they lost Bihar and Delhi to begin with.
There's Jharkhand. Jharkhand was there. They lost Jharkhand.
Jharkhand is right after the general elections.
Madhya Pradesh also they lost
Madhya Pradesh.
And then the government changed
that
and
makes
all.
It 11.
So 11 states they've lost since 2019.
Well, not Madhya Pradesh
because that was before
2019.
2019. But let's say 10 states, the Congress or other regional parties have won. How come this EVM bahana or this EVMs are faulty, election commission is compromised? How come that doesn't come up when that happens? Then the EVMs are fine, then everything is kosher.
Yes.
I mean, or another brand of EVMs are being used for those elections, or those
those EVMs were still being tampered, but the Janta's mandate prevailed despite the tampering,
despite the hacking,
and despite the tampering of the EVMs.
If you declare an election
they couldn't tamper in a EVM
because it does not give you the outcome you want, then I'm sorry, that is not democratic.
In 2017, you were claiming a moral victory in Gujarat.
Yeah.
When the EVMs threw up such a close contest.
No, because BJP came down below 100, right?
Exactly.
No, but that was moral victory. At that time, the EVMs were still all right. No, why are you doing it 2019? Some 2014, this entire EVM ka bahana started. Look at the number of elections the BJP lost. It came down to about presence in only 11 states before it went back to its presence in 17 states. So that whole trend happened between 2014 to 2019 too. More news coming through. Exit poll tremors in opposition camp. Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav is cautioning SP workers. He's saying, be alert, vigilant, cautious and careful while monitoring the counting of votes and be completely vigilant. It is hoped that the Election Commission will carry forward its glorious tradition of impartiality and will continue to maintain its respect in the minds of the public by eliminating any fear of rigging. He is the Panch Parmeshwar of today. Long live democracy. Sharon is joining us. So again, counting centers, putting pressure on the polling agents and counting agents. From Trinamool Congress to Samajwadi Party to the Congress Party, everybody is trying to do this.
Absolutely, Anand, and not just these parties, the entire India bloc has in fact asked their party workers to stay alert, to stay vigilant. They have been asked not to leave the counting center, and in case there is any sort of malpractice or rigging taking place, then there needs to be a video recording that needs to be sent to each of the party heads or the party office is what the notice that has been sent out to all the party workers. In fact, yesterday the Congress party has sent out a letter, a notice to all their party workers on ground, to PCCs and in charge, saying that they should not leave the counting center, record the entire if there is any sort of malpractice that is taking place. And this is the message that all India leaders are sending to their leaders and their party workers. And this is coming after yesterday Akhilesh Yadav in fact put out this message saying that this is a do or die situation and the youths are agitated. We need to take part in the freedom movement. So clearly more of a violent take is what we are seeing, since yesterday he has been tweeting saying that there is some sort of a malpractice or rigging that will take place. And this is the sentiments of not just Samajwadi Party or Akhilesh Yadav, but the leaders of the entire India.
Let us just hope that the para forces which have been deployed and of course the law and order machinery ensures that there is no loss of lives and there is no damage to public property by anybody, and there is no act of arsonism, vandalism, and the counting process is not disrupted at all. We've just got more news. We've got news.
1 second. Before we go to what this does willy-nilly, it'll do two things. One, you hate to be an exit pollster today because all eyes are on you. Think of all those returning officers. Look at the amount of pressure you're putting on them, saying, oh, all you guys are compromised, you have to show me this and you have to show me that. And willy-nilly, what this will do, and I will wait to see how this plays out, I think today's counting will be much slower. I think because you're a returning officer, you are scared. You're wanting to, double check and triple check and check 5 times after every round before proceeding to the next round. So I have a feeling that we might have a slower counting process this time around.
The counting is going to start at 8 o'clock. 8 to 8:30 is the postal ballots, as the CEC said, and thereafter the EVM rounds will start counting every time. Usually each round takes about 20 minutes to half an hour. If that is delayed, then the whole result process itself may get delayed across the 542 seats. We'll wait and watch, and we will try and get you the details as they are. The scoreboards will get updated accordingly, ladies and gentlemen. This is how you can interpret this entire News 18 screen before we go across to the more news coming through. The center box that you see, and with the small ticket right there, that's going to be the news grouping area, and this is where you're going to see all of us with our guests and the coverage and the footage. These are the, let's say, small box inside the rectangle that you see. The block above us is the big numbers, the all India numbers for the BJP, for the NDA, for the INDI alliance, and also the Congress party, and of course the overall leads, the seat share, along with the sponsor bugs and the channel bug. That's the top band. The left and right of the screen are you're going to toggle the states. Each state, so 3 states on each side. And that's how the 28 states, union territories, everything will be covered. And they will keep toggling and they'll keep changing the left and right of the screen. Right at the full bottom, that's where you'd see the key race alerts, the first lead, the countdown bug, and of course some big race alerts of some of the VVIP seats that we are tracking in that battle for Bharat. Along with the advertising messages, you will see that's where the big candidates, the big tickets, those results will come there, and those would be the key race alerts for you. News coming in from Bengal, where again there's been a crude bomb blast, and this is in Bangor. We are given to understand 5 people are injured. 5 people are injured ahead of counting getting underway. There is a crude bomb blast that took place in the Chaltab area of Bangor. 5 people were injured and they've been taken to hospital. Sources say the blast took place while some of them were making the crude bombs. Among the 5 injured, one of them is a Panchayat member of the ISF. Kamalika now joins us. So left, ISF at Trinamool, they have been at it in this region, in this area. There was even pre-poll violence, now post-poll violence too, ahead of counting.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is Bangor is always known for violence. Anand, if you remember, during the Panchayat polls also, there were blasts and there were huge scale of violence there. Now, this has happened in the middle of the night when a huge sound came up from this Chaltabedi area, and then people reached there.
We saw that there were bombs and 5 people were injured. They have been hospitalized, and one of them is an ISF Panchayat member. And sources tells us that they were making bombs there while it exploded. That's what the preliminary investigation says. Police and CAPF is there, but Bhangor falls under Jadavpur constituency, where Shayani Ghosh is contesting from TMC against Anirban Ganguly. But this is a place which is always violence, and no matter how many companies of CAPF are there, this still continues, and the start of the counting will start with such a news from Bhangor.
Well, thank you for that update. Let's hope all of them are safe, but they were actually making crude bombs. That's the report. They were making crude bombs. Will there be violent activity this time around? The last time around, the moment the forces, the central forces, the para forces left the counting centers and left Bengal, 48 hours of mayhem post the assembly elections was witnessed. This time, more than 440 companies are actually staying back. Kamalika was saying nearly 500 companies are going to be stationed in Bengal even after the elections and after the results to ensure that there is no large-scale violence. But if there is tayyari being made, then what does that represent? Smita Prakash of ANI is also with us this early morning, along with Nalin Mehta, Nistula Hebar. This whole aspect of violence, this whole aspect of trying to intimidate, put pressure, is this healthy or not? Do you believe results are going to get delayed because of this? Zaka believes that counting may be slowed down if everybody is trying to put pressure on the returning officer there at the counting centers.
Good morning. Glad to be here with all of you. But yes, this kind of intimidation tactic is not new. In many areas, it's endemic to certain parts where you were showing. But I think law enforcement authorities are in place. Of course, if there is a kind of a cluster bombing in the sense of cluster bombing of protests which happens, it does put law enforcement under extreme pressure, something that is not required in a democracy like ours, where peaceful transition from one government to the other happens through the ballot and not through danda. It's not something which is appreciated. And you know, we've had a history where 3-4 elections have seen one political party coming to power. So I can't see the reason why an opposition cannot accept if it's been free and fair. I can understand if there is a problem in certain areas, go to court, go to the election commission, explain. But street protests which turn violent is something that nobody wants in this country. So I really hope that better sense prevails, and this sar pe kafan bandh ke nikle hain kind of statements do not come from people who have gone through electoral processes in the past, tasted victory, tasted defeat. It's something that you take in your stride.
But can I ask a question about, you know, what concerns me is, I think Mr. Kharge had written a letter to all the civil servants, and then this morning again there's a tweet about, you know, we expect all civil servants to be impartial, and, you know, you owe your oath to the constitution and so on and so forth. What kind of pressure does that put? Like I keep saying, you know, if you're a returning officer today, you're like, my God, that's probably the second worst job after being an exit pollster today.
No, it is ominous. I get it, that when these kind of statements come, but to be honest and free and fair is something that is inbuilt in a bureaucrat. I get that there are people who will blame bureaucrats for bending and for being unfair, partisan, prejudiced. All those things come with it. But on electoral duty, it's absolutely sacrosanct that those who have been selected to do this job, not every bureaucrat, not every not every officer gets to do what they are doing today, which is electoral. The creme de la creme of the bureaucracy has been put in charge of the electoral process, and they are working, and they've been working absolutely tirelessly and without a break for the past 8 weeks.
And in a large case, they forget, Rahul, just coming to you, they forget that most of the electoral officers are state-level bureaucrats. So they're already part of the state administration, they're teachers, and they're part of the electoral office. And
the word committed bureaucrat or the committed bureaucracy came from the Indira Gandhi years. Okay, so look, I'm not trying to sort of give everyone a clean certificate here or anything, but fundamentally, this whole business of trying to question the electoral process and justifying it by saying that even the mother of so-called mother of all democracies, this is what transpired. Look, there's a huge difference between how the American Election Commission works and the Indian Election Commission works. We're very centralized. There, every district has its own rules on how to count elections.
They don't have a federal election
They don't have a
commission.
federal election commission. So we have to understand that there is a large scope for arbitrariness there.
Yeah.
There is no scope here. Everything is laid down precisely. There is an election commission mandated guideline that has to be sort of followed to the T. There is a presence of electoral officers of each of the of the candidates and political parties in those counting centers. As journalists, you're allowed access to a certain point. We've all been there. We've all seen how it happens. There are 5 people who are checking each of the machines, including the officers of the political parties, and they have to sign off on each of those forms. So fundamentally, this is a watertight way of going about assessing the outcome of an election. Now, if you have a problem with the way the procedure has been outlined, there's enough time for you to approach court, go to parliament, lobby for it, set up a parliamentary committee to relook it. But you can't raise the bogey on the day of counting or a few days before that. And there has been a concerted attempt. It began with certain pollsters who have now become politicians to prescribe a number. And that number has now become the de facto number that the opposition is sort of tom-tomming. The attempt is to suggest that we have the real numbers, the exit polls are false. If our number is not validated by
then the
EVM,
entire process is
then
fraudulent.
the process is actually a fraud.
Let's call out the elephant in the room, and that is the opposition is resorting to this because they can't beat Modi in an election. Nistura, that's what it boils down to. They couldn't do it in 14, they couldn't do it in 19. They are unlikely to do it in 24 if going by the exit poll results. You don't want to concede to the fact that you are not able to defeat Mr. Modi in an election. That's why your EVM ka bahana, election commission ka bahana, this bahana, that bahana, that's what it boils down to.
Of course it does, because if you look at the opposition parties, what kind of a concerted political response has come from them following these defeats? What has been the review that has been done internally? In any other democratic setup like the UK, which we follow the Westminster model. The president of that political party and the leadership would have changed by now.
Yeah.
There would have been a coup from within. Even Mrs. Thatcher could not survive beyond 11 years. And she won elections. I mean, she didn't survive it while in the saddle. So what I'm saying is, if you're not doing your internal processes, then you have to blame something outside of it. Secondly, looking at the political history of this country or the electoral history of the country, we had a Congress-dominated system for so many years. Now, when the pole of politics has shifted, I don't think that has been kind of ingested by those who should or who are responsible for crafting a response, a political and electoral response.
And to capture the imagination of the people. I think the UK is a great example. I mean, Labour in the UK has been in the doghouse for the last 15 years. But now all polls are suggesting, and the UK will be going to polls next month, all polls are suggesting that Labour will come back. How did they do that?
They had a problem with Corbyn, if you
Exactly.
remember.
They found a new leadership.
Then
They
got
found
Sir Keir Starmer.
a leadership that could articulate their vision for voters, and a
Look
large
at the
number of voters
Conservative
are
Party.
buying that vision.
There have been 6 prime ministers in the last 5 years.
Exactly.
I mean, there is a clear democratic process internally within political parties. You just can't hang on to power.
So if you're not responding to the people, then you allege conspiracy.
May I add something to the discussion, which is that while the Western liberal democracies have structured systems of succession, so you lose an election, the next leader has to, the old leader abdicates and the new one has to fight for leadership. We may not have structured system of succession in our political parties, but there is a system of meritocracy in certain parties. The rest of it are all family-owned parties. Now, if you don't have a system of meritocracy and the political order changes, you're always going to struggle. Because if you don't have permanent leadership for life, then there's a problem of accountability.
And if you start compromising merit and start choosing mediocrity and choose mediocrity over meritocracy, that will also not give you yield dividends. Something that most parties need to do is go back and look at their own individual strike rate based on the seats contested and the returns that have come through. And the biggest one to blame among the opposition the last time around, 186 seats, and we've put that out time and again here, was the Congress party, which returned only 15 out of the direct fights, 186 direct fights with the BJP the last time around. And they are the largest party, the fulcrum of the opposition. If they want to be, they have to go and improve their numbers. And if the Congress improves their numbers as far as the exit poll is concerned only by 10 seats, then that's not a fight, Zaka. That's not what you expect them to do in 10 years.
I mean,
in 5
they had
years.
44 in 2014, then went up to 52 in 2019. This time, I think the highest number I've seen for the Congress is 75. At 75, you cannot form a government. It's as simple as that. Now, yesterday, Dr. Raman, he made a point saying, you know, oh, the purpose of the India alliance was to deny the BJP a majority. You deny the BJP a majority, automatically.
He didn't say was to deny Modi specifically an opportunity to come back. They don't have a problem so much
if
with
Modi can't
the
make
NDA.
272, then the other side has to make 272.
Correct.
They clearly can't. If Congress is at 75,
Why did they
the others
come
have to get
together?
200.
Zaka, why did they come together to stop one person?
There has been an argument which has been put out by several political parties that you don't want a clear winner. It doesn't matter. It's better to have a Khichdi Sarkar. And this has been put out by a lot of people saying that, in fact, the argument is put out that in the years of coalition government, the economic growth,
economic growth,
and so on.
that if
that's an
he's
absurd
right,
idea.
that there have been various explanations as to why a coalition works better than a strong and stable government, because a coalition works harder than a strong and stable government and is better for the economy.
I can understand the argument.
You can't even
I can understand the checks and balances argument.
Get a consensus from a variety of
The checks and
ideologies
balances
of-
argument I can still understand.
Yeah.
You know, Nistara, a checks and balances argument you can understand. Yes, you can also argue that, look, there will be more give and take across the aisles because you have to sort of almost constantly look over your shoulder to see who's plunging a back. But
constituencies hoping for an unstable government because it works.
So at the cost of sounding nerdy, I wanted to say that, you know, there are a lot of people who are also looking at old videos of, you know, these Vajpayee facing a vote of no confidence and everybody laughing at jokes and, you know, things like that. Yes, there was a liberal consensus of the past, etc. But it also meant that the elite stayed in their place. So if you have an outsider to the system taking over, that discomforts
but
a lot
look
of
at the
people.
numbers. The numbers show
back
that
to that past of uncertainty is a reflection of the inability to accept that the contours of Indian politics have changed.
And disruptors are by and large, the elite never likes a disruptor coming into place. They like that old system. So whenever a new system comes, you have to adapt, survive, sink or survive kind of a thing.
Just 31 minutes to go for result day, and one of the arguments which is also put is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has transcended parties. He does not represent any particular party now. He represents a vision as he becomes so big. And is there a reason why ki kuch bhi ho Modi ko hatao? Now, if that's the agenda of the opposition, do you really want to vote for somebody who does not have an alternative plan except for saying this man on your screen needs to not come back to power and we don't want to see him as Prime Minister? Now, that cannot be the agenda for a nation. Now, what will the voter decide? They've already cast the ballot. Let's go back to the live result hub. How is it going to function? In about 30 minutes from now, the first of the votes will start coming in and the scoreboard will start ticking. How is it going to happen, Avantika? And do you have Brajesh Kumar Singh with you?
Yes, indeed, I do, Anand, and just take a look at all the action behind me. The excitement is palpable. Brajesh Singh is with me, the group editor, Convergence. Brajesh ji, you're the man of the moment. Tell us a little bit more about the live result hub. This is so special. How is it going to work? We have so many people around here and all the numbers. It's going to be a tsunami of numbers very soon.
Yeah, this is the unique property we have at the Network 18, and perhaps this is the only one in the entire media industry. Almost 20 years ago, in the election of 2004, the 2004 Lok Sabha elections, for the very first time we started such kind of setup that is known as the live result hub. If you look at this entire setup, it is more than 100 plus manpower from every department, including editorial, technical, IT, operations. It's a cohesive effort, and through this we try to be as accurate as possible, you know, because even the election commission cites about our own credibility, you know, in most of the elections in which most of the rivals were in the another directions, we are the only one who were perfect, absolutely correct. And if you look at the desk, this entire composition, we have the different desks to cater every state. For example, we have a Madhya Pradesh desk, Haryana desk, every state. We are catering all 542 Lok Sabha constituencies because the 543rd one, the Surat, is already declared. Apart from those 542 Lok Sabha constituencies, we are also going to track the assembly elections in Odisha and Andhra Pradesh. So this is the only place from where you can get the accurate 100%
Avantika,
accurate
just
results
ask him
with
the
this
flow of
such
information. When will the
setup,
numbers start coming in?
We get the
From when
results,
can
you
we
know,
start
from the-
expecting the
And
numbers
so when
from
will the
EVM?
numbers start coming in? Just tell us when will the numbers start coming in?
Yeah, look, this is 7:30 in half an hour because counting is going to start at 8, and the process is first to count the postal ballots. So whenever this counting of postal ballot, it will start. We will have the update because in the election commission setup, they declare the result of postal ballots in round 1, while in our setup, we are ahead of the election commission because we get the results directly from the counting centers, and across the country we have 717 counting centers, and to cater these 717 counting centers we have more than 720 reporters. That's the vast network we have.
Oh my God,
So
just imagine,
720 reporters placed across 717 counting centers, and these are trained reporters to understand the results and also process of counting. The postal ballot numbers will start coming in just in about 29 minutes from now. We've got the counter coming through, and thereafter, which state will start bringing in less than 28, just about 28 minutes now to go as we start the numbers. Interesting about the postal ballot, and Rajiv Kumar Mishra, our part of our research team, has just put out this information. I'm just reading this. In the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, postal ballots played a crucial role in deciding the outcome in 9 constituencies across 8 states, where the victory margin was less than 5,000 votes. Notably, these ballots surpassed the victory margin in each case. For instance, in Machil Shahar, Uttar Pradesh, the BJP won by a narrow margin of 181 votes with 2,814 postal ballots counted. Similarly, in Chamarajnagar, Karnataka, the BJP clinched victory from the Congress by 1,817 votes with 2,943 postal ballots cast. In other seats included West Bengal's Arambagh, where the Trinamool Congress defeated the BJP by a margin of 1,142 votes. A total of 1,549 postal votes were counted there in 2019. The BJP retained the Khunti seat in Jharkhand by defeating the Congress candidate by a margin of 1,445 votes. As many as 1,951 postal ballots were counted in Khunti in the last Lok Sabha polls. Jehanabad seat of Bihar, Tamil Nadu's Chidambaram, Koraput seat of Odisha, and Andhra's Guntur are other examples where the postal ballots actually decided the victor.
And this time there will be more postal ballots coming through because the EC has actually changed criteria and included more categories. So older people above a certain age can also, and there are other criteria also for others.
So the postal ballot numbers have also gone up. 22 lakh postal ballots. I think
it was
this time it's a little more than
of
that.
the overall number.
Yeah, 25?
Around 5 lakhs.
Yeah.
Okay.
So earlier it was 0.3% of the entire number. So
electorate.
this time it's...
No, I just want to add to what the live result hub, and a lot of people, particularly from other channels, have been calling us and asking, how do you get the results even before the election commission or the returning officer has declared it? So just to explain it in simple terms, if let's say there are 10 EVM machines that have to be counted for round 1 to be declared, our reporters, and you heard Brajesh a moment ago, 720 reporters in each of the counting centers have been trained in a way that if you feel that a candidate of party A or party B has already got a margin which is more than the number of machines to be counted. Let's say they've counted 5 machines, that's the live hub. If they've counted 5 machines and there are 2 more machines left, and the candidate of party A has already run up a margin which is higher than the entire number of votes on the other 2 machines, then he calls up even before the RO has declared round 1. So that's how we get the numbers at our live result hub much faster than before. The leads, the leads, much before the returning officer in each of these counting centers is.
And we are able to
and of course that
consolidate the
lead
leads.
can keep changing
of course.
round by round.
They will keep changing round by round, but the leads also then tend to consolidate overall in terms of similar. So there is no drastic going up of the leads and
It
then
depends
it coming
also
down
on the area, I suppose, no, Anand, from where these particular EVMs or...
So that's the beauty with these EVMs.
Yeah.
It's
You don't know.
democratized. You don't know. Last time I think we got the first lead from a constituency in Rajasthan. The time before that, it was from Tamil Nadu. So it can be from anywhere. It can be from anywhere that you get the first.
Depends on the counting centers opening. Some of them also open at 7:58. Others will open at 8:02. But the counting centers, once they are open, we will get reports of counting centers opening, the counting beginning. And then thereafter, once the EVM counting. Now, sometimes it takes 20 minutes. Sometimes it takes 25 or 27. If there is a challenge in some counting centers, the counting could be delayed. So those could also determine where the results will come from. But by by about
meaning-
9 a.m. By
Anand,
about
if you
9
can
a.m.
explain
we
to
should
the
have
viewer-
all 543 seats sending out data.
I just want you to explain to the viewer this point, because
542
I was looking at a large number of people from a particular ecosystem who've been claiming that channels regularly, goose up the numbers to show something so that it can be validated finally by the EC. They're trying to sort of direct the direction in which the election is headed. So if you could just
there could be
elaborate
postal
on that.
ballots that could come from about 300 to 350 constituencies, if not more. And those postal ballots will also reflect on the early leads. So what we are going to be putting out are the early leads by party and perhaps by state. Because there is no direct...
And of course, the live stream is
size
also
is
coming
not
from
big
the
for you
Election
to look
Commission.
at seat-wise or constituency-wise. You'll get data by the state and you would get the early leads. Who's got the early leads? The first 25 to 30 minutes, it's all postal ballot. It's only by about 8:50, 8:55 that the EVM round one counting would have gotten over and the postal ballot consolidation with the round ones, and you'd start getting data. But by about 9 o'clock, you should get at least 542 seats. Leads will start coming in. And that will consolidate, and by the time we get into 4 or 5 rounds of counting, we should be somewhere around 11, 11:30, when you would have more or less a
Typically,
clearer
there are about
picture.
13 to 14 rounds of counting.
Typically. But by the time you get to about 5 to 6 rounds of counting, largely across a lot of seats, you know what kind of margin of victory is, and then you are able to see the kind of leads that somebody takes in those constituencies, and you'll see the leads. The settling down of the numbers, confirmation of the seats will not happen at 9:30. If anybody is calling the elections at 9:30 or 10 o'clock, then they're really jumping the gun.
I don't think after 2015 Bihar elections anybody's ever done that. And a small note here on exit polls and why should they goose up the numbers. The only, and I'm saying this with a lot of responsibility, the only reason anybody could do that is possibly to short the market. I'm from Bangalore, so I'm into all of these things. So I have to say that this is the only thing I can think of. You want to short the market.
You can short the market a day and then live with that, lack of credibility for the next 4.5 years.
That's the only thing
That's the point I was making. Why would you want to shoot yourself?
Exactly.
You have a legacy to live up to.
Money control representative.
Managing editor, money control.
We have a word on this. So fundamentally on exit polls, two points. Firstly, on exit polls, historically, the exit polls have been wrong in the direction of it only once, which is the 2004 one. Globally, in the 1992 one in UK, when John Major
the
lost,
Trump election,
the Trump election with Hillary. But if you talk to people in the markets, and a lot of our reporters have been talking to, the markets had factored in a result which is similar to what the exit polls have predicted for a long while. A lot of the position in the markets, a lot of people also hedge the other way around and on the short calls. But a lot of fund managers had hedged, had factored in this result a while ago.
Yeah.
Now, whether it holds or not, we'll see.
So Nalin, advise Rahul Shivshankar where to put all his extra money in. What should he do today?
Laddus. I think laddus.
Buy laddus.
Laddus is where you should put your money.
You can give some to us.
Everywhere it's laddu.
You can redistribute your wealth, Rahul.
It's
be all
decided that the menu for today is aloo puri and laddu. Those are the visuals coming in from around the country, from across the country. It seems like that's the menu across the country today. Don't eat or drink anything other than...
That BJP headquarters, we saw puri and bundi.
Yeah.
So that bundi is going to be rolled into
So let me
bundi
tell
and
you a
laddus
true
as
story
well.
on this
Is
point.
that,
5 days ago, I decided to put some money in the market. Okay.
Now we're talking, Rahul.
I hope you use Money Control Pro.
Some being the operative word.
I hope you
Listen
use
to
Money
this.
Control Pro.
So I get a call yesterday evening to say that, अरे आपके account में तो उतना पैसा ही नहीं है. Because I have two accounts where the salary goes in and where the savings, when you transfer into savings account.
Income tax, watch out.
And I had, no, it's all legit. So my savings account, my wife hadn't transferred the money into the savings account against which I had cut the checks. So I'm not in the market right now, and I was very upset because I said this was the time to go in for this. 5 days back I would have benefited from the rally, and I'm sitting here and I can only give my checks tomorrow.
Yeah, see, you should have done it via Money Control Pro.
That's right.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
that's
after
true.
that plug,
Also our YouTube. I think we should mention our YouTube
Ladies and gentlemen,
page.
we have not just the continuous
Congratulations,
broadcast
Steve.
on television, which is also available on YouTube. We also have a separate stream on YouTube. And go ahead and enjoy.
Very poor
Watch it on
journalist.
any screen, but
Yes.
stay with us here on CNN News 18. It's a separate stream that we're going to put in. And the strong room visuals are coming through. We'll also have visuals of the counting center, people standing outside the counting centers.
Those are the returning
the
officers.
harbor, the returning officers.
Beleaguered returning officers.
This is coming from somewhere in the south of our country, and we'll have to see which constituency it is, but that's the strong room, the counting centers. One gets to understand that there won't be an inordinate delay in counting. They will try, and once they start doing it, they'll try and get on a roll and finish out with the numbers and
I live
finish the
right
counting
next
fast.
to a counting center, and ever since the EVMs have come there, I just want to tell you what the security is like. The entire road, the roads around it are completely sealed. Police have been there 24/7. Security is so tight, and the entire area is brightly lit. Nobody is allowed to go anywhere around even the counting center. Forget about trying to enter the counting center. So this is
Highly
protected.
secure zones.
Yeah, like Fort Knox, all of them across the country.
Yeah.
In fact,
nobody
you
can
tweeted
go.
about this.
There is.
Yeah.
You tweeted a photograph.
Yeah, it's like you just can't go anywhere near. So none of us have been able to drive to our homes. We have to go from another route simply because these are so
it's just
tightly guarded.
another few hours of inconvenience at the counting center. All the agents are getting ready. The counting agents are getting ready. The EVM boxes will be opened. We are counting down, ladies and gentlemen. Less than 20 minutes to go before counting gets underway. Multiple visuals. They're all at the ready.
And none
gets
of them
the
have
sense
phones.
that they won't
The
want
other
to.
thing.
Although the counting may be a little slow, that Zaka is apprehensive about if there is a lot of pressure. But if there is a security ring that's going to stop unnecessary elements trying to get too close to the counting centers, and that will allow the polling agents and the counting agents to do their jobs,
But how lucky-
then we should have the results very soon. We should have the
Anand-
results by afternoon.
Anand, as I say, we can get caught up in these sort of side issues, but look how lucky we all are to have this ringside view once in 3 generations on an election that could actually prove to be historic. As I said, a tryst with destiny of a different kind. You know, when Mr. Nehru won his 3rd, he was really running what was a one-horse race legitimately, and anyone who broke away from the Congress in those days was dismissed as a political entrepreneur. If you please. There was no concept of the
this
breadth
morning,
of democracy.
I did, at 3 o'clock
Today
in
we
the
have-
morning, I couldn't sleep. I did a Google search.
Well, you
on
should have called me, I was awake.
What was Mr. Nehru's majority in 1962?
Yeah.
It was 361.
361.
And it struck me, if Mr. Modi crosses 361, if the NDA crosses 361 today, I mean, what a historic mandate this is going to be. And let's not take away, I know all this talk about EVMs and the opposition complaining is getting disproportionate airtime. But if this victory happens in the numbers that the exit poll is suggesting, it is, like you said, it's probably the dawn of a second
Zaka,
republic.
look at how our democracy.
A record, how do you feel when a Don Bradman's
Smita,
record or a Sachin Tendulkar's record is
Smita,
broken?
think about this.
How do they feel?
Look at the breadth that our democracy has assumed. Look at the number of parties today. Look at the number
1960s.
of exactly the moving parts. I mean, you have castes, you have classes, you have parties articulating various interests. You have a dynamic and
and
diverse
not just that, you have
parliament.
642 million voters. In the 1960s, we didn't have the
It gives me
642
goose.
million
Celebrating
voters.
the diversity is
And
what
so
we're
much
doing
more
today.
aware.
Absolutely,
So
really.
much more aware, so much more informed. Every household has a mobile phone. They may not. So all of that is
Governance
important.
has become so much more
we
inclusive.
got Siddhant joining us from the BJP office in Lucknow. Yes, Siddhant.
Well, good morning, Anand. Right now I'm Lucknow headquarters, and today is also Bada Mangal in Lucknow, and Bada Mangal is celebrated on large scale in Lucknow. You will find bhandaras happening all across the city. So, at BJP headquarters, ahead of the results, this Bada Mangal is being celebrated. In fact, you can see ज्येष्ठ मास के द्वितीय बड़े मंगल के शुभ अवसर पर फिर एक बार मोदी सरकार मनोकामना हेतु विशाल भंडारा. And if you have a time, Anand, I can get inside the BJP headquarters and would like to show you the meal that is being prepared ahead of the results on the occasion of Bada Mangal. I would ask my video journalist Vimbadhar to move swiftly, and if you could pan and show it to our viewers, you can see Anand, the Bada Mangal celebration, the Bada Mangal celebration meals are being prepared. Bhandara meal is being prepared. We'll be speaking to some people. क्या क्या है भैया आज भंडारे में?
आलू है, प्याज,
हाँ।
टमाटर है,
हाँ।
कदुआ है।
कदुआ भी है। अच्छा, क्या कब से आप लोग लगे हुए हैं?
रात से लगे हुए,
रात से लगे हुए
कल से।
तो आज तो रिजल्ट भी आ रहा है।
कितने लोगों के लिए भंडारा
क्या
बन
लग
रहा
रहा
है?
है रिजल्ट में?
रिजल्ट में क्या लगा?
हाँ जी,
कितने लोगों के लिए भंडारा बन रहा है?
बीजेपी जीतेगी। कितने लोगों के लिए भंडारा हो रहा है आज यहाँ?
ये कम
10,000 लोगों के लिए है।
10,000
10,000 लोगों के लिए। तो ये बीजेपी जीतने वाली इसलिए हो रहा है, बड़ा मंगल है इसलिए हो रहा है?
नहीं, बड़ा मंगल भी उसका सहयोग है, उसी
हाँ।
में हो रहा है। बीजेपी जीतेगी तब भी हो रहा है।
हाँ, हाँ। वो उधर आनंद, उधर पूड़ियां भी तल रही हैं। मैं बिंबा जी से बोलूंगा दिखाएं। देखिए पूड़ियां गर्मा गर्म पूड़ियां निकाली जा रही हैं।
दिल्ली से लेके लखनऊ तक पूरियां तली जा रही हैं। जैसा मैंने कहा कि दिस मॉर्निंग ब्रेकफास्ट इज नॉट फॉर द कैलोरी कॉन्शियस
पूरा।
बट तुम्हारा गमछा लोग बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है सिद्धांत। ये इलेक्शन में इसको पक्का कर लिए हो इन गर्मी में। गुड वर्क डन ऑल अराउंड। सही कह रहे हैं आप। ये गमछा इज द ओनली वे टू सर्वाइव इन द हीट एंड एवरीबडी इज lean to it. So the pure cotton सूती गमछा, what a blessing that is. थोड़ा सा गीला करके यहाँ गले के पीछे लगा लीजिए तो आपको लू नहीं लगेगी. So that's a simple nuska. But yes, counting down on the clock, less than 15 minutes now, ladies and gentlemen. We will try and keep that clock a little more consistent there on our screens just as we count down and get closer. It is just less than about 15 minutes with the clock. And
what number?
There you go, 13 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
If there has to be a surprise, let's get into that conversation. What number do we have to actually focus on? Which part of the screen? Is it going to be the Congress number that we have to constantly keep an eye on? If the exit polls are to be proven wrong, the basic conventional theory that is being floated is that the more the Congress gets beyond 100, if it does...
First, it has to get to 100.
Yeah, of course. The more it does, as I said, and if it does cross 100, then it becomes problematic for the BJP.
आपका metric बहुत simple है. Uttar Pradesh, if the BJP is leading in more than 55 seats in Uttar Pradesh, the Congress is not getting anywhere, or neither is the INDI alliance getting anywhere closer to the number that they have claimed. What's the first benchmark? Second benchmark is Maharashtra. Out of 48 seats, if the INDI alliance is getting anywhere more than 25 seats, then the BJP will not get to 300 par, because they need those numbers. In the south, 131 seats in the south. How much is the Congress going to max out on, and the INDI alliance going to max out on? In the south, in these 131 seats, like we've predicted that the BJP gets more than 60 seats, 65 seats, and of course the Coromandel. So, and then you'll add Odisha, 21 seats of Odisha. I think these 5-6 seats, these 5-6 states outside of the BJP bastions, these 5-6 states will determine who's getting closer to the target that they have set for themselves.
The BJP doesn't do that well in Maharashtra. I mean, the NDA doesn't do that well in Maharashtra, but still ends up with a score
that's what. So the 370 par or 350 par will not happen if the BJP and the NDA don't come to close to 40 seats in Maharashtra. So that is something which is going to be interesting. But if the BJP retains its seats in Maharashtra, then the BJP is getting closer to the 300 mark.
And for the 270, yes.
If I may interrupt, it's becoming like the Congress of the year. You know, that you lose a few seats in some of these problem areas or where you've been stagnating and you get somewhere else. That's what BJP has become in one sense. Like, you know, this large tent where people come in from different parties and then get their vote bank from those parties. And if they're going to lose in Maharashtra, maybe get some in Odisha. You know, lose if they're losing some in Karnataka or Rajasthan. Because that's what, I mean, Nistula was in Karnataka, I was there. What we saw out there were people saying that they're not going to get as much as they got in 2019. But the exit polls show something else completely. So if they lose some in Karnataka or in Rajasthan or in Madhya Pradesh, they'll probably get that in West Bengal, in Telangana, in AP. So exactly what used to happen earlier. Some of us who've seen elections of the past, not the new ones, but the elections of the past saw this happening with the Congress.
So let's do one thing. We've got just about 10.5 minutes to go.
For the postal ballot.
Not just for the postal ballots and counting to get underway. I want 2-3 exercises. One is, Zaka, where do you think, which are the states and which are the regions where we need to look at, which could perhaps indicate the swing or sway of the election, direction of the election?
As Smita was saying, you know, what the BJP could lose or is at risk in Maharashtra or in Rajasthan, if it makes up in this Coromandel coast. And I'm going to just play out that filter for our viewers. So it's Bengal, they had 18 last time. How far up can they go from 18? Odisha, they had just 8. So there is significant window for the upside. Andhra Pradesh, they had 0. There was no alliance. This time, there's TDP, Jansena and BJP. So anything they get from there, it's 25 seats. Anything they get from Andhra Pradesh is a bonus to the tally of the NDA. Again, in Tamil Nadu, last time they had 0. Anything that the NDA gets or the BJP gets in Tamil Nadu is a bonus. So these 5 states put together is 127 seats, where the BJP could potentially
and
gain.
Zaka, if one were to look at it slightly differently, if the BJP starts doing better, the NDA starts doing better than the 40 it got in phase 1, that means that, even phase 1, even phase by phase, we can start looking at this result.
Where the last time around they had about
That's
39, right. And if they get out and if they
so this is phase 1. The NDA had 47. If you want to see the party breakup of this, again in phase 1 filter. So this was the weakest phase for the BJP. This is where all the talk of low voter turnout and all of that happened.
40.
So the BJP had just 40, right? Even if they get 1 or 2 seats more than 40, then you know that they are moving in the direction of...
And those seats will come from Tamil Nadu?
There are 40 seats in Tamil Nadu. There's a bunch of seats in Madhya Pradesh. The Vidarbha region of Maharashtra, there were 2 seats in Chhattisgarh. A whole bunch of seats, about 10 seats here in the northern part of Rajasthan, which is the Churu, Junjunu, Sikar, that belt. That's something that they are worried about. Western Uttar Pradesh, again, it's going to be big this time because the RLD is with the BJP. So does that offset some of the
they only contested
quote-unquote
60
Jat
last time,
anger?
they've contested 17 more this time. So that is also something
they've also contested far more
The story will also be in how much does the Congress retain out of these 15 seats. If the Congress loses ground in phase 1, which is their strong suit.
That's right.
If the DMK loses ground, which is their strong suit, if some of the regional parties lose some ground, which is their strong suit in the first phase, then we have a story in itself that the direction of the election is in one way.
That's right.
But then the story becomes BJP kitne par.
Yes.
303 is the last time around, 303, 310, 320, 330, or little more a swing around based on how much they max out in some of the other states.
And the same can be also said about phase 2. Again, phase 2 is an interesting one because that's where the BJP is looking to retain quite a few. But there is also Kerala. That comes into the picture, I think.
Let's look at phase 2. This was on the 26th of April. So progressively, as you move from phase 1 onwards, it gets better for the BJP. So 40 last time, 52 in this phase. Again, southern Rajasthan. This was the phase where the Prime Minister went to Banswara and he said, you know, quota inko de denge, unko de denge.
But it's crucial phase 2 for the Congress.
He changed the tone of the election itself.
Phase 2 was also when Karnataka voted. Yes. Southern part of Karnataka, Old Mysore belt voted. Kerala voted in the second phase. Again, in Maharashtra, it was moving from west to east. So parts of Vidarbha, parts of Marathwada voted. Again, in Madhya Pradesh, it was moving west to east. So, you know, the Reva, Panna, that belt voted in the second phase. Again, Western Uttar Pradesh voted in the second phase. And of course, parts of the northeast.
Would it be fair to say, Zaka, that the election could be decided by the first 2 phases, direction of the election?
The direction. So generally, you know, if it's moving in a direction, it just gets accentuated further in that direction as the election moves.
It's at the end of this phase that the Samvidhan Badal Denge and all that began. But by then, half of the country had almost voted, right? Most of it.
It's 102 plus 88.
And did it actually resonate on ground?
We've been talking about BJP numbers. The critical thing is also what the Congress number, how much will they increase by? And for the Congress, this phase 2 is very important.
Because they have 20 seats in
They have to have a huge growth in Karnataka if they have to grow. Madhya Pradesh, they have to make inroads. In Rajasthan, where there was anti-incumbency and reports on several seats, half of Rajasthan is in this phase. Also in phase 1, if there has to be a dent in the BJP number, there has to be a big dent in UP. For the opposition to do it, right? And phase 1 is where the Western UP, where BJP didn't have most of these seats in last time.
I think there were 8
the direction
seats
of this poll is very clear in phase 1 and phase 2.
We did this entire exercise yesterday, Nalin, and we said that the Congress has to max out. They have 181 seats versus the BJP. They have 181 seats versus where
they need 102.
They need to win 102. The last time they had 52. Even if they retain their 52 from last time, they have to win another 60 seats minimum.
So to answer Nalin's question, last time around in the first 2 phases in Uttar Pradesh, the NDA had 10 the BSP plus the India Alliance had 6. But if you added the vote share of the BSP and the India Alliance, it was comparable to what the BJP got. But now that they are fighting separately and BJP is sitting at 60% vote share, and this will increase because you add another 2-3% of the RLD, then this goes above 60%. So I think clearly, you know, for the BJP, for the India Alliance, this Western Uttar Pradesh is a battle that they have to fight, is a battle that they have to win. They have to do better than the 6 seats that they got last time. Unfortunately, the arithmetic doesn't seem to be stacking up for the India Alliance, certainly not in Western Uttar Pradesh. I also want to just quickly go back to the India map, go back to the 2019 election, and this thing that we were talking about, the direct fights, right? We've been talking about it for a while now. BJP versus Congress direct fights, and we'll go to the party filter on this. In the direct fights, out of 186 seats, in 2014, the BJP had 160. In 2019, they had 170. So they've been progressively increasing that. If, let's say, the entire premise of this election is that BJP will lose some seats in these 186, they can't max out to 170 like they did last time, whether it's in Rajasthan, whether it's in some parts of Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka even, because there's a Congress government there now. The point is, you have to start seeing evidence of the Congress gaining in these seats. Are you seeing that? At least so far, no, because in Madhya Pradesh, other than that one seat of Chhindwara, no one's really talking about, you know, the Congress making significant inroads there. Gujarat, I showed this on the map the other day. In 2009, the Congress had 13 MPs from Gujarat. Today, I don't think they're in a position to get even one out of 26 seats in Gujarat. In Rajasthan, again, you go back to 2009, they had 12 or 13 MPs from Rajasthan. Today, they're fighting to get one.
I think they had 17 from Uttar Pradesh.
That's 21 from Uttar Pradesh 21. Back in 2009.
There you go.
I mean, my point is, where is it that the Congress is gaining? Where are you seeing evidence of the Congress gaining?
And yet, where do you say, how do you explain the confidence that the India Alliance and especially the spokespersons of the Congress, where are they getting that kind of confidence that we are forming the government? You know, the super confidence that they had, and especially when you saw that in the first 2 and even till the 3rd phase, you didn't see the alliance getting together at all, because Uttar Pradesh, where the majority should come from, it should be Akhilesh who should be giving all the support for the Congress.
is saying
didn't happen.
सुनिए, Trinamool is saying बंगाल में 25 सीट जीत रहे हैं. सपा is saying हम उत्तर प्रदेश में 60 सीटें जीत रहे हैं. They are winning seats. नहीं, I'm just saying. DMK is saying we are winning all 39 seats in Tamil Nadu. All these regional players are saying how many seats they are winning. The Congress is not telling us how many seats they are winning. Where are they winning?
But उनका प्रधानमंत्री उनका बनेगा.
You just look at the number.
जितनी आबादी उतना हक, so they will have the prime minister.
The first 3 phases that you were talking about.
जितने जज्बात उतना हक.
So the first 3 phases you were talking about, Smita, 283 seats in the first 3 phases. The BJP last time won 164 out of that 283. That's a more than 50% strike rate.
Great.
The Congress had won just 37. That's a 10% or 12% strike rate. I mean, this is the mountain that they have to climb. The Congress has to start winning.
And there is a vote share differential.
Exactly.
You know,
38% and 24%. There's a 14% vote share gap, which the Congress has to climb. And these are primarily states where it is again Congress versus BJP. Of course, the DMK will say it will win maximum seats in Tamil Nadu. The Congress, of course, won a big chunk of seats from Kerala last time around. Maharashtra, Western Maharashtra, as well as Vidarbha and parts of Marathwada. But states like Gujarat, states like Rajasthan, states like Madhya Pradesh, these are states, all of Uttarakhand, 25 seats of the Northeast, all of them voted by the end of the 3rd phase. These are places where the Congress has to start running up numbers, and it is not. All right, we have a minute left.
We've just got less than a minute left, and the talk is, I think somewhere the losers have said, let them talk only about us, and that's why let's try and set up the narrative. The story has to be, if the Prime Minister said 400, and if they stop at 310, it's a fantastic victory, but then where is it? And if they are going to go up to 350 or 360 as BJP, where is it that they are going to max out? All of that will be decided in the next 30 seconds thereafter, ladies and gentlemen, from 8 a.m. Counting will get underway. The postal ballots will start coming. The numbers, the scoreboard will start ticking. Already the BJP is up on the leaderboard with that no contested victory in Surat in Gujarat. So Gujarat has already given 1 seat to the BJP even before counting has begun. Is that now going to set the tone on this day of Bade Mangal? Mangal ke din Mangal hoga ke nahi? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And counting gets underway, ladies and gentlemen. Counting begins and the postal ballot will be counted and we should have the numbers coming through from the live result hub. Counting of votes gets underway on this historic day of Lok Sabha 2024. Many believe this is on the cusp of us writing our destiny as a nation, ladies and gentlemen. The early trends will trickle in shortly via the postal ballot and we will have the first numbers coming in. Which state will start returning the first leads from the postal ballots? We'll get a word in just a bit. We'll go to Avantika at the live result hub as soon as the first number comes in. And we are expecting as soon as the counting centers open, the postal ballots are started, the counting of the postal ballot starts, you will have the numbers coming in, leads coming in. Let's first see which of the counting centers are already open. Live result hub, Avantika with us. Counting centers, are they already open? Postal ballots, will they start coming in? Yes, Avantika.
Yes, absolutely, Anand. And the counting has begun. These are the postal ballots, very important postal ballots. Opposition had been making so much hue and cry about it. We have the first the numbers coming in from Tumkur, Mysuru, Dakshina Kannada. Very interesting. BJP taking a lead in Tumkur, Mysuru and Dakshina Kannada. V. Somanna, in fact, taking a lead in Tumkur. In Mysuru, we have Yaduvir, who is taking a lead in Dakshin Kannada. We have Captain Brijesh, who is also taking a lead. Just take us through these numbers. Very important.
So first three leads coming in from Karnataka.
In Tumkur, BJP is leading. BJP candidate V. Somanna is leading against the Congress candidate Mudda Hanambe Gowda. It is and in Mysore also. Some Yaduvir Vadayar also leading in postal ballot vote. In Dakshin Kannada, the BJP stronghold, BJP Captain Chauta is leading in postal ballot vote.
So the first three leads coming in for the BJP from the state of Karnataka. Yaduvir Chamaraja is now he's leading in Mysuru. There is a lead that's coming from Dakshina Kannada also, and we also have a lead coming in for V. Somanna. Again of the BJP. The leaderboard has already started ticking. 2 leads for the INDIA, 5 leads for the NDA. And the early leads are coming in. All 5 leads are for the BJP. All 5 leads are for the BJP within the NDA. And in the INDIA, it's the others, some of the regional alliances who are taking the early lead. These are the early leads on the leaderboard coming through. Zaka Jacob, which states are returning numbers?
For example, Dakshin Kannada was Shobha's seat. Shobha got changed. She's now fighting from North Bangalore. So, Udupi Chikmagalur, sorry. The Yaduvir seat of Mysore, again, an interesting one, a new candidate there. That was Pratap Simha's seat. That got changed as well. Tumkur was a big battle, both for the Congress as well as for the BJP. V. Somanna is leading from that. We also have from Davangere, the BJP candidate is leading there. Anna Sahib Jole's seat in Chikkodi, also the BJP leading. So BJP really running up the numbers as far as Karnataka is concerned.
This was one of the states where the turnout was consistently low.
Yes,
across both
the turnout was
phase 2
lower.
and phase 3.
Let's also bring in Rajasthan. I have a couple of leads in Rajasthan. I think one Congress lead in Rajasthan, if I can focus on that constituency. All right, Bharatpur, Sajna Jatav of the Congress is leading in that constituency. You have the neighbouring constituency, Jaipur Rural, where Rao Rajendra Singh of the BJP is leading. You have the next constituency, which is Jaipur City, where Manju Sharma of the BJP is leading. So we have 2-3 leads from Rajasthan, 2 to the BJP, 1 to the Congress. We have 1 seat, Mandsaur, from Madhya Pradesh, where Sudhir Gupta of the BJP is leading.
4 leads coming out of Tamil Nadu.
All right, we're getting Tamil Nadu. All right, DMK leads. We've got DMK leads in constituency number 12. This is Arani constituency. DMK candidate there is leading. In Arakonam constituency, Jagat Rakshagan of the DMK is leading. In Sri Perambudur, T.R. Balu. He's of course the senior leader of the DMK. He's leading. So 3 leads for the DMK in Tamil Nadu. 1 in Madhya Pradesh for the BJP. We also have from Jammu and Kashmir. I'm just going to try and zoom in. I think this is the Udhampur. No, this is Jammu. Jugal Kishore of the BJP is leading in Jammu. We have one from Bengal, which is the North Bengal seat. I'm just trying to see. I think it is Cooch Bihar, where Nishit Pramanik is fighting from. Sorry, this is Alipurdwar, from where Manoj Tigga of the BJP is fighting. So he's leading there. We have one more from Gujarat.
Maharashtra leads are coming in. Uttar Pradesh leads are coming in. 29 out of 543 leads are coming in. 18 to the BJP already. 20 to the NDA. 9 to the INDI alliance. 3 to the Congress party. Avantika, where are the leads coming in from Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh?
From Anand, from Dindori, Palghar, Yavatmal, Kalyan, Jalna, Pune, it's looking very good for the Mahayuti. I know it's still premature, but Tushar, just tell us. Nitin Gadkari, in fact, is leading. Just quickly tell us.
Yes, just now the postal voting has been started, and in Nagpur, Nitin Gadkari is leading. In Bid, Pankaja Munde is leading from Bid. Almost we have postal votes since 10 constituencies. We have Dindori, Palghar, Raver, Yavatmal, Washim, Kalyan. From
and
where
you're seeing a good lead for the Mahayuti.
Right now there is good lead. Kalyan from Shrikant Shinde, who is CM Sons also and sitting MP. He is leading from Kalyan. Mumbai North Central, Ujjwal Nikam is the main candidate from North Central. Shirur, Dr. Amol Kole, again who is sitting MP. He is also leading in first phase. Aurangabad, postal voting has been just started. We'll get updates short while.
Right. So leads, early leads coming in from Maharashtra. Uttar Pradesh leads 7 out of 86 to the NDA, 1 to the INDI alliance. Overall, 39 out of 543 constituencies are reporting postal ballot leads. 26 of that is the BJP, 11 to the INDI alliance, 5 to the Congress party. Overall, 32 to the NDA. 44 leads now. 44 leads out of 543. It's all postal ballots. Early leads coming through. Navneet Rana is leading from Amravati. That's a key race alert coming through. Zaka,
we have a couple of leads from Uttar Pradesh as well. From Rampur, Ghanshyam Singh Lodhi of the BJP is leading. That would be big. Rampur, of course, Azam Khan's pocket borough. Sitapur, the Congress candidate Rakesh Rathore is leading from Sitapur. So 2 leads we have as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned. We're getting one more. I think it's Azamgarh, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Dharmendra Yadav is leading from Azamgarh. So this is Uttar Pradesh. Going back to Maharashtra, like you said, Pankaja Munde is leading from Bid. You have Navneet Rana leading from Amravati. You have Nitin Gadkari leading from Nagpur. So it's looking good for the BJP. These are postal ballots, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, till about 8:30. It's all postal ballots. So this is what we're getting.
54 leads, 39 to the NDA, 15 to the INDI. Yes, Avantika.
Anand, a lot of updates coming in from Uttar Pradesh. Heather is telling us Varanasi leads have come in. Azamgarh, as Zaka was just mentioning as well. Ghaziabad is also in. Tell us what exactly is happening. What are you seeing?
अतुल गर्ग आगे चल रहे हैं, लीड कर रहे हैं.
ठीक है. And Dharmendra Yadav, as Zaka also just mentioned, that lead is coming in. Heather, बताइए कौन से lead आए हैं अभी?
अभी आजमगढ़ से आया है. आजमगढ़ में धर्मेंद्र यादव अभी लीड कर रहे हैं और लालगंज में भी सपा का प्रत्याशी आगे चल रहा है. वाराणसी में से पीएम मोदी आगे हैं और इटावा में भी अभी सपा का प्रत्याशी पोस्टल बैलेट की गिनतियों में अभी आगे हैं. अभी और गाजियाबाद से बीजेपी प्रत्याशी आगे हैं.
Yeah, so that's about it. As you had just mentioned, Varanasi, Sapa ka wo chal raha hai abhi lead in from their, bastions. So that's where we'll be getting. We're just going to the other states as well, Anand. So I'll just come to you in a bit.
So let's look at the leads here. Dimple Yadav leading from Mainpuri, early postal ballot leads. Dharmendra Yadav is leading from Azamgarh. Ghaziabad, the BJP candidate is leading. So these are the key race alerts and they'll keep flipping, they'll keep changing, ladies and gentlemen. Overall, 73 leads. 73 leads. Look at the top right corner of your screen. And if you're watching the screen, then it is the top left corner of your screen. That's where the leads are coming through. 83 out of 543. And next to that is the groupings. NDA, BJP, INDIA, Congress and the others. Right above me, you can see this. This corner here, that's where, there you go. That's the 87 out of 543. And then you read right at the top of the screen itself, the masthead itself, where the channel logo is, you will see the overall India leads, Bharat ka national leads. Now on this side, you will see the states toggling, and at the bottom are the key race alerts, who are all leading, and that's where you can keep an eye. Anurag Thakur is leading at his seat in Hamirpur, and the NDA halfway mark to 272. NDA is already leading in 70. The INDIA is at 25. Overall, we got 97.
Kangana Ranaut is leading in Mandi. You have, like you said, Anurag Thakur is leading in Hamirpur. One Congress lead in Shimla city. This is going to be a a tightly fought one. Vinod Sultanpuri versus Mr. Kashyap, who's a sitting MP. Also in Jammu and Kashmir, you have one more seat reporting. Let me just take a look at that. That's Udhampur, where Chaudhry Lal Singh of the Congress up against Mr. Dr. Jitendra Singh. Chaudhry Lal Singh seems to be leading in Udhampur. Let me go back to Maharashtra. We've got a couple of more leads from Maharashtra. Like I said, Pankaja Munde is leading from Beed. Then we have Baramati, where Supriya Sule is leading. Also in the neighboring constituencies, also being led by the NCP Sharad Pawar faction. So
it's racing up, 114 leads already. The map getting populated thick and fast, ladies and gentlemen. 82 to the NDA, 35 to the INDIA, 83 to the NDA, 35 to the INDA, 73 to the BJP
The JDS has also opened its account. Kumaraswamy is leading from Mandya, and the Kolar seat, Malesh Babu of the JDS is leading. So the JDS leading in 2. Congress incidentally has not opened its account in Karnataka yet.
Karnataka 10 leads.
That's also necessary to see. It's basically service personnel.
Sure.
So it's
No,
interesting.
it's service personnel,
Older
state
people.
government
Older
employees,
state government employees.
and anybody who's on polling. booth.
Right.
Yeah.
So
So
those,
it's quite a
those
wide
are the
section.
people who are going to be
And this
voting on
time they've
postal.
expanded
And if you see
the ambit.
in Himachal, if Anurag and the others are leading, remember that there's a lot to talk about the Agnipath scheme. So there's a huge,
That's a good point.
service personnel who are voting in, and there was this talk that the Agnipath scheme, which Rahul Gandhi kept talking about, that Agnipath hata denge. But if service personnel and government officials are voting towards the BJP, that means that messaging probably did not work. If Himachal, you're talking about even Kangana leading out.
Yeah, Kangana is leading, Anurag Thakur
old
is
pension
leading.
scheme.
Even
Early
Mr.
days,
Anand
of
Sharma
course.
is trailing
Early
from
days,
Kangra.
so-
Rajiv of the BJP is leading.
shouldn't
So out of
get
the
ahead of
4
ourselves.
seats in Himachal, 3 seats BJP is leading in. Madhya Pradesh also all reporting. Let's look at Vidisha. Shivraj Singh Chauhan is leading. No surprises there. From Khargon, Gajendra Singh Patel is leading. From Ratlam, Anita Nagar Singh Chaudhary is leading. Then you have, again, from Mandsaur, was one of the first seats that reported. Jhalawar, where Dushyant Singh, Vasundhara Raje's son, he's leading in Jhalawar. Let me see if we can get Jalore. From Udaipur, the BJP candidate is leading. From Nagaur, Hanuman Beniwal, and we were talking about this, that belt had seen decreased voter turnout.
Any
Hanuman
leads coming in
Beniwal.
from Baramati?
Just
Zaka?
Baramati,
Supriya
Supriya
Sule
Sule
is leading in Baramati.
Supriya Sule right now
Supriya
leading in
Sule is
Baramati.
leading in Baramati.
Go down to the
99
wire.
leads for the NDA, 89 for the BJP, 140 leads, postal ballot counting. Yes, Avantika at the live result hub.
West Bengal. Abhishek Banerjee, Mamta Banerjee's nephew is leading Anand. Diamond Harbour, he's leading. Manoj Tigga from Alipur Dwar. और बताइए और कौन-कौन से लीड हो रहे हैं?
अभी तक जो पहले का जो ट्रेंड सुबह जो ट्रेंड आ रहा है तो उसमें अभी पहले पोस्टल बैलेट की ही खुलासा हुआ है तो उसमें हम देख रहे हैं कि नॉर्थ बंगाल से अलीपुरद्वार जो है सीट्स उसका मनोज टिग्गा जो है बीजेपी का इनकम्बेंट जो है वो अभी लीड कर रही है और आपको पता है कि डायमंड हार्बर बहुत एक हाई वोल्टेज आपका एलएस है आई मीन पार्लियामेंट कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी है वहाँ पे अभिषेक बनर्जी जो है ममता बनर्जी चीफ मिनिस्टर का जो नेफ्यू है वो अभी कंटेस्ट कर रहे हैं
कोलकाता से कोई लीड्स आए हैं सुदीप बंदोपाध्याय
आ रहा है तो उसमें देखा कोलकाता से अभी कुछ
Not yet.
अभी नहीं आया है लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से कि विद इन हाफ एन आवर वी विल गेट द ट्रेंड्स आई मीन
I think the big one, Manoj Tigga for the BJP is leading. I just have two. I'll just come back to you, Anand.
We have one from the northeast. Jorhat, Gaurav Gogoi is leading. He changed his seat. There was a lot of controversy around it, but he's leading in Jorhat in Assam.
Well, that's interesting. That's an interesting one.
Let me go back to UP because ultimately it depends on on Uttar Pradesh. SP is running up some numbers here in UP. Let's look at the constituencies. Badaयूं SP candidate is leading. Dimple Yadav, of course, we mentioned from Mampuri, from Itawa. Jitendra Kumar Dohare is leading, and then of course Azamgarh and the neighbouring seat to that. Both those seats, the Lalganj. Both Azamgarh and Lalganj, the SP is leading. Where is the BJP leading? It's leading in Amethi. Smriti Irani is leading in Amethi. In the neighbouring seat of Pratapgarh, BJP is leading. In Western Uttar Pradesh, from Aligarh, Satish Gautam is leading. From Ghaziabad, the new constituent there, Atul Garg, he is leading. From Meerut, Arun Govil is leading. So Western Uttar Pradesh seems to be going the BJP's way. Rampur,
Delhi leads
like I said.
coming in also. Delhi leads.
Delhi
leads.
Let me look at Delhi. All right, we'll go back to the state and see where
186 leads in the postal ballots already coming, 117 leads, 120 leads now to the BJP, 52 to the INDA alliance, 19 to the Congress party, 135 leads to the NDA. We are nearing about 200 leads, ladies and gentlemen, 192 leads out of 543. These are postal ballots. This is early counting. First half an hour
the
is all
Delhi leads
postal
that I
ballot.
have,
Now, Delhi
Basuri Swaraj is trailing.
All leads from
Somnath
Delhi.
Bharti is Somnath Bharati is leading in New Delhi. Basuri Swaraj is trailing, whereas all the other seats of Delhi, including Northeast Delhi, East Delhi, Northwest Delhi, West Delhi, everywhere else the BJP is leading. It's only in the New Delhi constituency where Basuri Swaraj is trailing. But let's go back to the India map and see.
Basuri Swaraj is currently trailing to the man who said that if PM Modi comes to power today, he will shave his head. He will shave off his head. So
It's very warm weather, so it's probably not a bad
and very little hair, so.
So that means a lot of the consensus here is, okay, Kamalji, Sehrawat is leading, so we've got some of the key race alerts coming through. Somnath Bharati is leading in New Delhi against Basuri Swaraj. She's the only one trailing out of the 7 leads. Maharashtra is getting populated.
UBT, Uddhav Sena has got 1 lead in Aurangabad. So that's a seat that Chandrakant Khere is fighting in. Shrikant Shinde is leading in Kalyan, so that's again an important one, the son of the Chief Minister. In Sindhudurg, Ratnagiri, Narayan Rane is leading. This was a gamble that the BJP took because they were hoping that the dominance of the Sena UBT in Konkan will be neutralized by Narayan Rane. Narayan Rane, of course, is leading in Ratnagiri, Sindhudurg. Let's look at some of the Mumbai constituencies as well. I'll try and bring up the state. You can go, go to some of the...
go to Mumbai, and then 227 out of 543 leads, 157 to the NDA, 62 to the INDIA.
All right.
Congress into the 20s with 23 leads in the postal ballots. We are getting populated numbers from across multiple states. Uttar Pradesh, 34 leads for the NDA, 15 for the INDIA. Madhya Pradesh, all 9 to the BJP. Tamil Nadu, 13 to the INDIA. NDA still not in the leads at all on the leaderboard. Assam, 2 to the NDA. Rajasthan, 11 to the BJP, 2 to the INDIA, and of course Andhra Pradesh 8 to the NDA, 1 to YSRCP. So the IND alliance not there on the leaderboard yet. Kerala, UDF leading in 6, LDF leading in 1. Multiple data points coming through. BJP leading in 8 out of 15, 13 leads in Bengal. Trinamool Congress leading in 5. Rajasthan 11 to 2 is the story. Gujarat again, it's BJP all the way in all the 15 leads that have come through. It's the BJP. Shashi Tharoor is leading in Kerala. Yes,
Shashi Tharoor is leading in Thiruvananthapuram against Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Rahul Gandhi is leading in Wayanad. Of course, the question of which seat will he give up. Raebareli is not reporting just yet. But like I said, Amethi is, and Amethi...
Rahul Gandhi, Wayanad, he is leading. Shashi Tharoor is leading in Thiruvananthapuram. Trishur leads have not yet come in.
Anand, at least on postal ballots, the BJP's conversion rate is higher than it was last time.
Yeah, much higher, and the Congress is still not leading in the postal ballots. It's not breaking in with nearly about 270, say 220, 230 seats leads coming through.
All right, now we have reports from Mandi that Vikramaditya Singh is leading. So out of the 4 in Himachal, in Mandi, the Congress is leading. In Shimla, the Congress is leading. So it's going to be interesting. It's going to be a long day of counting there. SP seems to be getting some numbers in Uttar Pradesh.
Yeah, Uttar Pradesh.
All right, let's take a look at the non-Yadav belt. Of course, we start with Mempuri, where Dimple is leading. Itawa, the SP candidate, is leading. Kannauj is where Akhilesh is fighting from. He's leading there. From Unnao, again, the SP is leading. So SP seems to be running up some numbers.
Congress also has some leads.
Congress has a couple. I think this is Raebareli. Yeah, this is Raebareli. Rahul Gandhi leading in Raebareli right now. You also have one more for the Congress in Sitapur. Rakesh Rathod is leading for the Congress. So Uttar Pradesh is going to be long. It's going to be an interesting one. But the rest of it, Gujarat is populating up as well. Look at all the Gujarat seats. From Kutch, BJP leading. From Rajkot, Mr. Rupala, Purushottam Rupala, he ran into some trouble. He's leading there as well. Neighbouring constituency of Mansukh Mandavia is leading from Porbandar. So all the numbers running up for the BJP as far as Gujarat is concerned. Also in Rajasthan, other than 2
Bhupendra
seats.
Yadav is leading in Alwar, Rajasthan numbers. Dushyant Singh is leading in Jhalawar. Those are the numbers coming through.
Coming from Odisha?
Jyotiraditya Scindia is leading in Guna. That number. Gajendra Shekhawat leading in Jodhpur.
So, so in Rajasthan, other than 2, the Junjunu seat where the Congress is leading and the Bharatpur seat where Sajna Jatav is leading, those are the only 2 seats for the Congress. All the other seats that are reporting in Rajasthan, it's the BJP that is leading in those seats. From Odisha, we have one. From Odisha, we have one. Sambalpur, Dharmendra Pradhan of the BJP is leading in Sambalpur.
Dharmendra Pradhan leading in Sambalpur, 228 out of 543 leads, 158 for the NDA 141 for the BJP. The Congress in the 20s only 23. INDIA with 62. 15 leads in Uttar Pradesh for the INDI alliance. 34 there you go, the Uttar Pradesh number just to my right there. 34 for the NDA. Largely it's the BJP driving those leads there. All 15 leads in Gujarat going towards the BJP. In Andhra Pradesh, again, the NDA is leading in 8 at the bottom left there. And here, Karnataka, interesting. NDA leading in all 16 right now in Karnataka. Very interesting.
That's correct.
In the postal ballots.
Congress has opened only one account, which is the seat of, one second, this is the seat of Bellary, where E. Tukaram of the Congress, he seems to be leading. All the other leads in Karnataka are for the BJP and 2 for the JDS. Some leads in Bengal coming in. Let me just go across to that. Diamond Harbour, we talked about. The seat of Ghatal. Ghatal is being led right now by the TMC. Deepak Adhikari of the TMC. Jadavpur, Shiny Ghosh of the TMC is leading. In Birbhum, the BJP is leading. Deptanu Bhattacharya is leading. And like I said, in Alipurdwar, Mr. Tiga of the BJP is leading.
One of the states where the Congress said they will make inroads and they will make gains is Madhya Pradesh. Avantika, what are the leads in Madhya Pradesh and who's leading in them in the postal ballots?
Interesting leads coming in right now from Madhya Pradesh. What we're getting to hear is BJP leading in 9 seats in Madhya Pradesh, 4 seats for the Congress party. बताइए, I can just see
मध्य प्रदेश के
सिंधिया भी लीड कर रहे हैं अभी
गुना से ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया लीड कर रहे हैं, जो कि वीआईपी कैंडिडेट हैं. उसी के साथ शिवराज सिंह चौहान विदिशा से लीड कर रहे हैं. टोटल अभी हमारे पास मध्य प्रदेश से 9 सीटों के रुझान आ चुके हैं. छत्तीसगढ़ की बात करें तो छत्तीसगढ़ से हमारे पास 4 सीटों के रुझान आ चुके हैं, जिनमें से 3 बीजेपी लीड कर रही है और 1 कांग्रेस लीड कर रही है राजनांदगांव से.
Congress Rajnandgaon se lead kar rahi hai. 3. Bhupesh Baghel is leading
from Rajnandgaon. That's the only lead that the Congress has in Chhattisgarh. All the other leads are with. Where Odisha, we have one more seat. I think this is the from Puri. Sambit Patra is leading. So Sambit Patra from Puri, Mr. Pradhan from Sambalpur, both BJP candidates. Only 2 leads from Odisha, both for the BJP right now.
It's populating there, even in the northeast up there. There are some.
Can I just quickly go through Maharashtra? Aurangabad, UBT candidate is leading. From Palghar, again, the UBT candidate is leading. Couple of seats for the Congress. Kolhapur, which is again a hotly fought seat. The Congress candidate there is leading. The neighboring seat of Hatkangle, again, the UBT is leading. This is all again in the coastal part of Maharashtra, the Konkan, Ratnagiri, Sindhudurg, that belt, where of course Narayan Rane is leading from that particular seat. But we're getting more and more numbers for Congress. Let's look at the seats of Kerala as well. All right, the neighboring. So Thiruvananthapuram, Shashi Tharoor. Now Rajiv Chandrasekhar has taken a lead. Now Rajiv Chandrasekhar has taken a lead in Thiruvananthapuram. Neighboring seat of Attingal, it's V. Joy of the CPM who's taken a lead. The next seat of Kollam, M. Mukesh, who's a film actor of the CPM, he's taken a lead. Then you have the seat of Alapura, where K.C. Venugopal is fighting. There again, the CPM seems to have taken a lead. So, all right, now Attingal has flipped. Now Adur Prakash of the Congress is leading in Attingal. The left also leading, Joyce George leading from Idiki. This was again a Congress seat. Dean Kuriakose. Patanam Titta, Dr. Thomas Isaac, former finance minister. He's leading. So the left seems to be running up numbers far more than what the Congress did. They had just 1 MP last time around from Kerala. This time they seem to have a lot more, at least in the postal ballots. Let's look at Tamil Nadu for example. We haven't got reports from Coimbatore yet, but from Erode, DMK candidate is leading. From Thoothukudi, Kanimuri is leading. Then you have a bunch of seats in the north of the state. From Arani, DMK candidate leading. From Arakonam, Jagat Rakshagan leading of the DMK. From Kanchipuram again the DMK leading. Sri Parambadur, TR Balu is leading. Shashikant Senthil, who's a close associate of Rahul Gandhi of the Congress party, he's leading in Tiruvallur. Let me take a look at Telangana. We got 1 seat, Mehboobabaad, where that we have reports for, where the Congress candidate is leading. In Andhra Pradesh, again, constituency number 13, Guntur, where the TDP candidate is leading. So Andhra Pradesh, I suspect, will take some time to report. But again, let's go back to Bengal. We have more reports in Bengal. The seat of Asansol, Shatrughan Sinha seems to be leading. The neighboring seat of Birbhum, the BJP candidate there is leading. And then, of course, I reported the 2 Calcutta seats, Diamond Harbour and Jadavpur, where the TMC candidate is leading. In Arunachal West, Kiran Rijiju is leading. So that's the 1 seat from Arunachal that's reporting. From Nagaland, the NDPP is leading. So that's the 1 seat we have from that state. From Manipur, Inner Manipur, Mr. Basanta Kumar Singh of the BJP is leading. Manipur also should be watched out for the 2 seats, Inner and Outer Manipur. We'll see how that plays out. Gujarat, all the numbers in favor of the BJP except in Sabarkantha, where Chaudhry Tushar Amar Singh of the Congress. So out of 20 odd seats that are reporting, 1 for the Congress lead and the rest for the BJP. Again, go back to Maharashtra. Maharashtra is going to be the election defining state in many ways this time around. From Palghar, the SSUBT candidate is leading. In Baramati, Supriya Sule is leading. Shiv Sena, NCP candidate also leading in the neighboring seat. Then you have in the Konkan belt where Narayan Rane is leading in Ratnagiri, Sindhudurg. In Kolhapur, the Congress candidate is leading. You have one more seat reporting from Western Maharashtra. From Shirur, again the NCP Sharad Pawar faction candidate there leading. Let me just quickly look at if we can get the city seats as far as Mumbai is concerned. Piyush Goyal is leading in North Mumbai, so that's on expected lines. You have the North Central seat, Ujjwal Nikam leading again on expected lines. Mumbai Northeast, where the SSUBT candidate Sanjay Patil is leading. And then, of course, you have Kalyan, where again, no surprises, Shrikant Shinde, the Chief Minister's son, the incumbent MP, he's leading. So Maharashtra seems to be a bit of neck and neck. NDA 18, India 12.
The map and the live result hub will get populated faster than some of the grids on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, because the numbers are going to get updated. It's a matter of just a few seconds, but that's how it is. Key race alert that's coming through. SS Ahluwalia is trailing in Asansol. There is Navneet Rana who's leading in Amravati. Let's go across to Avantika Singh joining us with details from multiple states where the leads are populating thick and fast. Yes, yes.
Absolutely, Anand. Thank you so much. So, a lot of updates coming in. Rahul Gandhi is leading right now from Raebareli. Very interesting. बताइए हैदर, कौन-कौन लीड कर रहे हैं? जल्दी बताइए.
जी, सबसे जी से है रायबरेली से राहुल गांधी लीड कर रहे हैं, जबकि अमेठी से स्मृति ईरानी अभी भी लीड कर रही हैं. उसके अलावा गोरखपुर से रवि किशन लीड कर रहे हैं. मेरठ से अरुण गोविल लीड कर रहे हैं. और उसके अलावा उन्नाव से अनु टंडन है. बदायूं से आदित्य यादव लीड कर रहे हैं. कन्नौज से अखिलेश यादव लीड कर रहे हैं और मैनपुरी से डिम्पल यादव लीड कर रही है.
So SP Bastions, I'm just very quickly going to go to Kerala. अर्पित हटिए, जल्दी बताइए केरला में क्या हो रहा है? केरला. What's happening in Kerala quickly?
Contrary to the exit polls now, LDF is leading and UDF is trailing. That's what's happening here.
All right. So,
yeah, LDF is leading in how many seats? LDF is leading in how many seats?
LDF is leading in how many seats?
10 seats.
10 seats.
LDF leading in 10 seats.
Wow,
quick update on Karnataka if Karnataka is close by.
Leading in 10 seats.
Yeah, if Karnataka is close by, quick update on Karnataka. If quick update on Karnataka.
बताइए, जल्दी बताइए. It's a very, very tight contest in Karnataka. In fact, they're saying Siddaramaia's guarantees Modi's charisma. Let's see which wins, who wins.
20 leads for the NDA, is it?
BJP is leading in 18 constituency,
18.
followed by BJP Alliance, JDS leading in 2 constituency. Former Chief Minister H.D. Kumaraswamy leading in Mandya constituency.
Okay, BJP leading in 18
BJP in 18, NDA in 20. BJP in 18, NDA in 20,
and JDS in 2.
Kerala becomes interesting.
Kerala is
19
very
leads,
interesting.
10,
You know,
8 and 1.
Let's go from the south. Rajiv Chandrasekhar is currently leading. The neighboring seat in Attingal, Adur Prakash of the Congress is leading. But look at the left's numbers. Mukesh leading from Kollam, neighboring seat of Pathanamthitta, Thomas Isaac leading. From Mavelikara, the left candidate leading. You have even KC Venugopal is trailing in Alapura. KC Venugopal, the powerful General Secretary of the Congress.
Had 14 last time.
The Congress
right
had 14. Right now they have, the UDF has only 8. Again in Idukki, the left candidate there seems to be leading. Even in Thrissur, Sunil Kumar, Advocate V.S. Sunil Kumar, former minister in the left government, he seems to be leading. These are postal ballots. This can dramatically change in the next half an hour or so. From Alatur, left leading. From Palakkad, A. Vijay Raghavan, again, he used to be a former minister in the government there. He's leading as well. Up in the north of Kerala, Wayanad, Rahul Gandhi is leading. He's leading against Ani Raja. And M.K. Raghavan is leading from Kozhikode. But look at the Kannur from Vadagara, K.K. Shailaja, who's the former health minister. She's leading, the CPM candidate there. And from Kannur again, M.V. Jayarajan, who's a powerful organizational secretary of the CPM. So CPM running up the numbers as far as Kerala is concerned. Let's go back to the India numbers. Again, we have some more results, some more leads, that are coming in from Bengal. So like I said, in Bankura now, Arup Chakravarti of the TMC is leading. From Asansol, Shatrughan Sinha is leading. We have more from Birbhum, the BJP candidate is leading. We also have straight up north, I think this is the Sikkim seat. Yes, Indrahang Subba of the SKM is leading in the Sikkim seat. Let's look at Karnataka as well, and this is going to be a big surprise for Siddaramaiah, DK Shivkumar. Congress leading only in 1 seat from the Ballari seat. All the other seats from Chikkodi up in the north.
Fallen under 40. for the first time. Under
No,
40.
Congress is
Under
Congress is at 40
individually
leads
for the
right
first
now,
time.
357 seats, 40 leads right now for the Congress. BJP nearly 200 leads, 197 already. NDA leading in 226 out of 359. Now, if this trend holds, this is postal ballots, ladies and gentlemen. If this trend holds, then it's an all-time high for the BJP and the NDA.
I just want to quickly run you through Punjab. Taranjeet Singh Sandhu is leading in Amritsar. Ravneet Bittu is leading in Ludhiana. And from Fatehgarh Sahib, the Congress candidate is leading. In Haryana, let's look at Haryana. From Mahendragarh Bhiwani, the BJP candidate is leading. From the neighbouring constituency of Gurgaon, again Rao Inderjeet Singh is leading there. Then in the constituency of Alwar, where Bhupendra Yadav is leading. One lead for the Congress in, that's Karnal. Karnal, where Mr. Khattar is fighting from. The Congress candidate there, Divyanshu Budiraja, is leading in the Karnal seat. So it's going to be interesting. As far as Uttarakhand also, all seats reporting, no surprises there, all 5 seats. Gadwal, where Teri Gadwal is being led by the BJP. Then you have Anil Banuli leading in the Gadwal seat. From Haridwar, Trivendra Singh Rawat is leading. From Almora, Ajay Tamta is leading. And then, of course, from Nainital, Udham Singh Nagar is leading. So all 5 seats in Uttarakhand reporting. Himachal, 1 seat, Shimla seat, the Congress leading. Mandi now again, Kangana Ranaut is back in the lead. So 3 to the BJP in Himachal, 1 to the Congress. That's the leads right now. Now in Karnataka, they've opened 1 more seat, which is the seat of Davangere, where the Congress candidate is leading. And in the neighbouring Ballari, the Congress candidate is leading. All others are running up for the BJP. Let's take
big
a look
numbers.
at
Bihar, Avantika's got details from the live result hub on Bihar, and then we'll come back to the grid with Zaka Jacob. Leads are populating thick and fast, nearly 378. 378 leads. The BJP has crossed the 200 mark in terms of leads in the postal ballots. 209 now. Congress at 47. So it is nearing the 50 number. Overall, 246 for the NDA, 137, 132 for the INDIA. The big numbers. 133 for the INDIA, 250 for the NDA, 217 for the BJP, 402 leads already in the postal ballots. The leads are pouring in thick and fast, ladies and gentlemen. Rohini Acharya currently is trailing. Let's get the Bihar update. Yes, Avantika.
Right, you're absolutely right. In fact, both the daughters, Anand, they're both trailing. In fact, what we're getting to see is Saran Rajiv Pratap Rudi. He's leading right now. Ram Kirpal Yadav, BJP. So both the daughters, Rohini Acharya and Misa Bharti, both trailing. Very interestingly, you have Desh Chandra Yadav from the JDU who's leading. So interesting. 3 leads. Giriraj Singh leading right now. 3 leads for the BJP, JDU. BJP-JDU alliance looking good as of now, at least from the initial trends that we can see coming in from Bihar.
All right, let's look at Uttar Pradesh.
That's
let's look at where the BJP is running up numbers.
Many people were
BJP
saying that
leading
JDU was going to be the bit of a
Ghaziabad, BJP leading in Meerut, BJP leading in Amroha, BJP also leading in Aligarh, BJP leading in Agra. So that's SP Singh Baghel's seat. So these are the Western Uttar Pradesh seats where the BJP is leading. As far as the SP is concerned, from Badaयूं, you have Aditya Yadav leading. You have a cluster of seats in the Yadav belt, which the SP is leading in Mempuri, it's leading in Etawah, it's leading in Kannauj, where Akhilesh Yadav is fighting from. Couple of Congress leads have opened up as well. Let's take a look at some of these seats. From Barabanki, the Congress candidate seems to be leading. From Sitapur, the Congress candidate is leading. Of course, the Raebareli candidate is also leading. So 3 seats there in that belt for the Congress. Let's take a look at where else. Rajnath Singh is leading from Lucknow. Of course, you have this seat of Fatehpur, where Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti is leading. I said...
Just a big announcement, ladies and gentlemen. The EVM counting will also get underway now. It's 8:30. It's half an hour into counting. The first half an hour was postal ballots. EVM counting would have also now begun. And that means that by the time in the next 15 to 20 minutes, round 1 data, including the EVM data, will start populating. So the postal ballots is a huge number across multiple constituencies, 404 already. And you will also have EVM data coming through in the next 15 minutes, 20 minutes. And the EVM counting would have begun across a lot of the counting centers from 8:30 onwards as per the EC.
Delhi picture has changed. Now Basri Swaraj is leading in New Delhi, whereas in South Delhi, the Aam Aadmi Party candidate Sahi Ram of the Aam Aadmi Party is leading. So 6 to 1. BJP leading in all seats except the South Delhi seat. Mr. Bidhuri used to be the MP from that seat. Let's go back to the All India picture. Let me also bring you up with Haryana. Let's take a look at some of the seats there. Kumari Selja is leading from Sirsa. That was expected. Rohtak is not reporting, where Dipinder Hooda is fighting. Like I said, Karnal, where the former Chief Minister is fighting. He's trailing right now. The BJP leading in Bhiwani Mahendragarh, in Gurgaon, and of course in Faridabad. These are the 3 seats that are reporting.
Interesting story in Telangana. 5 seats to the NDA, 4 to the Congress. BJP is leading in 5. BJP leading in 5. Congress in 4. And once again, if the BJP emerges as the single largest party in Telangana, is that a big story? That Coromandel story is going to be interesting.
Let's take a look at
Avantika is joining us with more. Yes, Avantika.
Rajasthan is looking very interesting for the BJP, leading in 11 seats. Jalore, Ashok Gehlot's son is trailing right now. We're getting good leads there for the BJP. Just take a look, 11 seats right now, right? बताइए.
अभी अशोक गहलोत के बेटे वैभव गहलोत पीछे हो गए हैं. जस्ट अभी आया है वहां का रुझान. सीकर जालौर सीट से अशोक गहलोत के बेटे वैभव गहलोत सीट लग रहे हैं. उन्होंने सीट चेंज की हुई है. पहले जोधपुर से लड़े थे चुनाव, इस बार उन्होंने सीट चेंज की है. वो जालौर से
ओवरऑल रुझान 20 में बीजेपी आगे है. 20 में एनडीए आगे है.
14 seats. Anand, 14 seats. BJP is leading in 14 seats in Rajasthan out of 25.
14 out of 25. 14 out of 25, and the BJP is leading. Rajasthan 20 out of 25. The leads are on the board. 16 for the BJP, 4 for the NDA alliance. Yeah.
The Hindi heartland is causing a little bit of heartburn for the BJP.
No, Rajasthan, there were going to be losses. Our exit poll also said about 4 to 7 seats could go away from the Congress, from the BJP. Yeah.
Yes, but I'm saying in Uttar Pradesh, you can see a little bit of traction.
It's quite tight, yeah. They may not even get 62 if these leads hold. This is early days.
Very early days.
But the SP is there in with a contest.
Yes, there seems to be a contest.
That's the interesting part. And Raebareli, Rahul Gandhi is leading. Wayanad, Rahul Gandhi is leading. Anupriya Patel is currently leading in her seat of Mirzapur. That's the lead.
NDA opening up in Tamil Nadu. They're on the leaderboard.
Yeah, all right. Let me just take a look at which that seat is.
2 seats.
All right, it's the seat of Tirunelveli. Tirunelveli, where Nayanar Nagendran, he used to be a former minister when Jayalalitha was in power. He switched to the BJP. He's leading. So NDA leading in 1 seat in Tamil Nadu. That's the seat of Tirunelveli. I want to look at some of the others. From Trichy, Durai Vaiko is leading. From Nagapattinam, the CPI candidate is leading. In the neighboring seat of Thoothukudi, of course, Kanimuri is leading. In Virudhunagar, which is a tight contest, Vijaykant's son versus Manikam Tagore versus Radhika Sharat Kumar there. Manikam Tagore seems to be leading right now. But so far in the first half hour, I think the Kerala story is going to be one to watch out for, because the left is running up numbers there.
Let's look at Andhra, Telangana also. Telangana, Owaisi is leading, Madhvi Lata is trailing. Interesting stories there because the BJP is also getting on the leaderboard there. Yeah.
All right, Asaduddin Owaisi is leading in his seat of Hyderabad. No surprises there. What we have is 2 seats for the Congress and the remaining 1, 2, 3, 4 seats for the BJP. So that's really where we are right now.
Avantika joining us with the details. Yes, Avantika.
It's looking really
Supriya
good for
Sule
the
trailing in Baramati. Yeah.
No, actually, Ajit Pawar's wife right now is leading. Tushar, tell us what's the update?
Right now, updates are Ajit Pawar wife Sunetra Pawar is leading from Baramati. We have this leading information. Mahada Ranjit Singh Naik Nimbalkar is leading. Raksha Khadse is leading. Sunetra Pawar is leading. Kolhapur, which is one of the most important constituency. Chhatrapati Shahu Maharaj is leading from Kolhapur.
What about Ujjwal Nikam?
Ujjwal Nikam is also leading from Mumbai North Central constituency. Northwest, Amol Kirtikar is leading. Shirur, which was again tough fight, Amol Kolhe is also leading.
Okay, but right now 15 seats for the Mahayuti, right?
Right now 15 seats from Mahayuti. We if I show you tally,
we've got more leads. Maharashtra is populating more leads on the leaderboard at this point. Nearly 27 seats for the NDA. Maharashtra 27 seats for the NDA. INDIA 18 out of the 48, 45 seats they are showing there. We are getting leads basis the postal ballot EVM numbers, and round 1 numbers should consolidate in exactly 10 minutes from now, ladies and gentlemen. Numbers coming through thick and fast. 470 leads out of 543, 291 to the NDA, 246 to the BJP, 161 to the INDI alliance, 60 to the Congress party. So the Congress party leading in more seats than it polled last time around. Will this revise upward, downward? We have to wait and watch. For the NDA also, will it revise upward, downward? We have to wait and watch. But the BJP closest in terms of leads to that 272 number with 246. So they are at least just 26 seats behind. that magic number of 272 right now out of 470 seats. So there is still a good 70 seats which still need to be
in Karnataka, if I can, in
in
Chitradurga, the Congress candidate Mr. Chandrappa is leading as of right now. From Davangere, the Congress candidate, and Ballari also the Congress candidate. Only 3 out of the 28 for Congress, of course, Chikodi. So four constituencies where the Congress seems to be leading. 2 to the JDS. Mr. Kumaraswamy is leading in Mandya, and their Kolar candidate Mallesh Babu of the JDS is also leading. As far as Bangalore seats are concerned, all 3, no surprises there again. Bangalore seats, all 3 being led by the BJP. Tejasvi Surya in South Bangalore, Shobha Karanlaje in North Bangalore, and of course in Central Bangalore, Mr. Mohan. Bangalore Rural, this is a big one. Dr. Manjunath, who is Devegowda's son-in-law, contesting on a BJP ticket, he is leading. DK Suresh, the brother of the Deputy Chief Minister, DK Shivkumar, he is trailing right now.
Jagdish Shettar is also leading. Jagdish
Shettar in Belgaum is leading. That is correct. Baswaraj Bomay is leading from Haveri. From Dharwad, Prahlad Joshi is leading. From Uttar Kannada, Vishweshwar Hegde Kegeri, who is a former speaker, he is leading. From Shimoga, B.Y. Raghavendra, the brother of B.Y. Vijendra, he is leading. From Udupi, Srinivas Pujari is leading. All the coastal Karnataka seats, Brijesh Shorta, captain, is leading from Dakshin Kannada. From Mysore, Yaduvir.
In a state where the Congress is in power.
Yeah, in a state where the Congress is in power.
Odisha, 18 out of 21 leads that have come, and then the BJP is leading in nearly 10 of them.
I just have 2 on the magic wall.
On
that
the
is
magic
Sambalpur
wall, so the Odisha should populate.
Puri.
Odisha, we've just got leads on the leaderboard coming through, and big leads for the
Sambalpur.
Yes, he's leading.
Yeah, Dharmendra Pradhan has been leading for a while. Avantika joining us with more. Avantika, yes, Avantika.
Yeah, so Odisha we're still waiting, and what Zaka was saying was right. I just have 2, that is Sambit Patra. But let's focus on Assam. We're getting a lead for the NDA, 5 out of 14. Just take us through the numbers quickly.
At this moment, the BJP candidates from Dibrugarh, which is former Assam Chief Minister Sarbaనంద Sonowal, he is leading. From Sonitpur, the the BJP is leading. From Lokhimpur, the BJP is leading.
So how many total for the NDA?
Total 7 for the NDA. Okay. We are still waiting for one result from a constituency called Borpeta, which would make it 8. But at this moment, the big thing is that the Congress is leading in 4 constituencies, which is supposed to be a very good.
All right, quickly. Let me just quickly go to Odisha
Gaurav
also.
Gogoi is actually leading in Jorhat. Odisha update coming through. Yes, Avantika. Yes, Avantika.
Sambit Patra is leading in postal ballot, and also in Bhubaneswar, Aparajita Sarangi.
Aparajita Sarangi is
also leading. So both BJP is leading in 2 seats for the time being. And we are getting.
What about Dharmendra Pradhan? What about
Dharmendra Pradhan is also leading in postal ballot, and counting is still going on.
Okay, so it's looking good for the BJP. Anand, we just have information for 3 seats. From
are you getting details anywhere where the EVM countings have also begun? When can we expect round 1 data that is to be consolidated across?
Not yet, but it's just about to begin. I've just gone to all the states and just waiting, just a few minutes
just
now.
Waiting. So round 1 data.
Just going to start then.
Just want to run you through the Bengal numbers. Bengal numbers are coming in thick and fast. In Purulia, the BJP candidate Jyotirmay Singh Mato is leading. Neighbouring constituency of Bankura, the TMC candidate Arup Chakrabarti is leading. In Asansol, I mentioned Shatrughan Sinha is leading. In Bolpur, which used to be Mr. Chatterjee's seat many years ago, Asit Kumar Mal of the TMC is leading. In Bashirhat, Sandesh Khali, Haji Nurul Islam of the TMC is leading. BJP has 1 lead in Malda Uttar, where Khagen Murmu is leading. 1 lead, of course, in Alipur Dwar, where the BJP candidate there, Mr. Thiga, is leading. And in Birbhum, Devtanu Bhattacharya. So 3 leads for the BJP in Bengal. 4
postal ballot lead, 17 out of 34. That's the postal ballot number. Yes, Avantika, some big news from the live result hub.
Coming in from West Bengal. बताइए जल्दी.
17 और 17 दोनों बीजेपी और तृणमूल 17 सीटों के दोनों भी एक बराबर की हिस्सा भी नेक एंड नेक चल रहा है. और जो सबसे बड़ी खबर अभी तक आ रहा है कि बसीरहाट संदेशखाली मुद्दा जहां से जो पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी शुरू हुआ था, तो वहां पे तृणमूल का जो कैंडिडेट है वो आगे चल रहा है और रेखा पात्रा जो बीजेपी कैंडिडेट वो पीछे चल रही है.
पीछे चल रही है. 17 in Bengal. Thank you for that. 297 for the NDA, close to 300 already in terms of leads. Postal ballots, EVM data has just started counting at the counting centers, ladies and gentlemen. EVM data along with the postal ballot and the consolidation will start happening over the next 20 minutes to half an hour. by about 9:30, beg your pardon, you would have more of the round 1, round 2 data of the EVMs and some more consolidated leads and more of the leads populating. All 543 should start populating by 9:05, 9:10 a.m. 477 leads so far, 295 to the NDA, 248 for the BJP, 60 for the Congress, 165 for the INDI alliance, 19 to the others. That's the leaderboard right at the top. And of course, the NDA way past the halfway mark in terms of leads on postal ballots. It's already at 294, so 1 seat less. That's where it slipped down. 294 and 168, it's a jostle and tussle that's happening. But clearly, in terms of leads, it's crossed the halfway mark, the NDA at this point, with just 481 seats that have been declared in terms of leads. 481 seats where the leads have started coming through. We are still saying these are early days. Postal ballots, even the first round of EVM counting has not come in, but the postal ballot numbers are quite sizable. And across constituencies, like the last time around in 2019, 9 seats across 8 states were decided by postal ballots. So these numbers cannot be
from
undermined.
Karnataka.
Yeah, more numbers coming through.
Chamarajanagar, Sunil Bose of the Congress is leading. Now in Bangalore rural, DK Suresh seems to have taken a lead. In Kolar as well, where it was a very, very personal battle. Now KV Gautam of the Congress has taken a lead. So some seats for the Congress as far as the southern part of Karnataka is concerned. Let me also quickly just run you through Haryana because we're getting more. Mr. Khattar has now taken the lead back in Karnal seat. BJP leading in the Ambala, Kant seat. But the Aam Aadmi Party, Sushil Gupta leading from Kurukshetra. He's leading against Naveen Jindal. Then you have from the Sonipat seat where Satpal Brahmachari of the Congress is leading. Rohtak, Dipinder Hooda is leading. From Hisar, the BJP candidate is leading, Ranjit Singh. From Mahendragarh, Bhiwani, again the BJP candidate leading, and so they are in Gurgaon as well as in Faridabad. Let me also quickly run you through Rajasthan. From Junjunu, Brijendra Ola of the Congress leading. From Jaipur Rural, Anil Chopra of the Congress leading. From Bharatpur, Sanjana Jatav of the Congress leading. Only 3 to the Congress out of 25 in Rajasthan. All the remaining seats except 1 going to the BJP. From Barmer, and this was again a rebel BJP candidate, Ravindra Singh Bhati, fighting as an independent, was denied a ticket. He's now leading in the seat of Barmer. So clearly lots of interesting. Gujarat, surprisingly, let's take a look at Saurashtra. Jamnagar, the Congress candidate seems to be leading. In Porbandar, the Lalit Vasoya seems to be leading. That, of course, is where Mansukh Mandavia is fighting from. And in Junagadh, also the Congress candidate seems to be leading. So in Saurashtra, the story is not over just yet. Also in Patan, Chandanji Thakur of the Congress seems to be leading. From Mehsana, Ramji Thakur of the Congress leading. Mehsana is where the Prime Minister hails from. Sabarkhanta, which is a reserve seat. There.
The other coast, Bengal,
we'll go to the
very tight.
Just as he sets that up, Avantika has got an update from the live result hub. Yes, Avantika.
Yeah, so very quickly, Anand, from Tamil Nadu, DMK is taking a lead, 32 out of 38 so far, AIDMK 2. Very interesting, Tirunelveli is looking very interesting for BJP. This person, Nayanar Nagendran, the candidate is leading, right?
Yeah, as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, we have seen, as per the exit poll prediction of DMK is leading in most of the seats, but surprisingly BJP now leading in postal votes. That's very important because in postal votes, most of the government employees are expected to vote in favor of the ruling government, that is DMK, but now even in postal votes, we are seeing BJP is leading, that too with a good margin, that is BJP have got 202 votes, whereas DMK got only 92 votes in post votes. So that's a very good.
Right now, Nayanar Nagendra is leading.
He's leading
and, yes, and Congress is gaining momentum in Karnataka. And very quick update, Puducherry, even Congress is doing really well in Puducherry as of now.
All right, Andhra and Telangana. So in Andhra, Dagupati Purandeshwari is leading from Rajahmundry. That's the first open lead for the BJP.
But if you just take this as a microcosm of sentiment, then there is no surprise here. There is no massive surprise. It's early days, postal ballots.
Early days, leads for the NDA have crossed 300, 302. 170 for the INDIA, almost mirroring the News 18 mega exit poll numbers, but this is not even 543 seats. It's 491 leads
and we
so far.
projected the Congress to be around this
number. 66 is what? 62 to 72 is the bandwidth.
Quickly go through the Telangana numbers as well. We're getting from Adilabad, the BJP constituent, Mr. Godam Nagesh is leading. From the neighboring constituency of Mehboob Nagar, the BJP candidate is leading. BJP also having leads in Hyderabad city, in Secunderabad seat, where Mr. Kishan Reddy is fighting from, he's leading. Rahul wanted to know about the coast, right, from the Coromandel coast. West Bengal, TMC 19, BJP 17. TMC is leading in Howrah seat. They're leading in Diamond Harbour, in Jadavpur. These are the 3 Calcutta seats that we have numbers for. BJP, where is BJP leading? BJP is leading in Purulia. BJP is leading in Bishnupur, which again was a hotly fought seat. BJP also leading in Malda Uttar, and BJP leading in the north in Alipurdwar. So this is where the BJP tally is.
It's mirroring a little bit of what it looked like in 2019.
2019,
geography-wise.
even contests, and we had said 21 seats to both parties, and it will be a 50-50 contest. That's what the News 18 mega exit poll said, and so far the leads are somewhere. It's
look
like
at Uttar Pradesh, Varanasi, the Prime Minister is leading. Neighbouring constituency of Chandauli, Mahendranath Pandey, Minister, he's leading. From Machli Shahar, the BJP candidate seems to be leading. In Jaunpur, again, the BJP candidate there seems to be leading. In the neighbouring constituency of Pratapgarh, also the BJP seems to be leading. In fact, I just from Raebareli, from Sultanpur, Menaka Gandhi of the BJP is leading. Let's take a look at where the SP numbers are. SP numbers are not bad. It's leading in Robertsganj, in the neighbouring constituency of Mirzapur. Of course, Anupriya Patel of the Apna Dal is leading. From Allahabad, right now the Congress candidate Ujjwal Raman Singh, who's also a dynast, incidentally. He's leading. Yeah, he's leading from that seat. Just want to take a look at some of the from Gorakhpur, Ravi Kishan is leading. From Bansgaon, the BJP candidate is leading. Gorakhpur seat, of course, where Yogi Adityanath comes from. So Ravi Kishan, the sitting MP, he's leading. From Ghosi, Rajiv Rai of the Samajwadi Party is leading. That's again the Rajbar's son was fighting from there. Dharmendra Yadav leading from Azamgarh. From Lalganj, the SP candidate leading. From Ambedkar Nagar as well, Lalji Verma of the Samajwadi Party.
Some more details coming through with Avantika at the live result hub. Yes, Avantika.
Anand, Punjab is looking very interesting for the Congress party. Out of 13 seats, they are winning or at least leading so far. I know it's very premature, but 4 leads that we're getting in from Punjab out of 11. बताइए और बीजेपी का कौन है?
बीजेपी में अभी थोड़ी देर पहले तक रवनीत बिट्टू लीड कर रहे थे लुधियाना में, लेकिन अब वड़िंग आगे चल रहे हैं. अमरिंदर सिंह राजा वड़िंग पंजाब कांग्रेस के प्रेसिडेंट हैं, वो लीड करने लग गए. तरनजीत सिंह संधू यूएस में एम्बेसडर हुआ करते थे, पीएम मोदी की पसंद, और वो बीजेपी ज्वाइन की और उन्हें कैंडिडेट बनाया. वो लीड कर रहे हैं बीजेपी के लिए अमृतसर सीट से.
दिनेश सिंह भी लीड कर रहे हैं गुरदासपुर से.
ये इंटरेस्टिंग चॉइस थी. सनी देओल की टिकट काट के इनको टिकट दिया गया था. दिनेश बाबू लोकल कैंडिडेट होने का इनको एडवांटेज मिला. लोकल ये 3 बार के एमएलए वहां पर बीजेपी के रहे सुजानपुर से, और मुझे लगता है कि वो जो एक गुस्सा था लोगों का सनी देओल के बाहरी होने का, वो कभी दिखते नहीं. शायद वोट अगर ये इस तरीके के ट्रेंड आ रहे हैं तो ये बता रहे हैं कि शायद ये वाला चीजें उन्होंने हैंडल कर पाई है.
तो दो लीड for the BJP, 4 for Congress.
One lead for the Akalis because Harsimrat Kaur Badal is leading. So out of 9 leads, 5 for the Congress, 3 for the BJP and 1 for the Akalis. Punjab is very interesting. Gains for the BJP and also some setback for the Aam Aadmi Party. It's nowhere in the reckoning so far.
I think one seat.
It must have just come now.
It's just come, one seat. I just want to look at Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Telangana, this is where the BJP is hoping to run up numbers. It's leading in some of the northern, from Adilabad. It's leading from Mahbub Nagar. It's leading from Nizamabad. Nizamabad, of course, prestigious because K. Kavita used to be the leader in this seat. Bandi Sanjay is leading from Kareemnagar. Again, he's a sitting MP from there. In the outskirts of Hyderabad, the Secunderabad seat, like I said, from Malkajgiri, Etala Ranjedar of the BJP seems to be leading there. From the neighbouring seat of Mahbub Nagar, again, the BJP is leading. Congress also having some numbers in Telangana. Let's take a look at some of these. Pedepalli, the Congress candidate leading. Vamsi Krishna Gadam, that's his name. He's leading from that constituency. So Congress running up numbers in Warangal, in that belt. That's where the Chief Minister hails from. In fact, if you look at it, Malkajgiri at one point of time, Revant used to be the sitting MP from there. In the Hyderabad seat, of course, Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi
overall Hindi belt, the
is
big
leading.
states, Zaka and Anand, it's a mixed bag really right now. Bihar down for the BJP, Uttar Pradesh also a little down. Madhya Pradesh, they're holding. Rajasthan down and Haryana down. So that's a complicated picture as far as the trends go. That's a complicated picture because this is where the conversion rate was really high, 90% plus.
If you look at it, nearly 500 seats leads have come out, 496 seats the leads have come out. The NDA is at 301. So with just about 45-50 seats to go, they are 60 seats less than what the News 18 mega exit poll actually predicted for the NDA.
Well, in the Hindi belt, specifically, the leads are 50% plus. But as I'm saying, this could be a barometer, microcosm sentiment. But
Those numbers haven't come in.
Coromandel Coast numbers are coming in. There are gains for the BJP there, but in Uttar Pradesh itself, if you're leading in only 50 odd seats right now, you should be leading in 60 plus seats. The SP INDIA is actually leading in about 23-24 seats in Uttar Pradesh. That Uttar Pradesh story itself can turn a lot of things.
But it could turn also. The picture there could turn because
this is early days. This is early days. Postal ballot round 1 counting, there will be about 10 to 12 rounds of counting minimum across all counting centers.
I think 20 more minutes maybe, then we kind of
I think this will take a little longer.
It will take longer. I don't think we'll get a clear picture before 11 a.m. 11:30 a.m. is what it's going to take, because it will take at least 6 to 7 rounds of counting before the numbers start really settling in and consolidating.
Just want to run you through the Punjab numbers.
The fifth round we'll get
the Punjab numbers. So two leads for the BJP. Gurdaspur, which was Sunny Deol seat. Sukhi Randhawa, the former Deputy Chief Minister, he's trailing there of the Congress. Taranjit Sandhu is leading in Amritsar. In Khadur Sahib, Amrit Pal seems to be the one who is leading. He's of course in a jail in Assam right now. He seems to be leading from Khadur Sahib. From Firozpur, where Sukhbir used to be the sitting MP, the Congress candidate there is leading. Harsimrat currently seems to be leading in Bhatinda. In Sangrur, which is Bhagwant Man's home constituency, the Aam Aadmi Party candidate there seems to be leading. But Congress also leading in Fatehgarh Sahib, in the Ludhiana seat, prestige battle, Raja Wading versus Ravneet Bittu. Right now it's the Congress state president who's leading. In Jalandhar, former Chief Minister Channi is fighting from Jalandhar. He seems to be leading there. AAP has one more lead, which is in the Hoshiarpur seat, which again used to be a BJP seat. Earlier on, I think Som Prakash was the MP there. So BJP has 2, Aam Aadmi Party has 2, Akali has 1 independent, and the rest to the Congress.
Congress looking solid with 75 seats. Congress is looking quite solid compared to the last time around. They are already 23 seats plus from the last time in terms of leads. Last time they got 52. They are now leading in 75. Early days, but yes.
Trouble. AAP's in trouble.
Aam Aadmi Party is in big trouble. Supriya Sule trailing in Baramati. Yes, Avantika.
Yes, I agree with Rahul there. Aam Aadmi Party in big trouble in Punjab, but as you are rightly saying, all of you, that there are going to be multiple rounds and these are just initial leads. Supriya Sule is trailing. Tushar, tell us about the big names. Piyush Goyal, Nitin Gadkari, they're all leading.
Yes, if we talk about big fight in Maharashtra, Amravati from Navneet Rana is leading, Balwant Walkhede is trailing, Nitin Gadkari, big fight, he is leading, Piyush Goyal is leading from North Mumbai, as well as Narayan Rane, which is again big fight from Ratnagiri Sindhudurga, he is leading. If we talk about Baramati, Supriya Sule is right now trailing, and Sunetra Pawar, Ajit Pawar's wife, she is leading.
All right. And in Gujarat, it's 20 out of 26 for the BJP right now, with 4 going to the Congress.
20 out of 26, that's again Gujarat, Congress making inroads in Gujarat or showing leads, populating leads, even if it is early, it's quite significant. 76 leads for the Congress.
I'll show you where that is.
76 leads for the Congress.
It's in the northern part of the state, so the districts of the seats of Patan, the seat of Mehsana, Banaskantha, and Sabarkantha. These are the seats where the Congress, and there's one in Saurashtra, which is the seat.
I think all of this is going to change. It's really the Hindi heartland right now, which is...
The blues in Gujarat show it's something that was not predicted. You know, the India Alliance is doing pretty well in the early rounds in Gujarat. Saurashtra region especially.
Correct. It's early days and the NDA leads has actually slipped. They had gone up to 306. Now out of 496 leads, they have slipped down to 297 overall. NDA slipped below the 300 mark. BJP is at 254. INDIA is at 176 leads overall, and Congress is at 72 leads so far.
You know, you're talking about...
others have got 23
We were all
leads.
talking about Rajasthan and how there could be some downside there. So in Ganganagar, the Congress candidate seems to be leading. In Churu, Rahul Kaswan, remember he was denied a ticket by the BJP. He fought on a Congress ticket. He seems to be leading there. In Jhunjhunu again, Brijendra Ola of the Congress is leading. From Jaipur Rural, Anil Chopra is leading. From Bharatpur, Mr. Jatav is leading. And then from Kota, which is Om Birla's seat, which is a surprise. In Kota's seat, the Congress, Prahlad Gunjal of the Congress is currently leading. And I said Ravindra Bhati is leading from Barmer. all the others going. So Rajasthan, there is a cause of worry as far as the BJP is concerned.
Well,
Let me just
Kerala scenarios are changing because Thomas Isaac has just showed that he is trailing. Anil Antony is trailing. Rajiv Chandrasekhar is leading.
Yeah,
V.
Rajiv
Muralidharan
Chandrasekhar
is trailing.
Yes, Rajiv Chandrasekhar is leading right now against Shashi Tharoor. Mr. Muralidharan is trailing in Attingal. The NK Premachandran is leading.
500 leads. A quick overview of things as they are progressing.
500 leads. NDA 299, BJP 256, 180 for INDA, 74 for Congress.
It's the Hindi belt that is proving to be a little bit of a
little bit of a worry, problem area for the BJP.
In these
This is
initial
what they had said, that Dakshin mein half and Uttar mein half is what the NDA, INDIA alliance had said. So here it seems that their confidence was somewhere.
All right, let's look at the Hindi heartland. Of course, other than Uttarakhand and Himachal, where the BJP is winning all 9 seats, the NDA right now at 96, India Alliance at 39, which is primarily again Congress because, of course, there is a Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh. So the Congress getting a few seats in Rajasthan, a couple of seats in Haryana, in Madhya Pradesh as well. From Morena, the Congress candidate there seems to be leading. From Bhind Morena, even in the assembly election, for those of us who travelled, there was talk about some amount of anti-incumbency in Bhind Morena. And then there are 2 seats in the eastern part of the state as well. From Mandla, there's a Congress candidate leading, and from Balaghat, a Congress candidate leading.
So let's not forget,
just going to Avantika, we've got an update at the live result hub, going there and then coming back for a conversation. Yes, Avantika.
Yeah, and in the western part.
Yes, Avantika.
Things are changing so swiftly, Anand. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, in fact, was leading, but now it's Shashi Tharoor once again who is leading from Kerala. And it's very interesting how Karnataka also 19 out of 28 for the BJP. So BJP is looking really good in Karnataka.
It's become 20 out of 28 now, even as we speak. For the NDA.
Now we have the entire picture of leading trend in all constituencies in Karnataka. We have got 28 constituencies trend. Out of 20,
tell me for NDA quickly.
NDA, BJP is leading in 19 and JDS is leading in 1 constituency.
So 20, yeah. For the combined, it's 20 out of 28 right now. For the BJP, JDS combined.
So they got lead trends.
Prajwal Revanna is trailing. Prajwal Revanna is trailing against Shreyas Patel. This is again an old family rivalry. Shreyas Patel is the grandson of Puttaswamy Gowda, who of course was a rival to H.D. Deve Gowda. But Prajwal Revanna is trailing.
There doesn't seem to be a difference between phase 2 and phase 3. Remember the Prajwal Revanna scandal broke right in the middle of it.
Right in the middle of phases 2 and 3.
Is holding at least
to be for the BJP.
But the BJP and the BJP overall, BJP and India are 5 minus in Karnataka as of now.
25, they're down to 20 now.
They were 25, they're down to 20 now this time
All
around.
3 Bangalore seats, BJP candidates are leading. Shobha is leading in North Bangalore. In Central Tejasvi is leading in South Bangalore. Again, that's a very deeply personal fight. Soumya Reddy, you remember the stuff from the assembly election. Central Bangalore, PC Mohan leading. In the outskirts, Bangalore Rural, this is going to be a big one. Dr. Manjunath is still leading against DK Suresh. Of course, in neighbouring Hassan, Mr. Kumaraswamy is leading. Then you have the seat of Tumkur, I think. Again, V. Somarna is leading there. In Kolar, from Chikbalapur, Dr. Sudhakar, former health minister, he is leading there. From Kolar, KV Gautam is leading. Let's look at some of the other seats where the 2 coastal seats. Let's look at, all right, no, this is not Chamarajanagar. Again, a lot of people talked about this. I think he's the son-in-law. Dr. Sunil Bose is the son-in-law of Mahadevappa, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right.
This is a reserve seat. He's leading in Chamarajanagar. Then you have the neighbouring seat of Mysore, where again, now the Congress candidate, Mr. Lakshman.
Rajiv Gowda is trailing.
Rajiv Gowda is trailing.
Shobha Karanjale is leading that.
She
had shifted her constituency
from Udupi.
So, it was difficult for her because she reached just a couple of weeks before campaigning started. But Rajiv Gowda trailing is against
in Odisha, the BJP is moved ahead of the BJD for the first time in the trends.
Yeah,
so
Odisha
that's interesting because you have to keep looking at
in
where
Haveri,
the BJP.
In Haveri, which is Mr. Bommai's seat, Mr. Bommai is trailing right now. Mr. Basuraj Bommai, former chief minister, trailing against Anand Swami Gadaveremat of the Congress party. So in this Lingayat belt, Chitradurga, Davangere, all the way up to Hubli, Dharwad, of course, Dharwad seat, Mr. Prahlad Joshi is leading. But there seems to be something happening. Again,
the
Lingayats
JDS has not kicked in. It's quite clear. The JDS hasn't helped them really in the south
Only
now.
Mr. Kumaraswamy is leading. None of the other seats the JDS is leading.
Now, interesting that even as the trends have started consolidating, because most of the states you are now getting the EVM trends also, along with the postal ballot. First round of EVM counting has kicked in, and you are getting leads and trends across the state. The EVM data will also start getting populated. Round 1 should be completed in about 4-5 minutes now across, and round 2 should begin. By the time we get to round 3, you will have far more numbers, and keep an eye on this leaderboard.
Yes, exactly.
This could fluctuate, ladies and gentlemen. This could move up here or it could move up there, depending upon how the leads consolidate, but this will change.
You know, the Uttar Pradesh story for me, Rahul, you know, we've been saying this, biggest state. I think this is going to be a kate ki takkar. NDA 48 right now, India Alliance 28. SP also seems to be running up some of the numbers. Congress also getting a few seats, but BJP still ahead, more than twice. But we're not looking at the 70 plus or, you know,
but they are 14 down from the last time. As of now, they are 14 down
I think
from the
there is
last
a contest
time.
happening
They were
in this
expecting
election.
to be 12 up from the last time. They are 14 down from the last time. And Uttar Pradesh as a scenario could also be the reason why the NDA has now been less than 300.
And the other concern is Rajasthan. You know, they swept last time all 25. Right now, BJP leading in 15.
So it has to pick up
somewhere.
somewhere.
It has to start picking up seats from somewhere.
Gupta, Nalin Mehta, Nistula Hebbar, as you look at these leads?
Yes, well, I can say that in my travel, I had kind of realized that some of the northern seats, it's not going to be a maximal kind of a performance. UP is, of course, I had expected them to do a little better, at least hold on to the 62 seats. They may yet do it, the BJP. South, pretty much what I had anticipated, what we had also kind of assessed in our office about the numbers there. So, pretty much, I'm not hugely surprised by what's happening.
All right, we have the first lead from Coimbatore. Annamalai is trailing Ganapati Rajkumar. Sorry about that, because we just got this lead. Annamalai is trailing Ganapati Rajkumar of the DMK.
Former mayor of Coimbatore.
Is leading in that seat.
Former mayor of Coimbatore. Who
By the way, in Kerala, it's really shifting. In Thrissur seat now, Mr. Suresh Gopi is leading. I also believe that in the Alapura seat, Shobha Surendran of the BJP is leading. So it's very, very interesting. That's against KC Venugopal, by the way. And Shobha, last time in Attingal, finished with a respectable 30% plus vote share. So Suresh Gopi leading in Thrissur, and
so
Shobha
if in the
Surendran.
next half an hour in the south, you start seeing emergence of the BJP.
Yeah.
I don't think those trends in the north will hold. They'll consolidate towards the NDA. That's
right,
what I
Sumant Raman and then
Sopan
Das Gupta. Yeah, Sumant Raman.
Yeah. Yes, Anand, I think one thing that I consistently maintained was Karnataka, where it would not be a 23-24-3 result, which some of the exit polls predicted. I think the Congress is going to hold on to 8 to 10 seats there. BJP will still, NDA will still win about 18 to 20, but it's not going to be a clean sweep. But what is happening right now is, I think, much more significant, because all you need to do is to look at how many seats the NDA is holding from last time and how many they are trailing in. That is really the key figure which you're not putting out. And what we see here is the NDA currently trails in around 40 seats from which they held last time.
Yes.
And the India Alliance is up in about 59 seats from what they held last time.
Yes.
I think that is the only figure that really matters.
The Congress itself is 31 seats plus from the last time around in terms of leads. If you look at it, it is 83 seats. Right now it was 52 seats. It is leading in 83. These are early days, I'll still say. But there is a trend that the NDA is losing more, and for the last 12 to 15 minutes, the NDA on the leaderboard has been less than 300 and it's only been slipping down. It's not been going up. It's not been consolidating.
At the moment, it doesn't look like the exit polls are right. At the moment,
he had to sneak that in. He just had to sneak that in, man.
I had to. Early days.
Correct. No, he will sneak it in when he can sneak it in.
Just to put it in perspective.
When it is the later days and later through the day, what happens, we'll have to wait and watch.
Let's sneak it in post 11. Let's see how that's
after the postal ballots were counted. So let's hold our horses.
My experience of at least 10 general elections shows that please don't go by postal votes.
Yes, exactly.
You know, it's a very, very misleading figure. So wait till about quarter to 10.
Television we
Quarter
can't
to
wait,
10.
Papanda.
We
10,
will
10
you
o'clock.
need to
We'll have to wait till 10.
Please give
We'll have
your
to wait till
instant
10.
judgment
I'm
then.
just going to get a confirmation if round 1
Have
data is
mud on
already
your
through.
face.
And repent at leisure.
Round 1,
What
round
about-
2
what about
data, let's go and
Bengal,
try and understand from the LRH and we'll check with
Bengal.
Avantika. Avantika.
Led in so many constituencies
You are?
in postal ballots.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you don't
But
having a senior moment
Swapanji,
right
last
now.
election we've got the numbers. 9 constituencies across 8 states were decided basis the postal ballot, including Arambagh, 1142 votes. That was the difference.
And two ballot box, two
Guys,
EVMs were not
I
counted.
just want to say this. I don't think anybody predicted 5 leads for the Congress in Gujarat. I don't think any exit poll gave that.
I don't think
So
they
this-
did either. Considering they gave...
Why didn't you say it on the day of the exit poll? You could have sneaked in like Dr. Raman did.
I don't think they either, because they gave a couple of seats away to the AAP.
After your update, please also check if the first round of counting at EVM has completed or undertaken. Yeah.
All right, I'll get a hang of that, Anand. But you know, I was just listening to what Mr. Swapnil was saying, and I agree. We're not really getting carried away. These are early trends, but it's very
Swapan
interesting, you know,
Dasgupta,
because
yeah.
all these numbers are coming, and we are also double crossing everything. Right now, we're getting a lead. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is doing really well. He's leading, so that means Yusuf Pathan is not really doing well. और बताइए lead.
हाँ जी, अभी तक जो है एक बड़ी खबर जो है वो भी अधीर रंजन चौधरी जो है बरहमपुर सीट से पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी से जो है कंटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, उसका खिलाफ में है डेब्यूटेंट जो है यूसुफ पठान, तो वो ट्रेल कर रहे हैं अभी तक। तो अधीर रंजन चौधरी जो है अभी 5 बार का जो संसद है एमपी बन चुके हैं, इसके लिए डबल हैट्रिक के लिए वो काम कर रहे हैं। आई मीन होपफुली ही विल डू इट, but the thing is now early trend shows that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is leading from his own.
All right, just very quickly, how Gujarat कैसे कर रहा है? गुजरात
Shatabdi Roy of the Trinamool also leading.
अभी 6 सीटों पर कांग्रेस आगे चल रही है, जो बड़ी बात है कांग्रेस के लिए, और इसके अलावा 20 सीटों पर बीजेपी आगे चल रही है। इस वक्त बनासकांठा, पाटन, जामनगर, यहाँ पे कांग्रेस आगे चल रही है। जूनागढ़ में भी कांग्रेस आगे चल रही है।
You know, I want to show the Delhi figures, folks. I want to show the Delhi figures. 3 seats where the India Alliance is leading. Chandni Chowk, JP Agarwal, former state president, is leading. In New Delhi, Somnath Bharti is leading. In South Delhi, the Aam Aadmi Party candidate Sahi Ram is leading. BJP leading in all the other 4 constituencies. Again, 4:3. It's sort of even Stevens as far as the national capital is concerned as of right now.
As of right now, NDA leading in 290. So it's slipped down about 14-15 seats
Let me
in the
also
last
take a look
10
at
minutes
Haryana,
itself. Swapan Dasgupta.
where again 10 seats, it seems to be even Stevens. Let's take a look at where the India Alliance is leading. In Sirsa, Kumar Selja is leading. Sushil Gupta leading in Kurukshetra against, of course, Mr. Jindal, who switched sides just a few weeks before. Sonipat, Satpal Brahmachari is leading. Rohtak, Dipinder Hooda is leading. Let me take a look at Karnal. Yeah, Karnal,
So there are 4
Mr.
seats
Khattar is
minus
back.
in Haryana, the BJP. Last time they got all 10.
They got all 10, so it's 6-4 as
so
far
4
as
seats
Haryana
minus,
is concerned.
Yeah, 4 seats minus in Haryana in
So
terms
Uttar
of leads
Pradesh
already.
is proving to be a bit of a
stumbling Uttar Pradesh is quite a bit because
all right, 45-32.
Yeah,
that's far closer. That's
Yeah,
far closer.
that is.
45-32. I don't know if I have the exact breakup of the Samajwadi and Congress seats. Samajwadi has 24. Congress has 6. Samajwadi is plus 21. Congress is plus 5. They had just 1, which was Raebareli last time around. Let's look at the NDA figure. NDA was 62 last time. They're 45 right now. They're down 19. So essentially, you're not looking at a 70-plus election here.
This is
now, if this holds, then this is a big story.
Yeah,
If
this is a
this
big
holds,
story.
then for the NDA and the BJP to get past that 272 or even the 300 number is going to be very tough.
I want
The
to just look at Bihar
BJP is hovering between 244 and 248 seats again last 20
Just
minutes.
UP and Bihar, right? Bihar, last time NDA had 39 out of 40. This time they have 31 leads. The BJP leading in 7, that's down 3. JDU leading in 7, down 3. Harm has an increase of 1. Let's look at the India Alliance seats and who's leading where. The RJD is leading in 3, that's up 3 from last time. Congress leading in 1. I want to see which that seat is. That, by the way, is Anshul Avijit's seat.
Yeah.
Ravi Shankar Prasad versus Anshul Avijit.
But
like I said, this could potentially change as well. But right now, anything that they get from these states, from UP, from Bihar, is a gain for the India Alliance. If you go back and check the overall number, it's 31 for the NDA and 7 for the India Alliance. So there seems to be pickups. Let's look at Rajasthan as well, because that was a state where we were expecting there would be some dents for the BJP. It's 14 to the BJP, 10 to the Congress and the India Alliance. Let's just take a look at where it is. In Jalore, where Mr. Gehlot's son is fighting from, he's of course leading there right now. There's an independent candidate in Nagaur, Mr. Beniwal, who's leading. Just want to quickly run you through the Churu Janjanu belt.
If you really look at this as a sentiment catcher, then in Kashmir, Omar Abdullah is trailing.
Yeah.
And so is one other person. So I didn't expect that.
So is Mehbooba Mufti. She was fighting from Anantnag Rajouri. She's trailing as well.
Certainly Omar Abdullah trailing.
Yeah, Mia Altaf of the National Conference is leading in Anantnag Rajouri, and of course from Srinagar again, it's the NC candidate who is leading in Baramulla. Sheikh Rashid. This is Engineer Rashid? Is that Abdullah Sheikh Rashid? He's the guy who's leading in the seat of Baramulla.
Engineer Rashid is actually in jail. And his sons have been campaigning for him. And there is a lot of talk that Engineer Rashid will give a run for the money to someone like Omar Abdullah, who's contesting from Baramulla.
And he is trailing.
And it's quite interesting that Engineer Rashid is actually leading at this time. He's actually in jail on acts of aiding and abetting acts of terror. And his sons have been doing the campaigning on ground, and they had a lot of traction in Baramulla. First time voters, and this whole,
down to the wire
and this whole conversation happened. I was over on Hindi, and Rifat Abdullah was having this conversation with Omar Abdullah outside a polling station which had been torched and which had been
Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh
the last time around in 2019.
Between them have a 128.
On the markets.
Yeah.
The Sensex, the Prio is down 84 points. The Nifty is down 84 points and the Sensex is down 183 points.
183
as a reaction to
good, Rahul
early
Shivshankar,
numbers.
that you didn't put your non-existent money in the markets.
You should just think about
getting
into the market today.
Maharashtra is going to be very interesting. Maharashtra is very interesting. It's almost evenly split. 25 to the NDA, 20 to the India Alliance. Let's break up in terms of the allies. Are the allies dragging? BJP down 10 from last time. BJP had 23. They're at 11 right now. Sena Shinde down 6 from last time. Ajit Pawar NCP. I think it's the Baramati seat where Sunetra Pawar is leading. Yes, that's the gain of 1 for the NCP Ajit Pawar faction. Let's look at the India Alliance. Who is gaining where? The Congress gain of 10. Wow, gain of 10 from last time. Sena UBT gain of 4 from last time. Let's look at some of the Mumbai seats. In Mumbai Northwest, Amol Kirtikar is leading. Of course, in Bombay South, Mr. Arvind Sawant is leading. These are the two Bombay seats as far as Sena UBT is concerned. But really, I think Mumbai, Maharashtra, the second biggest state, is really going
What's the
neck
combined
and
number,
neck.
Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra for the NDA
It's 80
right
and
now?
48. That's 128 seats in all.
128 seats.
across.
I know, but what's the combined
That's where the
number
numbers are
for?
coming
What's
from.
the combined number for the NDA?
For the
right
NDA,
now from them?
25 in Maharashtra
and 54 there.
and 54 in.
there. Yeah,
so
79.
that is exactly how much the BJP itself got in Uttar Pradesh in 2014.
The largest states,
yeah,
right, for
that's
numbers.
exactly what they got in 2014. Now,
You look at this
in
map
one
and it's
state.
not, you want to do a comparison, you want to do a straight check comparison, how this map is different from 2019. This is the map right now, 2024. Look at the map in 2019.
Yeah.
What do you see?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I think it's a
Eastern
complete,
Uttar Pradesh.
there is
change.
reasonable amount of greens that you're seeing this time around.
It's a big change.
It's a complete change in the state of Uttar Pradesh.
It's a big change. Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra are the two aspects, and right now, if these leads hold, if they stay on this, the BJP is actually
positive
losing
from
a
there
lot of
is
ground
that
in
a
Maharashtra.
number of seats still
Losing
haven't been
10
called
seats
out
in
in Uttar
Maharashtra is not a
Pradesh, so-
problem. Yeah.
Again, look at Gujarat. I keep coming back to this.
6 seats.
No one quite predicted this. Congress party leading in Junagadh, leading in another seat in Sabarkantha, which in Saurashtra, Jamnagar seat where the Congress candidate seems to be leading. Whole bunch of seats in the northern belt. Also one seat of Anand, which is of course the home to the cooperatives. The Anand seat, the Congress candidate there, Amit Bhai Chawda, seems to be leading in Patan, the Congress candidate, in Sabarkantha, in Banaskantha, and of course in Banaskantha, Sabarkantha and Patan. These are the three seats
India
in the
right
northern
now
part of the
100
state.
short of what they predicted.
Yeah.
295.
295, they are at 197, so 98 short overall, 291 for the NDA, 245 for the BJP. So they've just gone up 1 seat now in the last 5 minutes. Going across to the live result hub, Avantika has got the details on Odisha, where the BJD are not yet on the leaderboard. Yes.
Absolutely, Anand. You know, you said it so right, and I'm quite surprised because all these constituencies, Kyonjhar, Balangir, Kendrapada, Baragarh, Sambalpur, Puri, Bhubaneswar, all going the BJP way. I mean, I can just only see saffron all along right now in the seats that are taking a lead. Aprajita Sarangi, Sambit Pradhan, Dharmendra Pradhan, the poster boy for the BJP. You have Jay Panda, who's also leading from Kendrapada. So this is the update that we're getting in from Odisha. All the candidates who are leading are from the BJP.
How many rounds are done? Has round 1 been completed across constituencies? Can we get an update on that?
Not yet. Not yet. It's just about to finish. I just got a confirmation on that. It's just about to get over.
So we are just at round 1. Overall, we should have at least 12 to 14 rounds of counting. So we are just...
One is that there's a problem in the Hindi belt for sure. But in the Coromandel coast, in Orissa and in Bengal, they're holding. And if you especially look at the 2021 assembly election, and then you look at Orissa where they're gaining. In Telangana, we'll just have to quickly see because that's an important area where they can pick up. Maharashtra is another problem
So it's
area.
9-5, BJP 9 and Congress 5 in Telangana, BRS 0, of course, Asaduddin Owaisi being the one other seat. So it's even Stevens almost.
So that means
of course, the BJP
15% of the BRS vote has shifted.
Yeah, the BRS is getting 0 seats, including Medak, which is the whole
15% of the BRS vote is shifted. But this is still round 1. Round 1 data has not yet been completed across counting centers. We just got a confirmation on that. Early days. We got to wait for at least 5 rounds minimum before we see changes. So is this going to change further? We got to wait and watch. It's going to happen.
Postal, exactly.
Round 1 is postal votes.
So let's be
actual EVM starts from round 2.
No, postal plus EVM, round 1. Round 1 this time around is postal plus EVM. Postal data, EC is not coming out. We are doing it from our counting centers because 770
I just want to look at the Northeast. We don't talk about the Northeast so much. Let's look at Assam. Couple of interesting developments there. The Dhubri seat, Congress seems to be leading. Neighbouring seat of Barpeta, the AGP seems to be leading. I don't know when the AGP last won a seat. Kokrajhar, there's an independent from the UPPL leading. Nagaon, Pradyut Bordoloy, who's the state chief, he seems to be leading. From Kaziranga, Rosalina Turkey seems to be leading. But I believe Gaurav Gogoi is trailing. That's what I have on the map.
Well, that's... If you look at that, then
Gaurav Gogoi trailing. In fact,
Tapan
Kumar Gogoi of the BJP is leading in that particular seat. Let's look at some of the other Northeast seats.
I think these numbers are going to now start changing.
Stabilizing.
You're going to start seeing. You're going to now see a little bit of a digression.
Prajwal Revanna is leading in Karnataka.
Well,
we just got an update. Prajwal Revanna is leading. Now these numbers may shift or consolidate. Which way we have to wait and watch because early on there has been an even Steven consolidation. The NDA and the BJP losing traction in the Hindi belt in some key states like Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra. The Congress and the BJP and the INDA alliance consolidating. The Congress actually nearly 30 seats plus from the last time around. So far in terms of
military votes, then look, there is a division within the military about the Agniveer and all of that. So look, let's
your number is very close to the election commission number.
Votes only very small percentage
very
is
point,
military.
0.3.
It's
state government and central government employees.
And it's also old age people.
Yes.
So here's the thing, the election commission numbers will come and settle closer to our numbers. We'll be a little ahead because we have presence across every counting center. 720 reporters across the 717 counting centers nationally, and these are people with experience who are not only watching the counting of the ballot boxes.
281 is the election commission number. Yours is 291.
291.
Yeah, so it's not too
and
different.
This is 510 out of 543, 291 and 245. Ladies and gentlemen, the round 1 of the EVM counting will conclude now in about 4-5 minutes, and thereafter round 2 begins. These numbers could change either ways. There will be a fluctuation over the next hour and a half. By the time we come to round number 5, at least 12 rounds of counting.
A point. I'm sure it's about the exit poll.
By the time we come to round number 5, there could be certain leads, certain victories also called out because of the margin of victory.
Yes, I'll concede this. I think this is a far closer election than we all thought. I think at least after the first hour. Yeah.
As of now, the key figure. NDA is down 53 seats. The India Alliance is up 75 seats. I think that is the only figure. So if you take the NDA's tally from last time, you're looking at 50 seats lower for the NDA. For the BJP, it's close to 40 seats down from what it was last time. So that
As of now,
potentially, and I know these are early days, but potentially that brings it.
It's more than 40 seats for the BJP. Sumandraman, it's
Yeah,
more
right
than
now.
40. Right now,
More than 40 seats.
right now it's more than 40 seats, but also
Nalin
there are
has some
still about
numbers.
33 seats to be declared. 33 seats, the leads have not yet come out. So out of 510 seats, they are at least about 32 seats or 30 seats minus right now.
I want to add something on numbers.
Yeah, please.
When I'm looking at the Election Commission data, like you said, is slower than what we are showing. The BJP is ahead on 144, the Congress is ahead on 53, the Samajwadi Party in 27, which is a huge number in UP. That's all UP.
They had 5 last time. So, it's a big jump.
So that's one measure. But now look at the vote share. The vote share numbers are fascinating. Because the BJP on vote share right now is at 41.76% nationally.
Well, that's going to change.
And the Congress is at 29.9, which is just...
Last time they had 19, so it's a 10%
exactly,
jump.
10%.
Yeah, but the BJP is also up by 4%.
Yeah, like 3 or 4%.
We're expecting the Congress vote share to go up. Even the exit polls have sort of shown that. But if the BJP holds on to 40%, there's no way that
this number is going to be 246.
Yeah.
At a 41% vote share, this number will go up
because that
by
means
at
they're
least
gaining
another
in a lot
70,
of places where they haven't really had a presence, which means that there will be incremental gains. Look, I mean, it's early days right now. 517 seat trends only out of 543. We still have about 25 seats.
Yeah.
I just want to quickly run through Tamil Nadu because Sumant is also here. The NDA has one lead, which is in Dharmapuri, and I'm sure you've heard this as well. Soumya Anbumani, who's the wife of Dr. Anbumani Ramdas, she's leading in Dharmapuri. It's a one-year dominated seat, so the caste equation. And Ramanathapuram, where Opani Selvam seems to be leading. These are the two leads for the NDA, Sumant, in Tamil Nadu. Otherwise, it's 35 to the...
Dharmapuri is more likely to be going down to the wire. I expect Ramanathapuram to change in favor of the DMK after a few rounds. But early days yet, Dharmapuri, they really have a chance.
The ADMK is also leading in one seat. Tenkasi seat, Dr. K. Krishnaswamy of the ADMK is leading. So, again, just want to put this out there as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. You want to take a quick look at Kerala? Let's look at
let's
Kerala.
go back to Kerala. The map color has changed again.
All right, now Shashi Tharoor is leading against Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Neighbouring seat, Attingal, the left candidate of the Vijay of the CPM, he's leading. You have N.K. Premachandran, who's from the RSP. He's leading from Kollam. Mavelikara, Arun Kumar is leading. Now K.C. Venugopal is back in the lead in Alapura. In Mavelikara, like I said, the left is leading there. In Pathanamthitta, now Anto Anthony of the Congress, sitting MP, he's leading in that. Dean Kuriakose has taken back the lead in Idukki. Thrissur, Suresh Gopi continues to lead. Suresh Gopi continues to lead from Thrissur. Alatur seat, K. Radhakrishnan of the CPM is leading. Palakkad seat, A. Vijay Raghavan is leading. And of course, Wayanad, Mr. Rahul Gandhi is leading in that seat. M.K. Raghavan is leading from the Congress in Kozhikode seat. From Vadagara now, Shailaja has slipped.
India numbers
Shafi
have gone up a
Parambil.
little bit, past 200 mark.
Yeah, India passed 200, 207. 207 for the INDIA, 290 for the NDA, 243 for the BJP. So again, slipped down.
No, actually it's been holding steady, 243 for the last 20 minutes.
244.
As these numbers are changing on the markets, the Sensex is down 2,000 points. It has slipped below 74,500. All BSE sectoral indices are at the moment in the red. The market breadth is a bit weak. About 819.1 shares have advanced. 1,572 shares have declined in the last since the market has opened. The Nifty was down about roughly around 1.5%. The Sensex was down about 1.6% till about 5 minutes ago.
Mudde pe hao, buy, sell, what?
Hold. Hold. Please hold.
Buy, sell what?
Buy, sell, hold.
No. That you just have to download.
You know, guys,
About Assembly Odisha, BJP is, according to Election Commission, BJP is leading on 2, BJD in 1, and in Andhra Pradesh, TDP 16 lead, YSRCP 3 and BJP 1. So Chandrababu Naidu is laughing all the way to the bank.
Coming back. Maharashtra, I just want to focus on Maharashtra because now the India Alliance is in the lead. 23 to the India Alliance, 22 to the NDA.
Let's just take a look local,
at the Bombay seats. Now you have one more reporting. Rahul Chevalier is leading in South Central. Of course, Rahul Chevalier is sitting MP. He switched over to the Shinde Sena. Ujjwal Nikam leading in North Central. In South Bombay, Arvind Sawant leading. Anmol Kritikar in Northwest Mumbai leading. Piyush Goyal leading in North Mumbai. And Shrikant Shinde leading in Kalyan Dombivli. We don't have the number from Thane for some reason. We don't know who's leading in Thane. But anyway, we'll await that.
Yeah.
But I think this is a big story. Congress is running up good numbers in the Vidarbha region. In fact, we look at Vidarbha, other than Nagpur, this small dot where Nitin Gadkari is leading. Almost all the other seats, the Congress seems to be doing well.
I was
Bhandara,
told
Gondia
that this Samvidhan Badal Denge and
seems to be
reservation
working
thing
here.
landed quite sharply there.
Landed quite sharply,
so-
just signposting the fact that the markets are down by 2,000 points. Nalin Mehta had just called that out sometime back. Yeah.
So from Ramtek, from Varda, now in Amravati also the Congress candidate is leading against Ms. Rana. From Akola, the Congress candidate Abhay Kashinath Patil is leading. Sena UBT is leading from Yavatmal, Washim. So it seems like, you know, Maharashtra, like I said, is the second biggest state. Last time Shiv Sena and BJP had 41 out of 48. This time the state is almost evenly split. But let's talk about the biggest state, because I think the biggest churn seems to be happening in the biggest state.
Biggest
in
state.
Uttar Pradesh.
46 to 33.
46 to 33. I mean, no one quite expected this kind of
Everybody expected Maharashtra to be a humdinger, but
absolutely,
not
but not quite Uttar Pradesh. So something was happening in Uttar Pradesh, which I guess we didn't pick up. In Western UP, the BJP seems to be doing okay. It's really running up. The SP is running up numbers in Eastern Uttar Pradesh.
Where are these white patches? What are these? These are not seats that are
These
being
are not
reported?
reporting yet.
These are not reporting yet. Leads have come in via postal ballot, but the
Samajwadi
EVM
Party
reporting
is
has not yet kicked
doing
in
pretty
all
good.
of these
Yep.
places.
Yeah.
Just getting an update from the live result hub. Yes, Avantika.
Quickly update you, Anand. Suresh Gopi was leading all this while, but he's trailing now. Annamalai is still trailing. Rajiv Gowda is trailing. Prahlad Joshi is leading. Prajwal Rivanna leading. Rahul Gandhi leading. Tejaswa Surya is also leading. Menaka Gandhi, I'll just shift focus to UP. She's trailing. Interestingly, Arun Govil was leading, but now he's trailing. Jiten Prasad, the new entrant from Pilibhit, he's trailing. And we're also getting to
Smriti
know that
Irani is
Smriti
trailing.
Irani
Is trailing.
Smriti Irani is leading, and all the Yadav family members are all winning. A quick update, Zaka had mentioned about Thane. Just quickly tell me about Thane.
Naresh Maske was leading since first to 3 round. His lead was approximate 3,000 to 4,000. But right now, after 4 rounds, Naresh Maske is leading just by 193 votes. On 4th round, Rajan Vichare got 16,068 votes, whereas Naresh Maske got 16,260 votes.
Okay, overall, just tell me, Maha,
So hardly Naresh Maske is leading by 193
Avantika,
votes.
ask him a question. In Maharashtra, how many rounds of counting so far?
So,
How many rounds of countings are over? The first round of EVM counting is done. I've got that official information from Brijesh.
In Maharashtra.
In Thane, there are 4 rounds, just now 4 rounds are over. And if we talk about overall structure of Maharashtra, out of 48, we got trains of 45 seats, out of which NDA is leading on 25 seats, whereas India is leading on 20 seats.
26, 25
All right.
and 26.
Can we
three
bring it
rounds
back to
on Thane
Uttar
already.
Pradesh? I think there's some fascinating
Yeah.
stories happening in Uttar Pradesh.
Yeah, Smriti Irani is trailing.
Yeah,
And
Smriti Irani is trailing, yeah.
Amethi as of now.
Remember,
KL
Samajwadi
Sharma.
Party gave a large number of tickets to non-Yadavs this particular election. So
No,
their
this
selection
Amethi was
5 Yadavs, yeah.
Yeah.
Which were their family.
That's a major upside.
non-Yadav
That's a
OBCs.
major upset if it happens, which is
Yeah.
Smriti Irani trailing would be a major upset.
So this would be
Yeah.
the
This
David
is the
Goliath
barometer.
moment, because KL
I'm
Sharma
going
was
to add
this.
a couple of
again.
numbers
You
to
know,
the
yeah.
UP discussion.
Shoe in.
The election commission is actually showing Samajwadi Party is ahead of BJP right now, 32 versus 25. Look, but the vote share numbers are again very similar in terms of proportion to what the national numbers are showing in terms of vote share. Because that is
in UP.
In UP
But
as
then
well.
last time UP BJP had 49%.
Just very
so,
quickly,
So right now the election
297
commission
right
is showing
now.
41%
Yeah, so
for
it's down.
BJP in UP.
It's down.
But 32% for Samajwadi Party.
Party, yeah.
But another point which is important,
The NDA
the
has gained by
absolute number
7.
of votes counted right now is minuscule.
Yeah.
For example, it's showing 6.3 lakh votes for BJP versus 4.9 lakh votes for Samajwadi. That's
Samajwadi, of
minuscule.
course,
I
that
mean,
will change.
that is
NDA
exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So
no,
this
the
is
25
still
crore
very,
base
very
of the
early.
voters,
If you look at the absolute number
of which
right
about 18 crore, 19 crore will go to polls. Yes, key
Well,
rates alerts have that.
NDA was at 290. It's picked up 7.
Yeah, it's picked up 7. See,
This might
these
be
numbers,
coming
ladies
from-
and gentlemen, will change. There will be changes that will happen. Early on, the early leads, it looked like that the INDI alliance and the Congress have really gained a lot of traction. And the NDA is in a spot of bother. And the NDA and the BJP, and especially at least about 50 to 60 seats minus
Let me just
overall
add a quick
pan-India.
caveat.
Yes,
Let me
yes,
add a quick
Rahul.
caveat here. We all expected vote shares to come down in the Hindi heartland. How much we don't know as of now. We'll try to look at those vote shares. I'm going to be looking now at vote shares very, very closely. We all knew that. We all knew that certain contests were going to get tighter. And right now, if we've only reported a minuscule amount of votes, we don't even know which areas they are coming out of. There could be areas of dominance of one particular formation over the other. And that's why you're seeing this tight, close contest. If they are going to be close contests, you might actually see things changing. So let's hold our horses on Uttar Pradesh also. It is an important state, but it's a state where obviously margins are coming into,
interestingly, I just want to run you through Chhattisgarh, where again, last time, the assembly election 6 months ago, BJP swung an unexpected victory. Now it's much more even Stevens. Rajnandgaon, we talked about how Bhupesh Baghel is leading in that particular seat. I just want to look at some of the other seats. Mahasamund, again, Tamraj Sahu, who used to be a former deputy CM, I think he was. He's leading in that seat. From Korba, where Jyotsna Mahant is also leading. She's leading against Saroj Pandey of the BJP. And
Congress picking up against the BJP.
In Sarguja,
that's what this is
telling
you.
In Sarguja, again, the Congress is leading. So this is as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned. I want to quickly look at Madhya Pradesh as well. Madhya Pradesh is entirely BJP. There are 4 seats for the Congress. It's not showing here on the magic wall. Just quick check of Rajasthan. Again, it could, it's 13-12. It's 13-12, a state that the BJP just swept, 6 months ago. It's even Stevens. And like I keep going back to this is the most fascinating for me. Now it's come down. It's come down to 4 seats to Congress in Gujarat, 22 to the BJP.
See, this leaderboard is very important because the story that we said is that if the INDI alliance had to get to that 295 number or even 272, the Congress had to pull its weight and the Congress had to get above 100, nearly 120 seats. Right now at 92, the Congress seems to be pulling its weight early on in terms of the trends, and that too, most of these seats have come in straight fights with the BJP. So if the Congress is improving its strike rate against the BJP, they won only 50
Haryana now, Congress has 6, BJP has 4, JJP has 0. India Alliance has 6, out of which 1 is AAP, Sushil Gupta from Kurukshetra, but Congress
so it's the same story
has 5.
that's happening, that the Congress is improving its strike rate in bastions where the BJP actually beat it the last time around.
BJP versus Congress straight fight comparison, because that'll give you an idea of where things stand.
Yeah, so it was 186 seats last time around, which BJP had won 120. Right now, again, NDA has 127, and the India Alliance is 48, which is primarily Congress versus BJP.
But are these BJP versus Congress?
Yeah.
Or India versus NDA?
No, this is Congress versus BJP.
Okay.
Of which last time Congress had 10 or 15, I think.
Yeah, 15,
now,
17 actually.
Yeah, now they're up to
48.
They are up to 48.
So,
They're up to 48.
So
out of 17 and now they've gone to 48. So nearly 3 times. They've improved themselves nearly 3 times. They've gone up. And that is significant. If the Congress can get up to 120 seats in terms of leads and also win, that's when the scenario that was presented by the INDI actually happens, which also means that the NDA will be in a spot of bother. But gradually, ladies and gentlemen, these numbers are changing. The NDA is slowly inching up, coming back down. These leads will change. Round 1 of counting has just gotten over. And now we will get into round 2, round 3, round 4 by the time. And some of the constituencies may have reached up to round 4 or round 5. Other constituencies may still be at round 1 or round 2. Overall, we will get to about round 2 in about 10 minutes from now.
Can we look at Bengal for a second? So Bengal is 21 to the TMC, 15 to the BJP. Just taking a look at where the BJP is leading right now in Kanti, where Shubhendu Adhikari's brother is contesting. He's leading in Kanti. In Tamluk, Justice Gangopadhyay, who resigned and then joined the BJP, he's leading in Tamluk. Let's take a look at the other seats where the BJP is leading. Purulia, I mentioned this. Now in Asansol, SS Ahluwalia, now he's taken the lead against Shatrughan Sinha. In Birbhum, again, Shatabdi Roy is trailing. Deptanu Bhattacharya of the BJP is leading in that seat. The Congress is 2 seats. One, I think, is Baharampur. The other is Malda Uttar. Malda Uttar is the seat, that's Malda South.
The
Ghani Khan.
Ghani Khan's nephew.
Okay, Ghani Khan's nephew. So that's the Malda Uttar.
Isha Khan Chaudhary.
Yeah, that's that seat. Again, in the Calcutta seats, now we have almost all of them reporting. Diamond Harbour, Jadavpur, Howrah. You have the Barasat seat. All the Calcutta seats and the greater Calcutta seats, the TMC seems to be leading. No changes there. Cooch Behar, TMC seems to be leading. This is Nishit Pramanik's seat. He's taking on Jagdish Chandra Basunia of the TMC. So TMC is leading in Cooch Behar, but in neighboring Alipurdwar, Manoj Tigga is leading. So that's the state of West Bengal. But really, I think Rahul Shivshankar, the story is about the Hindi heartland. It's about UP, it's about Bihar, Rajasthan, the only Hindi heartland state which seems to be bucking the...
Look, there are two belts. There are two belts. If you really look at the top and you look at
This is the belt.
Yeah, so there's a middle belt which is Haryana, Uttar Pradesh and parts of Rajasthan where there's a problem. So that's really the agrarian belt there. That's the Jat vote and a little bit of the...
So Madhya Pradesh seems to be okay for the BJP.
Which is surprising to me.
Yeah.
Which is surprising because, you know,
individual states in the heartland are showing different trends. Yeah.
So there are probably local factors at work, but the Samajwadi Party proving to be a bit of a bone.
No, on the leaderboard, big slip now. 6 seats slip for the NDA, 290.
BJP
5 seats slip for the BJP.
This is Uttar Pradesh. This is Uttar Pradesh. It's 40 to the NDA, 39 to the India Alliance. This is a massive shift,
This is
folks.
like a 2004
let's take a look. So
Samajwadi Party.
BJP is down 25 from last time around. It's down 25. RLD has won. A gain of 1. I think RLD was fighting 2 or 3 seats. I think
Let's never forget the axiom. If you can't control Uttar Pradesh, you've got a problem.
And look at the Samajwadi Party. They're leading in 32. That's a gain of 28 from last time. Congress leading in 7, gain of 6 from last time. So it's neck and neck. Nalin Mehta, you want to weigh in? Uttar Pradesh, NDA 40, India Alliance 39. I mean, look at the map. It's just... there's a lot more green than there was 5 years ago.
This map, it's very early days, but if this map holds, then it's a return to the UP of 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's a return to, do we have the 2009
Mayawati, mind you, has not taken a single lead.
Yeah.
Not a single lead. She had 10 seats last time.
Consolidation.
Clearly, some of her vote has gone to Samajwadi Party.
Vote is transferred. Do we have 2009 UP?
At the moment is very low in the election commission's website.
So this is the 2024 UP situation. Let's look at the map as it existed in 2009. It's a similar picture. It's a similar picture. But look at 2014 and 2019. It's complete saffron sweep. There's very few pockets of green and blue. It's otherwise entirely saffron sweep in 2014. Again, a repeat of that in 2019. A little more pockets of blue and green. But again, massive saffron sweep. 64 to the NDA, 62 to the BJP. But this is the 2019 map, and now look at the 2024 map.
Yeah, interesting story in Bihar where it is 29 to the NDA and 9 to the INDIA. So where the INDIA was supposed to actually make big inroads as their claims were, the JDU seems to be holding up its end of the bargain. Quickly going to Avantika with an update. Yes, Avantika.
Now that you speak about Bihar, Anand, I'm right here. In fact, RK Singh is leading, Chirag Paswan leading, Ravi Shankar Prasad leading, Rajiv Pratap Rudy, Misa Bharti is leading now. How many for the BJP-JDU alliance?
ये 25 सीट पे बीजेपी आगे है और जो है आरजेडी प्लस 6 सीट्स पे आगे है।
आरजेडी
ये जो है गिरिराज सिंह अभी फिर आगे चल रहे थे, पीछे चल रहे थे, अभी फिर आगे हो गए हैं। मधेपुरा से दिनेश चंद्र यादव आगे हैं, गोपालगंज से प्रेमनाथ चंचल आगे हैं।
ठीक है। All right, so that's the count. I just want to give a quick update. Annamalai is trailing by 10,000 votes. Dayanidhi Maran is leading by 10,000 votes. Karthi Chidambaram is also leading. He's doing really well. And a very quick update from Jammu and Kashmir. Mehbooba Mufti, she's trailing. And the National Conference is leading. And very interestingly, all the 4 seats for the BJP is doing really well in Himachal Pradesh, Anand.
All 4 seats well in Himachal Pradesh.
Now in Delhi as well, I think all seats are reporting for the BJP, including in South Delhi, where Sahi Ram, Ramveer Singh Biduri, now the BJP is leading. Sahi Ram of the AAP was leading for the longest time. But now if you look at the India map,
Gujarat again, BJP's pulled one more seat back. It's 23. They're leading in 23 out of 26.
Yeah, so there is only 3 seats where the Congress is leading, 23 out of 26.
Well,
the
Gujarat
BJP
is beginning to turn for
Gujarat
the BJP
is beginning to turn. Yeah,
I think we've got to be a little more. Add a few more caveats there. Delhi swinging towards the BJP bellwether. Don't forget that in about since 1989, 1999.
All elections.
All elections. Delhi has.
Yeah, but Delhi में I think थोड़ा सा touch and go हो रहा है. वो South Delhi वाला seat थोड़ा सा.
Look, Uttar Pradesh is a problem right now, and it is a problem because many people will say that look, there has been distress, this, that, the other, and there was obviously this talk about 400 par and the way the opposition sort of construed it. So there could be a bit of a problem there, but if the BJP starts picking up in some pockets and gets closer to the 50 mark, then things will change even in Uttar Pradesh, and that will have a bearing on the overall number.
Yeah. Trouble for Annamalai, 10,000 votes. He's trailing by 10,000 votes already. That's the update from Coimbatore. Dayanidhi Maran leading by 10,000 votes. Comfortable lead for Karthi Chidambaram. Very confident of retaining that seat, and he should do it by a big margin. That's what the indications are. Let's come back and look at the state of Tamil Nadu and see where are the possibilities
to get a number of how many votes people are leading by in Uttar Pradesh. Can we get that sort of?
We could. We'll try and get if we can get Avantika to tell us what is the lead margin for some of the
how many votes have been counted?
Some of the key candidates in some of the big seats. But ladies and gentlemen, the scenario could change, will change. Either ways, these numbers will not hold. These numbers will change either in favor of the NDA and the BJP or in favor of the INDI and the Congress party. But this is after the first hour and 15 minutes of counting. The first hour and 15 minutes of counting, where some of the counting centers have gotten into round 4. Some of them are getting into round 2. These are the status. This is the status. The big story is that the INDIA, the alliance, the opposition has closed the gap with the NDA early on, and the BJP is slipping. The BJP is slipping
on UP because
Uttar Pradesh is the story.
Uttar Pradesh is the story. Just on Western Uttar Pradesh, I want to run you through some of the seats where the alliance is leading. Saharanpur, Imran Masood is leading. In Kairana, Ikra Hassan Chaudhary is leading. In Muzaffarnagar, Harendra Singh Malik of the Samajwadi Party is leading against Sanjeev Balyan. And then you have Baghpat, which I think the RLD was fighting from Baghpat, if I'm not mistaken. Again, the Samajwadi Party candidate there is leading. In Sambal, Ziaur Rahman of the Samajwadi Party is leading. Let's take a look at Nagina from Bijnor. Again, Chandan Chauhan of the RLD is leading. Of course, RLD is now with the BJP, with the NDA. Taking a quick look at the centre part, Amethi, Congress candidate is leading. Raebareli, Rahul Gandhi is leading. Barabanki, Tanuj Punia is leading, and then in Sitapur, Rakesh Rathod of the Congress is leading. So, where the Samajwadi Party is running up numbers, obviously in their belt, the Yadav belt of Maipuri, Itawa.
Phase 2.
Yeah, Maipuri, Itawa, this belt, which is the Yadav belt, some in Western Uttar Pradesh, in the Jat belt, and a large number of seats here in Eastern Uttar Pradesh, a large number of seats from Robertsganj, even in Mirzapur, which is Anupriya Patel's seat, the Samajwadi Party is leading.
This is the non-Yadav.
The Election Commission website is currently showing that Ajay Rai is leading against Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Varanasi.
That the votes counted are about 10,000.
Oh, I see.
Votes counted at 10,000.
No, in that constituency.
In a lot of constituencies, the total number of votes counted is not so much.
Sample is too minuscule right now.
Sample is too minuscule. UP overall, they're saying about less than 10 lakh votes have been counted out of a base of about 18 crore voters. So that's a big number that will impact. So obviously
Odisha Assembly is good news right now.
Odisha,
it's in the Assembly, Odisha, BJP is leading in 14, BJD in 9. In Andhra Pradesh, TDP is leading in 45 and the BJP in 3, YSRCP in 13, JNP in 8.
So big gains for the BJP as far as Odisha Assembly and Andhra Assembly seats is concerned, where there could be a bit of a turn there, and we are given to understand the BJP will stand to gain.
Constituencies, so you can see the mood on the ground there.
The story in Haryana has changed. The story in Haryana is that the BJP is leading only in 4. INDI, Congress is leading in 6 seats.
Yeah, so that includes one of the Aam Aadmi Party.
One of the Aam Aadmi Party.
One of the Aam Aadmi Party. BJP is gained. The NDA alliance has gained. The Congress has now come down under 10. So it's in single digits.
So it's
in
19-9. But remember, last time NDA had 25. So they're down 6 from last time.
But as I said, if these are very early days, then that Congress number might come down. I don't know.
Correct. But we have also gone to 526 leads. 526 leads out of 543 that are currently reporting. The BJP is at 239, 291 for the NDA, 216 for the INDIA and 94 for the Congress. 94 leads for the Congress party. So they are clearly about 40 seats better than, 42 seats better than the last time around. and that itself is significant. That means the Congress has gained traction on ground, ladies and gentlemen. The Congress is posting far greater leads than it did in 2019 at this point, at 9:45 a.m. Will this get adjusted? Either way, we have to wait and watch. Nothing before 11 o'clock. There could be a lot of change over the next hour and 15 minutes. If the first hour and 45 minutes of counting day, 4th of June, have resulted in the stock market tanking 2,000 points plus, the next hour and 15 minutes could have a different story altogether, or it could further propel the bearish trend.
Look
we have
at
to wait and watch.
Mumbai seats, BJP leading in 2, Piyush Goyal leading in Mumbai North and Ujjwal Nikam leading in Mumbai North Central. 3 seats to the Sena UBT. So Uddhav Thackeray will be happy if the result stays this way. Mumbai Northwest, Amol Kirtikar is leading. Mumbai Northeast, Sanjay Dina Patil is leading. And Arvind Sawant leading in Mumbai South. Shinde Sena, Rahul Shewale leading in Mumbai South Central. So it's, as far as the Mumbai region is concerned, it's 2 to the Shinde Sena, 3 to the Sena UBT and 2 to the BJP. So in terms of trying to prove a point, I think Uddhav Thackeray.
Quick check on the Odisha and Andhra Assembly numbers. The leads have come in out of 65 for out of 147 seats in Odisha. BJD is leading in 29, BJP in 28. So neck and neck in Andhra Assembly. NDA leading in 74. YSRCP in 9. 83 out of 175 leads are out. NDA means largely propelled by the TDP there in Andhra Pradesh. BJP and BJD, it's neck and neck in Odisha. The Congress with just 6 seats, so not in the fray there as far as the assembly elections are concerned. We'll get you more details on that front. There are also by-polls happening in Himachal, and the assembly by-polls could also determine the fate of the local government there. Sambit Patra right now leading in Odisha, Aparajita Sarangi leading in Bhubaneswar in Odisha, Sambit Patra contesting from Puri. Kendrapara, it's a tight fight. It's going to be a really tight one. Jai Panda there, he is leading in Kendrapara. So Odisha leads, key race alerts coming through. The BJP doing well in Odisha, but there are serious concerns as far as Rajasthan, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh is concerned. Swapan Das Gupta, do you think this will hold or do you see this changing?
Well, it's quite obvious that, what's significant is that the BJP figure has come down to 239. That's substantially below the 270 mark. Now that has a very important overall implication for the nature of the government if it's formed. And I think that's what we need to look at.
But the NDA number is above 272. So
no, but it has, in terms of the balance.
Okay.
Whether we are having a single party government or we are having
a coalition
government. It has a definite meaning.
So single party with multiple alliances
and
that
look,
pushes the
just
number
to throw it
further,
out there,
or is it a coalition
some
government?
of the newly acquired allies, there could be a reorientation.
The Congress
people
moving
could come,
closer
people could
to
go.
100,
yeah.
That is significant, right?
Yeah.
I mean, their numbers are, the Congress is doing pretty well, and this is probably the reason why the Congress was completely rejecting the exit polls. 94 is a handsome number right now, at least in the early counting rounds.
So again, Delhi, Chandni Chowk, now JP Agarwal of the Congress is leading. All other seats, the BJP is leading. So it's 6-1.
Let's go back to UP. Is there a change in the leads? And also let's look at Bengal. 21 and 16 is the story right now.
So Uttar Pradesh is pretty much neck and neck. I don't think we're getting too many numbers out of Uttar Pradesh. The counting might be slow there. It's 40 to the NDA and 39 to the India Alliance. Whether there could be a dramatic shift in these numbers, we'll have to wait and see. But it's very clear that some of the BSP vote, particularly in Western Uttar Pradesh, in the Yadav belt, and most importantly in Purvanchal, seems to have gone to the SP and to the Congress. Let me also quickly take a look at Bihar, because UP and Bihar are 120 seats. They really decide in a way. Again here, last time the NDA had 39 out of 40. They're down 10 seats. The India Alliance had just 1. They are up 8 seats. Just taking a look at where the BJP is
leads also 2 seats have still not
so the BJP is down 4. Let's take a look at where the BJP is down 4. I think even in the Patna seat, which has been hovering between Anshul Avijit and Ravi Shankar Prasad, right now it is Anshul Avijit who's leading. Even in Patliputra, Misa Bharti is leading right now. So some big changes happening in these two big states.
What is interesting is that the JDU is pretty much held on. That was supposed to be the weakest link, and they're only down 3.
Yeah.
It's the BJP that supposedly at this moment is underperforming. Now, I don't know if that is actually a factor of the fact that there are fewer votes being counted as of now. Apparently 10,000 votes per constituency. That's very little.
Maybe this is that entire thing that Zaka was talking about in the morning, that this time around we'll see slower counting because all the returning officers would be under that much scrutiny.
Yeah, we'd also have to see over the next hour and 15 minutes, hour and a half, 90 minutes, does the counting actually pick up and do these numbers actually change?
I think Nalin was talking about it some time back. Right now, the magic wall is showing Ajay Rai leading Narendra Modi in Varanasi.
Yeah.
He was talking about it
I was also saying the same thing. They said the only 10,000 votes have been polled in that very constituency or counted so far in that constituency.
Me of that time, you know, when railways began computerization and you took money to the booth to book a ticket. So first he would put it through that counting machine, and then he would take it and manually count it. You know, we just need absolutely certain,
sure,
right?
absolutely sure. But this is early days, ladies and gentlemen. We've got to keep telling you that in a lot of the constituencies, it's not even the first round over, the second round over. Overall, in some of the states which returns huge number of voters, the total number of votes counted is very small. So that's why the way the map is plotting could be surprising. But yes, it has shocked the stock market. The stock markets so far have reacted very negatively, down 2,000 points. Sanjeev Balyan is currently leading in Muzaffarnagar in Uttar Pradesh. 291 for the NDA, 216 for the INDI alliance. The BJP is slipping below the 240 number to 239 leads. The Congress going above the 90 number to 94 leads. So it's becoming very interesting in this election. Hema Malini, another key race alert, leading from Mathura in Uttar Pradesh. So far, the NDA is in position to form government as a coalition government because they are above the halfway mark of 272. In terms of leads, they have 291 leads, the NDA. But the BJP would want to be the single largest party. They would want to do better than 2019. The exit polls said that the BJP will do 310. Right now, they are way below that number. Right now, the BJP is at least 71 seats behind that 310 projection of the News 18 mega exit poll. Will this change in the forthcoming rounds? We'll have to wait and watch. As of now, counting continues. Anupriya Patel is now trailing in Mirzapur. So big change there. So fluctuations are quite few. Uttar Pradesh is a story, Maharashtra is a story, Karnataka is a big story. In these states, the INDI alliance is doing very well with the Congress gaining traction. In Rajasthan also Congress gaining traction. Any change in Maharashtra? Let's look at Maharashtra again. Zaka.
All right now again it's neck and neck. It's 23-23. Like I said, the NDA running up the numbers largely in the Marathwada region. So if you look at Konkan and the coastal belt, the NDA seems to be down on numbers. Vidarbha, and this is important because Devendra Fadnavis comes from Vidarbha, he comes from Nagpur. There again, the BJP is leading only in two constituencies. One is Nagpur, where Nitin Gadkari is fighting from, and the other is Bandara Gondia. But all the other seats, it is the non-NDA parties who are leading in Vidarbha, possibly because of either the Dalit issue or even the farmers' distress issue. There was a lot of talk about farmer distress there. Again, in Konkan, and in the coastal belt in Western Maharashtra. In Western Maharashtra, the BJP currently is not leading in a single seat. The BJP, in fact, the Shinde Sena is leading from Hatkangle, but all the other seats, of course, the Ajit Pawar NCP is leading from Baramati. There is one seat, of course, Pune, where Muralidhar Mohol of the BJP is leading. But BJP is not able to run up the numbers in significant regions of Maharashtra. Yes, in the Marathwada belt, they're getting. I want to just check on Nanded, and in Nanded, the BJP candidate is leading. So there was a lot of chatter around after Mr. Chavan joined the BJP, but Nanded, the BJP candidate seems to be leading. But other than in Marathwada, even in Mumbai city, the BJP leading in two seats. In Piyush Goyal's seat, that is North Mumbai, and in Ujjwal Nikam's seat, which used to be Poonam Mahajan seat. These are the two seats where the BJP is leading. The Sena UBT leading in two seats, which is Mumbai Northeast, Sanjay Dina Patil, and Mumbai South, Arvind Sawant. Now the Shinde Sena has clawed back in Mumbai Northwest as well, where Amol Kirtikar was leading for a long time.
Uttar Pradesh, that's where the story is. Let's also go to the hub and get a sense of how many rounds, etc. Yes, Nalin, you have a point.
Banaras.
Banaras.
Modi is now leading in Banaras. Okay. But to give you a sense of the scale, at the moment, the Election Commission website is showing 28,719 votes for Modi and 28,283 votes for Ajay Rai. So that is still the the level of the magnitude of
So
this.
PM Modi is now leading in Varanasi. So that's the update coming in from Varanasi.
By
PM
about
Modi is
200-300
leading.
votes.
Huh?
By about 200-300
436 votes.
436. As per the EC counting, 436 votes is the difference between both sides are 28,000 votes plus Ajay Rai and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So a lot of it will change.
5 lakh, I think. 5 lakh is the target that the BJP wants to win by, and if they're only counted, what is it? Quickly do the math. About
56,000 votes.
56,000 votes. Less than 60,000 votes is the votes that have been counted. Varanasi will return at least 8.5 lakh voters, if I remember correctly. More than 8.5 lakh voters.
No other candidate so far has got more than 500 votes.
Now it's
Varanasi,
in Gujarat, it's all seats reporting, all seats going to the BJP. So this is business. Normal business resumed
Normal
as far as Gujarat is concerned. It's all saffron.
I think I'm just going to check.
Like what
I think we have Anil Antony.
Seats, I think.
Blue turn
what
to
happened
orange
was
within a couple of minutes.
Then
Do we have Anil Antony
contest?
that the mud pack. You decided to hide yourself behind a mud pack. Now, why did you have to do that?
It looks really strange how suddenly.
I'm just checking. Do we have Anil Antony with us? Yes. Yeah. Anil Antony, good morning.
Morning.
This is Anand Narsimhan with Zakat Jacob and Rahul Shivshankar in the studio. But what's the sense? Right now, the trends show that you are trailing in your constituency in Pathanamthitta.
Yes, at the moment I am trailing early. There were a couple of occasions I was leading also.
Yes.
These are very early rounds. The postal ballots are almost over. At the same time, I think we are in the second round. In one constituency in Kerala, Thrissur, we are substantially leading. We are very sure that by the time the elections are over, we will be seeing a good performance by the NDA, where we will be coming back with a bigger mandate than the last 2 elections. And multiple of those seats will be from Kerala, including mine. So
no palpitation for you. How many rounds before you believe you are going to be confident about your position?
We are going till the last round, but I am very sure that we are winning.
Oh, you're going down to the wire, but you're very sure. But because you know that the stock markets have reacted negatively to the early trends, down 2,700 points.
Some momentary trends. Right now, it's only second round in most of the places, but we are still having a good. Like if you look at the numbers right now, we are still leading. The NDA is leading, but by the end of it, you will be seeing us reaching our 400. So there is nothing to panic about.
So far, counting peaceful. No problems all across.
No, Kerala is peaceful so far.
Well, all the best. Yeah. Rahul has a question.
So the top of 10 o'clock, the 3 big takeaways right now as things stand, it appears that just to look at the absolute numbers, the NDA is more than 272. That's the one thing that one has to look at. The BJP slips down right under 240 as of now, which could be problematic, as Swapan Das Gupta also mentioned, if this continues to hold in the way it is holding in government formation and continuity. But fundamentally, what you're really looking at is a bit of a reversal in the Hindi heartland, which I think we will begin to see correcting over the next 1 hour. Significant. So there is definitely a problem, and I think that as Nistula was saying, the journalists might have got it right from their
compared to the pollsters.
If the BJP is anything less than 260, then the 297 that you're seeing for the NDA, that's in jeopardy. They need to get to 260. This is of course trends, but they need to get to 260 so that the NDA. If it's anything less than that, then the NDA formulation
last
is
garbage. Last 5 minutes. Anil Antony, thank you for speaking with us. All the best to you, and hopefully we'll connect with you if things go according to your plans. But all the best to you there.
We'll connect with him even if it doesn't go according to his plan.
All the best to you there. But, ladies and gentlemen, last 5 minutes, the NDA has moved up from 289, 291 to 297, closer to 300. The BJP has moved from 239 to 242 in terms of leads. The Congress has slipped from 94 to 91. The INDI alliance has slipped 5 seats from 216 to 211. So things will change slowly and gradually. Either ways, They will keep fluctuating. We'll keep telling you where the fluctuations are happening. Right now, if I can tell you, in Rajasthan, the BJP is now 13 and 12. If you look at Maharashtra, it's 23-23. It remains the same.
Yeah.
In Gujarat, the BJP is now pulling back the lead away from the Congress party. In Tamil Nadu, again, the NDA is still 1. In Jharkhand, it is 10 and 4. Interesting. In Odisha, it is 13 and 5 between the BJP and the BJD. In West Bengal, it is 22 and 15. So some change there. Bihar, it's 29 and 9. NDA, Maharashtra continues to be the up on the leaderboard in Punjab now. Yeah, Maharashtra and Punjab, we'll look at both. Yeah,
is like I said, it's neck and neck between the Mahayuti and the Maha Vikas Aghadi. But let's take a look at Punjab also. Punjab, I think there were 2 AAP seats. Sangrur, which is Bhagwant Man's seat, the AAP is leading there. That's against Sukhpal Khera, by the way, the man he put in jail. And then you have in the Hoshiarpur seat, which used to be the BJP seat, Som Prakash was the sitting MP there. The Congress has 7. Incidentally, Aujla is leading in Amritsar. He's leading against Saranjit Sandhu in Gurdaspur, where Sukhi Randhawa, the former Deputy Chief Minister, is fighting. He's leading there. You have a couple of independents in Kadur Sahib. Amritpal Singh is leading in that seat. And then also in the neighbouring constituency of Faridkot. Faridkot, an independent, Sarabjit Singh Khalsa, is leading in Faridkot. The Akali is managing to retain both Batinda as well as Firozpur, both the seats that were won by Harsimrat and by Sukhbir last time around. So Congress is down 1 from last time. AAP is gain 1 from last time. SAD no change. BJP has not opened its account as far as Punjab is concerned. Just very quickly on Delhi, if I can look at Delhi. Again, one seat which is Chandni Chowk. JP Agarwal is leading in that seat. All the other seats, the BJP is leading.
Kerala, we are given to understand that Suresh Gopi in Thrissur is leading by 15,000 votes. So he's breaking out into a lead. But the UDF has more seats than the LDF in terms of lead.
Yeah,
that does not augur well for Pinarayi Vijayan and the LDF.
Yes.
Given that they are in power there.
Last time had 18. The left only had 1. So they are up 1 from last time. But like I said, so ultimately it will go back to the India alliance.
Punjab, since you started with Punjab and come down to Kerala, the Congress holding on. Remember, it had 8.
They had 8 last time, they have 7 now.
So 7 this time, and in Kerala.
I don't know if we have, it's not there on the map. If you can check with our team on the Chandigarh seat. Is Manish Tiwari leading, trailing? What's happening?
We'll get an update on that, but here they are -3 right now.
Yeah,
UDF. LDF is +2, but largely the Congress seems to be holding. Congress is leading. Manish Tiwari is leading Chandigarh.
Yeah, so I'll tell you where the Congress is trailing as far as Kerala is concerned.
Anand,
last time they won Attingal.
BJP number has gone up just a bit.
Yeah, BJP now back to 249. BJP 249, NDA 307. The Congress slipping to 90, INDI alliance now 206. So they have slipped 5 seats. The BJP has really raised 10 seats plus in the last 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And the NDA has gone to 307. So these numbers will change. The others are consolidating. We still don't have leads from all 543 constituencies. It is 538 to 543. Akanksha joining us with details from the live result hub. Akanksha, Bengal, what's the story?
Anand, the projections are very interesting in Bengal because Adhir Ranjan is trailing behind TMC's Yusuf Pathan. We also have the Krishnanagar seat where we know Mahua Moitra was in a direct contest, and Rajmata Amrita Roy of the Bharatiya Janata Party is leading. Nishit Pramanik is trailing in Cooch Behar. Rekha Patra is leading from the BJP in Bashirhat. 21 Trinamool Congress as far as out of 42 is concerned. BJP is leading in 13, Congress only in 1. Let me go to our gentleman who's looking after the Bengal results. Sir, what are your insights?
Actually, the thing is, the trends are very interesting coming from the morning. So we have seen some, it's not a paradigm shift. Actually, to some extent, it's a very predictable scenario we are having now. Actually, the latest scenario, as we can see this, Trinamool Congress is leading in 27 seats in Bengal, whereas BJP is leading in 14 seats, and Congress is having only 1 seat in their fund, I mean, as a leading seat. So the thing is, if the time as the time passed by, the war will be more intense, I think.
And the competition, the fight will be more intense.
It's only growing, and I think BJP may
more rounds being counted. The BJP at 250 leads for the first time since 8 a.m. this morning. First time since 8 a.m. this morning, the BJP is at 250 leads. 250 leads, NDA at 307. So slowly consolidating and inching further. Rahul Shivshankar, yes.
Bihar, the number is going up. In Gujarat, it's going up. In Uttar Pradesh, I don't know what's happening there, why the numbers aren't coming through, why we are not getting, you know, the full blast of things. So we don't know what's happening there. In the south, the BJP has made
Uttar
some
Pradesh
inroads,
खींच लिया अभी 44-35 हो गया.
And in Orissa,
sorry.
And in Orissa, mixed bag along the Coromandel, because in Bengal it's a bit up in the air. So, you know, that's where things are.
Shift that you're talking about. The one thing that has remained consistent since the morning is the vote share, not the numbers. And the BJP vote share has remained constant at 40.56% so far, and the Congress number is around the 27.2% mark.
So it's fallen from 29.
But the absolute number, it's fallen 2% in the last 10 minutes. But the absolute number is now indicative of the votes. Maybe it's the BJP is at 40.56% with 2 crore votes at the moment nationally, and the Congress is at 27.2% of the vote share with 1.3 crore votes in its favor.
2 crore. How many nationally votes counted so far? 2 crore.
2 crore for BJP, 1.3 crore for Congress.
So about 3.5 crore votes have been counted.
Do we have any?
No, we right now we'll have to
So
calculate.
2 crore votes so far.
NDA party,
2 crore votes have been counted for the BJP. 1 crore votes for the Congress. 3 crore votes out of 64 crore votes, ladies and gentlemen. 3 crore votes out of 64 crore votes have been counted. Yes, there have been some votes that have been counted for the others also, some of the regional parties, but only of roughly about 4.5 crore votes have been counted so far. You got to count 64 crore votes. And so far in these 4 crore votes, the BJP has been holding on to about a 41% vote share. So these numbers will consolidate further and they will change further. INDI going back up into 212, Congress going back up to 96 leads, BJP slipping from 250 to 247, NDA leads from 307 to 303. So it's going to be a little topsy-turvy over the next 1 hour before it starts consolidating.
If this is the broad trend in Uttar Pradesh, I keep coming back to Uttar Pradesh because let's face it, this is where the election is made or lost, right? If let's say NDA goes up to 50 and India Alliance comes down to 30, it's a direct two-way fight, right? If it's 50-30, what are we looking at? Are we looking at, potentially, election changing sort of dynamic, or are we looking at NDA with a reduced majority? What are we looking at?
Not at that number, but if that number were to go down for the BJP to the 20s, the late 20s, because that's what happened to the BJP in 2004.
9. Yeah, and 4, yeah.
And 9. Actually 9, you're right. And the other two were in their 50s, so that could be a problem.
But that window of 20 seats, because BJP was expecting more than 62 that they got last time.
Of course.
Nistula Nalin. If that comes down to around 50.
They were expecting to do very well in Uttar Pradesh, especially on the back of the Pran Pratishtha of the Ram Mandir and all of those things. And but towards the end of the election cycle, Eastern UP was said to be pretty tight, and there was a lot of micromanaging that was going on.
In fact, around Varanasi, look at the number of green pockets.
So I myself had gone to Jaunpur and Machli and all these places.
But here's the thing: if the BJP does not win 50 seats in Uttar Pradesh, they will not be the single. They will not have majority. They will not be past 272. The BJP will not be past 272 if it wins less than 50 seats in Uttar Pradesh. That's very, very clear. It will be a coalition government. NDA may form government, but it will be a coalition government, not a single party driven.
The fulcrum of BJP's power has been is
of course,
UP.
Is UP.
So if you get this number in UP and if this number holds, then basically it means A, the BJP loses its majority as a party. B, in some sense, the Iqbal and the kind of pure dominance it had in the heartland, that kind of comes down. Then you're
I
getting
just want
into
to add a
older
caveat,
mean, if you like.
Nalin, just a caveat. Look, in 2014, the BJP had about 71. And that came down by about
62.
Yeah, so about 9 or 10 or whatever it is. But the absolute number did go up.
Yes.
Because the vote share did go up. Right now, what we're reporting is a 40.6% or 2%
so the
or
vote
something
share
like that.
in UP at the moment for the BJP is 42.3%.
Yes, so the worry for the BJP right now is conversion. It might be picking up a lot of votes in a lot of places where it was very weak. But if it's not converting those seats, then that's the problem. That's really the problem.
See, the Congress inching up to 100. It's 98 now. Congress in Leeds is 98. the BJP is right on the flirting with 250 for a while.
Out where these gains are coming for the Congress from. Predominantly, if we can just filter the Congress numbers, we'll get an idea.
Sumant Raman, and after that Nalin Mehta and Smita Prakash. Yes, Sumant Raman.
Gains for the Congress are very clearly coming from Karnataka, they are coming from Maharashtra, they are coming from Rajasthan. That is at the moment close to 30 seats are coming from just these 3 states for the Congress party.
So here are are the 99 seats, okay? You're bang on right. Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka. I'll just select Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, some seats in Telangana, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, a few seats in UP. Let's not forget UP. A few seats in Haryana, in Punjab. And then, of course, you go back here, a couple of seats in Chhattisgarh, a couple of seats in Jharkhand, 2 seats in Bihar, and some in the northeast. In Assam, a couple of seats in Assam. So they're picking up everywhere where in some of those places it's direct fights with the BJP, for example in Karnataka, in Rajasthan, etc. And they're also, and Chhattisgarh, in Telangana, but they're also picking up in places where it's fighting against other regional parties. So the alliance, the India alliance is helping surely in places like Kerala, in places like Maharashtra for sure, because they're banking on both Uddhav Sena as well as the NCP. So there are places where and of course in Uttar Pradesh they are being helped by the Samajwadi Party. Otherwise there's no way that the Congress is leading in 7 seats in Uttar Pradesh without the help of the Samajwadi Party.
True, but like you said, some of the seats are also in Haryana. Haryana, it's a 6+ for them. They had nothing last time around, Sumant Raman. So the Congress is gaining there. Yeah, it's slipping. It's been flirting with that 100 number for a while, just like the BJP has been flirting around with 250 for a while. Yeah,
that's really been their catchment. That's really been their area of dominance. There is a problem.
There is a missing of the Balakot
impact,
booster,
emotional
that happened.
thing.
Yeah, there was no overarching
But
emotional
with 98 that the Congress is leading in right now, what you're showing, that clearly indicates that in the India alliance, they are going to be the largest out there. And if the BJP is not able to bring in more numbers in Uttar Pradesh, that makes it difficult to form a government with the NDA happening. So they need to come up right now, and the Sensex has fallen. It's now 2,500 points down.
It was down 2,700. It's just consolidated a little more.
The Hindi heartland,
so
because
it's not a happy situation currently for the BJP.
Rahul was talking about the Hindi heartland. This is the Hindi heartland, right? So where do you see the pockets of I mean, this is 2024. Let's take a look at how this was in 2019. You see, so lots of saffron in Madhya Pradesh, lots of saffron in, of course, Uttarakhand and Himachal, not so much in UP, not so much in Bihar, but take a look at how this map was in 2019. This is how this map was in 2019.
There are 200 seats out of 240.
That's 225 seats in the Hindi heartland, and this is what it's looking like right now.
It's a 90% conversion rate. Right now, that's not. So if you look at the conversion rate right now,
they're down 44. They are down 44 seats.
Down
they are
44
down
from
44 seats. So that itself is a big one. Sumant Raman was saying something. Yes, Sumant Raman.
One point. I think that a lot was said about the gains that the BJP would make in Bengal and in Odisha. Odisha, it's happening. Bengal, it's not happening. At best, as it stands now, the best case scenario for the BJP is if they can retain what they won last time in Bengal. Even that does not seem to be happening at the moment. It's still early days.
Yeah, it's early days.
So
as
Sopan Das Gupta, it's 10 seats
22 for the TMC, 15 for the BJP. BJP, last time around, the map for the BJP was largely here in the north, and it was here in Bankura, Purulia. Now, they're managing to get sort of in the outskirts of Kolkata. Bashir Haat, they're currently leading. But
the West was their game.
See, I think my own personal feeling is that they're likely to retain North Bengal and a bit of the old Jungle Mahal issue. But I don't think they're going to make any gains in and around Calcutta.
Well, what about these 3 seats? This is the Adhikari brothers, right?
Yeah, that's the Midnapur. That's Midnapur.
Okay, that's Midnapur. You have the Tamluk seat, you have the Kanti seat.
But you don't expect much in the last phase, the last 9 seats.
Oh, I don't expect them to. I mean, they have a chance in 1 out of the 9.
Oh, here in the Kolkata seats, TMC is leading in all of them. In Kolkata Uttar, in Kolkata Dakshin, in Damdam, all the seats.
But also, let's not forget that there is stratification. Jadavpur. There are pockets of dominance of certain communities.
Of course.
In Bengal. So let these...
Bashir Haat, it depends which assembly segment you're counting.
Let's try and get a BJP I'm just going to request, as the conversation happens, I'm just going to request... Akanksha at the live result hub to just tell us Maharashtra, how many rounds of counting over? Uttar Pradesh, how many rounds of counting over? Bengal, how many rounds of counting over? And Karnataka, how many rounds of counting over? Because these are the 4-5 states which are going to swing this entire election one way or the other.
Samajwadi Party could end up being the third largest party in the new Lok Sabha. They're sitting at 33 seats.
How many rounds over?
मुंबई में तो अभी 6 राउंड्स हुए हैं, ठाणे में 10 राउंड हुए हैं, सातारा में 3rd राउंड चल रहा है, धुले 3rd राउंड कांग्रेस इज अप्रॉक्सीमेट 90,000, जलगांव स्मितावाग इज लीड अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 42,000 वोट्स, गोवा श्रीपाद नाइक फ्रॉम भाजपा ही इज ऑल्सो लीडिंग. So as far as now, as we check election commission of India sites for Maharashtra, BJP is leading on 13.
Interestingly, Himachal was also being discussed by Anurag Thakur. He said that चौके और छक्के हम ही छुड़ाएंगे, but यहाँ पे चौके बीजेपी के हो रहे हैं, पर छक्के कांग्रेस के हो रहे हैं. As far as the by-elections are concerned, could you give us a sense of what the Himachal numbers are looking like?
In Himachal Pradesh, Congress is leading in all 6 by-elections, and 4 seats are going to, as of now, BJP is leading in Lok Sabha election, 4 seats.
So another interesting update is Chhindwara. Before you quickly go, Anand, Chhindwara is in fact being led by Banti Sahu, who is of the BJP. So if BJP sort of manages that clean sweep, as has been also predicted in the exit polls as far as MP is concerned, so that will in fact become another Gujarat of sorts for BJP.
This is why, the Indian voter is so fascinating. All 4 Lok Sabha seats in Himachal Pradesh, the BJP is leading. Mandi, Kangra, Shimla,
except
Hamirpur.
the assembly.
But all the 6 assembly by polls, the Congress is leading.
Which is very important, for otherwise the government
will fall. So the voter is mature enough to say, okay,
Sukhu for state.
Yeah, Sukhu for state and Modi for Delhi. Right?
Modi for Delhi.
Can we just have a
Madhya Pradesh,
breakdown?
the whole scene has changed. All 29 leads are with the BJP right now.
Can we just have a breakdown of the
including
NDA?
Chhindwara. So Madhya Pradesh repopulated altogether.
Zach, can we have a breakdown of the NDA, please? Let's have a look at how the NDA partners are faring against the BJP, and that would be an interesting
number. Okay, so NDA is at 303. The BJP has 247 of it. JDU has 15. JDU is fighting 16. They have 15.
That's decent.
TDP has got 14. So TDP is a significant chunk.
JDU has held on.
JDU has managed to hold on to its tally.
So that was a good.
The Sena Shinde is a problem, because remember Sena had 18. They're down to 7.
Had 5.
LJP had 5. They're doing okay. The JDS is a new partner too. But really, I think the ally problem is a Maharashtra ally problem.
Maharashtra ally, but BJP is also not holding ground in Maharashtra.
The BJP is not holding ground.
And in Uttar Pradesh. So this is where the issue is.
13-12. So Rajasthan also, it's not bringing in the numbers.
Rajasthan was expected to be a bit of
BJP is not bringing in the numbers in Rajasthan so far.
So the idea was that Uttar Pradesh would have offset Rajasthan. That was the calculation.
There are more losses for BJP in Karnataka than what the exit polls had predicted as well. So it's all kind of adding up.
Yeah, again it's 18-10. So last time it was 25. Congress had just won, but this time it's now 18-10.
Karnataka is doing well compared to what it had started. It's now BJP leading.
Yeah, Karnataka it's picking up 20 leads.
By the way, there's one Bengaluru
closer
city,
to the exit polls, unlike what Suman.
One Bengaluru city lead for the Congress. I think it's the first time in 10 years that Congress is leading in 1 seat in Bangalore. It's Mansoor Ali Khan is leading against PC Mohan. PC Mohan is I think a 3-time MP from Bengaluru city.
How many rounds?
Central.
How many rounds of counting do we know?
That we'll have to check
Karnataka,
with the
I think
LRH.
everywhere it's an average of two rounds.
So there is a definite, this is a definite grievance vote now taking shape a little bit against the BJP. Specifically, its allies are doing better than it when it comes to converting. So the bit of a grievance vote taking place. Now we don't know how this is going to play out.
Haryana 6 leads, 6 leads.
It's doing better.
Let me just check with Akanksha. Yes, Akanksha, what's the update?
All right, so you were discussing the numbers as far as Karnataka is concerned. The latest is that Congress is less than half of BJP. BJP placed at a comfortable 17 at the moment. Congress at 8. Prajwal Revana still taking this lead in Hassan. Can you share the other seat details?
Yeah, Jagadish Shettar and Prahalad Joshi, both are BJP prominent candidates. They are leading in their own constituency. Jagadish Shettar from Belagavi and Prahalad Joshi, Hubballi Dharwad constituency. he is leading from the Hubballi Dharwad constituency.
What about Bangalore?
How many rounds of counting in Karnataka?
Is leading.
How many rounds of counting so far?
Already fourth round is over.
Four rounds. 4 rounds in Karnataka are over.
Right.
4.
Yeah, back and
So
forth.
back and forth. Again, in Thiruvananthapuram, slender lead for Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Suresh Gopi continues to consolidate his lead.
Yeah, I think Suresh Gopi he seems to be on a better wicket, certainly, because I think his lead is now in the 15,000 plus range.
A larger concern which the BJP should have is firstly their own numbers if it's falling below 270.
Yeah.
And secondly, who are the constituents of the NDA who are doing well? It's
So
the
JDU
JDU and TDP, both of which are rather fickle parties. Let's put it
Didn't Nitish Kumar meet Mr. Modi yesterday?
Yes,
he did, right? Okay.
Yeah, he did. He did. He called on the Prime Minister yesterday.
Very interesting.
Now again, the NDA numbers are slipping. 302. BJP numbers are slipping. 4 down, 4 short of 250 now. The Congress also went up to 98. Now it's come down to 92. The INDIA, which went down to 206, now has come up to 219. So the allies are doing well for the INDIA. The BJP not doing well for itself, especially in Uttar Pradesh. They have had huge reversals in terms of the leads as of now. There are reversals in Rajasthan, reversals in Haryana for the BJP. There are also certain reversals, or 5 seats at least minimum in Karnataka, which the BJP is losing as of now in terms of
Can I
leads.
just point out one thing? So obviously the India Alliance is gaining at the cost of the BJP, no doubt. But where is the other half coming from? The other half is coming from other parties, BRS, YSRCP, which had 22 MPs last time. The BJD had 15. So all of those also are, some of which is going to the India Alliance, because otherwise where do you explain the gain of 90? Only half of it is coming from the BJP and the NDA. Where is the rest coming from?
That's right.
I think
Sumant Raman wants to say something.
Telangana has proven to be a bit of a...
Yeah, Sumant Raman.
Look, Zaka, YSRCP, that gain has gone only to the NDA. Whatever YSRCP has lost has not gone to India Alliance. Similarly, whatever BJD has lost has not gone to the India Alliance, it's gone to the NDA. So those two parties, so that 42 is going to be interesting. We've got to figure out where those 42 seats are being lost, because it's not from Orissa or Andhra, where all those gains have directly gone to the NDA.
So Maharashtra, I think, would be one part of it for sure, as far as I can tell.
Maharashtra, Gujarat, again the BJP is back on 25 and 1 now out of 20.
Are EVMs to be trusted at this point or not to be trusted? Are EVMs to be trusted or not trusted at this point?
So far the EVMs are trustworthy.
So far they're trustworthy.
Four rounds, the EVMs are trustworthy. So far at 4 rounds the EVMs are trustworthy.
Can I just look at the Northeast as well, because we don't pay enough attention to the Northeast. So let's see where, BJP is now really running up the numbers in the Northeast. So NDA Alliance is 17, India Alliance is just 5.
So they are at par with what their performance was last time.
It was 24 out of 25. They were 24 out of 25. Right now they're par.
Right now
so both the Arunachal seats the BJP is leading in. Just want to quickly look at the Assam seats. Which are the ones the BJP is not leading? So in Jorhat, Gaurav Gogoi back in the lead. In Nagaon, Pradyut Bordoloi back in the lead. In Dhubri, Rakibul Hussain is in the lead. From Barpeta, AGP is leading. So 4 plus 1, 5, which is...
AGP is NDA, but I think you'll find that AUDF will probably get the lead in Barpeta.
AUDF could get the lead in Barpeta. Yes, Sumant Raman.
Zaka, what is happening in Jharkhand? We haven't been there at all. The arrest of the former Chief Minister
let's look at Jharkhand.
Has it had an impact?
So Jharkhand is 11-3. Last time around, I think BJP,
almost.
it was 12-2.
Yeah, I think
so it's more or less the same, except let's look at, Sita Soren. That's an interesting constituency. Sita Soren, sister-in-law of the arrested Chief Minister. She's leading on a BJP ticket from Dumka.
Sita Soren was the one who rebelled against Hemant Soren at
Nishikant
the time.
Dubey is leading in Goda. From Giridih, the AJSU is leading. The AJSU candidate is
big
leading.
News coming in that Mr.
Hazaribagh,
Tharoor is
Manish
trailing.
Jaiswal of the BJP is leading. In Ranchi seat, again the
Mr.
BJP
Tharoor
is
trailing
leading.
from
Which is said, Rajiv Chandrasekhar has a slender lead in
Tirunelveli. From Kunti, Arjun Munda is trailing. Arjun Munda is trailing from Kunti. It is the Congress candidate against him who is leading. From Chhatra, again, the Congress candidate is leading. So, Jharkhand more or less the same. One pickup seat for the India Alliance, but by and large, it is really for
When at least we are leading.
Well, one thing we can say, we don't know who's going to lead eventually and how, what by what, but we are leading, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very, very much.
हमने तो
We got
300
only
पार कर
thank you.
दिया.
हमने 3 lakh पार कर दिया. It is 3,42,000 live views right now, and we would like to go across to, we want it to be 5 lakhs. What the PM wants, we also want in Varanasi. 5 lakh plus margin, we want it to be here. We want in data beings. This is view count taken at 5-minute intervals between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. Thank you very, very much. Continue to watch us, and I hope you're enjoying the broadcast. We'd like these views to go up, and we'd like more of you to watch us. I don't think you should waste your click and time in somewhere else. You should be where the numbers are. That's where it is, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very, very much once again. Let's come back to these numbers: 246, 303, 219, 93, 21. The story in 3 or 4 states, ladies and gentlemen. Uttar Pradesh, what is going to happen? Is this Uttar Pradesh going to be the reason why the BJP does not become the party with majority in this election, or is that story going to change in the subsequent rounds? An average of 3 to 4 rounds of counting have happened in most of the states. Some states slower on the take than the others. Nalin Mehta, how many votes being polled in Uttar Pradesh?
Just give me another 2 minutes on that.
Doesn't look like Naveen Patnaik is going to be forming government in Odisha.
Odisha, we'll just put out at the bottom of our table on our screen, we'll put out the assembly scores also. Andhra Pradesh and Odisha will put out.
And it's going to be Chandrababu Naidu forming government in Andhra Pradesh, and well, the BJP
59 out of 113 leads that have come in Odisha are to the BJP. BJD is trailing at 38, nearly 19 seats behind. And in Andhra Pradesh, 118 to the NDA, YSRCP 16. It's a rout. 134 leads out of 175. It's a rout out there. It's a rout. Chandrababu Naidu steamrolled Jagan Reddy there.
I think the arrest was the turning point. Yes. It was on the morning of the G20, Jagan deciding to arrest Chandrababu Naidu. He kept him. I mean, the prevailing feeling was it was all flimsy cases. And when Naidu came out, the day he came out, there was this visible difference in just his...
So, Zaka, can I ask you a question? Were the other arrests that have taken place of other opposition leaders
so far in Delhi, no. In Delhi, no. Let's take a look at Delhi. In Delhi, no, but in Punjab, yes.
No, but in Maharashtra, it has had an effect, the splitting of parties and things like that.
No arrests have happened
To answer your question, Rahul, in Delhi, no, Aam Aadmi Party is not leading in any of the constituencies.
In Punjab, too.
But in Punjab, I just want to run you the Punjab number. They've got 3 now.
3, okay.
They had only 1, they've got 3 now. Let's take a look. Anandpur Sahib, which was Manish Tiwari's old seat, AAP is leading there. In Hoshiarpur, old BJP seat, AAP is leading there. And of course in Sangrur, which is the Chief Minister's former seat, the AAP candidate is leading there.
So this is where Maharashtra and UP are the 2 states, beg your pardon, which are going to hurt the BJP the most. Because it is 27 and 20 there in Maharashtra. That's a big setback.
25-22.
This is within the NDA right now, it is a BJP problem. Let's be honest about it. It's the BJP problem. The BJP really needs to start kicking in the next, 3 or 4 rounds if it's in any way going to sort of be in a commanding position.
And see, if they really kick in, it's got to be a massive turnaround.
That's
from 244 to about 320. It's a big jump that they need to make in the subsequent rounds.
I think right
they
now
really
this
have
is about 272 first.
Context on the UP battle, the BJP's vote share at the moment is 42.68%. The Samajwadi Party's vote share is 31.5%. In terms of the magnitude of votes counted, BJP has 41.1 lakh votes at the moment in UP. And the Samajwadi Party is at 30.4 lakh votes.
Oh, not even a crore.
So not even 1 crore votes have been counted in Uttar Pradesh. Ladies and gentlemen, UP can change because not even 1 crore votes have been counted. So
which way?
It's not even, in fact, not even 80 lakh votes have been counted.
Can you say that again, Nalin? What was the BJP vote share? What is the BJP vote share right now?
So the percentage of the
percentage
is 42.6.
So they had 49.
That's remained constant since the morning.
So they've had 49 last time. This is 2019. They had
Also,
49 last time.
Madhya Pradesh has become the new Gujarat. Complete sweep
and one more.
so
So
far.
what did you say was the Samajwadi Party?
Samajwadi Party is at 31.5.
They were at 17 last time.
Yeah.
So they've almost doubled.
So they've almost doubled.
That is
so for the BJP, let's just put it in perspective.
Only SP. We're just looking at SP
for the
right
BJP now. To get to 272, Uttar Pradesh right now is crucial. Forget about 300 right now for the BJP. Absolutely. It's 272 that they really have to focus on.
What Sumant is making a point is that SP plus Congress is 42%. So it's the same as what the BJP is getting. Congress
That's
is
the
about
point.
That's a good
Congress
point.
is at
Good
about
point. That is a good
11%
point.
or 10%.
That is a good
10.9.
10.9. So 11%.
More or less the
So
same-
if the
more or less
Congress
the
is
same
at
vote share.
11%, so then it's even keel. And is it on all? But we have to say that nearly 18 crore voters in Uttar
Pradesh were
Pradesh,
silent
not even
right
1 crore votes have been counted so far.
And the BSP has dropped to below 10. It's dropped to 9.2%.
Yeah, it is
so
on
that's
a
very
It
significant.
is
Last
on
time
a
in the
base of
assembly
80
election,
lakhs.
they were around
It is on a
12.5.
base of 80 lakh votes counted so far. 80 lakh votes.
I agree. I agree.
West Bengal, TMC is at 31.
Yeah.
BJP is at 10. And Congress is at 1. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary is trailing right now. But Mamata Banerjee seems to have really made a big comeback, if these numbers hold.
Yeah.
She had 22 last time. She's at 30 right now. BJP had 18 last time. BJP is down to 11 now.
BJP right now fighting for 272. Let's
Yep.
be honest. You
Yeah.
know, we can't think about 370.
So
Can't think
the
about
breakout
400.
states, the breakout states for last time, which was Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, of course, and Bihar, Maharashtra. These 5 big states, the BJP is losing big, and that's where this election is really turning.
Punjab, Aam Aadmi Party taking a major hit out there and the Congress doing pretty good.
Yeah,
in Punjab.
that's another story.
That's
See,
a story.
as we look at the
Uttar
BJP and the Congress
Yeah.
story, there is also the Aam Aadmi Party story in these two states.
So which means
of
that
Delhi
the
and Punjab.
arrest of Kejriwal and then him coming and campaigning in Punjab in the last leg, it did not seem to have clicked and got the sympathy vote.
No,
there.
but
the interesting
the
part
point
is we have to see how
all
many
of
votes
those
have been
seats
counted in
ultimately
Bengal
go up
also.
to the India Alliance, whether AAP wins or Congress wins.
Yeah, but whatever.
So-
I'm just saying
Yeah.
Aam Aadmi Party story.
How
No,
many
in Delhi
votes
they're not
counted in
leading in a
Bengal?
single
Yeah, in
seat.
Delhi they're not leading either.
How many
leading in a
votes
single
counted in Bengal? We should also see how many votes counted in Bengal
Yeah.
out of the overall base, because that could also show a different picture altogether. Yes, Sumantraman.
Just
trails.
one very quick point. The
Sandeep.
Election Commission
Sandeep
website
trails.
now shows the Samajwadi Party and Congress together leading in 42 seats in UP. That's the first time I think it's crossed the halfway mark. 34 seats for the SP and 8 seats for the Congress is what the Election Commission website is officially showing. 35 leads for the BJP, 2 for the RLD.
Yeah, this was some time back, sir. Right now the scenario has
This is
changed.
what we have right now.
Yeah,
It's
right now it's 42 and
to the
37.
NDA, 37 to the
Anyhow,
India
it's quite
Alliance.
clear. If
In the
this was a-
42,
you know, if this
in
was-
the 42, BJP is leading in 39, RLD in 2, Apnadal S in 1, Rajbhar's party in no seat, and again a breakup of the India Alliance. Samajwadi Party is leading in 29, Congress in 8. So this is the breakup that we have right now.
Samajwadi
Doc.
Party is the real story coming out of Uttar
Yeah, I think
Pradesh
so.
right now.
I think it's a big story.
And that's a
It's
very big story, and it's and it's coming on the back of talk of crisis as far as economic.
But if Smriti
Yeah.
Irani is trailing in Amethi,
Yep.
then it's not just a Samajwadi Party story, it's an anti-BJP story happening in
and the
Uttar
vote
Pradesh.
transfer, the vote transferring from one party
only
to the
one,
other.
only
to the
one
other.
aspect. Only one aspect that we've got a base of 17.5 to 18 crore voters to count in Uttar Pradesh itself. We've not even counted 1 crore voters if that's the case. So that there is a lot that could happen. And somewhere we got to hand it to Zaka to
this
say
is really
that the
the
counting
largest-
will be slow, it will be steady, and they will want to make
Yeah.
it sure. That means we are going
But
to
Anand,
be in
this
it
is the
for a
largest-
longer time. It's the results are not going to be called anytime soon.
Okay,
ladies
but
and
this is
gentlemen.
the
It's going to
largest
take at
live
least
exit
poll.
till 1
I
p.m.
I think
Till
it's
1
going to
p.m.
be-
if not more. Till
Okay,
1
this is
p.m.
the largest-
I have
Hey,
a
hang
feeling
on.
that Subhalas Gupta is right. I think we
So,
might go
hang
into
on,
the
this is the
afternoon.
largest-
Go into
this
the
is the
afternoon
largest
till
live
about-
exit
till about
poll,
4
okay?
p.m. Till
On
about
Uttar
4
Pradesh.
p.m. before the results consolidate.
Anand,
250 for the BJP now
Market
again.
update.
Yes,
Market
leads.
update. The Sensex is down 1,700 points or 2.3%.
So it's
And
recovered a bit.
So it's recovered 1,000 points. The Sensex has recovered 1,000 points.
And the Nifty is down 2.2%.
Chandrababu
Nifty is down
Naidu
2.2%,
is heading
but
towards
down by
absolute
28
majority. 116 out of
BJP
175.
Yeah, let's call out the state-wise leads at the bottom if you
251
can.
right now.
Yeah.
BJP 251 right now. So
Yeah,
it's,
Odisha and Andhra
Even in
Pradesh.
Telangana, it's
Odisha,
interesting.
BJP.
It's flipped now. Congress is 8, BJP has 7,
Yeah.
BRS has 1, and MIM has 1. So it's again changing. A lot of changing that's happening in many of these
Jammu
states.
Kashmir, interesting. Mehbooba
8-8.
Mufti is trailing Mia Altaf. Mehbooba Mufti trailing Mia Altaf. in
And
that-
Omar Abdullah is trailing Engineer Rashid.
Yeah, Omar Abdullah trailing Engineer Rashid.
Mehbooba didn't even come for that India Alliance meeting if you
yeah.
remember. Nor did Omar. Farooq came, but Omar Abdullah
So
did not
both
come for
Omar
that.
and Mehbooba are trailing.
Yeah. But Omar will, I think, anyway come
Yeah,
up.
National Conference is
number
strong,
yeah.
but the challenge there was not from the PDP, it was from somebody who's in jail, Engineer
Yeah,
Rashid, Sheikh
Engineer
Rashid. So, very interesting this one. Yeah.
If you are looking at the regional parties around the country, looking at the larger message, this may be the end of the Naveen Patnaik era in Odisha.
Yeah.
With others, MK Stalin has been reaffirmed, Thackeray has been reaffirmed, Mamata Banerjee has been reaffirmed.
Yeah.
Akhilesh is the big story.
Yeah. Akhilesh is the big story. Yeah. Akhilesh Yadav, big story. Mamata Banerjee, somewhere one
So
see.
the early assessment of the exit polls that the regional parties are going to take a hit does not seem to be borne out by the actual results.
Yeah, in fact, the regional parties have worked hard and they've also propped up the Congress nationally.
In Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, the two Yadavs have been able to.
It also confirms what I felt as a journalist on this thing. There was a lot of questioning by the Indian voter that was happening the other way around, saying, who are you, where have you come from, are you doing a survey, what channel do you work in? You know, those kind of questions were also asked. A lot of people just kept their own counsel. Every time I spoke to politicians, they said, voter silent hai. So I think this is...
Just a quick check of the leads.
Mahua Moitra is trailing when the TMC's got 31.
31.
I guess that also is a story in itself.
Yes, Odisha, just quickly doing the state-wide thing, we'll get back into Bengal. Odisha, BJP 61, BJD 44, Congress 10, 120 out of 147 leads. So the BJP clearly in pole position right now, still short of the majority number in terms of leads. But there, Chandrababu Naidu and the BJP, the NDA steamrolling YSRCP. So far, it's one-sided election, 133, 17 out of 150 leads. So they... Well, Akanksha has an update from Punjab. Going to her. Yes, Akanksha.
All right. So, Anand, it's basically between Aam Aadmi Party and Congress so far. BJP has 0 leads in Punjab, and that's massively disappointing news for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Could you share the breakup? In fact, if I could request my camera person to show all those leads. From Sangrur, you have Gurmeet Singh and of the Aam Aadmi Party.
I think we lost her. You got to hold the mic closer, please.
All right, if you can see, there is Dharamveer Gandhi who is leading in Patiala, and in fact, Praneet Kaur of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Captain Amrinder Singh's wife, she is trailing as far as BJP is concerned. Sukhjinder Singh Randhawa from Congress again in another lead. Ludhiana, you can see Amrinder Singh Rajawaring of the Congress is leading. Aam Aadmi Party again leading as far as Anandpur Sahib, Hoshiarpur is concerned. Aam Aadmi Party is leading. Shiromani Akali Dal over there is leading in Firozpur. So clearly, Anand, you have that breakup for you. BJP is missing as far as the numbers right now.
We have Meenakshi Lekhi, former MOS MEA. I think she's been waiting. Ma'am, thank you very much. Your first response. These are the numbers that we have right now. NDA at 303, down 47. India Alliance at 218, up 89. BJP on its own at 246. Is this surprising? Is it a shock?
No, I don't think it's a shock in the sense that, of course, we had targeted for much higher numbers, and it is still early in the day, and we are hoping the trends will be more clear post lunchtime, and we will be waiting. But it's a contest, and I think what is surprising is all these people who were complaining about EVMs right from the beginning, they are missing right now. So for me personally, I think elections are a process in which we should all fairly participate and wait for what public has to say.
But there seems to be a problem for the BJP in the Hindi heartland, states which had won big time last time, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, even parts of Bihar, Chhattisgarh. The BJP is not able to run up the same kind of numbers it did.
54 seats down in Uttar Pradesh and some of
See,
the other
four.
Yes, ma'am.
I see that. What I feel is when you reach a saturation point and there is, you just can't go above a certain number. You have to keep that number going and you have to build the momentum, and that's what we tried to do. And whatever a public decides to do for us, we take it in a stride.
And just a quick word on Delhi. Out of the 7 seats, Congress is leading only in 1. All 6 other seats are the BJP candidates are leading.
very good news, because a lot of work had been done, and which is where we get the confidence of the people.
All right, Meenakshi Lekhi, thank you very much, ma'am. We'll touch base with you as and when the picture becomes a little clearer. I just want to underline that. I don't think we can call this election just yet.
No, we
There's
can't.
a long ways to go.
Just from 2 states right now, Uttar Pradesh
No, not just 2
and
states.
Maharashtra.
It's
Uttar
so-
Pradesh
so-
and Maharashtra, 48 seats down from last time's tally. Just to put it in perspective, just 2 states are beginning to eat into the BJP.
We were talking about Maharashtra as, you know, the game's not known.
right.
There are new parties. There are 6 parties in the fray and so on. But no one quite got this on
Well, the exit polls
UP.
did. The local exit polls got it right.
As far
they
as
gave
Uttar Pradesh?
26. No, Maharashtra.
Maharashtra,
they gave
yeah.
26,
Maharashtra, even we were talking about
Uttar
it in
Pradesh
the
has been
studio
a
and
complete,
stuff. But Uttar Pradesh was a complete
Yeah, but the margin of
unexpected.
leads for the Samajwadi Party in most of the seats is very, very slender.
that's what I'm saying. It's very early days.
This is very early. Yes. One of the learnings, I think the story is going to be Maharashtra, where there could be a little bit of a flux, especially if the BJP is not able to retain the seats that it is fighting. Many would say that Eknath Shinde Sena pressure is on them, but if the BJP is not able to retain
Can I just add a small caveat?
Yeah.
What it tells you is that the voter in Uttar Pradesh is very divided. Even if it's, less than a crore, 50, 70 lakhs, it means that every other voter right now, is not voting for the BJP. So if it's 42 and 42% each, it shows that the voter
neck and neck.
It's
neck and neck. It's neck and neck.
As far as Maharashtra is concerned, one concern for the BJP is, you look at the Vidarbha region where there was farmer distress, other than one seat of Nagpur, which is Gadkari's seat, and Bandara Gondia, which is another seat, which I think Praful Patel used to be the MP from that seat many years ago. Other than these 2 seats, they're not running up any numbers in Vidarbha. You look at Western Maharashtra, again now Baramati, Supriya Sule has gone back to taking the lead in Western Maharashtra. In Konkan, other than this 1 seat of Sindhudurg, which Narayan Rane is fighting from, in Marathwada, some pockets for the BJP, but again, it's a mixed bag. Sena UBT has 3 seats. NCP,
the larger question that you might want to pose on Maharashtra, and maybe I would like to bring you in, Siddharth Gupta, is Hindutva really now a factor in Maharashtra? Shiv Sena, the UBT, goes the other side, rejects, the iconic pillars of the Hindutva movement, and it seems to be prospering.
Well, it may not be a live political issue, and it's certainly not an electoral factor any longer, but it seems to be an underlying consensus that there are certain things you can't do, and very few people have violated that. But the interesting thing is, if you come to Hindutva, UP is probably a bigger test on that, because
that's what I was going to come to.
Because of the immediacy of the Ram Temple issue, and if this is the
so ration seems to be the burning issue in Uttar Pradesh, not so much Ram then, and perhaps one has to sort of look at that. I don't know.
In the Maharashtra numbers, the India Alliance is at 27, the NDA is at 20, and if you want to break up, I think a bulk of the losses are actually that of the BJP. BJP is down 12
Well, that's
from
what I'm
last
saying.
time.
It's
That's
the
a
allies that
massive
have
drop.
actually, the BJP's picked the right allies.
Yeah.
They've given it the cushion. You can see 50-seat cushion there.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the BJP itself
is dropping
and the
numbers.
BJP has to start asking some questions of
And
itself.
if I can just take a look at the India Alliance, who's gaining and at whose expense. The Congress has a gain of 9. They had just 1 last time. They have a gain of 9. Sena UBT has a gain of 4. Sharad Pawar NCP has a gain of 5. So again, it comes back to the whole point of clearly the MVA votes were transferring to
and
each
this
other.
whole thing about
it's
a protest vote. It's very clear.
There was an emotion on their side,
the Sharad
which
Pawar
was very appealing, which appealed to the masses there.
Look,
their supporters.
livelihood and bread and butter issue, there's a bit of a protest vote against the BJP, and because it's the Congress that is picking up against the BJP. So you have to ask yourself the questions that were asked perhaps by the opposition.
I was told even by BJP candidates who had fought from Vidarbha area that this Samvidhan Badal Denge narrative, that reservations will come to an end, that had really landed. They found it difficult, the BJP candidates to break through that.
Direct fights, Congress versus BJP. It was 15 Congress last time, 170 for the BJP. The BJP's lost 35. The Congress has picked up 37. Where is it coming from? It's coming from Karnataka. It's coming from Maharashtra, of course. 1 seat in Gujarat. A lot of seats coming from Rajasthan. Again, Rajasthan, people were talking about it
Yes.
being a problem for the BJP. There are 5 or 6 seats in Uttar Pradesh. Could you have imagined 5 or 6 seats for the Congress party snatched from the BJP in UP?
Well, there are two seats in Kerala. There are two in Kerala also because right now the UDF is leading in 17 out of, and the last time they had 15. So they are leading in 17 out of the 20.
Look, whichever way you cut it, it's going to be a bit of a wake-up call for the BJP.
It's actually down 1.
Just check who
last time they had 18, is it?
Yeah, last time they had 18.
So the Congress is down 2 in Kerala.
So the flip seat, I think, is the left seat. The Kollam seat, no, but N.K. Premichandran is with the UDF. So I don't think that's the flip seat. Of course, right now Rajiv Chandrasekhar is leading, so that's one flip seat, and Thrissur is the other seat, which of course,
have
Mr.
moved
Suresh
away.
Gopi
So
is
the
leading.
Congress is -2 in Kerala, but it's plus in Maharashtra, plus in Uttar Pradesh, plus in
let's
Rajasthan.
get the numbers from Uttar
We
Pradesh.
must discuss Mayawati's data base and how it has transferred to the SP Congress, because BJP was hoping that once she comes down, then they will get the rest of the Jata vote, but it has clearly gone the other way.
No, even in a place like Allahabad, it's the Congress candidate who's leading right now, which means that the SP
that was
vote.
that famous rally where both Akhilesh and
Rahul Gandhi had,
couldn't
that was
address
in
the crowd
Phulpur, I
because
think.
there
that
was
was
so
in
much crowd.
Phulpur, right next to it. Let's look
Well,
at
the
Phulpur.
three
in fact.
things that are
Kaushambi, SP is
there's
leading.
three narratives about Uttar
Phulpur
Pradesh.
again. Phulpur SP is leading. Phulpur is Keshav Prasad Maurya's seat, by the way.
Traditionally, SP has done well there.
Well in
and
Phulpur,
there's
yeah.
notorious
narratives.
Atiq Ahmed used
along
to
with
rep-
Uttar
No, hang on. There are three narratives
please,
about Uttar Pradesh that we need to sort of home in on. The Yogi and Modi factor, the MY factor against the other MY factor. So obviously something has gone wrong there. There has been a certain peeling away, a certain protest, a certain, hey, listen to us kind of message that is coming
No,
through.
can I ask you a direct question?
Yeah.
Because Arvind Kejriwal had made this a campaign issue. If this is how this state is going to break out, 40-38, what happens to Mr. Yogi Adityanath? Straight question.
Well, I think it's a bit premature right now to ask that question.
40-38.
It's a little premature because, you know, we saw the Samajwadi Party picking up. Just like, you know, you saw the RJD picking up in Bihar. You saw the Samajwadi Party picking up in a bipolar contest against the BJP. And there have been a couple of elections, local body elections, where you saw the Samajwadi Party forging ahead. What is worrisome right now for the BJP, and that's the second point I want to raise, is the consolidation of that big coalition that they had, the caste coalition, that seems to have been fractured. So that's the second issue.
Maneka Gandhi is trailing in Sultanpur.
Yeah, exactly. So, and if you said Amethi, Smriti Irani is trailing, it tells you that people are questioning the party now about performance.
Yeah, but I'm just still going to qualify this. 40-38 is not healthy for the BJP, but the fact is it's early days in Uttar Pradesh.
But you know,
now it's 39-39.
The numbers will
by the way,
further consolidate and
BSP,
change.
can I just, BSP has picked up too. I just want to see where those, I don't know if I can tell you where those seats are from because it's not showing.
Yeah. So the seat
now it's
data
back to zero again.
Yeah, one sec. I also want to bring your attention to Rajasthan. Rajasthan, the pollsters predicted about 7 seats to the Congress.
Yes.
5 to 7 seats. The Congress is now, or the INDIA is in 12 seats out of 25. That's a big thing. And many, Sopan Das Gupta, are saying that in Rajasthan, the problem is not the Congress. The problem is the BJP.
Well, I think
internal rumblings within the BJP has hurt them.
Experiment which may not have gone down very well with the BJP's own rank and file.
Yeah. Yep.
That is that if you bring in obscure people and catapult them to the top, maybe the more established leadership.
It's improved now, 14-11, it was 13-12, it's 14-11, it's improved now a bit.
Those who take decisions in the BJP, even in Haryana, for instance,
yeah,
you alienated a lot of the Jats, you didn't accommodate them when the need arose. So perhaps, you know, people are
the Gurgaon seat, the Rohtak seat, the Sirsa seat, the Kurukshetra seat, the Ambala seat. Yeah. I mean, this is the Jat heartland, as it were, and you know the BJP is doing badly in those seats. And they swept Haryana twice completely, 10-10, both in 14 and in 19.
What is interesting is that there is no all India pattern.
Yes.
That the BJP is doing badly in Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, but it's doing remarkably well in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Even Karnataka, they're doing
Gujarat,
very well.
yeah.
So there's no all India pattern to this whole thing.
I think
No, but
the
Uttar Pradesh,
BJP, when
Uttar
it was doing
Pradesh and
its number
Maharashtra
crunching,
Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra and Rajasthan together are nearly 150 seats.
so when BJP was doing its number crunching, I think they over depended on this Labharti vote. It looks like that when they thought about all the welfare measures, they thought that would be good enough to get all the numbers. But right now it seems that things, when people went to vote, the Samvidhan khatre mein hai, the Jat anger, all these things factored in when people were casting their vote. So what we're going to see now is, Nitish and Chandrababu becoming kingmakers. If this is what the numbers are.
I mean, I know it's a day of fluctuations.
Just,
One second, Rahul. The India Alliance is ahead of the NDA in Uttar Pradesh.
Yes, that's
it's
what
40 to the India Alliance
happening.
and 38 to the NDA. This
NDA.
was
I'm telling you,
unthinkable.
if it's a crore vote, says, Nalin had pointed out, and even within a crore, if that was an exit poll,
It's
there is
changed
one
further.
voter going
It's
this way and one going
41-37.
that
No,
way.
it's indicative.
Yep.
Now
It's changed further.
completely indicative.
It's 41-37 now.
But I just want to put
41-37.
this in some perspective here. Look, you've had 10 years of anti-incumbency, but 2 black swan events. You've had a war in Europe and, of course, in the Middle East, and you've had, of course, COVID. And despite that, after all of this, the BJP is there in the picture. It's the single largest party right now.
The vote share, you can look at the graph. The vote share has gone up from 37.7, I think it was, to 40. So about 2.2 or 2.3% rise for the BJP.
Yes.
But the Congress's vote share, which was 19%, has gone up to 27.
27.
Now,
So
and
that is
let's-
a 8% jump.
Yeah.
And we've got the UP numbers here. The UP numbers show that the BJP has 43%. The Samajwadi Party has 31%. The Congress has 11% and the others are 15%. So Samajwadi Party and the Congress put together is 42%. So it's neck and neck with the BJP. So then for them, seat conversions is going to be a problem. And in Uttar Pradesh, the BJP's vote share has to go up. The NDA, its partners have to add on, and they need to get to nearly 50% vote share for them to be able to convert the kind of seats they do. And they are minus 7%.
What it also shows is, if
They're
you add
minus
up the
7%.
Samajwadi and Congress vote share, that's an increase of 19%.
19%.
7 of which is coming from the BJP, yes.
Yeah.
But the remaining is
coming from the others. It's coming from the
It has to
BSP.
come from
It's coming
Mayawati.
from the BSP. Very clearly, it's
That's
coming
the
from the
problem for the
BSP.
BJP
9% or
right now.
10% coming from the BSP.
Yeah.
But for the BJP, they have had an erosion in their own vote share. And that's an issue. That's going to be an issue so far. As of now, this is the number. About a crore and a half. Still about 12-15 crore votes to be polled.
But
So
what
we'll
it's
see if the
telling you,
scenario
generally
changes.
speaking, what it's telling you is that the other Pichra classes, the EBCs, they have moved not to the BJP as the BJP was expecting. It's clearly moved to the other side, which is where the problem is. It's that caste rainbow coalition that the BJP had constructed, which is under pressure right now. Now, I don't know what
See,
if it will change.
here's the thing. For me, unless there are at least 10 crore votes that have been counted and polled in Uttar Pradesh, I'm not willing to go out and say that these numbers will hold. True. My point is that as and when we inch towards 10-12 crore voters being polled, this scenario could change. This scenario could change drastically.
But not dramatically.
Yeah, not dramatically.
This scenario
This
could
is a
change.
protest vote.
This
It's
scenario
coming
could
not only
change.
through Uttar
It's not a
Pradesh, but
runaway
other
victory
parts.
for
I think
the...
we've got enough indicative.
Look, there is a
votes to say
belt.
that-
There is a belt now. It's a clear belt. You can see it. There are 3 belts. The north, Himachal and company have sort of held up for the BJP. Then you have this middle belt where there's been a lot of flux. And then, of
Rajasthan,
course,
UP,
there's been
Haryana.
Madhya Pradesh and all that, which is held up again for the BJP and Gujarat, etc. So it goes all across just till the borders of Bengal.
That's what's actually fascinating because
Yeah.
in the Hindi heartland, a lot of people were saying earlier that if you start going down in UP, you will go down in the rest of the Hindi heartland.
Yeah.
But we are not seeing that. We are like
Bihar is not
Zaka,
showing
you
that.
pointed that out. Like
Yeah,
Rajasthan,
Generally,
and
I mean,
UP is where the
sort
reverses
of
are in the
it's
north.
a
academic
strange
papers about
now.
it.
It's a
77,
strange
89.
anomaly.
When
Yeah.
UP goes down, the entire Hindi heartland goes
Yeah.
down, but that's not the case this time.
As the numbers are consolidating, the INDI and the Congress are also consolidating their position. The NDA now at 300, and they've been hovering around this 299 to 303 mark for a while. The BJP has not gone above 250 at all. It slipped down to 244 now. So there is a lot of flux that's happening as the rounds are increasing. Bihar, interestingly, the NDA is doing well at 33 out of 40 compared to the fact that they would actually slip. The biggest shock so far is from Uttar Pradesh and from Maharashtra and of course from Rajasthan. Akanksha's got an update for us. Yes, Akanksha.
Yeah. All right, Anand, we can see it's a close fight between the BJP and Congress. BJP's got 13 so far, Congress 12. In fact, Om Birla is leading by a thin margin in Kota. Let's have some more insights.
अभी ओम बिरला टफ मुकाबले में कांटे की टक्कर चल रही है कोटा सीट में लोकसभा ओम बिरला
किस कोटा सीट में
4,500 ऐसा
कितने राउंड काउंटिंग हो गए
का है मार्जिन
कितने राउंड
राउंड हो गए काउंटिंग के
लगभग चौथा पांचवा राउंड चल रहा है कई जगह 6 राउंड भी हो गए हैं बहुत सी सीटें हैं एक झुंझुनू सीट है जहां पर फ्लक्चुएट हो रहे हैं आंकड़े बहुत ही कभी बीजेपी कभी कांग्रेस तो 25 सीटों के रुझान एकदम स्पष्ट हो चुके हैं बीजेपी 13 कांग्रेस 12
कोई ऐसी सीट है जहां 15-20 हजार से ज्यादा वोट शेयर का वोट्स का डिफरेंस है
ऐसी सीट है जहां 15-20 हजार से ज्यादा का वोट शेयर या मार्जिन दिख रहा है
करीब 12 से 15 सीटें हैं जहां 50,000 के मार्जिन में कांग्रेस प्रत्याशी आगे चले गए लगभग 30,000 से मोस्टली आगे हैं
All right, Anand, you have it
so
there.
Nearly
5 to 6 rounds done.
Yeah, so nearly there are 12 or 14 seats where the margin of victory is more than or lead is more than 20,000 votes, and there largely it's a Congress party which is consolidating leads in Rajasthan.
Even in Bihar, where the NDA is doing better than it's doing certainly in Uttar Pradesh, it's the BJP that's losing a greater share of seats. They had 17 last time; they're right now leading in 12. That's down 5. JDU, everybody was saying, JDU MPs will face a lot of anger, a lot of anti-incumbency. JDU is only down 1 from last time. So what does that mean, Nistula, in the context of, the power equations? Clearly...
Yeah, not very good news for the BJP if, they stake claim or whatever. As Shopon also said that they are capricious allies, both Chandrababu Naidu and the JDU. So
right now, for example...
BJP will have its task cut out for itself.
So we've got all leads coming through now. NDA on 300, BJP on 244, Congress on 90. There is some seat which is a neck and neck seat because it's fluctuating between the Congress and the BJP. It's a straight fight between the BJP and the Congress.
सर पे कफन बांध के आए पप्पू यादव
trail कर रहे हैं. Pappu Yadav trailing, but Rohini Acharya is also trailing. In that seat.
The one who donated her kidney
Purnia
for Lalu.
Yes.
Saran.
That is Saran. Saran is against Rajiv Pratap
Rudy.
Rajiv Pratap Rudy is leading. RK Singh is trailing in Ara. In Ara, Bihar, RK Singh is currently trailing. And Giriraj Singh is also trailing in Begusarai. And Jitan Ram Manjhi is leading in Gaya in Bihar. Chirag Paswan is leading in Hajipur. Interesting numbers there. Lalan Singh of the JDU is leading in Munger in Bihar.
Interesting campaign.
Ram Kripal Yadav, who said that he had been attacked in Patliputra, is trailing. Misa Bharti is leading in Patliputra. So interesting fight there. Ravi Shankar Prasad leading in Patna Sahib. There you go. That's the Purnia seat where Pappu Yadav, who's fighting as an independent, is trailing. Radha Mohan Singh of Purvi Champaran is also leading of the BJP. So these are the Bihar stories. In Bihar, like you said, Zaka, that the BJP is the one that is doing worse than the JDU.
Than the JDU.
Contrary to expectations.
And that's a problem because,
now
again...
That's a cabinet minister trailing Smriti Irani.
5 down, BJP is down 5, the JDU is down 1. Again, all the people who traveled to Bihar were saying, JDU MPs are feeling the heat. People are not liking this, Palto Marufying as Nitish Kumar, Paltu Chacha as he was called. But he seems to be doing okay. Out of the 16 he had last time, he's holding on to 15. BJP had 17 last time, BJP is down 5. Again, this chatter about, if the BJP does well in the Lok Sabha, they will change Nitish as the chief minister, there'll be a BJP chief minister. I don't think that's happening after this. Certainly not after this.
Doesn't seem like it.
But I think, folks, let's go back to Uttar Pradesh. I mean, it has always been the old adage that you have to win UP to win Delhi. The road to Delhi passes through Lucknow. And right now, Nalin Mehta, you're looking at a situation where the India Alliance is at 40 and the NDA is at 39.
This is a clear vote of discontent against the BJP. This is a protest vote. It's very clear. We have returned, this is uniform across all regions of UP. It's not like one region or here or there. I mean, if you see that map, that's swathes of green across. The BJP has a real problem here.
Yeah.
What did Akhilesh do right, which nobody could gauge?
No,
it was
no,
like,
it's not that
why
nobody
did he?
engaged it.
Why did he?
I think he broad-based
because none of the exit polls, none of the
broad-based
exit polls showed.
Broad-based the candidates across
The
the
exit polls did not show him getting these kind of. None of the exit polls showed Akhilesh getting.
He gave Yadav's only 5 tickets. Only 5 tickets were given to Yadav's. 50% of the tickets were given to either backwards or Dalits. I think that's where, and one Muslim.
So one Muslim. A lesson from 2022 where he had the full consolidation of the MY vote, but he didn't have other groups didn't join. This time 17 tickets to Dalits. And two, he copied the BJP model and replicated it very well, where he gave lots of tickets to non-Yadav OBCs to get around this whole thing of Yadav dominance and so on. And that's worked. That combined with Savidhan.
And so he took away a lot of Mayawati's
he took away a lot of Mayawati's
that is actually
so that is what worked.
Seats distribution, the ticket distribution, etc. And also, you know, there is always this fear in Uttar Pradesh that if you have a Samajwadi Party government, all the darogas and everybody will change in the local thanas and things like that. This is a behavioral issue with a very domineering community, a martial sort of a community. So he kind of brought that temperature down. He actually had to talk down to his cadre and tell them to kind of hold on. I think that Allahabad rally thing was an exception. And very importantly, this time around, the Shivpal Chacha was very much with him, and he had the organizational sort of heft to do this kind of thing.
Again, scenarios changing. BJP slipping closer to the 240 number, whereas the Congress is inching slowly closer to the 100 number. 95 leads the BJP at 240. And 294, so 6 down 300, the NDA overall, INDIA inching closer. So some of the allies of the INDIA are consolidating and becoming stronger. And are these gains largely happening in Maharashtra? We'll do a quick check. Sumant Raman, you had a point to make. Lucknow, Rajnath Singh is leading. Yes, Sumant Raman.
Anand, I think also the BJP was probably a little complacent in UP because of that 49-50% vote share. You know, when you're getting 50%, you tend to assume that you can't be beaten. I mean, how many ever people gang up against you? And last time everybody did in 2019, and they still won such a huge victory. I think that made them a little complacent. And the important lesson is no seat is safe, however big a margin you won it by. Many of these seats where the BJP is trailing now were won by margins of more than 3 lakh votes.
Correct.
Last time.
Correct.
So I think that is a big lesson.
But the fact is in Uttar Pradesh, sir, the Prime Minister himself did 31 out of his 206 rallies across Uttar Pradesh. So it was not
maybe the Hindu-Muslim didn't work. I think that's a very significant point. The Prime Minister went all out with the Hindu-Muslim card after the first phase, after southern India had more or less
whether that was the reason, or just because, or just the frictions within the BJP itself. You know, in many seats, the BJP itself leaders were working against their own MP candidates.
Can I just make this point? You know, when PM Modi made that statement, he made it in Banswara. In Banswara, a tribal from the Bhap party is leading in Banswara. They were not allied with either the BJP or with the India. They were
with the
India Alliance.
India Alliance.
So, you know, when you say it may not have worked, at least from evidence in Rajasthan, it doesn't seem to have, because if the idea was to gin up the base and get the base to come, clearly the base hasn't turned up like the way the BJP hoped it would.
The larger question, especially in Rajasthan, if you look at Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh, it was the infighting within the BJP which was the talking point. A BJP versus BJP scenario is what was being spoken about more than what the opposition was doing. And especially when you have a victory like in Rajasthan, there were MLAs who were unhappy with the MP candidates who have been assigned and the tickets that have been given. There were those who said that these MPs tried to fix us during the assembly elections. We are now going to make you happen because Bagalwala jeetega. The thought was overall aayega to Modi, but inko let me just take care of these people. Even in Telangana, is that BJP versus BJP scenario hurting them? I don't know. I'm just saying that's another factor that needs to be spoken about.
Even in Telangana, so the Secunderabad seat, Mr. G. Kishan Reddy was expected to win that seat. He's now trailing Danam Nagendar.
That had become a very tight seat.
Yeah, Danam Nagendar, who was I think with the BRS before, he's now with the Congress. He's leading in that seat. BJP has gone from 4 to 7 in Telangana. BRS 0. They had 9 last time, including in places like Medak where they've
Congress
lost.
has really consolidated.
Congress has consolidated. 6. They had just 3 last time. They've gone up to 9. Asaduddin Owaisi continues to retain his seat of Hyderabad. And Andhra Pradesh. Let's look at Andhra Pradesh. This is a NDA sweep all the way. I think YSRCP had 17 last time, they're down to 5. It's almost a flip from what happened last time. Yeah. So NDA 20 seats, YSRCP had 22. This time they're down to just 5. Let's take a look at the BJP seats, where the BJP is leading. So Narsapuram is a lead for the BJP. Dagubati Purandeshwari, I said, is leading. She continues to lead. That's from Rajmundry. From Araku, again, the BJP candidate is leading. From Anakpale, CM Ramesh of the BJP is leading. So BJP, out of the 20 that the NDA has, the BJP was contesting 6, I think. They're leading in 4 of the 6.
They slipped below 240 now, the BJP. In terms of leads, they slipped below 240. They're at 239. And the NDA is less than 295. They're at 292 now. Whereas the INDI alliance is actually getting into 230. They're 229 on the cusp of 230. And the Congress again inching back to the 100 mark at 96 seats. If the Congress, 97 seats now. So just 3 short of 100 seats, the Congress party from 52 to 97.
So this
is
a
big jump, 45 seat
Congress
jump.
97, Samajwadi Party 34, TMC 31, DMK 20, Shiv Sena UBT 10, NCP Pawar 8. This is the breakup of the India alliance.
See, a point which I think should be made now is that for 10 years we'd got accustomed to stable government. I think if these results are to hold till the end of the day, we have an underlying instability in the dispensation.
Yeah.
And that I think is something we need
Already
to think
people
about.
are asking whether somebody like a Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar can be trusted, or will they palat again?
Yeah, you can never say, and I think all eyes will be on the India alliance, because you will see Sonia Gandhi, who has an experience of bringing in smaller parties to make a coalition, like she did with UPA 1 and 2. She has more experience in talking to allies, potential allies, as compared to the NDA, which is still one of those bully pulpit leaders of a
But the
coalition
NDA is well
alliance.
ahead of 272.
In a scenario where you need allies.
That is because of these
Suppose
two.
you can't trust a Babu or you can't trust Nitish, then at that stage you need somebody who is more pliant and who is more conducive to pulling in allies, and Sonia has more experience in that than a Modi, Amit Shah.
232 for INDI alliance, 289 for the NDA. If some key allies of the NDA actually were to decamp, then the INDI alliance actually gets within shot of that 272 number. But it will be a cobbled up coalition either ways. Instability is what looks right on top, is according to Swapan Das Gupta. Yes.
Anand, I think the important factor that we have to look at is this government, even if it is an NDA government, will be forced to be more democratic, will be forced to take in opinions from all sides. It can no longer be my way or the highway, which is what it was in the last 5 years. And I essentially see this vote as a protest vote against that kind of, when the campaign started, people were laughing when they said, saving constitution, saving, democracy, how on earth will the rural voter even relate to all this? But the results tell us that I see this fundamentally as a voter saying that he wants more, a more consensuous kind of a government. And I think that this entire approach of, concentrating power in one individual, whatever be the result, even if Mr. Modi does become the Prime Minister again, that will have to change, because there will be some level of checks and balances.
Well, you're going to have an opposition in Parliament to start with. You're going to have a
you're going to have a very robust, solid opposition in Parliament.
You can't cause bills that win.
Yeah, but no, the other thing is, in Tamil Nadu, what happens to the ADMK? The ADMK has not been able to do anything there significant, because they are just 1 seat ahead of the NDA right now. So then the political dynamic in Tamil Nadu, does it also change?
Hang on, I have a different take on this. ADMK has more seats than the NDA, more vote share than the NDA. This is EPS telling the BJP that, look, you can't do business in this state without me. In 2026, it is a question mark over Annamalai, no doubt about it. But I think this is definitely good news for EPS, telling the BJP state and central leadership, in 2026, in the assembly election, let's put up a joint fight. We can take on the DMK. And Doc mentioned this yesterday. Had they fought together, They would have won at
15
least 10 seats.
15
or maybe even
seats is
15
what he was
seats.
saying, yeah.
Anand, I want
Yes.
to point this out. I said this point not once, twice. In fact, I
You've
told
said it every time. You have said it every
no,
time.
I said it at the time that the alliance broke.
Yeah.
That had this, and at that point, people said it doesn't matter because whether they contest together or whether they contest separately, they're going to lose anyway. And at that point, I was, I saw this writing because I knew that there is anti-incumbency against the DMK. Their vote share will come down to 45 thereabouts, and if these two people had put their eggs together and fought together, a minimum of 15 seats. And mind you, those 15 seats may be important today. It may not have been important after the exit polls, but those 15 to 20 seats could have been very important today.
Today, okay. Let's try and get a sense of how many rounds of counting are over across most of the states and how close are we. Let's start with Uttar Pradesh. We'll try and check with Akanksha. How many rounds are over? What's the base of votes? And are results consolidating anywhere? Is in any constituency, are the leads really consolidating? Smriti Irani is currently trailing in Amethi in Uttar Pradesh. There are other leaders. Dharmendra Yadav is leading in Azamgarh. There are many pockets where, as per the Election Commission website, the lead is very slender for the Samajwadi Party, but we've got our own reports on ground, and are some leads consolidating into victories and wins? We'll have to wait and watch. It's about 11:15.
Can we also ask our
We're
team,
still far away from victories.
at the
We're
back
still far
end,
away from wins.
Can we ask our team at the back end, the ministers in the Modi cabinet who are currently trailing? I think we should have a graphic on that.
How are they
I think
doing?
it gives you an indication of, if there was this anger and protest and all that.
There are 1.2 crore votes that have been counted in Uttar Pradesh.
1.2 crore?
Yes.
So, but that's very small compared to an 18 crore base.
But it's representative. You see, you've got to understand that even within those 1.2 crore voters, half are not voting for the BJP. So that huge 15% gap that the BJP enjoyed, or even more in some cases, since the two...
Can we actually say that with 1.2 crore voters is the question that I'm asking, when your base is more than 15 crore is what I'm asking.
Theoretically, you're right. But I'm just saying the trend is that the voter is not following the BJP in a pack like it perhaps was.
Because every Lok Sabha constituency is made up of certain assembly constituencies. Now, there could be one assembly constituency out of 5 or 6 which may have voted entirely against the BJP, and there could be 2 or 3 constituencies vote totally in favor. That's why I said, unless we get to about a 5 crore base, can we actually call Uttar Pradesh saying that this is how it's going to stay?
Not if you won 56 or 54% of the vote in each constituency, or even 48%, 49%, then it becomes a bit tricky. That's all I'm saying.
But yeah, because the BJP is also minus 7% in terms of vote share out of these 1.2 crore votes.
By 9 or 10, by significantly
by 19%.
That's a huge,
19% jump in vote share.
1.2 crores.
Look at West Bengal now. It's 32-9. Trinamool Congress is actually steamrolling the BJP in West Bengal. It's not 22-18. It's far greater. Bengal scenario has changed drastically. The BJP is only leading in 9 seats in Bengal.
So again, if you go back to 2019, Bengal, the north seats, Darjeeling, it is exactly
half of what they won last time.
They had 18 last time, now it's 9. But again, BJP only winning in the northern part. In the southern part, let me look at the seats where the BJP is leading in. They're leading in Bangaon, which is Shantanu Thakur's seat. That was expected. In Bishnupur, where Soumitra Khan of the BJP is leading, and the 2 Mednipur seats. Angimitra Paul is leading in Mednipur, and then Kanti, where Shomendu Adhikari is leading. So in the southern part of Bengal,
they're trailing in one of the seats.
Okay.
So now 20% of the vote is counted by now.
Mahua is in the lead in Krishnanagar.
And 290 is what the NDA has, and the India Alliance has 233. So if 20% of the vote is counted, though in many of the places, the lead is very slim, 200 to 300 is the lead. So you can never tell which way the seats will go. Vote share alag baat hai.
So far 20% of the votes have been counted. 20% of the votes have been counted, and this is the scenario at this point. In Bengal, is this going to change drastically is one big question. 32 seats for the
Can I put
Trinamool.
this out there? If we are having for the first time a non-single party majority government in 10 years, what does that mean? How is our polity going to change?
Well, I think first of all, it'll be difficult for the BJP to dictate terms during government formation. I mean, I think there's going to be that, which is going to be the first impediment that they're going to face. which means there will be a large number of people making demands on the party. There could be demands of different kinds that could be made.
Cabinet berths, special
Cabinet
status
berths,
for
special
Andhra Pradesh.
status.
I
All
think
those
you'll
things.
have to put forward somebody like,
And
say,
Bihar.
Rajnath Singh or Nitin Gadkari.
No, how
who
much is
have
that is
friends
going
across
to
the aisle
affect
to
the
chat
growth
with,
story overall, the investor confidence
other party.
overall? I know a
the
lot of
other
other
party.
questions.
Markets
Policy.
are crashing again.
Yeah.
I think you will have the details now.
Yeah, so-
the markets are coming down further.
Markets are coming down again. We'll get that update from Nalin in just a bit. Akanksha, yes, what's the update at the live result hub?
NDA is in fact at 36 in Uttar Pradesh, India 43, which of course as far as the leading BJP leaders are concerned, they are in fact trailing behind. Menaka Gandhi, remember, was taking the lead, but I'm learning that she's also trailing, as is Smriti Irani. Let's quickly get in some inputs. बताएंगे कौन-कौन अभी आगे या पीछे है?
यूपी में इस वक्त सबसे चौंकाने वाली बात यह है कि 4 केंद्रीय मंत्री पीछे चल रहे हैं। स्मृति ईरानी पीछे चल रही हैं, अजय मिश्रा टेनी पीछे चल रहे हैं और कौशल किशोर मोहनलालगंज से पीछे चल रहे हैं, सपा प्रत्याशियों से आगे हैं। ये पीछे चल रहे हैं ये चारों केंद्रीय मंत्री। और अभी जो हम देख रहे हैं इस वक्त 36 सीटें हैं एनडीए के पास, जबकि 40 प्लस इंडिया गठबंधन के पास है, जो कि काफ़ी चौंकाने वाली चीज़ है।
कितने राउंड्स हो गए हैं अभी?
ये लगभग कई जगह पे 4, कई जगह पे 5 राउंड हुए हैं, कहीं पे 7 राउंड हुए हैं, अलग अलग जगह पे इस तरह से राउंड हुए हैं। राहुल गांधी आगे चल रहे हैं रायबरेली से, जबकि अमेठी से स्मृति ईरानी पीछे चल रही हैं। जी,
What did he
अखिलेश
say?
यादव कन्नौज से आगे चल रहे हैं।
Akanksha, sorry, I missed that. He said 4 sitting ministers are trailing?
Yeah,
Yes,
4 sitting ministers.
He did
Who
say
are the,
that.
Who are the 4?
4 जो 4 मिनिस्टर्स थे उनके नाम फिर से दोहरा।
स्मृति, कौशल किशोर
स्मृति ईरानी
and
पीछे चल
Mahendranath
रही हैं,
Pandey.
अजय
Okay.
मिश्रा टेनी पीछे चल रहे हैं।
अजय मिश्रा टेनी।
हाँ, कौशल किशोर and then Mahendranath Pandey.
What about Brajbhushan's son? What about him?
ब्रजभूषण शरण सिंह के बेटे जो है
करण
करण सिंह आगे चल रहे हैं।
वो आगे चल
like
रहा है।
Prajwal Revanna, you have a Karan Singh also who is in fact
But Prajwal is trailing now.
Prajwal is trailing now, but Karan Singh is leading in Uttar Pradesh. Interesting turn of events there now. 294 for the NDA, so gaining some seats there, but the BJP is still at 238. The Congress now slipping back from 96, 97 seats to 93. India Alliance, which was at 231, has now slipped to 238. So 3-4 seats plus minus, that's the tussle that's going on over the last half an hour, ladies and gentlemen, but only 20% of the votes have been counted yet. Does that represent a trend for the rest of the remaining 80% of the votes?
So are we
such
going
a big
back,
election? That's a big
Are we
question.
going back to a situation where we have an NDA convener and the likes of Mr. Naidu, Mr. Nitish are going to play, certainly they're going to demand their pound of flesh, but they're going to play a bigger role? Supan Das Gupta, are we going back to the
Well, I don't know whether
Vajpayee?
we'll have a convener or something like that, but certainly I think the balance of forces tilts towards some of the smaller coalition
So
allies.
more like a Vajpayee NDA?
Vajpayee was temperamentally very different from Mr. Modi, and Mr. Modi at present has a leadership stature which is far
Of course,
greater.
far higher.
I think we will probably see the return of Amit Shah to a far more active political role than had been the case. And I think this would also mean that in far as the balance of power within the BJP, the old Sangathanist approach is again going to be tempered.
But what about being more accommodative, more compromising
that of course
towards,
will depend on the
towards the allies and so on?
Yeah, that's all will be there. But
I wanted to ask him, I couldn't catch the last.
What is Sangathanist?
No. What did you say? Is it going to be tempered?
Yes, they're going to be modified, and certainly we will get a far more explicitly political approach, which was not the case in the organization of this election. In this election, as opposed to, say, for instance, the election of 2014, where there was a greater element of trying to accommodate outside people into the system. Here it was, the...
I want to ask a couple of things. No, once again,
everything.
Nalin, you're familiar with this, Nistula is familiar with this, where I think there was an interview, I think it was Mr. Nadda who said, we don't need the RSS or the RSS. There was this whole chatter about the RSS folks not putting their hand to the wheel. Do you think this again has a rebalancing in that equation?
Yes, I think there will be a rebalancing.
Okay.
I think there was an element of complacency. I think there have been differences internally. In UP, for example, that was very obvious about factions. There were tales about RSS or BJP cadres not turning out in the beginning. Also because I think somebody said earlier in the discussion that when you put, I think Swapan, you made the point, when you put so many outsiders on the assumption that
that was certainly the case in Maharashtra.
That it's the Modi vote anyway. You put so many outsiders. There are local factions which were kind of subsumed earlier. That has become much more open. On top of that, you have a larger vote of dissent against the BJP and a vote of essentially and a consolidation of all the opposition forces who've also learnt. Who've taken a leaf out of the BJP book in terms of organization and caste arithmetic and things like that.
Look, you made the point in one of the earlier shows, right, in the first or second phases, that at the local level, everybody's like, anyway, Modi is going to win, but I want to fix the local MP.
So that is the 399 trap, as I call it. 400 नहीं, ठीक है, 399 आ जाएंगे, मोदी जी प्रधानमंत्री बन ही जाएंगे. तो इसको हम निपटाते हैं.
इसको सबक सिखाना है.
ये निपटाओ राजनीति जो है, this Sushma Swaraj had also said कि बीजेपी में निपटाओ राजनीति, ये निपटाओ परंपरा चल रही है.
And interestingly, in Uttar Pradesh,
how many top berths are going to be sort of up now
Samajwadi Party is leading
in the Ayodhya.
What does that mean? Where everybody would, they were saying that मंदिर जो है वो आस्था का विषय है. वोट जब देंगे तो कुछ और चलेगा. So that's just what has happened. I mean, to a large extent, the Labharti vote, the Ayodhya vote, all those things, the Ram Temple vote, all that has been miscalculated by the BJP if these numbers are to...
if these numbers, there is a bloodbath in the Sensex as of now. Both Nifty and Sensex down by 5%.
So on the market update, the Sensex is down by 3,500 points.
3,500 points.
The Nifty is down by 1,120 points or 4.8%. The market breadth at the moment is overwhelmingly negative. There are 356 shares which are up, but 2,926 shares which are down. The Nifty has seen the biggest single day fall since February 2022.
Since February 2020, single
and the
biggest
volatility
fall.
index and the India volatility index
EVMs are all right.
Okay,
Janta ka vote hai coming via EVMs.
One thing I want to say that in 2004 when the UPA came to power and Mr. A.B. Bardhan, the late A.B. Bardhan CPI leader, there was talk happening about a minimum, common minimum program, etc. He had a very famous television bite where he said, "Bhaad mein gaya disinvestment." That day, they had to put circuit breakers on the stock exchange, and it recovered. So everybody just take a breath, buy what you want to buy today. No. He said, "Bhaad mein gaya disinvestment." Because the NDA government of the past had a robust disinvestment program.
Mr. Shori and
his ministry.
and so forth. But yeah, I mean.
But you know, the markets recovered.
The point
is,
the markets will recover because they'd gone up 2.5% the other day. So you know,
there's a course correction, but
still. But you were going to make a point, which.
Yeah, I just want to make a point. You know, if this is going to be, assume that this is going to be the final picture,
result,
which is an assumption.
Okay.
I think in this case we are likely to see another election in 2 years.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's a big thing.
That's a big thing.
Big stage.
Well, that's what a lot of people were saying, that if there is going to be this kind of sort of volatility, because I think that a coalition of this nature will be fractious. Because as I said, I think Mr. Dasgupta said that Mr. Modi is a different kind of leader. So that might sort of result in...
But again,
let me pose a question.
No, he's just putting it out there. It may or may not happen.
Let me pose a question. On the back of the exit poll results, a lot of the expectation was in terms of political agenda of the BJP, that what to expect from a new BJP government had it got an absolute majority of the kind that the exit polls had earlier been predicting. So you were talking about definitely a uniform civil code, one nation, one election. So the question now really is...
And a lot of economic reforms.
And a lot more reforms. There was a debate on what kind of reforms, but now if this result... And this is now pretty clear. The message certainly is very clear. The numbers may be up and down here and there, but there's a very clear message from the Indian electorate to the BJP.
Those reforms are going on the back burner. For certain, they are going on the back burner. If these are the kind of
reforms, again, I don't think one nation, one poll is going to happen. I think the big concern was delimitation. I think this result is a significant marker for the BJP that look, handle delimitation with care.
And forget
it's
that.
It's not something you can.
You had Mr. Naidu. You had Mr. Naidu and Mr. Modi sort of contradicting each other on a very important issue.
Reservations for Muslims.
Reservations
Correct.
for.
And let me put one more question here.
Of the 97 seats, Congress is ahead on 37 seats. The margin is less than 10,000 votes. So as of now, that is also another update that's coming through. Somewhere the numbers. One gets the feeling this is not going to be where it is going to settle. It's going to fundamentally it's going to swing either ways. It's going to swing either ways. Because I'll tell you what. If the Congress is really doing well, then it should get to the 120 number in its direct fights with the BJP. If the sentiment is against BJP and wherever it is consolidating, and if the Congress does 100 seats, then there is no way that the BJP is going to get to even 250 or 260 seats, and it's not the single largest party. Sumant Raman is joining. Yes, Sumant Raman.
A very, very important point. This election was a pure and simple referendum on the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi. Now, results are out in front of everyone. Now, obviously, we'll have to wait till the end of day, but by and large, there is a clear trend in these elections. Now, why is it that, I won't be surprised at all if poor Mr. Nadda is trotted out in the evening to sort of take the blame for this. No. But the point, if the BJP had won big, it would have been not so much the BJP's victory, it would have been Mr. Modi's victory. So by the yardstick, we need to discuss if his campaign strategy was wrong. Whether a more accommodative approach, it's not just with reference to the allies or with reference to the opponent, whether the entire sequence of events which happened in the last, particularly 8 months to 1 year, perhaps should have been done differently. Perhaps a more accommodative. I don't know. I'm not.
But Doc, can I ask you this?
We should not discuss that at all.
Can I ask you this? If this is how the results are, and clearly it's not going to be a single party government, it's going to be a coalition government. But Mr. Modi will still head the government, right? What sort of change do you think? What sort of change do you think will have to be brought in to run a coalition government?
To run look, Zaka, my point is simple. The approach that has been there in this last 5 years, particularly, not so much in the first 5 years, but certainly in the last 5 years, has been a complete unilateral. Even within the BJP, voices of dissent have been very, very, feeble.
Right, we've got, sorry, Sumant Raman, we got the first result. First result outside of Surat, the Sikkim candidate has won. Yes, Akanksha.
Subba Anand from SKM has won. This is the first official result that's been out and declared on the Election Commission's website as well. Let's have it.
Indrahang Subba, who's the SKM candidate from Sikkim, has won. He has a considerable lead of 75,000 votes, and the total votes polled in Sikkim, Lok Sabha constituency is 3,60,000, and his lead is so much that nobody can even trail him now. There's only 30,000 votes to be counted, and the official result hasn't been declared by the Election Commission, but a reporter on the ground has confirmed that he has already won, and then his supporters are outside his house, and they are meeting him at this moment, and it's almost official from the candidate's house.
What is the victory margin roughly?
The victory margin is almost 75,000 votes.
75,000 votes. So the first result coming in, the SKM candidate has won in Sikkim, and that's also confirmed by the live result hub ahead of the Election Commission, because the margin of lead is greater than the remaining votes that need to be polled at the counting center. And this is the reason why you get the result first. So the first results outside of the Surat one that the BJP started the scoreboard with even before counting began. This is the next one.
Two questions fascinating to be asked. Sorry, the two questions that need to be asked now fundamentally is this: how secure are the two main allies of the BJP that have actually done pretty well there? That is the JDU. And also, of course,
you mean how secure the BJP is with them?
Well, that's right. How, within the, as I said, within the NDA, how secure are they?
You recall under Mr. Vajpayee, Chandrababu Naidu was a relentless bargainer.
Yes.
I mean, he bargained on everything.
And let's not forget, there was a bitter split between the TDP and the BJP just about 5 years ago. Lots of harsh words were exchanged. And I'm just saying, what is the guarantee that you might not see the NDA staying together in the present sort of framework that we, things could change very dramatically.
Things could change,
And
certainly Nitish is not going to be accepted by the India Alliance. I don't think Tejasvi or Lalu will be agreeable to getting Nitish back again.
What about the others? What about the others? Who are the others? There's YSRCP there in...
very little, Rahul. There's 6 independents, 4 BJD, 4 YSRCP, 1 AIMIM.
Well, we now
not enough to
know.
Would you agree that this is, I mean, it's a point of view, I get it, that it's a referendum on Modi, because that's what Mr. Raman had to say, and one of the channels has now replaced Modi's picture with Nadda's picture. So, while I get what Mr. Raman is saying, that by evening BJP will probably, have Mr. Nadda out there as the Bakra, but then the point is that you can see the signals if a channel is changing. It's always been Modi and Rahul Gandhi, right? India Alliance, Rahul Gandhi, like you
let's not beat around the bush. This is a message from the Indian voter.
Yeah, that it's a reality check for the BJP as well as Mr. Modi. That
if these results hold right now, and if they stay as it is, this whole campaign of the BJP was Modi ki guarantee. The whole campaign of the BJP, and it was the Prime Minister who first said, "Aayega to Modi hi," and said, "Ab ki baar 400 par." So if the voter has said, "No, I will not give you as a single largest party, I will not even give you majority as a single party, I won't give you 272 seats," then it is a message that's got to be taken in.
I want you, but I want you with less muscle power.
If this holds, although the NDA is creeping back up, it's gone up to 296, and the BJP is broken back into the 240s.
Still not enough.
Yeah, still not enough. They're still 32 seats.
Short. If this BJP in the last 10 years has been like the Congress of the 1950s, then what was the big jhatka to it? It was 1967.
Yes. Yeah.
This result, which is giving you a BJP as the single largest party, if this result holds in the end, and may will probably still be in power, will be in power, but not with the kind of dominance had earlier. This is akin to what was the 1967 result was to the Congress, where you got a jhatka, you got a message from the voters of discontent and so on, and yet the Congress remained in power. But
this
it led
is
to many
a bit
other
of a
changes
chastening,
in the politics.
for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, this has to be a bit of a chastening.
So it's a opening of a new fault line in our polity.
I just want to say this. In the 3 biggest states in India, Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, and in Bengal, it's the India Alliance that is ahead. In fact, in Bengal, it's far ahead. In Maharashtra, it's slightly ahead. And in Tamil Nadu,
Bengal, just a little bit of catch-up for the BJP now.
In the 4 biggest states, it's the India Alliance that is ahead.
Yeah.
Of course, they don't have enough to form a government. I don't think they can form a government at these numbers. It'll still be a BJP government.
In Maharashtra also, the BJP moving up a little to 21 seats now.
At 70 seats. Or would have been a very strong opposition and a very vociferous voice in the new Lok Sabha. Opposition with this number is going to be a formidable force.
As I said, Achhe Din for journalists, at least in Parliament, we'll get to see a lot more, action and that kind of thing. Good, lots of stuff to report, I think.
Right. Yeah. Maharashtra again, scenario has changed a bit. The BJP playing catch up a little. It's gone up to 21. Compared to it was NDA.
It's 25, 22.
It's 25 and 22. So the NDA now goes into the lead ahead of the INDI alliance.
Anand, I think the message will be very clear. Both Mr. Thackeray and Mr. Pawar can put their leg up and say, "Boss, we have sent a message across to Delhi."
Put their feet up.
I mean,
there is a world of difference between putting a leg up and putting your feet up.
Feet up. Put their feet
up.
The
point that, excuse me.
I think we'll leave it at that.
Rahul, I think we just want to quickly look at the numbers from Uttar Pradesh and see the margins now, because I think that's really where the election is. Let's just go back. Let's have a look at how many seats and what's the differential.
Uttar Pradesh continues with the INDIA at 42, NDA at 37. But there are quite a few number of seats where the margins are very narrow. We'll try and get some numbers. We'll try and get some numbers where the leads are consolidating.
While you get the numbers, Anand, the vote share is remarkably stable. It's still 42% for the BJP in UP, and it is still 32% for the SP in UP. And Congress is 10.5.
There's a transference going on.
It's a dead heat. It's a neck-to-neck heat.
No, but again, that's the thing.
It depends on conversion,
Nalin,
seat construction.
The vote share to seat share conversion, you don't know how that cookie crumbles.
Exactly.
Right? And especially in a state like UP, it's very hard to predict.
So you'll have very small margins.
Exactly.
So the BJP now clawing its way back in Bengal also. It's 30 and 11 right now, 30 and 12 right now. It was 9 earlier. So now the BJP has gone into 11. And from 32 to it's come down to 30. It's straight fight between the BJP and the Trinamool Congress. 1 seat has gone to the other West Bengal leads. There you go. Congress Plus is at 1 seat. That looks like the Behrampur seat. Yeah.
No, in fact, it's not. I think in Behrampur, from what I
Yusuf Pathan is leading?
Yusuf Pathan is leading, but the Congress lead is Malda Dakshin.
Malda Dakshin.
Yeah,
Isha Khan Chaudhary.
Yeah. That is the Congress lead. There's no other lead for the Congress in this. Again, Mamata Banerjee will look back at this and say, you know, she made the right decision about not going into the alliance with left end Congress, and it's paid off for her. Yeah, it's paid off in a big way.
I'm just looking at the Odisha leads again, 16, 4 and 1. So again, as predicted by the exit pollsters, 16 seats to the BJP. So big gains there for the BJP. If you look at Kerala, NDA 2. So that lead is steady and consolidating. And if the NDA is breaking into Kerala, that itself is another story. Gujarat, it's 25 and 1. Now, so 1 seat being pinched by the Congress party in Gujarat, whereas the MP is the new Gujarat, as Nistula was saying earlier, 29 of 29, all going towards the Madhya Pradesh.
No, interestingly, in Odisha, I mean, clearly BJP is well ahead. It's 16 and BJD just 4. But in Kendrapara, our good friend Mr. Jay Panda is trailing there.
Well, Kendrapara was Biju Babu's. So it's one of the most difficult seats
and
for the...
it was in the last round of polling. So
Correct.
what they were very clever, what the BJD did was that all the BJD workers and candidates who finished with their polling in their seat, they all came to campaign because it is that prestigious thing, you know. It's so they came to campaign.
Well, unfortunately, there was a certain personal rancor which had developed between Naveen Babu and Jai Panda.
As of now, one just update, Tejinder Sodhi is telling us in Jammu and Kashmir, the BJP is the single largest party with a 26.39% vote share. The Jammu and Kashmir National Conference at 22.18%, Congress at 21.31% and the PDP at 8.64%. So, and this is despite the BJP not fighting in the Kashmir
on
Valley
Jammu
at
and
all.
Kashmir, can I just make that point? The Ladakh seat, which they changed, an independent is leading there. The Shering Namgyal, that was his name, right? The young MP. They didn't give him the ticket this time, so an independent is leading from there, Muhammad Hanif. I don't know what his political allegiance is. But the two Jammu seats, Udhampur and Jammu, of course, that's Dr. Jitendra Singh and Jugal Kishore. They continue to lead there. In Anantnag Rajouri, it's Mia Altaf of the NC who's leading. In Srinagar, again, it's the NC candidate, Aga Syed Ruhullah Mehdi of the NC who's leading. And in Baramulla, Engineer Rashid continues to lead.
But you know, for Omar Abdullah, Engineer Rashid, since we are talking, for Omar Abdullah, it's the state election which is of importance, which we've been discussing. So even if he loses here, his energy is going to be for the state once statehood is restored out there.
Well, digital viewership for our numbers, whether for the BJP and the NDA, the numbers are going up or not, but for us, they are going up and we need to just thank our viewers. So we've just consolidated further. But Sarkar ne viewership hamari hai, itna main keh sakta hu. But the fact is that we need our viewers to help us a little more. We want to inch towards 4 lakhs, ladies and gentlemen. We are at 347, so we want to get to 4 lakh views, live views. And thank you. Thank you for being with us and enjoying our coverage as much as we are enjoying bringing it to you. It's a neck-and-neck fight. The INDIA on ground seems to have made an impact with the voter. The BJP, early stages, 20% of the votes being counted. Another 80% of the votes has to be counted. Will the scenario change? We are looking at these numbers. The BJP has gone up to 240. The NDA has gone up to 294. INDIA is slipping down a little. Congress going up a little. There is a lot that's happening. The result is not yet settled. It's not yet over. There is a bloodbath in the stock markets, but will they pick up later on in the day, or will this settle and will this trend settle? Are we looking at a coalition government or are we looking at a majority government? Is it a mandate for Modi or is it trying to... There is another update from the northeast, after Sikkim where there was a first result, there is a result now in Meghalaya. Yes, Akanksha.
This is the first victory for Congress from Meghalaya. Let's quickly bring you the details. In fact, it's a victory margin of over 1 lakh votes. Salang A. Sangma has He's in fact...
She's a former MP. She's also the sister of Meghalaya Chief Minister Conrad Sangma, and she was the former MP from Tura, and she has lost this time around. Saleng and Sangma has pipped her to this prestigious post, which is a bastion for the Sangma family.
Okay, there you have it. This was a prestige seat as far as Tura in Meghalaya is concerned. As the gentleman here was discussing, Agatha K. Sangma happens to belong to the prestigious Sangma family, has been beaten by Saleng A. Sangma of the Indian National Congress. The victory margin is of over a lakh votes.
Over a lakh votes, yeah.
Over 1 lakh votes, and in Tura. So that was the Sangma
again,
bastion
Conrad,
again.
it's interesting because they split just before the state election, then they came back again as part of the NDA after the election. And again, people are looking at this and saying, boss, don't take us for a ride. Don't take us for granted.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have an alliance before. You break the alliance just before the election. You fight separately. And then you come back again together. And the person who's been defeated is the sister of Conrad, right? It's a message from the voter.
True. Obviously, it's coming down to the wire now. Uttar Pradesh is the state where I think we should focus our energies
the story
and
is Uttar Pradesh and the story is Maharashtra.
Because that could be the difference between what kind of government we're going to get.
Yeah.
Ayodhya, losing Ayodhya, I feel,
Ayodhya.
I feel that there are certain things which will happen even if the NDA does make a government at the center. What's going to happen is Kashi, Mathura, UCC, these three things will go into the back burner because it's not getting you the votes. NRC will probably also go to the back burner. Many things which was about the Hindu consolidation, because a Hindu consolidation has obviously not happened, not been delivered for the BJP. So many of these things are going to, there's going to be reworking if at all the NDA is able to form a government, if we see this right now.
Yeah, I think, you know, things like one nation, one poll, and I keep coming back to this. I think delimitation, this is a big signal from the Indian voter. You know, don't take that exercise lightly. Don't just steamroll, you know, the numbers.
Yeah, because of what happened in Assam, if you can recall, the delineation
Again, look
there
at
had
Assam.
created
I
a lot
don't think
of
it's a
problems.
slam dunk for the BJP. Let me just take a look at Assam. Last time, I think it was 11-3, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure
9
exactly.
9.
Yeah,
Last
so
time 9, so this time it's 10 plus
it's
1.
10.
Yeah.
But again, you have in the India bloc plus others. So if you have,
look, I think in Assam they've done better. But I think that the issue is not quite that. I think the election will be won or lost by the BJP in the Hindi heartland.
Of course, Hindi heartland. And more than the other larger factors, it is what they have done within their own party.
But it does present a dilemma. I mean, does the BJP completely back off on Hindutva? Or does it persist?
Rahul, I think you've tracked the BJP for a long time. The BJP has always maintained power or no power, they don't deviate from their ideology. And it's not that they want the vote. They have a commitment, and this is something.
The problem is what the allies. The problem is what the allies.
How do you go at it in the discourse?
Yes.
Look at the Hindi heartland.
Yes.
Out of the 225 seats, last time BJP had 202. This time they're down to 152. It's still twice that of Congress. I think the bigger story is that the Congress has gone from 15 to
questions will
72.
be asked of the Prabharis of Uttar Pradesh, Prabharis of Rajasthan, and also those who decided these are the tickets, these are how the ticket distributions have to be done. The NDA alliance and the Congress, wherever it is gaining, are those places, and there could be a lot of seats where the candidate himself was a question.
No, why just the Prabharis? What about the sitting chief ministers? The chief minister of Rajasthan, the chief minister of Uttar Pradesh will be asked.
They will be questioned.
Mr. Bhajanlal Sharma.
Bhajanlal Sharma.
Thank you. But these questions will be asked.
Questions will be asked. As much as
so.
questions will be asked about Prime Minister Modi being on the ticket and him being the face of the campaign, those who are part of the organizational mechanism will also be asked. Is there, and if Zaka was asking this question, will there be pressure on Yogi now? What will happen if this is the result in Uttar Pradesh? Yes, Rahul. Yeah.
Well, I just feel that if you really want to look at how the next government is going to sort of come through, you have to look at the base number of the BJP.
Yeah.
If it falls further, then there might be even questions asked in a more meaningful way, which could lead to a large number of changes right at the top of the BJP. That could also happen. Okay. So I think this is now becoming an issue. How short are we going to be from 272? I think that's where the conversation is at this moment in time.
Okay.
Without Chandrababu Naidu, it's not
Just deviating a bit. Just deviating a bit, Odisha is a story. In the assembly elections, it looks like a big victory for the BJP. BJP in position now to form the government in Odisha. And the NDA alliance led by the TDP in position to form the government in Andhra Pradesh. There you go. That is it. 147, 76 leads for the BJP. So they are there. They are there in the halfway mark in sight of forming government, and they are clearly comfortable at this point. After the advertisements are over, thank you to all our sponsors and our advertisers on this result day. 76 for the BJP, 53 for the BJD, 14 for the Congress, and it looks like that the BJP is in position to form government and come to power in Odisha. It's a story in itself. It's a story in itself. And 150 landslide victory for Chandrababu Naidu in Andhra Pradesh. Yes,
you know, in Odisha, this is something where the leadership in Delhi has listened to the ground level workers, you know, who said that no to the alliance. Till April, there was talk of Modi and Patnaik talking to each other and an alliance coming through. Mr. Pandian was also included in those talks. But the local unit persisted and said we can win. And they have been correct, and Amit Shah backed the local unit. And that is where, and you know, this is the strange thing, that Mr. Patnaik should have read the tea leaves. He could have gone out gracefully without, you know, making a spectacle and making the sad picture that he painted towards the end, where those videos were leaked and those came out. There was absolutely no need. He could have just stepped back and said, I have had a good run and I am backing out right now. Or he could have brought in somebody else to say that he will be taking the lead. Somewhere I think the BJD overemphasized that whole loved so much kind of a thing. And there's been this chup-chap vote towards the Kamal. You know, because they voted Shank. Always there was Shank and there was Kamal. This time they have voted Kamal and Kamal and not Shank and Kamal.
Why didn't that happen in Bengal? Shubhan Das Gupta, there was the whole thing, chup-chap, Kamal chap and all that. What happened there?
No, I think in Bengal we need to know the exact places. You know, what seems to have happened in Bengal is twofold. Firstly, that the BJP has done okay in North Bengal, it would seem, by and large. But in the rest of the state, there was a sort of division. The organization was split down the middle between two factions. Subhendu Adhikari leading one, and the old BJP Sangathan, as it were, leading the other. And there was very little connection between the two.
In both states where you've had large-scale imports, Maharashtra and on two different coasts, you've had a problem.
That integration has not been possible.
Just an update on Assam. Preeti Priyadarshini sharing these details. Kokrajhar, UPPL, Jayanta Basumatari is leading by 10,908 votes. In Dhubri, Rakibul Hussain of the Congress is leading by 1,31,771 votes. Barpeta, Phani Bhushan Chaudhary leading by 39,261 votes. Darang, Udalguri, Dilip Saika leading by 60,475. Guwahati, Bijuli Kalita Medi, 49,300 votes lead. Amar Singh Tisso is leading by 8,235 votes of the BJP in Difu. Karimganj, Congress's Hafiz Rashid Chaudhary leading by 10,889 votes. Silchar, Parimal Shukla Baidya leading by 48,461 votes. Nagaon, Pradyut Bordoloi of the Congress leading by 23,223 votes. Kaziranga, Kamakhya, Tasa is leading by 52,115 votes. Sonitpur, Ranjit Datta is leading by 99,660 votes. Lakhimpur, Pradhan Baru of the BJP leading by 52,270 votes. Dibrugarh, Sarbananda Sonowal leading by 74,659 votes. Jorhat, Gaurav Gogoi leading by 36,063 votes. So 10 for the NDA, 4 for the INC. This is the update as of 11:45 a.m. by Preeti Priyadarshini from Assam. That's the update on Assam.
I just want to quickly look at the Northeast itself. I mean, again, the NDA has not done badly at all in the Northeast. Last time out of 25, they had 24, I think. This time they have 16 to the NDA. You want to look at the breakup. The NDA alliance is a gain of 2, but the breakup for the NDA out of that 16, just down 1. The BJP 12, AGP 1, NDPP 1, NPF 1, UPPL 1. So basically, the BJP is holding on to its sort of premier position in the NEDA alliance.
Here again, some of these allies are fickle allies. They sort of follow the scent of power.
But I think Hemanta seems to be doing okay.
Hemanta is delivered. I think
BJP by itself is doing so well
Yes.
in a state like Assam.
in
So
Assam,
now in Odisha, you've got a majority. Assam, you've consolidated yourself. So I think in Eastern India, that foothold of the BJP is there,
I think
except for Bengal.
If Mr. Modi is on the ticket and was on the ticket, I don't think you can sort of hold it against him. Yes, he didn't give you 370 seats, but it's a very competitive score right now for 10 years.
More. No,
they need
the
30.
BJP
They need
needs 40
34.
more.
Okay,
The BJP
Arun Singh.
needs 40 more for comfort. Otherwise, they are not
40 more for comfort.
So can we look at Uttar
interesting.
Pradesh?
Arun Singh of News 18 is reporting that TDP or Nitish JDU से दोनों से बात करेगी कांग्रेस पार्टी. The Congress will reach out to both
Naidu's
allies.
vote base.
Naidu is one is reporting that.
Hang on, Naidu's won an assembly election.
Talking about
A big win, 150 out of 175.
So Naidu's vote base is a very different vote base, really, from the BJP sort of traditional vote base. So he's going to look at survival, continuity, all of these things. And, you know, as I was saying,
many say this could be Chandrababu Naidu's last election. After this, it will be.
It just depends on how far the BJP is from that magic mark.
Naidu was requested to become the Prime Minister. Even Jyoti Babu told him ki ban jao.
Acha,
but nahi bane. You know?
Acha, update from Gujarat. Amit Shah has won Gandhinagar. Yes, Akanksha.
उनका मार्जिन ऑलरेडी इकट्ठा हो गया, उससे कम वोटिंग बाकी है जो काउंट करना गांधीनगर वहां से खुलेगा क्योंकि
Yes, Akanksha.
Amit Shah has won Gandhinagar.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
And could you please share the breakup right now?
जी गांधीनगर बैठक पर अमित शाह की अभी जीत चुके हैं क्योंकि काफ़ी ज़्यादा मार्जिन के आगे चल रहे हैं और जो अभी वोटिंग के काउंटिंग राउंड है वो भी कम बाकी है तो 4 लाख की ज़्यादा से लीड अभी तक हो गई है तो मतलब वो
4 लाख से ज़्यादा है ना
4 lakh से
he surpassed the previous victory margin.
Previous victory margin. Akanksha, can you just check what's the margin of lead for the Congress, the lone Congress candidate who's leading in Gujarat?
जो सोनल शाह का कितना है?
सोनल पटेल का काफ़ी कम वोट है 60-70 हजार वोट ही अभी उनका चल रहा है तो अमित शाह जीत चुके हैं
No, not the Congress candidate in Gandhinagar. There is one lead for the Congress in Gujarat.
लीड आ रही है गुजरात से?
पाटन
से क्या है?
पाटन लोकसभा पर से कांग्रेस के उम्मीदवार चंदन जी ठाकुर जो है वो आगे चल रहे हैं
कितने वोटों से?
फिलहाल की
कितने वोटों से?
15,000 वोटों से अभी आगे चल रहे हैं
15,000 वोट. So it's
कितने राउंड हो गए?
11 राउंड हुए अभी 12 राउंड और बाकी है
Was it 11?
और बाकी हैं. All right, 12 more rounds to go for Patan.
So 23 rounds in Patan, 15,000 is the margin of lead for the Congress candidate in Patan in Gujarat. Amit Shah has more than 4 lakh plus in terms of lead. So yes, Akanksha.
Have a look at the Maharashtra figure. It's pretty much neck and neck. I'll request the camera person to show you. Congress is at 11, BJP 11 again. As you can see, Uddhav Thackeray, Shiv Sena 11. And the Sharad Pawar NC is at 8, surpassing Ajit Pawar's NC, which is at 1. And in fact, the overall tally is coming to more than what BJP's tally is right now. Let's have the insights.
Right, 27 and 20.
It was expected that NDA will get approximate 25 to 28 seats, whereas India will get approximate 20 seats. But it's happening exactly different. Whereas NDA is getting only 20 seats and India is getting 27 seats, and one is independent, which is Vishal Patil is leading from Sangli.
So how many rounds? How many rounds over? How many rounds?
How many rounds over?
There are various rounds. In few constituency it was 8 round, few constituency it was 12 round. So
how many rounds in all?
कितने बचे?
अभी हर जगह के अलग-अलग rounds बचे हुए हैं.
But overall कितने? On an average 22, 23 rounds. How many average in Maharashtra?
How many rounds now left?
Many. There are different kind of rounds. In different constituencies there are different rounds. So कुछ constituencies में 12 rounds
sympathy vote average में Anand, it's very apparent that India is taking
and
the lead.
by the way,
about
remember
20 to 22 rounds. 20 to 22 rounds overall.
There's a much bigger important point as far as Maharashtra is concerned. In 6 months, you're going to have an assembly election.
Yes.
If this result holds, then the assembly election is going to be a real wake-up call for the BM.
No, BMC elections in Mumbai also, no? All of that, the assembly elections will be a big flux. The political future of a few people will be in big flux.
Continues to hold on.
Also, that's important because it's the richest municipality I mean, our stock market is there, is the financial capital of the country. So for that, election is also very important.
Bengal scenario has changed again, 32 and 9 again. So Trinamool Congress again really storming away with the lead at 32 and with the BJP at 9.
That means it's a tight contest there also. It's going down to the wire there. Let's have a look at the vote shares in Bengal. Is it possible to see the vote
one
shares?
of our viewers wanted your opinion on Naveen Babu. What happens next with Naveen Babu and also with the BJP?
Naveen Babu, I personally, I mean...
Yeah, you know him personally.
I mean, I'm not the only person in this panel who knows him personally.
Yeah. But still, what happens next?
Well, I think it's sad. You know, here's a man who had a very, very distinguished career. And I think the public perception of the proximity to Mr. Pandian, I think, was his undoing, more than anything else. And I think he'll be remembered as a very good Chief Minister of Odisha. And it's sad that the ending was like this.
Do you believe Mr. Pandian is a worthy successor and will he actually take the party?
It's not a question of whether I believe or not. It's the question is that the people of Odisha don't think so. They have got the impression that Mr. Pandian has been manipulating Naveen Babu at a point when he is very vulnerable. So these public perceptions seem to have become conventional wisdom and has been expressed in the thing. So the victory of the BJP is complete. Mr. Pandian must take a big credit for.
Three short of majority in Odisha, BJP 3 short of majority in Odisha. As far as the leads are concerned, these are not even settled results, but the indication is very clear. NDA sweeping Andhra Pradesh, 150 out of 175 seats. All the leads are already out at this point, but the BJP still 3 short of majority. BJD has 52, Congress has 14. So if they are 3 short of majority and if this stays, ये फंसेगा Odisha में?
Also see that 5 terms of going on voting for the same one, the youngsters feel okay, we like him, he's respectable, everything fine, but there is oob gaya man. You want to move faster. Yeah, there's a boredom factor. At some point of time there will be an anti-establishment sentiment that will come in, and there will be this happening. Also the isolationist way of Naveen Babu's style of working. He stayed in his home, he hardly steps out. He has a very close set of friends that he meets. You don't see him meeting. It's only when the BJP seem to be mounting a challenge, which is like literally in the month of May, that he started getting out and campaigning. And that also just a few sentences here or there. It doesn't work, after some time that charisma wanes among the people.
I just want to talk a little bit about Haryana. Again,
I think can we do Maharashtra, because we've got Priyanka Chaturvedi also with us. Big lead for the INDIA at this point. 28 and 19. Phenomenal score there. Do you think this will consolidate further in favor of the INDIA?
You can call it India Alliance now. It's okay.
No, you will be the INDI Alliance or you will be INDIA. India A is Alliance. So that's why. So I can't say India Alliance again. So it will be INDI Alliance or INDIA. So let's all fight on that. But yeah, congratulations if this stays. Yeah.
You can call it grouping of India. Okay, if that is also working for you, whatever works. Anyway, whatever.
NDA, UPA, INDIA. That works for me. Yeah,
I'm not getting into that. I will, whatever floats your boat, whatever makes you happy. However, people of the country have shown that they look at it as an alliance which is formidable, which needs to be strengthened, which has, with the way numbers are going and how it turns around for the alliance later in the day, can also probably get us to form our government as well.
Yeah.
As far as Maharashtra is concerned, you're seeing the numbers, and I remember I was on your show 2 days ago, where I said the numbers that you are showing for India Alliance vis-a-vis NDA is going to change. What you're showing for NDA is going to be India's outcome, and what you're giving to India is going to be NDA's outcome. In fact, we're doing far better than the numbers were shown, right?
More gains for the Congress compared to UBT.
I do want to ask you, Priyanka ji, Zaka here, you're getting 28 as of now, gain of 19 from last time, and the NDA is getting 19. But I want to specifically talk about your party. Shiv Sena UBT is getting 11 seats, gain of 6 from last time. 4 of those are coming from Mumbai, Bombay South, South Central, North East and North West. So the single largest party in Mumbai city out of the 6 is actually your party.
Yes.
Absolutely. See, I just want to say couple of things here because it is important that we put things in perspective as far as Maharashtra is concerned. Two regional parties, two important voices of Maharashtra were broken by the Bharatiya Janata Party at the behest of the party which is in power in the center, which is the BJP. It wasn't just the Maharashtra BJP. It was a plan which was, the architect of which was Mr. Amit Shah, which has been said many times by Mr. Amit Shah himself. Having broken two political parties, having trampled upon the constitution, democratic norms, in the belief that you can label it as a Nakli Shiv Sena, you can even go on to call Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray as the Nakli Santan of Balasaheb Thackeray and think that people are not going to, people are going to take this lying down. That people who are born and brought up in the state of Maharashtra, who are the Bhumi Putras of Maharashtra, are going to take it easily. And whatever narrative that is set on them is going to be the narrative that they will vote on. They have understood that this was trying to damage the idea of Maharashtra, the ethos of the state, only for wanting to be in power.
I just
and
want
Mumbai
to bring your
Mumbai
attention
has again
back to the numbers.
You can continue to postpone the local elections. You can continue to bypass the electoral processes for the local bodies. It is going to be a city which has stood by Shiv Sena Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, Shiv Sena Balasaheb Thackeray, and the numbers are now proving that.
I just want to come back to the numbers again. The two parties that you said tod marod karke kiya tha. So Sena UBT has 11. Mr. Sharad Pawar's NCP has 7. So that's 18 seats between the two of you. And if you look at your counterparts on the other side, Mr. Eknath Shinde's Sena has 4 and the Ajit Pawar NCP has 1. So that's 5 compared to 18. You think this now settles the whole issue of who is the real Sena and who is the real NCP?
I think the only issue that needed to be settled was in the minds of the media and the news anchors who are asking us this every day.
No, the people have spoken. The people have spoken.
Just allow me to complete. No, this was a narrative which was being spoken about day in, day out by television channels. You all were the media, right? And so was Mr. Narendra Modi, who thought that he can say this, he can build this narrative against the will of the people of Maharashtra. So I think people of Maharashtra, without making too much noise, listening to all the noise, doing away with all the narratives that were being pushed across by a very aggressive media and a very aggressive Narendra Modi and his team, have shown through their votes, through the ballot, who the Asli Aulad is, who the Asli party is. Take away our symbol, take away our name, take away whatever you want to take away. We will vote on a new symbol. We will stand by Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray because we all know that Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray is the true legacy bearer of Balasaheb Thackeray.
No, we respect the people. Everyone should respect the people. At the end of the day, it is Janata Janardhan, no doubt about it. And the people have spoken. This is the first time you've had elections in Maharashtra after all this Tod, Mod, Farod and all that. And the people have given their unequivocal response. I also want to know from you that if this is how the numbers stack up in Maharashtra and this is how it ends at the end of the day, what may this mean for the upcoming assembly elections?
Yes.
What may this mean for the BMC elections, which, as you said, the can has just been kicked down the road and kicked down the road and kicked down the road?
So, two things. One thing is that we are going above 35 seats in Maharashtra. And Mr. Modi and Mr. Devendra Fadnavis are going to see the biggest loss of a state in Maharashtra, where they were trying to consolidate, but it's gone the other way around. The experiment has failed spectacularly. That's one. So we're going above 35 seats by the end of the day. The second, how it will relate to assembly elections as well as the local body elections, which are pending for over 2 years. We don't have corporators, we don't have elected representatives being able to run these corporations. And not just in Mumbai, various other parts of the city and in the state of Maharashtra. Elections haven't happened. So we are very certain. People have shown faith in us. We will not let down their faith. We will continue to strive for a better Maharashtra, for a better outcome, and ensure that the rights of Maharashtra and the people of Maharashtra are not trampled upon.
Okay.
But on the whims and fancies of a man who thinks he's the Lord Avatar.
I do want to ask you one final question on the national picture. We're getting a source-based information from the Congress that they're reaching out to both the TDP and to Nitish Kumar's JDU. They, of course, I think TDP has 15 or 16 and Nitish Kumar has 15. At the India Alliance level, I mean, if these numbers crystallize the way they are, NDA is at 289, BJP at 237, India Alliance at 233 and Congress at 94, the NDA will still form the government unless, of course, there is a breakage in the NDA. Are you looking to expand your partners in the India Alliance, or are you happy to play the role of a strong, constructive, vociferous opposition, which is what, if these numbers stay at this stage, indicate?
Now, these numbers are going to change and we're going to come close to forming the government. And having said that, there's just a couple of things I want to tell you. Shiv Sena, along with the Bharatiya Janata Party, were in alliance for over 25 years. Shiromani Akali Dal was the longest standing ally. Those were the kind of alliances that BJP did away with because of sheer arrogance of power. And they have come together with a ragtag alliance. You know, these alliances who they were using agencies against, who they were telling them that if they don't come along with the BJP, they're going to face a problem and the best idea to win elections is to come along with the BJP. They're not the committed alliances of the BJP. And they are going to realize that it is easier to work alongside a partner which believes in democratic ethos as well as constitutional, principles of this country.
All right.
They also realize, these alliances, they also realize that sooner or later Bharatiya Janata Party will go after them, like they went after Shiv Sena, like they went after Shiromani Akali Dal, like they went against LJP. So those are things that people, the political parties, for their own existence as well as their own, ideology to continue, they are going to rethink their alliance to the BJP. And
all right.
I am telling you, we are forming the government.
Priyanka Chaturvedi, many congratulations. It is a well-deserved victory. Like I said, Janta Janardhan in a democracy, the people of Maharashtra have spoken. It's not just the numbers. I think the message from the voters of Maharashtra is very, very clear. We are rejecting outright all this Tod, Ford, Marod ki Rajniti, and that this whole legacy...
People of the state.
Yeah, and not just that, the betrayal versus betrayal aspect, the greater betrayal has been chosen, which was the greater betrayal by the people of Maharashtra in terms of these hold. And Priyanka Chaturvedi confident that these numbers will only improve in favor of the alliance. Let's quickly just get, before Ghanshyam Tiwari comes, thank you Priyanka ji. We've just got results coming in from the Northeast, 2 big results, going to the live result hub. Shivani joining us, 2 more results. Yes, Shivani.
Yes. Just some big names that are being declared winners, and that's always interesting to watch out for. I've got our Northeast desk, Assam and Tripura. We've got big results coming in. Tell me the big names who've been declared now.
Kiran Rijiju has won from Arunachal West by a margin of almost 80,000 votes. He defeated former Arunachal Chief Minister Nabam Tuki. And then Agatha Sangma from Tura, who's the sitting MP from Tura, she lost to Salenge Sangma of the Congress. And 2 seats from Tripura have been declared. Former Chief Minister Biplab Kumar Dey has won by a whooping margin of over 5.5 lakh. And Kirti Dev Burma, who's the sister of Pradyut Dev Manika Burma, who's the princely king of Tripura, has also won from Tripura East.
So, you know, East is the place, Anand, where actually the BJP is kind of managed to hold on. I just want to quickly give you a sense of West Bengal, where the numbers are standing. What's the situation looking like? TMC 31.
Within 42 seats में जो है हम आ गया ट्रेंड पूरा आ गया तो उसमें तृणमूल 31 में लीड कर रहा है और बीजेपी 10 में लीड कर रहा है और 1 सीट है मालदा दक्षिण जो है वहाँ पे कांग्रेस लीड कर रहा है तो ये जो है सिनारियो देखिए सुबह 8 बजे से शुरू हुआ है वोट का जो काउंटिंग है तो 4 घंटे में जो ट्रेंड आ रहा है तो उसमें थोड़ा एक बात हम कह सकते हैं कि एग्जिट पोल का जो है जो था अभी उसमें थोड़ा अंदर हो
कितने राउंड हो गए हैं कितने बचे
अभी तक तो फिलहाल अगर आप एवरेज करें तो देखा जाए कि 5th राउंड तक हो चुके हैं 42 पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में
Fifth round ही हुआ है. So you know there is a little bit of caveat here that there is actually very little rounds that have actually taken place. But as most of us, our experts here are also saying, and you are also discussing, the trends are pretty much clear as it stands right now. Anand, I'll also get you UP. What are the big names that are trailing and by how much in just a bit?
Right. Thanks for that update, Shivani. Yes.
At TMC in 31, BJP 10. BJP was hoping that they would get somewhere around 18 to 20. So you're looking at way short of what the BJP expected even in Bengal.
Yeah, even in Bengal.
Yeah,
Bengal, they were
while
looking
Odisha
at
has
25
been a
plus.
happy
Bengal, they
news.
said 25 plus.
Yeah.
Maharashtra, they said they will retain, and they actually contested 27. It's a big slip there.
Right.
And in Uttar Pradesh, the story itself is evident. 44 and 34.
I think
it's a phenomenon.
So
I think
what
UP
they had
is the story of this
They
election.
had expected that some numbers would come down in states like Karnataka, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh. They would be made up in the eastern side, which is Bengal, Odisha, Andhra Pradesh, when they add Telangana. But it's not happening.
Minus
Look
28 in UP.
UP
The
is,
India alliance is ahead of the NDA.
It's a disaster for
here in our studios. We were here on Saturday when we did the exit polls. This is not a map you expected on Saturday. It's not a map anybody showed on Saturday.
Expected. None of the pollsters even predicted.
I have to say, Zaka, a very different mood from the exit poll.
Yeah.
But I mean, I thought the smartest thing anyone has said today was Nistula on this program when she said the pollsters lost, the journalists won. This is not unlike what most journalists who toured were expecting. Most people were saying about 250, 260, short of a majority for the BJP. But Mr. Modi is still the most popular leader, will form the government, he will get allies. And I think that's pretty much the situation that's come to pass. But a couple of things I think worth pointing out. The first is UP. We had contradictory reports from journalists who went. Many people who were shooting with me for the print program said to me, even Mr. Modi is going to win by a much reduced majority. Smriti Irani will lose. And I was skeptical because the polls didn't tell us that. But it turns out they weren't wrong. Bengal, the journalists were always clear that this BJP optimism was nonsense and hype. And I think that's turned out to be correct. And Maharashtra, as Priyanka has said, I don't need something. But two important lessons at this stage, if these results hold. One is this Tod Bod ki Rajniti, when you go and break people's parties, you file enforcement directed cases against them and get. The voters don't necessarily like that if Maharashtra is an indication. Secondly, if you do the politics of hate, and the BJP has done a lot of the Hindu-Muslim stuff, etc., particularly in UP, where Yogi is pretty much a champion at this, it doesn't necessarily yield results. I think these are lessons that are going to be important going forward.
Ghanshyam is also joining us. Ghanshyam, first of all, congratulations. No one expected that Akhilesh Yadav and Samajwadi Party in particular would do as well as you are doing right now. Right now, India Alliance in Uttar Pradesh is leading in 44, NDA in 34, and I just want to give you the breakup. The Samajwadi Party is leading in 37, up 32 from last time. Last time you had 5, now you're leading in 37. You'd probably be the third biggest party in the 18th Lok Sabha. Congress leading in 7. So, first of all, congratulations, Ghanshyam. What is it that the pollsters, maybe even the journalists, did not see that has resulted in this result? But you folks always knew, certainly Akhilesh was going around saying that particularly in eastern Uttar Pradesh, it's not as what you guys are seeing, there is an undercurrent.
Good afternoon, Zaka, to you, the fellow co-panelists and the viewers. I want to congratulate the country. What you asked that what the media did not see, the pollsters did not see, is the nation wants to say, "Fat of dictatorship." The dictatorial dreams of BJP, Narendra Modi, Amit Shah have been removed, erased by people of India. That a Prime Minister can stoop so low to say that election of opposition is a mujra. People of India have rejected that Prime Minister, and it is clear with this verdict that no single alliance partner of BJP no one wants to be blackmailed, no one wants to sign their death sentence by joining BJP. The alliance partners of BJP will not allow Mr. Modi to return as Prime Minister. No one wants to sign their own death sentence. If this verdict holds, and it is only going to go better, and if Mr. Modi becomes the Prime Minister again, you will see every day protests across the country by the youth who these people have robbed of their future, by the farmers who they have fired on, by the women against whom they propped up Prajwal Revanna and Bhushan Sharan Singh and the rapists of Bilkis Bano, by the backward Dalit, Alpsankhyaks and Adi against whom they stood against caste census. This government has no moral authority to sustain. They misused, abused machinery and media and exit polls to get to this number. But the grassroots sentiment against this government is much wider. If Mr. Modi dares to return as Prime Minister, people of India will not settle till
I need to come in.
That dream is
One second,
demolished.
Sanju Verma,
There'll be everyday protests.
People have
There'll be
spoken,
everyday protests.
opposition, let them have their say. I mean, people have spoken, we have to respect that. A BJP at 237 is not something anyone predicted. None of the exit polls predicted. One second, Ghanshyam, one second. Journalists may have anecdotally said this. No one said it on television. Nobody wrote newspaper articles about, the BJP ending up at 237 and NDA at 290. So, Sanju Verma, before I come to you, just give me 30 seconds. But Ghanshyam, Mr. Modi will still be Prime Minister. NDA is still far ahead of 272. They're 290. Of course, it may be a different Mr. Modi. He'll have to, of course, take everybody along. He'll have to listen to the allies and so on. And of course, he has to respect and listen to the Indian voter, which is fair enough, which is what a democracy should do to people. But I don't think Mr. Modi is not going to be Prime Minister.
Zaka, there are three things. No ally wants a backstabber as their Prime Minister. This BJP has backstabbed every alliance partner, including Nitish Kumar, including Chandrababu Naidu. So there is no reason for people to sign their death sentence and go and ally with Mr. Modi as Prime Minister. That's one. Two, everybody understands that there is grassroots sentiment against Mr. Modi. The youth want him out. The women of India want him out. The farmers of India want him out. They have abused the machinery to somehow find a majority. That will not sustain. If the alliance partners believe this, Mr. Modi will not be the Prime Minister.
Whether that holds or not, let's just see. We've just got a result coming through, then Sanju Verma coming across to you. The first Karnataka seat, the result has come through. The JDS has won Kolar. So the result coming through. Yes, Shivani, going through the live result.
Absolutely. Just showing you some trends and leads, and now results coming in from Karnataka. The first Karnataka result has come. We've got the Kolar seat that has been declared. That's the JDS seat, mind you. The JDS candidate Malesh Babu has won from there. Now, that's the only seat declared from Karnataka?
Yeah, it is so far only one seat is declared in Karnataka. In Kolar constituency, JDS candidate Malesh Babu won the seat.
Yeah. All right, I also want to give you a trend. DK Suresh fighting from Bangalore Rural. Just show me exactly who's leading from Bangalore Rural. Is DK Suresh doing okay, or what is happening? So, CN Manjunath is now leading by over 1 lakh votes, 1,43,000 votes he is leading by. So, DK Suresh, the brother of heavyweight DK Shiv Kumar, is trailing by roughly that margin. So, this is a contest that is going to be very interesting one to watch out for, Anand.
Right.
He recently joined politics, Manjunath. Dr. Manjunath just recently joined politics, known cardiologist. And then, the BJP had only given 3 seats to the JDS. So they didn't know where to accommodate him. So they brought him into the BJP, though he's Deve Gowda's son-in-law. Yeah. They bring him into the BJP, they put him out there. He refuses to say a single word against DK Suresh. He just runs his own campaign, doesn't go against DK Suresh. It's the Vocaliga versus Vocaliga vote out there. DK Suresh, remember, is DK Shiv Kumar's brother. Yeah. DK Shiv Kumar went to societies, housing societies, and said, you want water, first you give my brother your vote, only then you'll get it. And DK Suresh is the guy who said that in South India should be a separate country. So that kind of attitude has obviously been rejected by the people of Bengaluru.
No, what this also means is that this is bad news for DK Shiv Kumar because his own brother has lost, and it's also good news for Siddaramaiah because Congress has not done that badly. It's got 10 out of 28. It had 1 last time, which was Suresh's seat. BJP had 25 last time.
Shiv Kumar is quite the phoenix, he will
rise. But I have a feeling that this will strengthen Siddaramaiah. All this talk about, 2.5-year chief minister, I don't think this result is going to give.
Will be only laughing at this.
He will be happy with this
He'll be
result.
very happy because
in fact, if you look at this belt, the North Karnataka belt, the 2 people who will be happy are Mr. Kharge and Mr. Siddaramaiah because these are some of the backwardest districts of
Mr.
Karnataka.
Mallikarjun Kharge, brought in as Congress president, under whose watch the Congress has done obviously very, very well. Does the credit go to him?
We know who the credit will go to.
We'll see who gets the credit there.
It's obviously the Gandhis who get the credit.
It's a question. It's a legitimate question.
I think you have to give credit to Kharge. You have to say that the Gandhis Rahul never managed this. There is objectively a change on the ground. You cannot deny Kharge the credit. And I think also this idea of broad-basing the leadership, so it isn't just Rahul everywhere, seems to have worked.
But Veer, you have to admit, from 52 to 92, 40 seats plus, the star campaigner for the Congress party is Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi. So the credit, if the BJP does well, credit goes to PM Modi. If the Congress does well, the credit has to go to Rahul.
I don't dispute that. I'm not denying Rahul any of the credit. All I am saying is everyone says the Gandhis get all the credit. I think it's unfair to exclude Kharge from that. He deserves
Mr.
credit.
I've just run a filter. These are the SC reserved seats. Now, for the first time in the last 10 years, the India alliance is leading in the SC reserved seats. The NDA has about 5 seats less than that of the India Alliance.
They're actually
I
minus
think
18.
Yeah,
Zaka, from
they're
last
down
time.
18.
They're down 18
from last
in
time.
the
That's what
SC
I'm gonna tell
reserved
you.
seats compared to the last
story
time.
that is coming out is quite clear that there was a great deal of distress, and the poorest of the poor, the most marginalized, were feeling that, and somewhere their issues have not been addressed, and you see this. And where you see this most is in our two poorest states, unfortunately. That's where the results have come through.
We have Sanju Verma, Meeta Chakrabarti also with us, along with Ghanshyam Tiwari and Radhika Khera, who should be joining us in a bit. Yes, Sanju Verma.
You know, first and foremost, I want to tell the Samajwadi Party and Ghanshyam, you know, he says, how dare the Prime Minister even think of coming in for a third term because he's been rejected by the electorate. I think that is absolutely unfair, and I'm not going to hold back my punches. 54 out of the 59 big and small elections in the last 10 years, that is a strike rate of almost 92%, have been won by the BJP unconditionally, unequivocally, under the aegis of Narendra Modi. Yes, did we do as well as we expected? Certainly not. But is this a vote for Rahul Gandhi? Certainly not. I can tell you that the Congress says it is the fulcrum of this alliance, and an alliance is only as good as how strong or weak the fulcrum is. And as things stand now, with more than 150 seats, the victory margin being less than 20,000, and with still at least 11 to 12 more rounds to go, people from within the cabal on the other side, if they are jumping up and down and writing off the BJP and the NDA,
Even
then
as
I think they're building flaky
even as you
castles
speak,
in the
we've got
air.
an update from Rai Bareli. Rahul Gandhi has a huge lead in Rai Bareli. Dinesh Pratap Singh has put out a social media post saying, I apologize for hurting anyone, and he's literally conceded the seat to Rahul Gandhi. So that's a big win for Rahul Gandhi from Rai Bareli.
But
that's
ma'am,
what you're flashing
if I may just ask you, isn't this a message from the Indian voter? Again, I disagree with Ghanshyam. I think Mr. Modi will come back for a third term. What that government entails, what accommodation he may have to make, that's a different debate altogether. But isn't it, you know, sometimes it's okay to be a little humble in politics and say, okay, we're listening to the people. The people have spoken. And the people have spoken quite emphatically. From 303, the BJP is now down to 238. There are concerns in UP, in Bihar, in Rajasthan. The BJP's numbers have come down quite significantly. What you attribute that to is, again, you'll have to do an analysis, whether it is jobs or Samvidhan Badal Denge, whatever it is. But ultimately, the people of India, particularly in the Hindi heartland, Rahul Shivshankar has been making this point since morning. It's the Hindi heartland which brought you to power, and it's the Hindi heartland which is sending you a message that, look, there are concerns and you need to listen to our concerns.
Zaka, that's a very valid point. That is why even in my introductory comment, I did say that, you know, the results in terms of what we were expecting by way of seat tally has certainly not happened. Am I disappointed? Of course. And if we are talking about the BJP standalone being well past the 300 mark, and here the NDA itself is contained in and around that 300 number, there are reasons to introspect, and to say otherwise would reek of overconfidence. My limited point, Zaka, without being offensive, is only this. Is this a vote for Rahul Gandhi, which is what the Congress would have you believe? No. Is this a vote yet again for Narendra Modi, but with a lower mandate? Certainly yes. Is the BJP and NDA going to come back to power? Yes. And if you're going to take the knives out and say UP has taught a lesson to the BJP, please also then give us credit for the fact that in two big states, after 25 odd years, Naveen Patnaik would have been forced to hang his boots. Whether it was Pandian who worked in BJP's favor or not, I'm not going to comment, but give us credit for the fact that we are going to be coming back with a thumping majority in Odisha. Give us credit for the fact that the BJP-led alliance will be forming a government in Andhra Pradesh. Uttar Pradesh, I agree, we need to introspect what changed between 2022 when we had a 41.29% vote share and 255 seats, and now. In less than 2 years, what has been the catalyst that has led to a performance which certainly leaves a lot to be desired?
Thank you, Sanju Verma ji. We've got guests coming back to back. I think Pawan Khera, the head of the media department of the Congress party, is now joining us. Thank you very much, Khera Saab. I know you joined us on Saturday and you were like, exit polls are wrong, exit polls are wrong. None of us believed you, but congratulations. I mean, the India Alliance is at 230, Congress at 93. I think it's a phenomenal performance against anything that anybody sensed on the ground. I think clearly the exit pollsters missed it, maybe the journalists missed it, but you sensed something that none of us could.
No, it's premature for me to celebrate or for anybody to get depressed. Let's wait for another couple of hours. Situation will be clearer. But you're right, pollsters and a lot of people in the media missed what was happening on the ground, because I think the BJP imposed upon the country a particular echo chamber, and everybody was busy listening to each other. When Rahul Gandhi stepped out and went for a Bharat Jodo Yatra, I think that's when people realized that here is the man who's speaking the language of the common man, and he understands my issues, your issues. So I think that was that broke the iceberg. I think that's what breached the iceberg to begin with. Then the Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra, and all these things, of course, helped a lot in a connect with the people.
What is the message, particularly from the Hindi heartland, your home state, Rajasthan? Last I checked, it was 13-11, I think. Uttar Pradesh, where now the India alliance is leading 42 to 36 of the NDA. What is the message of the Indian voter, particularly from the Hindi heartland, to the BJP and to the India alliance with this kind of numbers?
I think the message is very clear, loud and clear. Don't be arrogant. Please talk about our issues. Enough of your own Man Ki Baat. Our Man Ki Baat also matters, and that's where Rahul Gandhi tapped. That's where he spoke their Man Ki Baat. That's where the issues raised by Mr. Kharge and Priyanka ji, I think Priyanka ji emerged as our ace campaigner, I must say. And these are the issues that they talked about. The constitution was a serious issue. I think people connected with that issue because our rights, your rights, everybody's rights depend on the constitution. And that was under serious threat, and people realized that.
I do want to ask you, Mr. Khera, at these numbers, 293 NDA, 240 BJP, 229 India Alliance and 93 Congress, it seems like Mr. Modi will come back for a third term. Well, of course, like I said, in what form or shape, in what kind of accommodations he'll have to make, we don't know. That's another matter. But do you see this as a mandate where, yes, the opposition's numbers have increased, you'll be a formidable opposition in the 18th Lok Sabha, the NDA's numbers have been cut down, the BJP's numbers in particular have been cut down, so they have to listen to the people, they have to listen to the opposition, but ultimately it will still be a third term for Mr. Modi?
Let's wait and watch for a couple of more hours, but for a man who thought he was the reincarnation of God, this is worse than a defeat.
Okay. Are you reaching out to NDA allies?
Even if we were, we won't reveal it on any channel right now. But obviously, processes are on from all sides.
But no, the mood. Okay, tell me this: do you believe you still have a shot at forming the government?
Absolutely, absolutely. A lot of partners of the NDA are not comfortable with the arrogance of the two men from Gujarat.
Okay.
They would rather choose someone else. They would rather partner with someone else.
Pawan Khera, thank you very much. Once again, like I said, in a democracy, you have to listen to the people. Janata Janardhan, they have spoken. And I think this is a resounding message. I mean, our panelists are back again. Rahul Shivshankar. Okay, I think Anand's going to take
just do a quick check. Smriti Irani is trailing big time in Amethi, trailing by about 50,000 votes. Amit Shah has won by more than 4 lakh votes in Gandhinagar. We'll go across to the live result hub in just a bit. Just quickly telling you, how does the parliament look like right now? There, as we set this up, ladies and gentlemen, clearly there is a huge amount of attrition for the BJP and the NDA. And it's not going to go all the way past the halfway mark comfortably. The BJP on its own, it's not the single largest party. It is consolidating, getting closer, the NDA, till about 300. But at the bases, at the back of some of its allies, the JDU and Chandrababu Naidu, that is the TDP. What a turn of fortunes for Chandrababu Naidu. The Congress, on the other hand, if you were to look at it, the Congress and the INDI alliance, or the India, is coming right across, right up to about the 230 number. 93 seats, near about 100 seats for the Congress party. That makes it a far more robust and a far more vocal, vociferous opposition in the lower house in Parliament. What does that do going forward? We'll have to wait and watch. This is the scenario as of 12:30 p.m. As of 12:30 p.m. Does this scenario hold at 4 p.m. this evening? We have to wait and watch. Experts believe that this will stay. More or less, it will be steady. There's not going to be a radical change in the picture. There is no way that the BJP is going to emerge as the party with the majority. It may be very short, it may fall short
of that majority magic number of 272 on its own. That's the scenario as of now. Quickly going across to the live result hub for an update on Smriti Irani and also Amit Shah. Yes, Shivani.
Yes. Amit Shah, as you mentioned very rightly, has won with a huge vote margin. I'm just going to step over to the Gujarat desk in just a bit. मैं अभी उत्तर प्रदेश के डेस्क पे हूँ. यहाँ पे हमारे साथ है हमारे साथी. उत्तर प्रदेश से स्मृति ईरानी का भी कितना गैप चल रहा है?
स्मृति ईरानी अभी 15,000 वोटों से पीछे चल रही है.
हाँ. और आपको क्या लगता है कि उत्तर प्रदेश में जो सीट्स हैं, बराबर की टक्कर की लड़ाई है, उसमें वोट मार्जिन कितना चल रहा है अभी? कितना डिफरेंस चल रहा है मोस्टली सीट्स में?
देखिए, कई जगह पर तो बहुत कम डिफरेंस चल रहा है. बार बार चीजें पलट रही हैं. जैसे कि अभी अरुण गोविल 7,000 वोटों से आगे हुए हैं, जबकि अभी वो पीछे चल रहे थे. उसी तरह से फतेहपुर सीकरी में राजकुमार चाहर, जो अभी तक पीछे चल रहे थे, अब वो फिर 6,000 वोटों से आगे हो गए हैं.
अच्छा. और जो बड़ी बड़ी सीट्स हैं, जैसे आप रायबरेली और उसकी अमेठी की बात,
जैसे रायबरेली में राहुल गांधी 1 लाख से ज्यादा वोटों से आगे चल रहे हैं.
अच्छा.
1,56,000 वोटों से आगे चल रहे हैं राहुल गांधी.
और कन्नौज,
और जी कन्नौज में अखिलेश 70,000 से ज्यादा वोटों से आगे चल रहे हैं. मैनपुरी में डिम्पल 60,000 से ज्यादा आगे चल रही है. बाराबंकी में तनुज पुनिया 80,000 वोटों से आगे चल रहे हैं. और अगर हम वैसे बात करें बड़े नामों की, तो मेनका गांधी इस वक्त 10,000 वोटों से पीछे चल रही है.
तो टाइट सीट्स हैं क्या यूपी में या क्लियर मार्जिन है?
नहीं, अभी तो टक्कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि अभी काफी राउंड्स रह गए हैं.
कितने राउंड
आगे? अभी तो काफी 6-7 राउंड हुए हैं अभी, तो अभी काफी राउंड्स बाकी हैं. तो अभी चीजें पलट सकती हैं, आगे पीछे हो सकती हैं. लेकिन जिस तरह से चीजें अचानक वाली, चौंकाने वाली हैं, मेनका गांधी का पीछे रह जाना, संजीव बालियान पीछे हैं, 10,000 से ज्यादा वोटों से पीछे हैं संजीव बालियान. कौशल किशोर लखनऊ में पीछे चल रहे हैं 10,000 से ज्यादा वोटों से. तो ये कुछ सीटें ऐसी हैं जिनसे थोड़ा सा चौंकाने वाली चीजें आई हैं. हालांकि अभी कई राउंड्स बाकी.
स्मृति ईरानी कितना पीछे है?
अभी इनके हिसाब से 15,000 वोटों से पीछे हैं. जो इलेक्शन कमीशन के नंबर्स आ रहे हैं, वो थोड़ा ज्यादा उनको ट्रेल करते हुए दिखा रहे हैं. तो हम एक बार और 15 मिनट में दोबारा टैली करेंगे.
Those numbers could have been from earlier the election commission.
Yeah.
This is the latest.
So
15,000.
15,000.
15. Smriti Irani trailing by 15,000 votes as of now, but there are ups and downs, and it's a lot of close contests in Uttar Pradesh, and that's reflective on the vote shares which the Samajwadi Party and the Congress put together almost mirrors the BJP's vote share. That's about 42%. And if that's the case, then there will be a little bit of a tussle. Is this going to swing either ways? Ex-UP minister has said that the Uttar Pradesh performance is disappointing and there's something that we need to take cognizance of. Dinesh Sharma ji is with us. Sandeep Dikshit ji with us. Your thoughts, Dinesh Sharma ji, on the overall performance? The NDA is at 294, but the BJP 241. Well short, nearly 60 seats short of its score the last time around.
नहीं, अब देखिए, अभी जब तक पूरी मतगणना ना हो जाए, तब तक कोई भी एक निष्कर्ष पे पहुंचना ठीक नहीं है. लेकिन प्रारंभिक दौर में ये जरूर चिंताजनक बात है कि हम अपनी अपेक्षाओं से पीछे चल रहे हैं. और मैं समझता हूं कि उत्तर प्रदेश में भी हमारी स्थिति सुधरेगी और हम महाराष्ट्र में भी और स्थिति हमारी सुधरेगी.
ये दो राज्य हैं जहां पर बीजेपी के वर्चस्व को बहुत बड़ी सेंध लगी है. प्रियंका चतुर्वेदी का कहना है कि महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने आपको सबक सिखाया है वहां पर तोड़ मरोड़ की राजनीति खेलने के लिए. और उत्तर प्रदेश में भी कहीं ना कहीं समाजवादी पार्टी और कांग्रेस पार्टी को जितना लाभ मिलता हुआ दिख रहा है, क्या ये एक मैसेज है वोटर का?
नहीं, अभी कोई मैसेज को नहीं कह सकते, लेकिन इतना जरूर है कि हमें और परिश्रम करने की आवश्यकता भविष्य में पड़ेगी. और बीजेपी एक कैडर बेस्ड पार्टी है. जो भी परिणाम हमारे अच्छे होते हैं तब भी हम विश्लेषण करते हैं, और कहीं से कोई कमी रहती है तो भी हम उसका विश्लेषण करते हैं. तो एक बात हम सबको ये ध्यान में रखना होगा कि हम लगातार तीसरी बार केंद्र में सरकार बनाने की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं. तीसरी बार आज़ादी के बाद शायद केवल नेहरू जी की सरकार 3 बार बनी थी, और आज हम तीसरी बार सरकार बनाने की स्थिति में पहुंचे हैं. इसका सीधा सा ये मतलब है कि हमारी परफॉर्मेंस जनता ने पसंद किया है. कहीं कोई समीकरण रहे हैं जिनकी वजह से हम उतना अचीवमेंट नहीं कर पाए जितनी कि हमें संभावना थी. हम उसका विश्लेषण जरूर करेंगे, लेकिन अभी परिणाम आ रहे हैं. मुझको लगता है कि 1 बजे तक स्थिति स्पष्ट होगी. फिर कोई चीज में किसी बात पे टिप्पणी करना ज्यादा उचित होगा कि कहाँ
12:30 तो अभी बजे हैं, आधे घंटे में आप कह रहे हैं स्थिति आधे घंटे में कितनी परिस्थिति बदल जाएगी वो देखना बाकी है। राहुल शिवशंकर,
जो लेटेस्ट परिणाम आएंगे। अब देखिए उड़ीसा में हम सरकार बना लिए, हम आंध्र प्रदेश में हमारा एनडीए का सरकार बन रहा है, तो कुछ परिणाम ऐसे भी हैं जो हमें खुशी देने वाले बने हैं। हम हिमाचल में, मध्य प्रदेश में, गुजरात में, उत्तराखंड में हम एकदम स्वीप की स्थिति में हैं। छत्तीसगढ़ में
नहीं, उत्तर प्रदेश में
परिणाम भी हमें,
लेकिन यूपी जीते तो ही दिल्ली जीते, वही लखनऊ से दिल्ली का रास्ता लखनऊ से कहा जाता है।
आपको मैं इंटरप्ट कर रहा हूं, मगर उत्तर प्रदेश में पिछड़े वर्ग के जो वोटर हैं, ऐसा लग रहा है कि उन्होंने इस दफा आप पर विश्वास नहीं रखा है। ये क्यों हुआ ऐसे?
देखिए अभी ये प्री मैच्योर बात है, अभी पहले से ही इस प्रकार का आकलन ठीक नहीं है। अभी पूरे डाटा आ जाएं, कहाँ पे कितना प्रतिशत हमको मिला है, कौन सी सीट ऐसी थी जो ओबीसी डोमिनेटेड है या कौन सी सीट है जो एससी डोमिनेटेड है, ये पहले देखने के बाद ही तब हम किसी विश्लेषण पर पहुंच सकते हैं। लेकिन ये जरूर है कि हमें जितनी आशातीत सफलता की उम्मीद थी उस तक हम नहीं पहुंच पा रहे हैं।
संदीप दीक्षित जी, नमस्ते।
अभी परिणाम आने बाकी हैं।
Would you agree with what Dinesh Sharma ji is saying? Just an update before you start speaking, sir. Amit Shah is leading by 6 lakh votes. He's been declared winner. Rajiv Chandrasekhar leading by more than 11,000 votes in Thiruvananthapuram. Suresh Gopi in Thrissur leading by more than 62,000 votes. So these are the updates that have come through. Yes, Sandeep ji, big gains for the Congress party also. They are already about 41 seats more than the last time around.
Okay, sorry, just for confusion, should I answer in Hindi or English?
You may go ahead in English, sir. You may go ahead in English.
दिनेश जी ने हिंदी में कहा था, तो मैं हिंदी में कहना चाहूंगा। पहली चीज थी दिनेश जी की बात की ये शुरुआती रुझान है, तो थोड़ा इंतजार किया जाए। लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से जहां अमूमन अब हम लोग माने तो 18 से 20 से 25 राउंड के करीब होते हैं, 7-8 राउंड हो गए हैं, तो ये हम मान सकते हैं कि ये फिगर जो है बहुत ज्यादा अब नहीं बदलेगा। और अगर दिनेश जी आपकी उम्मीद है कि आपके 280, 290, 320, 330 चले जाएंगे, तो कई कांग्रेसियों का जो कहना है कि घटकर हम भी 25-30 बढ़ सकते हैं, उसकी भी उम्मीद है। तो मेरा ये कि अभी विश्लेषण जो इस समय खबरें आ रही हैं उस पर हम लोग इस बात को आधारित रखें। लेकिन एक चीज जो मैंने देखी है इस चुनाव में, जो खासकर 2014 और 2019 से अलग है, और कुछ ये 2004 और 2009 के चुनाव की तरह थी, कि इसमें कोई राष्ट्रीय एक वोट नहीं पड़ा है, राज्यवार वोट पड़ा है। इसलिए आप देखिए कुछ राज्य बिल्कुल एक तरफ जा रहे हैं, कुछ राज्य बिल्कुल एक तरफ जा रहे हैं, और कुछ में बहुत ज्यादा भले नतीजे इतने उधर उधर नहीं हुए हों। पहले आपका जैसे था सामान्य तरीके से एक देखा गया था कि पूरी की पूरी नॉर्थ इंडिया बेल्ट में एक तरफ के नतीजे गए, मार्जिन 3-3, 4-4 लाख के थे, दक्षिण भारत एक दूसरी तरफ से गया। अब की बार हिंदुस्तान ने अपने राज्यों को देखकर, वहां की परिस्थितियों को देखकर और प्रधानमंत्री के काम को अपने राज्य परिप्रेक्ष्य के अनुभव में देखकर वोट पड़ा है। तो एक तो कोई नेशनल वोट नहीं है, और जब नेशनल वोट नहीं पड़ता है तो कम से कम मेरा उसमें विश्लेषण यह है कि फिर प्रधानमंत्री, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री पूरे राष्ट्र पर उसका असर होता है, उसका हर काम, हर बातचीत, हर कानून, हर उसका कार्यक्रम पूरे राष्ट्र पर पड़ता है। इसका मतलब है जो पहले 2, 4, 5 चुनाव में वो एक राष्ट्रव्यापी असर कर सकते थे, अब कम से कम इस चुनाव में एक राष्ट्रव्यापी असर नहीं रहा, और ये बीजेपी को देखना चाहिए। मुझे लगता है ये एक बहुत बड़ा बदलाव आया है, और इससे ठीक है, अगर इस समय के आप आंकड़े लें तो लगता ऐसा है कि एनडीए दोबारा से सरकार बनाएगी, लेकिन हम लोग एक बहुत ज्यादा सशक्त विपक्ष बनकर इस समय सामने आने वाले हैं जी। दूसरी चीज, हाँ बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग। दूसरी चीज जो मैं पढ़ रहा हूँ, जो मैंने कहा कि अब की बार देश ने पूरे देश की तरह नहीं, राज्यों में अपने अपने वोट डाले हैं। दूसरी जो बात यह है कि अगर आप पिछले 10-15 साल का ट्रेंड देखें, खासकर जब से नरेंद्र मोदी का उदय हुआ एक राष्ट्रीय परिप्रेक्ष्य में और प्रधानमंत्री बने, राष्ट्र के एक तरीके से बीजेपी के नेता बनकर आए, कि हमेशा भारतीय जनता पार्टी राज्यों के चुनाव में लोकसभा के चुनाव के बनस्पत हल्का करती है। अगर यहाँ उनको 36% वोट मिलता है तो राज्यों में वो 30-32% पर आ जाती है। और उस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में अगर आप आने वाले अगले 2-3 साल के अगर आप चुनाव को पढ़ेंगे तो आपको लगने लगेगा कि राज्यों में बहुत बड़े बदलाव आने वाले हैं। महाराष्ट्र आ रहा है, झारखंड आ रहा है, हरियाणा आ रहा है, उसके बाद के राज्य आ रहे हैं। जिन राज्यों में अच्छी पकड़ आपकी बार दिखी है, वो जैसे मध्य प्रदेश है, गुजरात है, वो बाद के चुनाव हैं। तो आने वाले 2-3 साल भी राजनीतिक रूप से बहुत उथल-पुथल के रहेंगे। और ये एक बात मैं और तीसरी बात कहना चाहूंगा कि ये समझ लेना, क्योंकि महाराष्ट्र के असेंबली चुनाव के बाद हमने देखा, मध्य प्रदेश में देखा किस तरीके से राज्य की सरकारें बदली, कि आज घटक दल और उसके अंदर के सांसद अब उस तरीके से अपनी चुनाव के समय में साथ खड़ी हुई पार्टियों के साथ उतने साथ नहीं दिखते हैं जितना वो आने वाले समय 6 महीने साल भर में रखते हैं। अभी तक कांग्रेस के संबंधित, कांग्रेस के घटक दलों के संबंधित लोग इधर से उधर जाते रहे, तो जब यही लोग उधर जाते हैं तो वो लोग इधर भी आ सकते हैं। तो मेरा ये कि अनसर्टेनिटी इस चुनाव में जितनी दिख रही है उससे बहुत ज्यादा रहेगी।
जी, महाराष्ट्र के पटल पर अगर देखा जाए तो महाराष्ट्र में बहुत ज्यादा उथल-पुथल हो सकती है, एंड आल्सो दैट द असेंबली इलेक्शंस आर नॉट सो फार अवे. BMC elections are going to happen, and there is a mind of the voter that seems to have been established by the EVM. नीरज कुमार JDU से हमारे साथ हैं. बिहार में लेकिन परिस्थिति उतनी विपरीत नहीं दिख रही. JDU ने अपेक्षा से ज्यादा परफॉर्मेंस दिखाया है. सीटें सेंधमारी अगर हुई है तो बीजेपी की सीटों पे हुई है. नीरज जी, अभी तक
देखिए, सबसे महत्वपूर्ण पक्ष है कि बिहार में चुनाव, आपको स्मरण होगा कि इंडिया ब्लॉक बनाने की शुरुआत हमने की थी, लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी का दुराग्रहपूर्ण रवैया, जो जेल में बंद है आजकल भ्रष्टाचार में, कभी अरविंद केजरीवाल से बुलवाते थे, कभी ममता बुलवाते थे, तो हमारी यूटिलिटी को इन लोगों ने इग्नोर किया. तो आज एहसास तो हो गया होगा कि माननीय नीतीश कुमार जी की उपयोगिता क्या है, कोएलिशन पॉलिटिक्स की उपयोगिता क्या है, गठबंधन की राजनीति की उपयोगिता क्या है. तो स्ट्रैटेजी फाइनल जब आएगा अब हम इस पर कोई टिप्पणी करेंगे, लेकिन जो लोग यह कह रहे थे कि एंटी इनकम्बरेंसी है, बहुत तरह की बातें, नीतीश कुमार जी की यूटिलिटी नहीं है, तो एहसास हो गया होगा ना कि नीतीश कुमार जी की उपयोगिता क्या राज्य के अंदर में और राष्ट्रीय राजनीति में क्या है.
दिनेश शर्मा जी, क्या कहेंगे आप?
देखिए, जो ये बात तो सही है कि राज्यों की राजनीति और केंद्र की राजनीति में अंतर होता है, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की राजनीति में पूरे देश में कोई अंतर नहीं होता. जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की राजनीति में ऊपर से होता है, वही संगठनात्मक रूप में नीचे से उस परफॉर्मेंस को दोहराने की तरफ हम सफलता प्राप्त करते हैं. जी, मैं ये कह सकता हूँ कि उत्तर प्रदेश की राजनीति ने समय समय पर करवटें ली हैं, लेकिन बीजेपी ने अपने कैडर बेस कार्यकर्ताओं के बल पर उनको उन स्थितियों पर नियंत्रण भी पाया है. जो अभी परिणाम आ रहे हैं, ये विश्लेषण का विषय जरूर है, लेकिन इतना मैं कह सकता हूं कि एनडीए की सरकार बनेगी और मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एक बार फिर से एक सुशासन देकर जहां पर कमियां होंगी उनका हम अध्ययन करके उनको हम पूरा करेंगे.
नीरज जी, अटकलें लगाई जा रही हैं कि कांग्रेस ने संपर्क करना शुरू कर दिया है जेडीयू से और टीडीपी से, तो क्या जेडीयू का मन बदलेगा?
देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी के बारे में सूत्रों के हवाले से खबर चल रही है, इसका कोई औचित्य नहीं है. कांग्रेस के लिए गाड़ी छूट चुकी है, क्योंकि कांग्रेस पार्टी को जब निर्णय लेना था उस समय तो ये लोग राजनीतिक रूप से एक दूसरे को नीचा दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे. तो नीतीश कुमार जी के व्यक्तित्व से कोई प्यार करे या घृणा करे, इनकार कैसे कर देगा. अब एहसास इनको नीतीश कुमार जी का हो रहा होगा, जो सूत्रों के हवाले से. लेकिन अब तो गाड़ी छूट चुकी है, पानी बहुत निकल चुका है. हम एनडीए के पार्ट और पार्सल है, एनडीए के पार्ट एंड पार्सल रहेंगे.
जी, नीरज कुमार जी, धन्यवाद समय के लिए. संदीप जी, हाउ डू यू वांट टू रिस्पॉन्ड?
I think that's okay what he's saying right now, but see, JDU has behaved peculiarly in the last 5 to 8 years. So, I don't want to make a comment, that may not be comfortable to anybody to hear. But can anybody frankly take JDU statements on their face value? I mean, I don't think we had any idea where they left us, even probably hours before his leaving us, that he was leaving us. His statement that, we did it on the instigation of Arvind Kejriwal. In fact, I can tell you that the Congress was a little worried about the fact that it was Mr. Nitish Kumar who was pushing Kejriwal onto our bandwagon. So I don't think these little arguments is what we need to go to. I'm fully aware of the fact that the current allies of the NDA are as, possibly remaining loyal to them as anybody else would be. There can be, whether there is or not, I don't really know. I think there is, in case Congress is reaching out to them, I don't know whether they are reaching out to them or not. But I think it's fair game. When a verdict like this comes, in which no comprehensive, absolutely clear lead comes to any party, even if there is a pre-poll alliance, I think it's fair game for anybody to talk to anybody. I'm quite sure even BJP would be talking to people amongst us. So let's see where it goes from here.
How do you read Maharashtra? How do you read Maharashtra? Smita Prakash is with us. Swapan Das Gupta is with us. Yes.
So what you are saying is that the BJP is also talking to allies of the India group. Is that possible?
Are you asking me?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. I just seem to have gone off. No, as I said, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just listening to what's coming on TV. I don't know whether anybody is speaking to anybody or not. But all I'm saying is that in case there is a verdict like this, and what we are finding out in 290, 295 versus about 230, 240, if this is a broad figure that goes on and carries on till about 435, then talking to anybody is fair game. All our allies, with all the respect that we can give them, have shown in the past that they have moved, they have jumped from one ship to another, and once they jump ship and form a government, they all become respectable. So let's see. And
this is something that the Congress has experience in dealing with this kind of a situation. The BJP doesn't have experience since the days of Mr.
Can I
Vajpayee.
just ask Mr.
Yeah,
Dixit,
please go ahead. Anurag Thakur has won from Hamirpur. Just that update, we put it on the
Mr.
screen.
Dixit,
Yes, Rahul.
Is the India Alliance, the India bloc, going to try and form the government? That's the fundamental question right now.
I think it will all depend about 5:30 what the results are. See, 290, 300 by itself is a fairly confirmed number of a majority.
Yeah.
And I think at 290, 300, I don't think anybody would really venture out unless there are some back channel talks and you hear that people are uncomfortable. Okay. And this level of discomfort can continue.
The reason I'm asking is because
let me just finish. I'll just take 2 minutes. Let me just finish. See, will there be a discomfort with regard to BJP's selection of its CLP, parliamentary party leader, etc.? So that's something we need to do. If they are dropping below 290, if it's going to be a 70, 270, 275, 280 NDA, okay? If BJP say suddenly we find it goes to about 220, 230, okay? I think these 20 seats is going to give a lot of change. My personal gut feeling is that, because that was also the talk amongst political people,
overall,
both in BJP and otherwise.
Overall, there are about 40 seats.
Just one second, Mr. Dixit, many people say that it's easier for the India parties to find partners. We've had a history between Mr. Naidu and the BJP, and of course Mr. Nitish Kumar, where both of them walked out of the previous government because of differences over special packages, for example, for their own states. So, you would fancy your chance to do business with these two individuals, despite all the water that's flown under the bridge.
I don't know, really fancy. I think fancy is a bit of the word that has a lot of meaning. But you see, there are others. The NCP and the Shiv Sena, I don't know, they're probably getting half a dozen seats among themselves. They are another, motley group that happens to be under the NDA, okay? There is a couple of seats that maybe Akalis are getting. There are 2 or 3 seats here and there that some other parties are getting. Chandrababu Naidu very clearly, as I said, although he said this morning that he'll stand with the India Alliance, NDA Alliance, but he's there. I think there are 2 or 3 seats that Jagan are also getting. So, there are parties that make up about 10, 15 seats among themselves, and there's a stronger bloc of about 30, 40 seats. So let's see, okay? As I said, I have no idea whether we will go forward or not, but if it's the same numbers plus 8 or 10 to NDA, I think they are comfortable in their formation of government. And if it's 8 or 10 on the other side, then
things go into a flux and it's everybody's game. We'll come back to this conversation in just a bit. Big updates coming in from Karnataka. Prajwal Revanna has lost. Some seats are being declared in Karnataka. Now let's go across to Shivani at the live result hub. Yes, Shivani.
Yes. And a big update coming in. Prajwal Revanna, who was mostly leading throughout the morning and the early afternoon, has lost from Hassan, and the Congress candidate has won from there. We've got Shreyas M. Patel of the Congress party winning and being declared winner in Hassan. This is going to be a big headline seat, if not overall changing the scenario seat. But I've got more results coming in from Karnataka. Bellary, Congress has won. Udupi Chikmagalur, BJP has won. Uttar Kannada, BJP has won. Hegde Vishwar. Mandya, HD Kumaraswamy, JDS has won. We've got Sunil Bose, Chamarajnagar of the Congress winning. Belgaum, Jagdish Shettar of the BJP has won. And of course, Kolara, I had told you that Malesh Babu has run. How many rounds are currently still ongoing in Karnataka?
Counting process is going to end very soon.
Very soon. So in Karnataka, the counting process is going to end very soon, which is why
so
we've
the
got
result
almost
more or
10
less,
results coming in from Karnataka
more
already.
or less settled in Karnataka. 18 to 10 is the leaderboard. Some of the seats have been declared. Prajwal Revanna versus Shreyas Patel was also a family fight which was happening, and within the family, and even this controversy that broke out about Prajwal Revanna, somewhere on ground has it impacted him already, even before it became a huge controversy. Prajwal Revanna losing that seat, but the Congress big gains for it in in Karnataka, where it's come plus 9 seats. It's 10 seats there. The NDA is 18. What Sandeep Dixit ji said, Meeta Chakrabarti of the Congress also with us, what Sandeep Dixit said, that if this lead holds, 290 plus for the NDA means nothing unsettled. Yes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will have to work with the allies. Anything less than this, if it goes up to 280, 285, then there is a flux. It's all up in the air. Agree, disagree, possibility. Yeah.
I think it's going to be interesting because Mr. Modi is a man who's never lost an election in his life. He's never had to deal with allies in any substantial way. How will he deal with allies? He's pretty much an absolute ruler even within this government. And this election, the only issue has been Narendra Modi. He's fought it on his own charisma. To now say, look, I fought on my own charisma, but guys, I still need your help, is something he's not used to saying. How will he do it? I don't know. It remains to be seen.
Shatrughan Sinha is leading from Asansol. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary of the Congress is trailing Yusuf Pathan in Bahrampur. Nalin Mehta and then Meeta Chakrabarti. Yeah.
I want to make a point about UP because the final number will hinge a great deal on what UP really lands up at. Out of the leads in UP, there are about 17 seats which are under 17 seats.
17 seats.
In which the margins are very small. Margins are under less than 10,000. Several of them under 5,000. Some of them under 1,000. Now the thing is, in terms of how they're split right now, out of these 17, 9 SP is leading in and 8 BJP is leading in. So
there's nothing in it.
So there's nothing in it.
Won't make
so
it
they could all go one way or the other, or remain as it is.
Yeah.
So it's
all
these
UP
results are
is
still
the most
possible in
interesting,
these seats.
and I think Smriti Irani losing is the leitmotif of what
She's
BJP
not, as of now,
for.
she's trailing 15,000 votes.
15,000, but to think that a KL Sharma would give a run, Smriti Irani a run for her money is what it is. David Goliath kind of a battle happening in Uttar Pradesh.
But there the argument is that Priyanka Vadra was fighting from the shadows.
If she had, so Priyanka Vadra fought from 2 constituencies without actually having her name on the ticket.
Right? And she's won both Raebareli and Amethi.
In both Raebareli and Amethi, it was Priyanka, though her name was not on the ticket. The other one is Prajwal Revanna that you're talking about. Thank God for small mercies. In some way or the other, the gods seem to have worked, and he's not going to be there. But the point which Veer pointed out about the BJP reaching out, and that it was Mr. Modi who was on the ticket. He has been an absolute ruler. Will he be the one who will reach out to the smaller ones, which Mr. Dikshit pointed out that it is possible that the BJP is doing a backroom negotiations. Have they already started? The fact that Mr. Nitish Kumar met with Mr. Modi yesterday is also significant, that they're not taking anything for granted. So it is possible that backroom conversations have been done.
Mr. Modi was not meeting Chandrababu Naidu. The point is the reason for meeting Nitish Kumar could be very different.
You cannot have even a minorly stable government without the NDA, without the BJP. So let's be honest about that. This may be a chastening result for the BJP. It's certainly not an acceptance of the other side.
But he did throw, Mr. Sandeep Dixit did throw an important point that if these results by 435 swing either ways or more towards the Congress party and the Congress inches towards 100 seats, that means the INDI alliance goes to 235 and the NDA slips to about 280.
Then this takes you back to the Chandrasekhar kind of government.
No, will that happen?
Outside support.
Yes.
Will that happen? He just said that anything can happen.
Support.
Now, but it's up to both sides because everybody will be talking to everybody. Meeta Chakravarti, congratulations on the first half because it's a phenomenal performance by the Congress party and especially in key states where the Congress has also shouldered bulk of the wins and also winning leads. For 52 the last time around, 95 this time around, inching close to 100 seats. Your thoughts on UP and Maharashtra?
Well, thank you very much, but I think we need to wait for the actual results before we start celebrating, and I think the actual numbers will be much more than what is being projected right now as leads. Right now you're projecting 230, 231 for the India Alliance and about 95 for Congress. I'm sure Congress will be in three digits, and this despite us not having a level playing field. Months before the election, we know that our bank accounts got frozen. We had opposition chief ministers getting arrested. We had opposition leaders being continuously harassed and targeted by ED, CBI, income tax. We had a section of media also being compromised. I really do not understand. I do not get the rationale and the logic behind the poll surveys, the opinion polls, and especially the exit polls. And the fact that some of the exit polls actually predicted a 400 plus for NDA. So the margin of error, you really cannot just pass it on as a simple margin of error or a simple calculation error. To a great extent, these opinion polls and the exit polls, if I may take the liberty of saying, were highly manipulated. So right now, when we did not get a level playing field, here we are giving a much closer contest, and let's wait for another couple of hours to get the final results.
Yes.
Picture abhi baki hai.
No, I think just
both sides are saying picture abhi baki hai. We are also saying picture abhi baki hai. About Anand, 4 o'clock, 4:30 is when it will consolidate.
I think the one thing that the exit polls got right was the vote share. Now, vote share to seat share conversion is always difficult. You can say, yes, there might have been confirmation bias, etc., at work, but the vote share, the exit polls got right.
But so the collective vote share of the INDI alliance, has it then worked in their favor? We'll dwell on that. Picture abhi baki hai. Break के बाद मिलते हैं. Stay with us.
Now available at all leading bookstores and e-commerce sites. Money and its smart.
significant ground. We are going to have to market internals in terms of vote share and whether they change as far as the rural away from the BJP, but that is something we'll need to confirm. Quick with more. Stay tuned.
Co-powered by Ultratech, India's #1.
Counting begins! On the day that counts, CNN News 18 was way ahead of competition.
We have the first numbers coming in from Tumkur, Mysuru, Dakshina Kannada, BJP taking a lead.
Others tried to keep pace, but were no match. Elections equals CNN News 18.
Welcome back, viewers. This is live and rolling coverage of the elections, and it is really hung on a precipice, isn't it? Since the morning, that number for the BJP hovering around that 239, 240 mark, and for the NDA, 295, just short of 300. It wasn't in any way the dominating impact of Mr. Modi that was predicted. A large number of people, including many pollsters, had suggested that this time the BJP would do better than the two scores it got in 2014 and 2019. That hasn't quite happened. It's been a chastening experience for the Bharatiya Janata Party. The big story coming in, of course, from Uttar Pradesh. Anand, the big story coming in from Uttar Pradesh, where we still have a great deal of uncertainty, some very close elections.
We've got to check this, but there are at least 50 to 55 seats.
I believe that we have Mr. Salman Khurshid with us. Let's go straight across to him.
Sure.
Mr. Khurshid, how do you see the scenario as it's unfolded right now? Mr. Khurshid, can you hear me?
If there was a logic...
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can. And I said that if there was a logic that we all accepted when we went in for the alliance, I think that logic has been proved in the results that are now coming. Now, of course, it wasn't an even fight in the sense that we had 17 seats that we contested and the Samajwadi Party had 63. So obviously the strike rate had to be different. But we are just very glad that we put this alliance together and we've got some wonderful results. I think a lot of thinking went into how the alliance was to work itself through. And I think all that has been successful. We are very pleased with the result and we hope that this cooperation that we showed and our leaders came together to project, this cooperation will go further to consolidate the gains that we've made in Uttar Pradesh.
Mr. Khurshid, are you going to try and put a government together?
Well, that's something that one always aspires. Now, we have to be realistic. When we actually get the results 2 o'clock onwards and we put them together, so whether we can make a realistic bid or not will become apparent to our leadership, and then they'll take a call. But I think we are very well poised to make a bid. But let's see how it works out in the next couple of hours.
Well, the Congress set out to contest the lowest number of seats it has ever done, 329 seats. I think they're at 93 right now. How do you see the Congress's performance in this election?
Well, see, I can imagine that if we had contested more seats, we would certainly have got much more than 93. 93 is impressive by itself, but we would have got much more than 93. But then don't forget that if we hadn't worked as hard and sacrificed as much as we did, an alliance hadn't come into existence, then perhaps we wouldn't have had the extra spring in our walk of the alliance to have got these extra seats. So for the larger cause, I believe we did the right thing, and even if it meant that we had to give up something somewhere, etc., but for the larger cause, I think it was just the right thing we did, and I'm very, very glad that it's looking good in terms of how people now perceive our effort.
Well, how do you perceive the message from the voter? What do you think they voted for?
Well, the voter, I think, has voted for specifics that we put in our manifesto. They voted for acceptance of the alliance logic. That in the past, the aggressive manner in which parties in UP treated each other, that we had genuinely given up, and we were trying to cooperate for a larger cause. And I think the voter accepted this in sincerity, and accepted this as a promise for the future.
Going forward, how is this going to sort of shape the political discourse now? What do you think is the impact of this verdict on the NDA? They're obviously in a position to form a government. There might be permutations and combinations that they'll have to look at, but it almost does appear that Mr. Modi will be back as Prime Minister. But how does that sort of shape the larger national picture with regards to the opposition now?
Well, I think you would finally have an opposition in terms of substantive numbers. Our greatest disadvantage was that we had the vigor, but we didn't have the numbers, and that was a great disadvantage. Now, I think that disadvantage is gone. We can truly be a substantive opposition in a democracy. But the important thing really is what we have highlighted, the issues that we have highlighted, such as the issues of youth, the issues of farmers, women, security of people, price rise, the young people not getting jobs, etc. Those issues are burning issues, and those issues will have to be taken forward. We can't make this just as a standalone election victory or an election upswing. It has to be taken forward in terms of substantive issues that we raised during this election.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Khurshid. We'll speak again, I'm sure, perhaps in the evening or in the days ensuing. Thank you very much. Let's go straight across to Anand. Anand.
Certainly will.
Congress party, but we have to check this, that how many seats are still tight fights? Is there a lot that can change between 1 p.m. and 4 p.m.? And when I say tight fights, that the margin of victory is less than about 10,000 votes and with about 10 to 12 rounds to go. But this is how the parliament now looks. There is a very much shrunk NDA if these numbers that are flashing on top of our screens currently hold. Prime Minister Narendra Modi all likely to continue as Prime Minister because the BJP emerges as the single largest party with about 240 leads and victories as of now, leads and wins as of now. Will this further consolidate in favor of the BJP? We have to see. But as of 1:10 p.m. this afternoon, this is how the parliament looks like, and it is a larger spread of the opposition, a far more robust opposition, with the NDA alliance itself with about 228 seats, the Congress 93 seats, about 41 seats more than the last time around, where they have leads and victories already coming into play. This is very interesting. And what's more interesting, ladies and gentlemen, that there are sources that are saying that Nitish Kumar has been approached by the Congress party and there has been a promise made to him that he will be made the Deputy Prime Minister if he joins the NDA alliance. So that's the conversation. So what's going to be promised to Chandrababu Naidu? The larger question is, if the alliance stays, the opposition stays at 228, will Nitish Kumar getting on the bandwagon and Chandrababu Naidu coming on the bandwagon actually help this? That's it.
Let's go straight across.
Yeah, let's go across. Go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me, sir? This is Rahul Shivshankar. I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Kumar, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm able to hear.
Yeah, Mr. Kumar, there's a lot of speculation now. I mean, first of all, how do you view the result that has come through for the TDP? Congratulations. You form a government after a hiatus of 10 years. You're back in Andhra. Congratulations to you on that. You're also, of course, one of the leading lights now of the NDA. So it's been a win-win for Mr. Babu. How do you see this now unfold? Is Mr. Babu, first of all, very, very committed to the NDA, or is he also receptive to overtures?
No, we come back to power only after 5 years, not 10 years, number one. Number two, it's a landslide victory to the Telugu Desam Party, though we joined an NDA. We are a reliable partner for any our NDA and others also. Therefore, we are committed to this thing. There is no question of second thought in this. So, as far as the result in the country is concerned, they are at liberty to contact everybody. It does not mean that there are some changes in the alliance. There is no change. As far as we stick to our promises and we are a part of NDA, we will continue in that.
Mr. Ravindra Kumar, namaste. This is Anand Narasimhan here. Congratulations on the phenomenal victory in Andhra Pradesh. The TDP is forming government there. 154 out of 175. That's a phenomenal victory. But there are already news coming through that the Congress and the opposition alliance is reaching out to the NDA partners, including TDP and the JDU, offering them key posts, prime berths, etc. Will Mr. Naidu be tempted? Will Chandrababu Garu be tempted?
No, our party is a regional party having a national outlook. We earlier also, Telugu Desam Party had an history during our founder N.T. Ramarao and also our leader Chandrababu Naidu. We have placed, participated in key role in the center. Now also we will play the key role, there is no doubt about it. But it is a pre-poll alliance, there is no question of post-poll alliance. Pre-poll alliance is already there. As per the pre-poll alliance, we will continue that.
Well, did you expect this kind of a result for the NDA? These setbacks in Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra?
Yes, as far as said, after the exit polls also, it is totally reversed as per the present result is concerned. But so far as in Andhra Pradesh is concerned, exit polls, it's a sweep. Almost most of the exit polls, some of the national channels has given edge to the YSRCP to some extent. Now they lost even opposition status also in the state assembly. Now our NDA alliance has a victory, landslide victory in the state of Andhra Pradesh. We have expected in Andhra Pradesh. As far as the center is concerned, just basing on the repoll we have concern. But we heard during the last few weeks some decreasing in the seats in some of the states, but as far as the NDA improved in southern states also. Now.
Let me bring in Mr. Shehzad Poonawalla for a few moments. Mr. Poonawalla, good afternoon. Obviously not the result that you were expecting. What's the general overview of the result from the BJP's point of view?
First of all, Rahul, it's a brilliant afternoon because after 10 years, if at the 30% counting rate and with 200 seats in a close margin of 10,000 votes, the NDA has formed its government for the third time. In Odisha, we have a state government now by all looks of it. We have dominated Odisha. We have made new ground in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. I think we should only think that why is Salman Khurshid accepting congratulations from you, because they are not forming the government. The Congress is struggling to cross 100, and perhaps by 4 o'clock we don't know where those 200 seats, where the competition is less than 10,000 votes, will go. So Rahul, it is a brilliant afternoon for me. I have nothing to complain about this afternoon except for the fact that it's a little hot.
So, but
having said that,
Shehzad,
look,
namaste.
Rahul, I can understand.
You're
Yes.
saying 30% of the votes have been counted, 70% still left, and 200 seats with a margin of less than 10,000 votes. So are you saying that these numbers could change by 4:35 p.m.?
Yes, in all likelihood, what I foresee is that the Prime Minister, with the BJP crossing halfway mark and the NDA obviously going way beyond the halfway mark, will be going in for a third term, and that will be seen by 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock,
But
because
Mr.
these
Poonawalla,
countings are going to go till late. But I am very happy.
It still
Just
could
10
be.
seconds more, Rahul.
You're
I am
absolutely
very
right.
happy, Rahul.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just one line before you come in.
Yeah.
Rahul, I am very happy that today, Anand, you have been absolved from being Godi media when Salman Khurshid is talking to you, and nobody has abused the EVMs. So Rahul and Anand, I am very happy for you guys.
Democracy,
आज आपको कोई गोदी media.
Democracy is clearly the winner. But just one second.
We are happy that democracy is the winner. We are happy
Yeah.
mandate of the voter is being respected across all party lines, and we are happy that there is a message that is going across to all political
But
parties.
I just wanted to
मेहनत
ask-
करोगे फल मिलेगा, अकड़ दिखाओगे तो डंडा मिलेगा. So,
But one thing that we can take away from some of the numbers that we are now getting, the vote shares, for example, this is a tight election. This is not a one-sided canter as it was in 2019 and 2014. Now, what do you think that came down to? Why is it such a tight election? It is unforeseen, obviously, but why?
Well, again, putting the caveat that I've put, but for the sake of not being repetitive, let me say that we need to analyze, and Rahul, I'm glad that I'm on your show with Anand and others who have intense discussions on the subject. Is politics dominating over policy? That should be the question that we can perhaps have a detailed discussion after 5 o'clock, that the politics of fear-mongering, the politics of trying to make brother against brother fight, the politics of trying to seep in division-based politics, as opposed to the policies of taking everybody together. We can have an analysis post 5 that is a short-term politics, something that people have played, taking the country to the edge, and has that given them a certain bit of benefit over a long-term policy that benefits the country? I think that discussion can be had.
well, we'll
post
see.
5 p.m.
We'll see after 5 p.m. because you're saying the numbers will change, consolidate. Let me ask Pradeep Bhandari. Is there any rationale to Shehzad's argument? 30% votes have been counted, 200 seats with less than 10,000. These numbers could change even as the NDA creeps up, actually slips one more seat. It's 294 now.
Thank you so much, Anand and Rahul, for having me, and it's great to be there with you guys. Anand and Rahul, I do believe that the trend has stabilized in the last 1.5 hours. Now we've seen in the Bihar Assembly elections, if you very well remember, that after 2 p.m. you saw a complete reversal in trend which took place. So if it could happen in Bihar, yes, because the margins are very, very narrow, it can happen. But imagine in a hypothetical scenario, if it is not happening, Rahul, then I would definitely conclude that rather than welfare, what has dominated as a narrative in the states, particularly of Uttar Pradesh, has been caste and the local candidate, because the Bharatiya Janata Party did not change majority of its candidate in Uttar Pradesh. But as of right now, I will not conclude, because there are 200 seats where the margin is very, very narrow. And we have seen in Bihar that how the entire reversal took place. Earlier the Bharatiya Janata Party was celebrating, and post-lunch it was Nitish Kumar and RJD who formed the government. So let us hold our conclusions for 1.5 hours, and after that we will be able to conclude whether this has been a caste in a candidate election or an election which is being dominated by the national narrative, because the state of Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Bengal, these three
Pradeep, I'm interrupting you because we have the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri H.D. Kumaraswamy, joining us at this time. Mr. Kumaraswamy, namaskara. This is Anand Narasimhan here. Congratulations. Congratulations on your victory. How would you look at the performance in Karnataka, sir?
I think might be connected.
Mr. Kumaraswamy, can you hear me? I'm not sure if he's speaking with us or if he's speaking with somebody else. We'll try and go back to him in just a bit. We have Zama Khan, Minority Affairs Minister of Bihar, of the JDU with us. Zama Khan ji, namaste. Bihar mein JDU has performed along with the BJP quite well. BJP की कुछ सीटों पे सेंग लगी है, but overall performance पे आप क्या कहेंगे बिहार को लेकर?
बिहार में जो हमारे नेता आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी ने जो काम किया है, 2005 के बाद जो इन्होंने काम करके दिखाने का काम किया, हर जाति धर्म वर्ग उठकर उन्होंने काम, हर लोगों के, हर समाज का काम और विकास जो बिहार के अंदर उन्होंने किया था, उस विकास को देखते हुए जनता ने निर्णय लिया। और जनता को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं, बिहार के तमाम लोगों को जिन्होंने हमारे नेता के कार्यों को देखते हुए, कार्य के तौर तरीका देखते हुए जिन्होंने काम किया है, जो सम्मान दिया है बिहार की जनता, मैं उसका धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। निश्चित तौर पर हमारे नेता नीतीश कुमार जी ने जो बिहार के अंदर विकास किया, वो विकास को प्रदेश नहीं पूरा देश दुनिया ने देखा है। तो जनता ने जो रिजल्ट दिया है, ये
अटकलें लग रही हैं कि
रिजल्ट ऐसा आएगा।
इंडी गठबंधन से उनको फोन आए हैं, उनसे डिप्यूटी पीएम की जगह उनको प्रॉमिस की गई है, अगर ये नंबर ठहरते हैं।
अब ये तो मुझे नहीं जानकारी, जो आप जानकारी दे रही है मुझे जानकारी नहीं है।
आपको लगता है कि विपक्ष के साथ हाथ जोड़ना चाहिए?
कुमार जी हैं, हम लोग देखिए, हमारे नेता, हमारे गार्जियन, हमारे अभिभावक है, हमारे गुरु हैं, जो उनका निर्णय होगा उस निर्णय के साथ हम सब लोग खड़े हैं। वो अपने नेता के निर्णय होता है, सब लोग नेता तो होता नहीं, नेता एक होता है। नेता नीतीश कुमार जी जो निर्णय होगा उस पर हमारे से तमाम कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ हमेशा खड़े रहेंगे, क्योंकि आप जानते हैं कि नेता ने जो भी निर्णय लिया है बिहार के विकास के लिए, बिहार के सम्मान में हमेशा निर्णय लिए हैं। तो जो भी फायदा बिहार का हो, जैसे उचित समझेंगे वो निर्णय लेंगे। मैं उनके साथ हूँ, हम लोग उनके साथ हैं। मैं उसमें कोई हम लोग को नहीं बोलना है। मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहूंगा बिहार के लोगों को, आपके माध्यम से, बिहार के लोगों ने जिस तरह से विश्वास किया हमारे नेता पर, और नेता ने जो सम्मान दिया था, जो काम किया था, जाति भेद वर्ग धर्म से उठकर उन्होंने काम किया था, तो उसका रिजल्ट जनता ने दिया है।
So you are going to leave it to नीतीश कुमार? आप नीतीश कुमार पर छोड़ रहे हैं। TDP has said that they are not going anywhere. JDU's Neeraj Kumar said that JDU is not going anywhere. Shehzad Poonawalla, is there a worry that the allies may decamp? Because the Congress has been talking up, there are talks that they are reaching out to NDA allies or BJP's allies.
First of all, I think you just spoke to a representative of TDP. नेता नीतीश कुमार जी नेता हम लोगों के हैं, जो उनका रिजल्ट देंगे हम लोगों को, जो निर्णय लेंगे उस निर्णय पर हम लोग खड़े हैं।
जी जमा खान, मैंने ये प्रश्न शहजाद पूनावाला से पूछा, वीर सांघवी भी है, मैं जरा उनसे भी उनके विचार जान लूं। इवन एज देयर आर सेलिब्रेशन शॉट्स कमिंग, देयर आर वर्कर्स हु आर डांसिंग, वी हैव टू सी वेयर दीज विजुअल्स आर कमिंग एंड व्हिच पार्टी लीडर्स दे आर। यस शहजाद, ऑन बिहार, on the NDA allies being approached by the opposition, and then we'll come to Bengal, where it's a complete rout of the BJP. Yes.
Okay. First of all, Anand, let me again put it in perspective that as we stand at this moment, when 200 seats are still in the close margin, the BJP alone is more than the India alliance. Let's get that perspective clear. Secondly, the BJP by 4 o'clock will itself cross the halfway mark. So the question won't arise. But having said that, our allies are time-tested allies. The senior spokesperson of KC Tyagi, of JDU, KC Tyagi ji, has already said that we are in the NDA, we are firmly under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. A TDP representative just now on your show.
Well, Shehzad, interrupting you, we've got Mr. HD Kumaraswamy through with us. HD Kumaraswamy ji, namaskara. This is Anand Narsimhan here. Congratulations on your victory in Mandya.
Good morning, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm good, sir. How are you? And congratulations on the Mandya victory. How would you see the performance of the NDA in Karnataka?
I'm actually with little bit I'm happy, but very disappointed. We are expected more. We are expected more than 25 seats in this election from BJP and JDS combination. In that we failed. That development actually little bit I am unhappy.
Mr. Manjunath has won, but Prajwal has lost. Prajwal Revanna has lost. How would you see the results? How they are coming so far? How would you assess them, sir?
Manjunath victories, we expected that victory in a big margin. On the advice of our Honorable Home Minister, in our family we decided to select Dr. Manjunath as a candidate in Bangalore rural constituency. That strategy worked out very well. But in Hassan issue, some decision what we have taken, there is some fault is there, but future days we will going to try to solve all those things. It is not possible for me to express about the development in that Hassan. Future days we will going to solve those problems and we will come back again in Hassan also future days.
What do you think are the learnings from the election? I know it's early, but still, the 10 seats that the NDA lost to the Congress and the IND alliance.
Definitely in in Karnataka, that's why I told you I am very unhappy that Congress has won the 10 seats in this election. Because of our small errors, Congress got those seats, even though they have invested huge money by misusing the official machineries. We think that they will going to stuck at 3 to 4 seats. But because of some small mistakes from our side also, we lost another 6 seats. Otherwise, we would have reached 25 seats.
The national scenario, how would you see it, sir? The NDA is at 295, BJP is at 240. Is all well?
There will be a big challenge to Honorable Prime Minister. I can understand what he worked from last 2 months without giving any scope for his actually how he travel entire country from last 2 months without giving rest to his health also. He worked very hard, but it is surprise result in this election because everybody predicting more than 350 seats NDA will going to get it. But because of some misinterpretation by some section of the parties, we structured NDA alliance with nearing 300 seats. But there is a big work we have to responsibly we have to work to get the confidence of the people of this country. For that, I think Narendra Modi ji is a very experienced leader. He can work it out, whatever mistakes is there, to get the confidence of the people. He will going to work very hard.
Will the JDS continue with the NDA, sir? Final question. Well, I think that was the aspect that the Prime Minister will feel it as a setback is what H.D. Kumaraswamy is saying, with the assumption that these numbers will stay. We are just getting an update that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck, because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56, the Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest. It's not really. It's a battle of two alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right, let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where you have to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that, if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather. after the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400 and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now, just think of it. Had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, in 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave. And today, it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I have to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats.
Yes.
So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those
and
3
if
phases.
if you look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
So, you know, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 election was just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu, in no uncertain terms, has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now, because, you know, like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed, you know, in fact, to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, is known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be, because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch, but as of now, the BJP is very, sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
Right. So as of now, the alliance partners.
I think we should ask Mr. Poonawalla if there will be any more conversations. Shehzad Poonawalla, if you can hear me, do you believe that the BJP itself? Okay, we've lost his line.
No. See, you wanted to understand where the Samajwadi Party has actually made gains.
Yes.
The gains are there in the first phase.
Yes.
You see this, the first, second and second phase. But look at this. This is the final phase.
Yeah.
This is the final phase where the bulk of the gains have happened. And they've also made inroads even through phase 4, 5.
Yeah.
If you look at in Uttar Pradesh. As of now, these are a lot of tight contests in Uttar Pradesh. But this is the story. If there is one hero or somebody who's perhaps the man of the match of this for the opposition, it's Akhilesh Yadav. Akhilesh has quietly gone ahead and fought this election smartly.
Well, the threshold always for any government, the pain threshold is 30. If the opposition starts getting more than 30 in Uttar Pradesh, that's when it starts hurting incumbent governments. And we've seen that throughout the last 20 years. And here you have the India bloc at 43.
Right.
Well above the pain threshold.
No, and
Can
not
I
just
make
that.
a point about Uttar Pradesh?
Look at this.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Can I just make a point about
yeah.
a quick point? It was believed going into the election that the BJP would sweep Uttar Pradesh because of the Ram Temple. In fact, people who covered Uttar Pradesh, journalistic campaign, said the Ram Temple hardly ever came up in conversation.
Okay.
The second element was the attack on Muslims who were infiltrators, who were going to get your Mangal Sutras, etc. And Akhilesh was portrayed all the time as the candidate of the Muslims. The fact that that hasn't harmed him suggests that that whole campaign was a mistake.
True. The other story is Abhishek Banerjee, who's gone to call on Mamata Banerjee. 30 seats that where the Trinamool Congress is leading, or it's already 1 out of 42 in Bengal. It's a story in itself. Will that change over the course of the next 2 or 3 hours? We'll have to wait and watch. Going straight across to Prakash Javadekar ji. Prakash Javadekar ji, namaste. This is Anand Narsimhan here. First up in Kerala, the NDA entering and getting on the leaderboard in Kerala.
Yes, this is a new beginning for Kerala politics. Modi ji had changed the politics of Kerala. It was bipolar between LDF and UDF for 75 years. Now, BJP is well entrenched and nearly 20% votes. We will be making the whole lot of difference. And this is because Modi ji's 3-4 actions. One, all the beneficiary schemes, welfare schemes, reached 100% to all the targeted people without discrimination. This is very important. If there are 28% Muslims, there are 35% beneficiaries are Muslims. So he has done it without discrimination. Second, the large infrastructure project, railways, Vande Bharat, and highways, 6-lane highway. So that is also done. Stature of India has gone up like anything. And there are large scale of diaspora of Kerala in other countries. They are saying that our stature has increased, our esteem has increased in the eyes of the people in these countries. So what they called themselves to their families and said, vote.
But as of now, Mr. Javadekar, the only seat where the BJP is leading is Thrissur. Even Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar now is trailing in Thiruvananthapuram. Mr. K. Surendran, the state BJP president, is trailing. Mr. Muralidharan is trailing. These are seats you are very confident about.
We have never won even a single seat. So 1 or 2 seats, whatever we win, is a news and is a very good beginning. And once that is done, next year it is the municipal and local body elections, and 26 it is assembly elections. We will all make jointly progress in that direction where everybody works.
So some inroads in Kerala, ji.
Constituencies.
Some inroads in Kerala, sir, but national picture, there is a big slide, Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra.
What all the exit polls told, not figures, but the result. And result was that NDA will become the ruling party for next 5 years, and Modi will become the Prime Minister. And that is what is exactly going to happen. So that is the main headline. The figures in this state, this much or that much, that is different. See, every election is a different election. I'm working since 1971 parliament elections. I worked first time, 53 years. Hundreds of elections, different kinds of elections. And I was in charge in 10 states. So, and I'm keen observer of elections. So, every election throws some surprises. But today also, it is just halfway through. But still more, because in UP, there are so much close contests.
No, I understand that. And we're still not calling UP for any one side. But Javadekar ji, this is Rahul Shivshankar. Very quick question to you.
Rahul.
From your own state of Maharashtra, sir, there has been a very disappointing, underwhelming result that has come through. How do you see this? Do you believe that perhaps...
I will tell you the story in 3 sentences. First, in 2019, BJP and Shiv Sena fought together as allies.
Yes.
And we won 60% seats, 160 seats out of 288. So we got comfortable majority. But, and we got 105, he got 55. And he wanted to be Chief Minister, Thackeray. So Uddhav Thackeray ditched alliance. He won on the posters of Modi and went and joined Congress and NCP. So that was the worst part of Maharashtra politics that has happened. And then what happened? All three put together. We have not broken their parties. Please remember, we have not broken the parties. Shinde and 30 of their, 40 of their MLAs were dissatisfied with those leadership. So they came out and joined us. Ajit Pawar, with him 40 MLAs came out on their own. We cannot bring...
No, but Mr. Javadekar, respectfully, I just want to ask you this, because many people saw the switching of Ajit Pawar as a extremely negative development. He was a tainted leader. The Prime Minister himself had sort of described him as a corrupt politician. Do you think this cynical sort of crossing of ranks from one to the other and welcoming in your own party undermined your own credibility?
Maybe he has that opinion. You have every right, and everybody has a right to have his opinion. I don't... I can't say that nobody should have that too. Sure. But the fact remains that we have not broken the parties. They have come here. Up now, at hindsight, you can say anything, but fact remains that now TDP. In 2019, he lost because 2014, I was there in charge and I stitched the alliance with the High Command's decision. But after that, he won. He then criticized very much and he lost 19 elections without BJP. Now with BJP, he has won again. So this happens. And all will stay with NDA because they are NDA and NDA will be ruling and Modi will be the third time Prime Minister. I think this the main agenda,
Mr. Javadekar, Sir, Anand here, final question. Congress almost touching 100 seats. Is it a resurgence of the Congress party? You know, the BJP's slogan of Congress Mukt Bharat now seems bunked because they've done nearly 45 seats better than last time.
What? No, we never said Congress Mukt Bharat means opposition Mukt Bharat. No. We said corruption Mukt Bharat, dynasty Mukt Bharat, and one family rule Mukt Bharat. That is the only real thing. It is the ideological war, and you give a phrase to it. So that was Congress Mukt Bharat. But then Kharge said, Bhajapa Mukta BJP South India हो गया. नहीं हुआ. भाजपा कर्नाटक में भी है, आंध्र में भी है, तेलंगाना में भी है, केरल में भी है. तो ऐसा नहीं है, मुक्त नहीं होता ऐसा. पार्टी विचार की लड़ाई.
तमिलनाडु में भी एनडीए, तमिलनाडु में एनडीए है, भाजपा नहीं है अभी तक के लिए.
हाँ तो वो ठीक है ना. It means NDA is the BJP because BJP cannot be separated from NDA. We don't. I will tell you one example. There were many offers by other parties, but they wanted to do away with some of our partners. We never said yes. We never said yes.
Right. Prakash Javadekar ji, congratulations on Kerala on getting on the leaderboard. Thank you very much for speaking with us. We've just got a confirmation that Home Minister Amit Shah has also spoken with Chandrababu Naidu, who's underlined that he will continue to be with the NDA. They have been he's been congratulated by the PM and then the HM, and he will be taking oath on the 9th of June as Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Chandrababu Naidu back on the hot seat right now. Pradeep Bhandari with us. Pradeep, 1:45 on the clock. By 4 PM, what could change? Or do you think this is how the result is going to be more or less?
Anand here. What I can definitely suggest is that right now the margins, Anand, the margins right now are still very narrow. But the Samajwadi Party is at 37 as per Election Commission, the BJP is at 32. It looks difficult, Anand, that the Bharatiya Janata Party will cross 60 or 65 on its own. And the margin, if this trend continues for the next half an hour, I do not believe that Uttar Pradesh will change massively. And if there is no massive change in Uttar Pradesh, then Anand, then what we can definitely conclude is, rather than Akhilesh Yadav, Anand, it is the Bharatiya Janata Party which did not change its candidates in Uttar Pradesh. If you very well remember that majority of the candidates in Uttar Pradesh were repeated, whereas in Delhi 6 out of 7 candidates were changed. So for the first time in Uttar Pradesh, if this trend continues, the non-Yadav OBC vote, which was with Bharatiya Janata Party since 2014, solidified in 2019-2022, would have splintered, and the BSP vote, which did not move to the Samajwadi Party, even when the Samajwadi Party and BSP had a formal alliance, this time would have moved more to the Samajwadi Party vis-a-vis the BJP. This is for the first time happening in Uttar Pradesh in the last 10 years, if this trend continues, Anand.
True, some phenomenal work, and kudos to Akhilesh Yadav for the work that's happened, as there are a lot of introspection to be done with vis-a-vis Uttar Pradesh as far as the BJP is concerned. Many believe one of the key factors for these numbers, if they hold, to manifest is a BJP versus BJP scenario in Uttar Pradesh. Does that put pressure on Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath? Does that put pressure on the Prabharis? Or does that put pressure on those who said that we will not change our candidates? And more importantly, how does it reflect on the Prime Minister himself? Because it was his face all over and it was his guarantee all over on which the BJP and the NDA actually fought this election. We'll talk about all...
Anand, just 10 seconds point.
Yeah.
If I can.
Yeah.
Anand, the majority gain that the Samajwadi Party is doing is from Purvanchal. So that is where the caste is a very, very dominant factor. So clearly, if this trend continues, Uttar Pradesh has been a pure caste-based voting in the entire Purvanchal belt.
Right. So it will be caste that's driven Purvanchal, the first phase and the last phase, big gains. We've got to take a break. We've got to take a break.
Did the whole campaign by the opposition suggest that the Modi government's going to do away with reservations?
Did that actually resonate on ground? Yes. We'll park that question, talk about this when we come back. Stay with us. All right, on the way out, thank you very much. Thank you very much to all our viewers. 4.5 lakh live views. We wanted you to take us past 4 lakhs. You said 4.51 is the viewership, and we are really streaming ahead of the competition. Here's my request. Over the next hour, by the time we come back and do this update at 3 p.m, can we take us past 5 lakhs? We're not getting greedy. We'll stop asking you after you take us past 5 lakh concurrent views. Continue to stay with us. Watch this coverage here. The battle for Bharat. 18. Back after a break. Stay with us.
On a precipice, isn't it? Since the morning, that number for the BJP hovering around that 339 to... Shankar, I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Kumar, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm able to hear.
Yeah, Mr. Kumar, there's a lot of speculation now. I mean, first of all, how do you view the result that has come through for the TDP? Congratulations. You form a government after a hiatus of 10 years. You're back in Andhra. Congratulations to you on that. You're also, of course, one of the leading lights now of the NDA. So it's been a win-win for Mr. Babu. How do you see this now unfold? Is Mr. Babu, first of all, very, very committed to the NDA, or is he also receptive to overtures?
No, we come back to power only after 5 years, not 10 years, number one. Number two, it's a landslide victory to the Telugu Desam Party, though we joined an NDA. we are a reliable partner for any our NDA and others also. Therefore, we are committed to this thing. There is no question of second thought in this. So, as far as the result in the country is concerned, they are at liberty to contact everybody. It does not mean that there are some changes in the alliance. There is no change. As far as we stick to our promises and we are a part of NDA, we will continue in that.
Mr. Ravindra Kumar, namaste. This is Anand Narasimhan here. Congratulations on the phenomenal victory in Andhra Pradesh. The TDP is forming government there. 154 out of 175. That's a phenomenal victory. But there are already news coming through that the Congress and the opposition alliance is reaching out to the NDA partners, including TDP and the JDU, offering them key posts, prime berths, etc. Will Mr. Naidu be tempted? Will Chandrababu Garu be tempted?
No, our party is a regional party having a national outlook. We earlier also, Telugu Party had an history during our founder N.T. Ramarao and also our leader Chandrababu Naidu. We have placed, participated in key role in the center. Now also we will play the key role, there is no doubt about it. But it is a pre-poll alliance, there is no question of post-poll alliance. Pre-poll alliance is already there. As per the pre-poll alliance, we will continue that.
But did you expect this kind of a result for the NDA? These setbacks in Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra?
As far as said, after the exit polls also, it is totally reversed as per the present result is concerned. But so far as in Andhra Pradesh is concerned, exit polls, it's a sweep. Almost most of the exit polls, some of the national channels has given edge to the YSRCP to some extent. Now they lost even opposition status also in the state assembly. Now our NDA alliance has a victory, landslide victory in the state of Andhra Pradesh. We have expected in Andhra Pradesh. As far as the center is concerned, just basing on the repoll we have concerned. But we heard during the last few weeks some decreasing in the seats in some of the states, but as far as the NDA improved in southern states also. Now.
Let me bring in Mr. Shehzad Poonawalla for a few moments. Mr. Poonawalla, good afternoon. Obviously not the result that you were expecting. What's the general overview of the result from the BJP's point of view?
First of all, Rahul, it's a brilliant afternoon because after 10 years, if at the 30% counting rate and with 200 seats in a close margin of 10,000 votes, the NDA has formed its government for the third time. In Odisha, we have a state government now by all looks of it. We have dominated Odisha. We have made new ground in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. I think we should only think that why is Salman Khurshid accepting congratulations from you because they are not forming the government. The Congress is struggling to cross 100 and perhaps by 4 o'clock we don't know where those 200 seats, where the competition is less than 10,000 votes will go. So Rahul, it is a brilliant afternoon for me. I have nothing to complain about this afternoon except for the fact that
writing our destiny as a nation, ladies and gentlemen.
I can understand.
You're saying 30% we are leading, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very, very much. हमने 3 लाख पार कर दिया. 3,42,000 live views right now. So are you saying that these numbers could change by 4:35 p.m.?
400 par looks an impossible.
Suku for state and Modi for Delhi.
This is a definite grievance vote now taking shape
the Prime Minister
India Alliance is gaining in the cost of the BJP, no doubt.
And the NDA obviously going way beyond the halfway mark.
Whether for
will be
BJP and the
going
NDA,
in
the
for a
numbers are
third
going
term,
up or
and
not,
that
but
will
for
be
us they are
seen
going
by
up.
4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. Because these counting are going to go till late. But I am very happy.
But the fact is that we need to get
I am very happy, Rahul.
Viewers to help us a little more. We want
just one line before you come in. Rahul, I am very happy that today, Anand, you have been absorbed from being Godi media when Salman Khurshid is talking to you and nobody has abused the EVM. So Rahul and Anand, I am very happy for you guys. आज आपको कोई Godi हुई है.
Democracy is clearly the winner. But just 1 second.
We are happy that democracy is the winner. We are happy mandate of the voter is being respected across all party lines. And we are happy that there is a message that is going across to all political parties.
Mr. Chavan, can you hear me? Shivani this side.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, Mr. Chavan, we're just starting. Thanks a lot for your time. First up, many congratulations. These are being seen as a massive win of sorts, even though it is not a majority mark or an overall government formation number, but the overall India alliance numbers, both nationally and in Maharashtra, are looking very strong. I want to begin with the national picture with you. Your sense of why you've managed.
Third time around, there was a huge anti-incumbency against Mr. Modi personally.
Okay.
Our campaign focused on 5 failures of Modi government, and of course the Congress manifesto, one of the finest manifestos that is seen by the people in a long time. The 5 issues that we focused on were all people's issues: the unemployment, the inflation, the farmers' crisis, the corruption, overall corruption, the way governments were brought down in Maharashtra, and the corruption that was evident from the electoral bond verdict, and of course, finally, save the constitution clause. These 5 issues, the failures of the Modi government, the fear that Modi government, if it gets a majority that it is asking for, then there is a threat to the constitution, there is a threat to the reservation policy.
Right.
That is on one side. The other side, on the background of Rahul Gandhi's very successful Bharat Jodo Yatra, 2 yatras, and outstanding manifesto, on the back of the Karnataka promise which we fulfilled,
The guarantees,
the back
yes.
of Telangana promise which we fulfilled, we gave promises to India through our manifesto, which are all implementable. And on these twofold, the failures to the Modi government on one side, and what we offered to the people if we came to power, was our main election strategy.
Sir,
And people
in
virtually-
Maharashtra, is this the sympathy factor that has worked for the Congress also, for the Shiv Sena, UBT also, and the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP, or is there more?
No. Sympathy factor, of course, helped us. Primarily, the way government was brought down, the corrupt practices that were followed, the fact that whatever happened in Maharashtra in breaking Shiv Sena and breaking NCP had direct blessings of Modi and Shah. And huge amount of money that was money, then threats of ED, CBI action, Samadama, Dandabhed. The way this elected government was brought down, the elected parties were broken. That was not liked by the people. There was, of course, sympathy for Mr. Pawar and Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. But more than the Eknath Shinde breakup, where at least Eknath Shinde had fought with BJP earlier,
Yeah.
the fact that Mr. Ajit Pawar's party was broken, he was taken in the party, after Prime Minister personally accused him of a 70,000 crore corruption charge. And after that, you not only take him in the party, his people in the party, but make him a deputy CM. That was not liked by people in Maharashtra, and particularly with senior leadership of BJP and RSS.
Sir, what does this mean as far as the upcoming assembly elections in Maharashtra is concerned for your alliance?
Well, I think 3-party combination is a very deadly combination, a very potent combination. This combination will reveal, will analyze where we went wrong. We took inordinately long time in finalizing seats. There was a dispute on 2-3 seats, which the results have shown that we were right in whatever we are asking for. I think if you look at that, I think there's no reason why we should not go into a 3-party Mahavikas Aghadi alliance in the Senate. And I think by looking at the trends that we see now, we're sure to win the Vidhan Sabha election in October 2024.
Well, you've certainly got a fillip, not just in Maharashtra, but pan-India. Thank you, Prithviraj Chavan, for speaking to us.
Thank you.
What a precipice, isn't it? Since the morning, that number for the BJP hovering around that 339. 239, 240 mark, and for the NDA, 295, just short of 300. It wasn't in any way the dominating impact of Mr. Modi that was
way ahead of
predicted.
competition.
A large number of people,
We have the first numbers coming in from Tumkur, Mysuru, Dakshina Kannada, BJP taking a lead.
Others tried to keep pace, but were no match.
It got in 2014
Elections
and 2019. That hasn't quite
CNN
happened.
News
It's been
18.
a chastening experience for the Bharatiya Janata Party. The big story coming in, of course, from Uttar Pradesh. Anand, the big story coming in from Uttar Pradesh, where we still have a great deal of uncertainty, some very close elections.
I've got to check this, but there are at least 50
Good
to
afternoon,
55
everyone.
seats.
Thanks a lot
We
for
have
staying
Mr.
with
Salman
your election
Khurshid with
hub,
us. Let's go
CNN
straight
News
across to
18
him.
and
Mr.
Shivani
Khurshid, how do you
Gupta
see
joining you from our studios.
scenario
and
as
what
it's
a morning
unfolded
and an
right now?
afternoon it has been. Nobody literally saw this coming.
Mr.
Certainly
Khurshid,
none
can you hear
of the
me?
exit
If there was a
pollsters,
logic-
because the trend that has
Yeah, I
now
can.
come as far as the
I said
numbers
that
are
if
concerned
there
at
was a
2
logic
p.m. this
that we all
afternoon is
accepted.
not what anyone saw. Barring, of course, the best of the most optimistic supporters of the India Alliance. The big numbers are flashing on the top of your screen. 290 for the NDA right now. They've been hovering around the 290-300 mark. 233 for the India Alliance. Who would have thought? 100 plus for the INC, Congress alone. Who would have thought? And they're certainly going to have a spring in their step if these numbers are going to hold on. The only caveat I will add at this stage is there are a lot of seats, at least about 50 seats where the margin is 5K, about 200 seats where the margin is 10K or less. In Uttar Pradesh alone, which I'm going to show you on my magic wall very, very soon, of why this is the story of the 2024 general elections. In Uttar Pradesh alone, there are 10 seats almost where the margin is less than 10K. All right, speaking of Uttar Pradesh, this is of course first up the national picture on our magic wall. The sea of saffron that you saw in 2019, mind you, is no longer the case. In fact, I want to show you the picture. So this is 2019. You see this on your screen, 2019. You see virtually apart from this eastern belt and southern India, it's virtually a sea of orange. And as I now change this to 2024, you can just visualize that this is no longer a sea of saffron. All of this, Maharashtra, you've got, of course, BJP doing well in Andhra Pradesh. In Telangana, Congress has bounced back. Even in some states in Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Karnataka, they have gained. Of course, Maharashtra, they seem to have gained a lot. So I'm going to focus a little bit on the areas where the BJP has declined, mostly or majorly, and the areas where they have managed to pick up, because they're still, of course, touching almost 300. The big question will be BJP will get 272 on its own. So first one, of course, I have to talk about Uttar Pradesh. This is Uttar Pradesh. This is not looking like what anybody saw coming, except, of course, the Samajwadi Party was insisting quietly behind the scenes that they are confident of about 30 to 35, which is why the India Alliance came out with a number of 295, remember, 2 days ago. Again, I want to do the same thing. Just visualize what has happened in 5 years. This is 2019 Uttar Pradesh. Yes, BSP won 10 seats. There were about 1 for the Congress, a few for the Samajwadi Party, but it was virtually a sweep still for the BJP, and this was less than 2014 for them. Now visualize this as this map changes. Look at the pockets of green now, particularly in eastern Uttar Pradesh. The pockets of green. This is still actually a lot of the seats that the BSP won last time around, they've gone to the SP. Last time around, the contention was that BSP gained because of SP, not so much the SP because of BSP, and that gains have come back to the Samajwadi Party. But look at these regions everywhere, western Uttar Pradesh, southern Uttar Pradesh, eastern Uttar Pradesh majorly, the BJP has gained. This is a loss. This is a gain of 37 for the India Alliance, and the Samajwadi Party is turning out to be the star for them. It's going to be a big party in the parliament. And of course, minus 28 for the NDA. Nobody really saw this coming. The other big is, let me show you Karnataka. Karnataka, 8-seat loss for the NDA. It's not as good as pollsters said it would be for the BJP. They've managed to lead on 18. Most of these results have also come out. But the trend tells you the Congress has gained. Maybe not so surprising because the Congress won the recent state elections there. let's also look at West Bengal. Now look at West Bengal. West Bengal, a loss of 7 seats for the BJP. They were hoping to increase from the 18 last time around, but actually they've gone down from the 18 last time around. Again, I want to do the same thing, visualize the map from 2019 to 2018. 2019, BJP swept Upper Bengal and Western Bengal plus pockets of the border area with Bangladesh. As we get into 2024 leads, this is now majorly TMC, the green. Yes, BJP has retained some, not all in Northern Bengal. They've lost what they won in Western Bengal. Couple of seats in that border area, Matua community, they have managed to retain, I think, but not all. So these are the areas where they're losing predominantly. Rajasthan, they've lost 10 seats as it stands. In Rajasthan alone, it was supposed to be tricky for them, but nobody saw this coming. And look at Haryana. Haryana is even Stevens at 5 all. Loss of 5 seats for the BJP. So this is the kind of area where they have lost predominantly. Of course, there are areas where they have also gained. And I'm going to come to those areas in just a bit. Let me quickly show you Bihar as well, because Bihar is where the NDA had done well. They had swept 39 of the 40 seats, minus 6 this time around. I've got my colleague. We've got some breaking updates now coming in. NCP Sharad Pawar sources are telling us that Sharad Pawar, the patriarch of the NCP, and of course the Chanakya on the other side of the political divide, he has dialed Nitish Kumar. That is what we're getting to know. He has dialed Nitish Kumar, has spoken to him. You know, this is where Sharad Pawar is going to come in very handy for the India alliance. He is known to be able to manage pushes and pulls that maybe not many can manage, and given the numbers that have come in as far as the NCP and the India alliance is concerned, certainly this is going to give them fillip. But JDU plus TDP, both sources have told us that they are not going anywhere. These are the NDA alliance that are going to be targeted. Both were estranged at one point of time, but they are not estranged anymore. Let's get you the big takeaways as far as the general elections 2024 are concerned. The big takeaways as the numbers stand this afternoon. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to need allies for his third term. As it stands, the BJP is not clear majority and they will need to take their allies along. Of course, the BJP says we've always done that, but the criticism against them is that they haven't. Anti-incumbency clearly hurting the ruling BJP. Their allies have done okay. They've not really pulled down the BJP as was the suspicion. It's the BJP that has lost its share as well. Big Uttar Pradesh fall for them. We showed you on the magic wall how the numbers have come down for them, but nobody really saw as bad a situation in Uttar Pradesh. Some tight seats still remain, but certainly a big setback for them. They wanted to improve from 2019. They've lost a major chunk in Uttar Pradesh. BJP's losses are also coming from Dalit strong constituencies. They've lost a chunk of the Dalit vote share. Is that because of the reservation, caste census narrative of the opposition mounted by Rahul Gandhi is the big question. Big boost for the India alliance, of course, at the number that is crossing 200, they have surpassed even their best friends, expectations. Congress has doubled its seat share. Congress alone is crossing a 3-figure mark, which is a big gain for them. Again, not many saw this coming. Akhilesh has emerged as the alliance's superstar. We showed you the UP scenario. He is really the one that has propelled both the alliance's fight in Uttar Pradesh, which is the key state leading to Delhi, and of course overall in the India alliance numbers by about 30 plus. Mamata Banerjee, still Bengal's lady number 1, leading lady, and she has held on despite the fact that virtually everyone felt that the BJP will either hold on or improve from their 2019 number. The Jod Tod in Maharashtra seems to have boomeranged. The Prime Minister himself had talked about the sympathy factor, but it seems the sympathy factor has gone to the other side. Now, jobs, rural distress have been talked about, The expectation was that they're not going to hurt the BJP as much, but it has hurt as far as the verdict is concerned. And Odisha, we will talk a little bit about the state results in Odisha and Andhra Pradesh too. But Odisha win for the BJP, displacing the BJD and emerging as the single largest party in majority is the only solace really for them today. This is soothing their heartland slum. Dinesh Gundu Rao, Minister of Health and Family Affairs, Karnataka government is joining us. Dinesh Gundu Rao, let me come to you first as Tohin Sinha, Matthew Antony, Ram Pratap Singh of the Samajwadi Party, Abhijit Majumdar all with us. Also my colleague Christine Walia with me in the studio. But Dinesh Gundu Rao, this is better than what you expected, or are you still expecting more?
No, I don't think I would say it's better than what we expected. It's much better than what the exit poll predicted. That prediction has gone totally awry now. But I think we were expecting a little bit more seats. Even in Karnataka, we were expecting a little bit more seats. And I think, the number of seats that we've got in some other states has been a little bit, I think we've fallen short. So I would not say that this is met our expectations, but I think this election has been a defining election because we were not just fighting a political party, we were fighting the entire establishment, including the institutions, including the media, which was one-sided, and it was a battle where we had to go all out. And if you look at it from that angle, the BJP not getting a majority is and falling way short of majority. Let's wait for the final numbers.
Yeah.
But I think it is going to be good for India, good for India's democracy.
You say that this is not better than what we expected. I just have a counter question to that before I toss over to Christine as well. Why is it that you didn't expect more? After the numbers you got in Karnataka State Assembly, this was the state where the Congress was expected to do well. So why are you in any way surprised?
Exactly. No, exactly. We were expecting better results than this. Even in Karnataka, we were expecting at least 14 seats. So we are falling few seats short. So whatever it may be, I think let's wait for the final numbers. But I think this election will curtail the arrogance and the totalitarian approach of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Prime Minister Modi. Mr. Modi himself is struggling to win his own election. And Uttar Pradesh, where in fact, this is in a way, I think, Lord Ram telling the entire nation that follow the principles of Dharma. And this is an election where I think the blessings of Ram has been there to save the nation from a dictator and someone who would have usurped all powers and would have been really the death knell of India's democracy if BJP had come back to power in a brutal majority, like what the exit poll predicted. So in that sense, I would say this is good for India. And I think Congress, all of you people have been writing off the Congress, we've been writing off the opposition parties, and we had an uphill battle on our hands. We had the CBI, IT, ED, media, all fighting against us.
Okay,
and
Mr.
this
Dinesh
is a victory,
Gundu Rao,
I think, ultimately,
since about
in
a
that
month's
sense,
time,
for the founding principles of the nation.
Since about a month's time, you've been saying the Congress is comfortably positioned in Karnataka. Now, given the numbers that are coming in, and in comparison to 2019, for example, the NDA with 18 and Congress with 10, it most certainly is a jump again for the Congress. But as for the other takeaways are concerned, what's your biggest talking point? What do you project for the INDI bloc? We're putting out the numbers, but remember, it all goes down to the last vote, really.
See, I think what has happened in the last 10 years, there's a big division that has been taking place in this country, which has been created by the establishment, by the central government and the political party BJP. They were building walls between communities, between societies, and they were creating a nation, India versus Bharat. Now, I think this election is not India versus Bharat. India is Bharat and Bharat is India. We are all together in this. So do not, I think, in the next government, whoever forms, I think this message is loud and clear that take everybody along. We need work on the ground, we need jobs, we need our economy to improve. We don't want the rich and the super rich to enjoy at the cost of the poor people. Okay. If you look at the results, I think rural India has spoken in a loud voice. More than urban India. Rural India has realized the distress India is going through.
Okay.
Rural India has understood
we'll look
that
at those numbers. I want when that statement
if you look at the numbers, I think I would say hats off to the rural voters.
Sure.
The voters who
we'll break that down on our magic wall as well.
Less poor, less rich.
Gundu Rao, you said whoever
so that
forms
I
the
think
next
is a-
government. You said whoever forms the next government, is the Congress hopeful that it can form the next government, or the Congress-led India alliance can form the next government still?
Yeah, so let's wait for the final number. No, once the wins are completed, we'll never know what happens, how many seats the things can change. Right now, I'm being optimistic, but one never knows in politics, right? So let's wait for the final numbers. But the message is clear: India needs peace, India needs harmony, and India has rejected the authoritarian regime of Narendra Modi.
Can I ask you a final question?
In this election.
Can I ask you a final question? DK Suresh, not doing very well from Bangalore South. He is the brother of DK Shiv Kumar. What does that mean for the Congress party internally?
See, in Karnataka, in the old Mysore region, the alliance of JDS and BJP coming together has helped the BJP and helped JDS. So, you know, this alliance, if this alliance had not been there, definitely this would have been a much different result. So, that has been helpful for the BJP in tying up with JDS. So, DK Suresh losing is something that we didn't expect, because he's a hard worker and a good organizer and everything. But politics, you know, certain things happen due to certain reasons, and we have to accept it. And even DK Suresh also has magnanimously accepted it.
Okay.
And we will continue to work for the people and for the state.
All right, we've got the other big updates coming in. There's the big update on Amethi. Amethi is the big shocker. We expected maybe not so much of a shocker from Rai Bareli, but we didn't expect it from Amethi either. I want to go across. Gundu Rao, thanks a lot for joining us. Many congratulations. We'll look at how things eventually fall as far as the very last seat is concerned. Abhijit, I want to come to you on Uttar Pradesh. We were discussing the big story, but look at Amethi. Did you see that coming at all?
Yes, sir. No, I don't think many of us saw that coming at all. Overall, UP results will be very, very disappointing for the BJP. But Shivani, this has been more of a regional central election. You know, if you look at the trend across the country, you know, MP, for instance, BJP has swept. Delhi, all the seats are with BJP. Now, UP, Maharashtra and Bengal, three largest states, BJP has ceded a fair bit of ground in all these. I mean, shocking setbacks in UP and Maharashtra. In Bengal, they were hoping to do better. They have done much worse. So, obviously, there are factors local to those states that are at work. I don't think there is a overall trend here. The trend is probably that the regional leaders, regional parties have risen again. Another.
Before we talk about the other talking points that we're picking up from, let's say, an Odisha or a West Bengal or Rajasthan for that matter, which is seeing a very interesting fight, what do you think really worked out for the Samajwadi Party? Is it, you know, the caste calculations that the Samajwadi Party went ahead with? Many say the focus was not as much on the MY factor as it was on the PDA.
I think, you know, this election has seen the comeback of the Muslim vote.
Okay.
The relevance of the Muslim vote. Muslims, it seems, have voted strategically, determinedly, and you know, that has been a big factor in UP, especially helping the Samajwadi Party and eventually, of course, the larger India Alliance. That is one. The Dalit vote, which has completely vanished from behind Mayawati, probably is another very big factor. You know, and it has probably gone to the India Alliance instead of the BJP. So that could be another, you know, solid setback for the UP, for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh. These two seem right now to be the main prominent factors. You know, there has been a fair bit of delivery under the Modi government, but one has to probably realize that the hype around that still did not match up to reality on the ground.
Okay.
Probably. Or maybe the voters are expecting more.
Ram Pratap Singh of the Samajwadi Party is actually with us. Mr. Singh, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही होगी? The numbers are extremely encouraging for the Samajwadi Party. I would say not just encouraging, they are actually great for the Samajwadi Party. Last assembly elections, Samajwadi Party had fought alone and kind of grown or bounced back a little bit against the resurgent BJP. This time around, not many gave you this big a chance. Your thoughts on the verdict and what this means for the India alliance?
Thank you. It's been a very big day for the Indian democracy and the constitution. And I would like to take you back to about 2 months ago when Samajwadi Party launched their manifesto. And our manifesto talked about how this election was all about saving the constitution, how constitution and its basic tenets were possibly under stress. And that was one of the major issues that we went for the elections. And the second big issue that we talked about was unemployment, and rampant unemployment through several remote districts of Uttar Pradesh is a real issue on the ground, which, and we also highlighted the fact that the BJP had lost touch with the realities on the ground. And if you look at their campaign and their rhetoric, how negative it was. So all these factors put together, I think the electorate realized that we have to give an opportunity to in an election and make people win who would fight for their issues, who stand for their issues. And that's what's led to a shift, a tectonic shift, I would say here, in the Dalit vote bank, in the backwards, reconsolidating with Samajwadi and the India bloc. And of course, there is one very significant shift towards the India alliance, where they are now looking from us as some real solutions, UP being such a large state and a very young state at that. So possibly the impact of unemployment is being felt hugely here, and then add to that the agrarian distress, which did not end with the NDA.
Do you actually believe it was more about the local issues, about unemployment, the Agniveer scheme, so on and so forth, as the Samajwadi Party is very well trying to project as well? Or was it about a very calculated, strategic move on part of the Samajwadi Party to get the caste equations right? And I keep reiterating that, Shivani, because look at the choices made by the Samajwadi Party. 15 Dalit candidates fielded, 27 other OBCs and 4 Muslims. Abhijit was pointing out about the Muslim vote really, but I think it's gone much beyond that this time around.
No, so they've obviously played the caste rhetoric very, very well, and that is where I remember when the first constitution will be changed narrative was started. It was the likes of the deputy chief ministers in Uttar Pradesh, it was the likes of Yogi Adityanath himself who came out and gave sound bites to say that, listen, this is not Antony and Tuhin Sinha also joining us. Tuhin, why don't I give you a word before I go across to the Congress's representative as well. This is not what, forget the 400 par rhetoric. This is not what the BJP saw coming. Let's face it. This is not the kind of mandate you thought you would get in the third term for Narendra Modi. Currently, the BJP is not touching the majority mark alone.
This is to me, Shivani, or this is to Tuhin?
Tuhin. Matthew, I'm coming to you next. Just wait.
Exit poll.
Yeah.
If you look at the exit poll estimates and our own, our own figures which we had thought, there seems to be a disparity. But like I said, a World Cup win is a World Cup win, whether you win by 5 runs or whether you win by 100 runs. There are I'm told, about 70 to 75 seats where the leads, the margin of the leads is very less. So I still believe we will be 260 plus. I think we need to wait for a couple of hours. More importantly, I also feel that this has been a unique elections. There have been states which have voted on national issues, and then there seems to be states where local issues seems to have taken center stage. But for the positive, on the positive side, BJP has won. Andhra Pradesh, BJP has won. Odisha, we are going to form governments in both the states. Odisha, in fact, has been a clean sweep for the BJP. We continue to keep we continue to be in a very strong position in Madhya Pradesh, in Gujarat, and in several other states. So I think I don't think there is much to worry. The mandate is very clearly for a BJP-led NDA government at the center.
You're talking about Odisha, you're talking about the gains made by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and that has to be given to the BJP. But what about seats like Amethi? You know, what about developments like Sharad Pawar, for example, now dialing Nitish Kumar? Is that not trouble for the Bharatiya Janata Party? Do you not sense all is not well there?
Well, for the last 3 decades, that's all that Sharad Pawar has been doing, dialing up people after elections. So I think, the fringe players do that. But I don't think that would impact the existing coalition. The existing coalition is based on very strong factors. And, we are all set to form a government in the Andhra Pradesh. So I don't think there is going to be any change. At 300 plus or 310 plus is a strong figure to form a stable and a strong government for the next 5 years.
Tuin, you're calling it fringe. If I may just come in with the data so far that we've managed to access, given the leads that have come in so far. In 2019 in Maharashtra, BJP won 23 and the undivided Shiv Sena bagged about 18, which meant 41 for the NDA. Cut to today, the BJP has 11 and Shinde Sena, for example, in this case, only has 6. Ajit Pawar, NCP, 1. So you're talking about Sharad Pawar as a fringe leader, but that's not what the numbers suggest. The Mahavikas Aghadi is quite comfortable in Maharashtra.
So far as the numbers are concerned, obviously, so far as the numbers are concerned, we will get back to the drawing board. We will get back to introspecting on what really did not shape up the way. Because in Maharashtra, we were very clear that BJP per se would not be suffering any losses. Yes, there has been a realignment of forces 2 to 3 times in the last 5 years, but that was not our doing. The 2019 assembly elections were very clearly for Prime Minister Modi-led BJP coalition in Maharashtra, but it was, the other side which went back on the coalition. So, the realignments seem to have had a toll. It seemed to have caused some amount of confusion in the minds of the people. But that's a call that's something which we will get down to by evening once all the figures are there, once all the results are out.
Okay, Matthew Anthony, for the Congress party, touching 3 figures for the India Alliance to be roughly around 220, 230. Give me your sense of what it means as far as the opposition in the country and the India Alliance is concerned. And also added to that, are you hopeful of maybe doing what the BJP is generally known for, get a few people on your side post-verdict and see where things go?
Shivani, it's a good day for us as far as we are till now. However, we need to wait till the evening for us to have the final numbers in place. I've been maintaining this in your show from the very beginning for the last 4-5 months that we will be making our numbers for this election because the people of India have called out on the unemployment, people of India have called out the government on the price rises and also the lies which has been played on them all these years by the Modi government. This is significant loss for the Modi guarantee which has been played across because BJP on themselves is not making the 272 mark. They are well short from the majority on their own. Now, we all know how BJP was arrogant towards their NDA coalition partners in the last 10 years' time. And we all know that how Congress is one of the best alliance partner managers when it comes to UPA 1 and 2. So there are a few more hours to see, and we don't want to do the BJP of blackmailing and all of the things like that. However, we are of the view that we have been one of the best managers of the coalition partners in the country's political history. And there can be possibilities in politics. Nothing can be ruled out till the time something is formed, something is shaped up and something is
But is there a
officially
plan
declared.
in place, if I may ask, given the figures that we have so far, about 9,900, which is a double in itself for the Congress party from 2019. The figures for the Bharatiya Janata Party, if we just talk about the BJP, so far have not been able to cross the magic number, the halfway mark. And if we just talk about the alliance, remember we're already seeing a lot of phone calls being dialed left, right and center. So is there a plan in place on part of the Congress?
There will be a plan and there is a plan, but what is the point in me talking the plan out in the public till the time it works out into a shape? So if you look into the 2004 and 2009 elections vote share, Congress was around at 26.5 and 27%, and we have formed the government with the coalition partners. So right now also we are somewhere closer to that one or slightly more than that. when compared to the vote shares, and you look at the India Alliance and the NDA put together, the vote share is not more than 2% difference between the two major fronts. So let us wait till the evening or maybe a day. We can see something unfolding in the political front in India.
I sense, Abhijit, that the Congress is still being extremely cautious as far as the numbers are concerned. For the last 2-3 hours, you're not really seeing them celebrate the numbers. They're being very cautious. I think they really do want to wait and see whether it will stick around to the 30 mark or whether it will go down to 200. Even 200 would be a great I think, achievement for them, because not many gave them 200 as the alliance. But there's a sense of caution. Matthew, I hope I have not got that wrong, because I've heard a few Congress spokespersons now since I think about 11 a.m. and everybody saying, okay, let's wait for the numbers, let's wait for the numbers.
The thing is, this is, I would say that we respect the people's mandate. We don't call them as a cricket match. Because,
yeah, but can I just say, mandate. I'm sorry I'm interrupting you again.
We respect it till the end of it, and we will see.
No, you've made two statements that we've always done coalition dharma better. I'm not so sure, because some of your coalition partners have not been very happy, even in this experiment of the India Alliance. Right? Mamata Banerjee is the prime example. Also, some of the alliances that were with the Congress or with the opposition, the likes of RLD, the likes of SPSP, in Uttar Pradesh alone have switched to the BJP. You've obviously got TDP coming back to the BJP and things like that. So we'll wait on that. But the other thing you're saying is that, we're going to wait for the numbers and we respect the people's mandate. Can I remind you, before the verdict came and after the exit polls came, it was Congress leaders who were asking questions of the EVMs. Maybe you jumped the gun on that.
No, we will definitely ask the questions on the EVM. You have seen our senior leader in Chhattisgarh calling out the 17C disparities on the 17C forms as well as on the EVM machine. So we definitely will ask questions whenever it has to be asked. And we definitely called out the exit polls void or the emptiness of the exit polls or the artificiality of the exit polls. You see the difference between the exit polls and what has come out actually. So the people has voted against the Modi government. The Modi guarantee has failed to a large extent because the vote share percentage, if you overall look into the NDA vote share and the India vote share, it is not more than 2%.
Okay.
The seats are giving the differences, but the vote shares are not very vast. It's too thin in terms of a large country like that of ours. It's too thin. So we should say that our campaign has worked, our narrative has worked, whereas BJP didn't have a narrative. They were just going on the name of Modi, which has failed. And look at the number of seats which has gone down with the BJP themselves. And look at the seats where we have gained also. So we are talking about facts. We are not talking about things in the air. We are just talking about facts, but we are very cautious that we are waiting for the elections' final numbers to materialize. And then politics is always something which can create opportunities, which will come out with opportunities at the right time. So let's wait and watch.
Okay, Matthew, you're saying that's, the reason why there's a sense of calm in the Congress camp and you're going to wait a little bit longer. But so is the BJP. Tuhin, isn't the BJP also waiting for, 4 p.m., 5 p.m. to really come out and say, yeah, this is what we're going to settle with and we're going to take this forward from here?
There is a difference. There is a difference in our attitude vis-a-vis the Congress party. The Congress party, their attitude is quite amusing. They still seem to be suggesting that if the final number is not to their liking, they will go ahead and question the EVM. On the contrary, the BJP has always had explicit faith in institutions, in the Election Commission. So I think there is a huge difference. And like I said, our total number as a standalone number of BJP is still ahead than the number of India Alliance 20-party India Alliance put together. So the mandate is very clearly for a BJP-led NDA government. Mandate. I don't think anybody should have any doubt over that.
No, there is a doubt over that. This is not a thumping majority win and stamp of approval on the BJP. Tuhin, could you get me? Okay, I think we're facing some trouble. Okay, Abhijit, I want to ask you, what is your sense? Do you think this could be trouble as far as government formation is concerned? As it stands, 290 NDA, 235 for the India Alliance. Could some of their partners desert them, switch sides, maybe, maybe act up a little bit and things like that?
See, first of all, this is a tectonic change in Indian polity. We will most probably be seeing Narendra Modi in a coalition You know, that
An
itself
actual
is
coalition
big.
where
Yeah.
they're not in majority.
In terms of vote share, BJP has actually, you know, improved its vote share by about a percent or slightly more. Congress has improved its vote share by almost 4.5% from a smaller base, of course. But Congress's alliance partners have actually performed spectacularly. You know, that is something that, you know, one has to see. I mean, if you look at TMC, if you look at Samajwadi Party, if you look at DMK.
They are the stars of it. But on West Bengal, since you follow West Bengal very closely, your takeaway of why this has happened, because everybody was, you know, very buoyant about the BJP doing very well. Also, what does this mean as far as state politics is concerned? Will Mamata Banerjee get the hint from this election that, you know, it's better for me to be solo?
No, Mamata anyway has been going solo in the state. But the thing is, in West Bengal, there are so many factors. One still wonders whether the BJP actually understands West Bengal well. First of all, even now, much of its campaigning is Hindi-led, which BJP has to sort of look at. Women vote. Mamata, all said and done, Sandeshkhali, it seems that the women of Bengal have, you know, chosen to sort of not vote for, you know, against the horrors of Sandeshkhali, but for Lakshmi Bhandar, which is, you know, 500 rupees, 1,000 rupees a month. So that is also a big winner for Mamata Banerjee.
But what explains this kind of a decline from 18 seats in 2019 to I think 11, if I'm not wrong, in 2024, given the host of issues that the BJP has rigged, and also keeping in mind their vote share in 2019?
See, again, BJP has been making this whole thing of mistake of getting people from TMC. BJP has to have a hard look at the state leadership. You know, getting somebody to lead the party who is actually tainted in some of the scams that TMC is accused of, you know, that itself is a problem. Mamata still, you know, commands a lot more, you know, popular appeal and respect on the ground than the BJP leadership. If I'm right, even the BJP state unit president is trailing. Shukanta Majumdar is trailing. So, you know, one has to understand that Mamata starts anyway at 30% votes, which is the minority vote. So, in, you know, the demography itself.
So, you know, we've got numbers which are about 31 for the TMC, about 10. So they've lost about 8 from last time around. But do you get a sense that the entire vote share got consolidated behind the TMC? Abhijit, their vote share is 46%. I'm going by the Election Commission website right now. 46%, BJP at 38%. But you look at the CPI, CPM is about 6%. And INC is about 4.5%.
Yeah.
So, of course,
I think the left share has been more or less the same.
Their vote share had collapsed in the state elections.
But there is one more very important factor, Shivani, which is the fear factor in the West Bengal voter. You know, what happened before and after 2021 assembly elections was there for everybody to see, the kind of absolutely brutal, violent retribution.
But wasn't it better this time around in West Bengal?
No, it was better, but, you know, just look at Bashirat, you know, the constituency under which Sandeshkhali falls. Who does Mamata go ahead and field from there? Haji Nurul Islam, who was at the forefront of the Diganga riots. So the voters there will, you know,
they have to live there.
They will have to live there.
So you're saying they're worried about the retribution.
Exactly, they have got no confidence that the party or the center will do something to actually save their lives, dignity.
You talked about Shakuntala Majumdar. I'm just looking at the Election Commission website right now, Christine, and he's kind of leading, but the lead is very slim. So this is going to be one of those tight results from West Bengal, but he was trailing for quite some time from Balurghat as well.
Okay. Now, Tuhin, interestingly, since we're talking about the BJP and its strategy in West Bengal, there's a lot that BJP also has to think about, and isn't it? 2024 Lok Sabha elections in Bengal for the Bharatiya Janata Party were supposed to be another turning point after 2019, and clearly that's not happened.
Well, clearly the results today are, very disappointing, but I would say there is more to it than meets the eye. In the final phase of elections on last Saturday, which took place in the urban constituencies around Kolkata, you have seen the kind of violence that was unleashed by TMC cadres. There is a lot of violence which gets unleashed in the rural areas, much of which does not even get reported. So the kind of fear psychosis that our workers have been living in for a very long time, I think that also had a role to play. Having said that, like I said, the BJP is a party that works 24/7. So by evening, once we have all the data with us, a comprehensive introspection on what went wrong would take place. But clearly, we were expecting 20 plus seats. The organization has been consistently growing, and Mamata Banerjee's two very indicting experiences with the High Court in the last 1 month, one where her involvement with the teacher scam was called out, and second, the OBC theft, reservation theft, which the Kolkata, the TMC government had been carrying out since 2011. We had clearly anticipated that those would have an impact on the elections. Why they did not have the impact that they were supposed to have is something we will, kind of figure out in the days to come.
Okay, so anticipating that there is a strategy that the Congress has in place, that the NDA bloc has in place, Matthew, even the fact that Mamata Banerjee has emerged a formidable force in West Bengal once again, she's proven the BJP wrong, isn't that going to be a little bit of a challenge to the rest of the NDA, given that she's come out to say, no, I'm not going to fight with the Congress party in West Bengal. She's also come out to make it very clear that she's going to extend outside support to the NDA alliance if it comes to power. This, if the NDA has a strategy in place, given the numbers that are coming up right now.
See, we have always maintained that we have an inclusive mindset by spirits as well as in practice. Not like the BJP, which says, inclusiveness, and then they practice just the opposite of that. So we have maintained all across from the beginning till the time now that TMC is very much as a part of us in terms of the alliance. We will be talking to them. The alliance partners will be talking to them. And as I said, that it is Congress which has got the best expertise in managing diverse coalition partners. When Shivani earlier spoke about Congress alliance partners moving out of Congress, these guys have moved out before, and they have come back also. So there are certain people who likes to jump, as well as the political opportunities shapes up for them. We can't do much about it, but Congress has been pretty good in managing the coalition partners with mutual respect rather than pressurizing them with ED, CBI, and all other things like that. So
I think you're referring to Nitish
exactly
Kumar.
this will.
Are you expecting him to jump again?
Yeah, so we will see how exactly things will unfold, and we have shown, Congress has shown in the India Alliance formation about sacrificing a number of seats where we could have contested by ourselves, whereas we accepted including parties like AAP where we have significant differences with, in order to have a common goal of getting the polarization, the party which is polarizing this country, as well as
that will give you, I think, Matthew, that
rule which BJP was trying to.
I think that you have a point in. The Congress did do. It may have been painstaking. It may have been prolonged, but eventually the seat sharing did happen. In Maharashtra also, it was a painful process. But eventually it did happen, and the Congress, which had the tendency or was criticized of being the big brother, eventually did let a lot of its alliance partners have the share that they wanted, and they've reaped rewards for the India alliance.
But Shivani, again, players like Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, for example, are going to continue spelling some sort of trouble for this alliance. So all may be well when it comes to Mallikarjun Kharge and Mamata Banerjee for that matter, but not when it comes to Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary.
Actually, interesting you mention Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. I should look at what he's doing as far as his constituency is concerned.
Should be comfortable
He's,
for him.
no, he's
But
trailing.
I would like to
He's
add one
trailing.
point to
He's been
that,
trailing
where
for most of the morning and
Yeah,
most of the afternoon. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has been trailing. Yusuf Pathan, Behrampur, TMC leading. And the complaint that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary would have is that nobody supported me.
So that's
Nobody
another
from the
shot in the arm
Congress
for
party
Mamata
came.
Banerjee, though.
Nobody from the Congress party came and campaigned for me. But anyways, we'll talk about those granular things in just a bit. Matthew, I'll give you 10-20 seconds to finish. I want to go across to our Samajwadi Party representative again.
I am saying, that with respect to the coalition dharma, we have the things to pride, that we respect our coalition partners rather than backstabbing and splitting them, just like how they did in Maharashtra. They split the two regional parties, which has its origin from Maharashtra, and the results are proving it right for them in terms of how the people.
Okay. Okay.
You missed me? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No, we got you. We heard you fully. And Ram Pratap Singh, I want to give you the final, or at least before we slip into a break, I want to give you another word in. Just give me a sense of where does the Samajwadi Party see itself as far as national politics is concerned. You've got a bumper crop of almost 30 plus MPs now going into the next parliament. What role do you see for yourself nationally and particularly as far as the India Alliance is concerned?
Thank you. So at Samajwadi Party, we would definitely be playing a very constructive role in the India Alliance. And if the India Alliance does get an opportunity to form the government, then of course we would have a very positive role in policy making and seeing that, because we have come back with this mandate because the people of Uttar Pradesh want change. People of Uttar Pradesh want jobs. People of Uttar Pradesh want liberation from divisive politics. So we have to stand up to all that, and we will continue to do so as we go along with the India Alliance.
Okay. I request all of you to stay with us. We're going to slip into a very short break. Remember, more and more of the seats are getting declared. We'll also try and get you a sense of where some of the VVIP or VIP seats, or whichever way you want to say, the hot seats are swaying. So stay with us. We'll be back in just a bit. On the top of your screen, 290 for the NDA right now. They've been hovering around the 290, 300 mark. 233 for the India Alliance. Who would have thought? 100 plus for the INC, Congress alone. Who would have thought? And they're certainly going to have a spring in their step if these numbers are going to hold on. The only caveat I will add at this stage is there are a lot of seats. At least about 50 seats where the margin is 5K. About 200 seats where the margin is 10K or less. In Uttar Pradesh alone, which I'm going to show you on my magic wall very, very soon, of why this is the story of the 2024 general elections. In Uttar Pradesh alone, there are 10 seats almost where the margin is less than 10K. All right, speaking of Uttar Pradesh, this is of course first up the national picture on our magic wall. The sea of saffron that you saw in 2019, mind you, is no longer the case. In fact, I want to show you the picture. So this is 2019. You see this on your screen, 2019. You see virtually apart from this eastern belt and southern India, it's virtually a sea of orange. And as I now change this to 2024, you can just visualize that this is no longer a sea of saffron. All of this, Maharashtra, you've got of course BJP doing well in Andhra Pradesh. In Telangana, Congress has bounced back. Even in some states in Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Karnataka, they have gained. Of course, Maharashtra, they seem to have gained a lot. So I'm going to focus a little bit on the areas where the BJP has declined, mostly or majorly, and the areas where they have managed to pick up, because they're still, of course, touching almost 300. The big question will be if BJP will get 272 on its own. So first one, of course, I have to talk about Uttar Pradesh. This is Uttar Pradesh. This is not looking like what anybody saw coming, except of course the Samajwadi Party was insisting quietly behind the scenes that they are confident of about 30 to 35, which is why the India Alliance came out with a number of 295, remember, 2 days ago. Again, I want to do the same thing, just visualize what has happened in 5 years. This is 2019 Uttar Pradesh. Yes, BSP won 10 seats. There were about 1 for the Congress, a few for the Samajwadi Party, but it was virtually a sweep still for the BJP, and this was less than 2014 for them. Now visualize this as this map changes. Look at the pockets of green now, particularly in eastern Uttar Pradesh. The pockets of green. This is still actually a lot of the seats that the BSP won last time around.
Many
gone
believe
to BSP.
this is on the
last time
cusp
around
of
the contention was that
writing
BSP
our
gained because of
destiny as a
SP,
nation,
not
ladies
so
and
much the
gentlemen.
SP because of BSP, and that gains have come back to the Samajwadi Party. But look at these regions everywhere. Western Uttar Pradesh, Southern Uttar Pradesh, Eastern Uttar Pradesh, majorly the BJP has gained. This is a loss. This is a gain of 37 for the India Alliance, and the Samajwadi Party is turning out to be the star for them.
A little bit.
It's going to be a big party in the parliament.
BJP, no
And
doubt.
of course, minus 28 for the NDA. Nobody really saw this coming. The other big is, let me show you Karnataka.
They are going up.
Karnataka, 8-seat loss for the NDA. It's not as good as pollsters said it would be for the BJP. They've managed to lead on 18. Most of these results have also come out. But the trend tells you the Congress has gained. Maybe not so surprising because the Congress won the recent state elections there. Let's also look at West Bengal. Now look at West Bengal. West Bengal, a loss of 7 seats for the BJP. They were hoping to increase from the 18 last time around, but actually they've gone down from the 18 last time around. Again, I want to do the same thing. Visualize the map from 2019 to 2018. 2019, BJP swept Upper Bengal and Western Bengal plus pockets of the border area with Bangladesh. As we get into 2024 leads, this is now majorly TMC, the green. Yes, BJP has retained some, not all in Northern Bengal. They've lost what they won in Western Bengal. Couple of seats in that border area, Matua community, they have managed to retain, I think, but not all. So these are the areas where they're losing predominantly. Rajasthan, they've lost 10 seats as it stands. In Rajasthan alone, it was supposed to be tricky for them, but nobody saw this coming. And look at Haryana. Haryana is even Stevens at 5 all. Loss of 5 seats for the BJP. So this is the kind of area where they have lost predominantly. Of course, there are areas where they have also gained. And I'm going to come to those areas in just a bit. Let me quickly show you Bihar as well. Because Bihar is where the NDA had done well. They had swept 39 of the 40 seats, minus 6 this time around. I've got my colleague. We've got some breaking updates now coming in. NCP Sharad Pawar sources are telling us that Sharad Pawar, the patriarch of the NCP, and of course the Chanakya on the other side of the political divide, he has dialed Nitish Kumar. That is what we're getting to know. He has dialed Nitish Kumar, has spoken to him. You know, this is where Sharad Pawar is going to come in very handy for the India alliance. He is known to be able to manage pushes and pulls that maybe not many can manage, and given the numbers that have come in as far as the NCP and the India alliance is concerned, certainly this is going to give them fillip. But JDU plus TDP, both sources have told us that they are not going anywhere. These are the NDA alliance that are going to be targeted. Both were estranged at one point of time, but they are not estranged anymore. Let's get you the big takeaways as far as the general elections 2024 are concerned. The big takeaways as the numbers stand this afternoon. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to need allies for his third term. As it stands, the BJP is not clear majority and they will need to take their allies along. Of course, the BJP says we've always done that, but the criticism against them is that they haven't. Anti-incumbency clearly hurting the ruling BJP. Their allies have done okay. They've not really pulled down the BJP as was the suspicion. It's the BJP that has lost its share as well. Big Uttar Pradesh fall for them. We showed you on the magic wall how the numbers have come down for them, but nobody really saw as bad a situation in Uttar Pradesh. Some tight seats still remain, but certainly a big setback for them. They wanted to improve from 2019. They've lost a major chunk in Uttar Pradesh. BJP's losses are also coming from Dalit strong constituencies. They've lost a chunk of the Dalit vote share. Is that because of the reservation, caste census narrative of the opposition mounted by Rahul Gandhi is the big question. Big boost for the India alliance, of course, at the number that is crossing 200. They have surpassed even their best friends, expectations. Congress has doubled its seat share. Congress alone is crossing a 3-figure mark, which is a big gain for them. Again, not many saw this coming. Akhilesh has emerged as the alliance's superstar. We showed you the UP scenario. He is really the one that has propelled both the alliance's fight in Uttar Pradesh, which is the key state leading to Delhi, and of course overall in the India alliance numbers by about 30 plus. Mamata Banerjee, still Bengal's lady number 1, leading lady, and she has held on despite the fact that virtually everyone felt that the BJP will either hold on or improve from their 2019 number. The Jod Tod in Maharashtra seems to have boomeranged. Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. So the BJP is close to the 300 mark as we speak. Now jobs, rural distress have been talked about. The expectation was that they are not going to hurt the BJP as much, but they both sides are still a little bit cagey and concerned. And Odisha, we will talk a little bit about the state results in Odisha and Andhra Pradesh too. But Odisha win for the BJP, displacing the BJD and emerging as the single largest party in majority is the only solace really for them today. This is soothing their heartland slum. Dinesh Gundu Rao, Minister of Health and Family Affairs, Karnataka government is joining us. Dinesh Gundu Rao, let me come to you first as to him that we outlined earlier, short while ago, where they've not done so well. I just want to focus on South India now, because a lot of the gains for the NDA, but Dinesh Gundu Rao, have come from South. This is better than what you expected, or are you still expecting more? The India alliance is 77 overall. plus 12
No,
from
I
last
don't
time
think I would
around.
say it's
The
better than
NDA
what
is
we
50,
expected. It's
but
much
this
better
is
than
also
what the
plus 17
exit
for
poll
them.
predicted.
So they wouldn't be unhappy
The
as far as
prediction
this
has gone
performance is
totally awry
concerned.
now.
The only
But
caveat
I
here
think we
is
were
that the
expecting a little
NDA
bit more
numbers
seats.
are actually going to be a
Even
lot
in
of their
Karnataka, we were expecting
new
a little bit more
alliances.
seats.
For example,
And I think,
TDP, New
the number of
Alliance
seats that we've
16,
got in some of the
JDS,
states
New Alliance
has
2.
been a little bit
And this is the
fallen
Janasena
short.
Party
So
2.
I would not say
So,
that this is
this
met our
is a
expectations,
game
but
of the
I
alliances
think
they
this
have
election
built
has
as
been
well. Let's look
defining
at the
election
overall
because,
numbers. So you've got
we were not just
Karnataka, I
fighting
showcased
a
earlier.
political
You've
party,
got
we were
Congress,
fighting the entire
kind of coming back
including the
in many
institutions,
seats,
including
about
the media,
8
which was
out of the
one-sided.
28.
And
Let's look a little bit state-wise.
battle where
So let me
we
begin
had
with
to
Tamil
go
Nadu.
all out.
Tamil
And
Nadu, not a
look at it from
surprise.
that
The
angle,
India Alliance,
the
this is
BJP
of course
not
the
getting a
DMK
majority
plus the Congress and
falling
others.
way short
They are
of majority.
sweeping the
Let's wait for the
Tamil
final
Nadu
numbers.
landscape.
But I think
From
it is
out
going
of
to be good
13,
for
DMK
India,
alone
good
is
for India's
22,
democracy.
down you 2 say though that from this last is time. not better Congress than is what we 8, expected. I retaining just have a CPI, counter question CPM, to that retaining before I toss over to IUML. Christine as well.
IUML
Why is it that
is
you didn't expect
retaining,
more after the
and
numbers
so
you got
has
in
VCK,
Karnataka
I
State
think.
Assembly?
But
this was the state where the Congress was expected to do well.
you look at
so why
the
are you
fact
in any
that
way
ADMK is the
surprised?
only one that has managed to open their account,
No, exactly.
and this is the one
we were
from
expecting
Tirupur,
better results
where
than
K.
this. Even in
Subbanarayan
Karnataka,
of the
we were expecting at
CPI
least,
has
14
taken a lead.
seats. So we are falling few seats
Let
short.
me see which one is the
whatever it may be, I think let's
AIADMK
wait for the
seat, and
final
you've
numbers.
got
But I think
Nagati
this
Pattam
election
also,
will curtail.
So this is what it is looking like. No
and,
real leads for the NDA
totalitarian
right now.
approach of the Bharatiya
We
Janata
will
Party
try
under
and of
Prime
course
Minister
get you
Modi.
the vote
Mr. Modi
shares
himself is struggling
as
to
far
win his
as
own
Tamil
election.
Nadu is
And
concerned.
Uttar Pradesh,
But that
where,
in just a bit.
in fact,
Let's look
this
at
is in a way, I
Kerala.
think, Lord Ram
Kerala
telling
was the
entire
other
nation
breakthrough
that follow the
state where they were
principles of
looking to
dharma.
actually
And,
kind of get
this is
into
an election where I
Kerala
think,
politics. You've
the
got
blessings of
Thrissur
Ram
where
has been
Suresh
there
Gopi has
to
been
save the
leading
nation from a
consistently.
dictator and someone who would have
This is the
usurped
one
all
that they were
powers
most
and
confident
would have,
about.
would have
But I
been
see
the
one
death knell of
more.
India's
This
democracy
is for
if
the
BJP had come back to
LDF, I
power
think.
in a
So the
brutal
LDF has
majority,
come back.
like what the exit poll predicted.
LDF
So
has
in that
retained
sense,
2. The
I would say this is
UDF
good for
is
India.
minus
And
1
I think
only
Congress,
because the NDA
all of
is
you people have
leading
been
in
writing of the
Thrissur. So
Congress, we've been
not
writing of the
much
opposition
changes for
parties,
them as far
and
as this
we
is
had an
concerned.
uphill battle
And
on
let's
our
also
hands.
look
We
very
had
quickly
CBI, IT, ED,
at
media,
Andhra
all
and
fighting against
Telangana.
us.
Now, these are the catchment
this is a
areas
victory,
for
I think,
the
since about a
that
month's
sense,
this is where the
for the
NDA is
founding
now in lead.
principles of
Andhra
the
Pradesh,
nation.
22
about a
for
month's
the
time, you've been
Alliance,
saying the
19
Congress
plus
is
YSRCP
comfortably
has
positioned in
become
Karnataka. Now, given the numbers that are
almost
coming
crashed
in, and
completely
in
minus
comparison to
19.
2019,
And this of
for
course
example,
majorly will be the
with 18
TDP
and
as far
Congress
as the
with
state
10,
is concerned.
it most
16,
certainly
4,
is a
2.
jump
4
again
for the BJP is
Congress.
actually not
But
bad. They've
as
not
for the
opened their
other
account
takeaways
last
are
time around.
concerned, what's your
So
biggest
they've done
talking
well
point?
as far
What
as
do you,
this state is concerned.
project
And very
for
quickly,
the
I want
INDI
to
bloc? We're
quickly
putting
go
out the
across to
numbers, but
Telangana
remember,
because this is
it
the
all
other
goes
big
down to the
area where
last
they were
vote
wanting
share.
to gain from last time. They were hoping to double
I
from
think
last
what has
time. So
happened in the
from
last 10 years,
4 they
there's
were
a
wanting
big
to go to
division that has
8.
been
They're
taking
plus
place in
3
this
right
country,
now.
which has
Congress is
been
at 9.
created
Congress wanted
by the
9
establishment,
because
by
if
the
you
central
convert their
government and the
performance
political
from
party
last time
BJP.
around
They were building
in
walls
the state
between
of
communities,
Telangana, in the state
between
elections,
societies,
the
and they were creating a
assembly
nation, India
extrapolation
versus
for the
Bharat.
Lok Sabha
Now,
was
I think
9
this
Lok
election
Sabha
is not
seats.
India versus Bharat.
All right.
India is
So these
Bharat,
are the numbers
and
that are
Bharat
coming
is
in as
India.
far as
We are
this is
all
concerned.
together in
Narayan
this.
Ashwanath.
So do not,
Ashwath
I
Narayan,
think,
BJP leader and former
in the
Deputy
next,
Chief Minister Karnataka is
government
joining
whoever
us.
forms,
Neeti
I
Jain of
think
the
this message is
BJP,
loud and
Lavanya
clear that
Balal of the
take
Congress
everybody
Party
along.
also with
We
us.
need
Let's talk
work
about
on the ground.
Karnataka.
We need
Karnataka,
jobs.
there
We
is
need our
a dip
economy
for the
to improve.
BJP.
We don't want the
Some
rich and
saw
the
it
super rich to
coming, but
enjoy
maybe
at the
not
cost
as
of the
much
poor
as
people.
this.
If you look at the
Ashwath
results,
Narayan,
I
are you
think rural India has
disappointed from the
spoken in a
results
loud voice
from Karnataka?
more than urban
Because
India.
this was
Rural
a
India has
prestige issue
realized
for
the
the
distress
BJP
India is going
to be
through.
able to
Rural India has understood
we'll look
that
at those numbers.
democracy
I
is
want
the principle
I
under
want
threat.
when that
So if you
statement is
look at the
made.
numbers, I think I would say hats off to the rural voters.
Sure.
The voters who we
We'll
say are
break
less
that down on our
educated,
magic
less
wall as
endowed,
well.
less poor, I mean less rich.
Gundu Rao, you said whoever
So that
forms
I
the
think
next
is a-
government. You said whoever forms the next government is the
Probably
Congress
the
hopeful
Congress,
that it can form the next
what they
government,
were
or the Congress
targeting, what they were
India
expecting,
Alliance can
they not got
form
up
the
to
next
their
government still?
expectation. In Karnataka, the people
Yeah,
of
so let's
Karnataka
wait for
have
the final
rejected
number.
Congress
No,
in
once
the
the
state
wins
of
are
Karnataka,
completed, we'll
and
never
their
know what
performance
happens, how many
is
seats
very poor, and we have
things
got
can change.
extremely
Right now,
good numbers.
I'm being
We are having
optimistic,
more than
but
20
one never knows in
numbers in
politics,
the state
right?
of Karnataka.
So let's wait for the
The
final
performance
numbers.
is
But
really
the
good.
message
If
is
you
clear.
compare now the,
India needs
party in
peace,
power in
India
the
needs
state of
harmony, and
Karnataka
India has
is
rejected
Congress,
the authoritarian
and
regime of
being in
Narendra Modi.
power
Can I
as
ask you
that
a
is the
final
very clear message
question?
in this election.
Can I ask you a final question? DK
whatever
Suresh, not doing
they
very
could
well
do.
from Bangalore
But
South.
with all their,
He's the brother of DK
might
Shiv Kumar.
and their
What does that mean
hard,
for the Congress party internally?
efforts,
they were not able to make it. Probably people again have
See, in Karnataka, in the old Mysore region, the alliance of JDS and BJP coming together has helped the BJP and helped JDS. So, you know, this alliance, if this alliance had not been there, definitely this would have been a much different result. So, that has been helpful for the BJP in tying up with JDS. So, DK Suresh losing is something that we didn't expect because he's a hard worker, a good organizer and everything. But politics, you know, certain things happen due to certain reasons, and we have to accept it. And even DK Suresh also has magnanimously accepted it. And we will continue to work for the people and for the state.
Probably we have done.
All right, we've got the other big updates coming in. There's the big update on Amethi. Amethi is the big shocker. We expected maybe not so much a shocker from Raebareli, but
our target was
either. I want to go across. Gundarao, thanks a lot for joining us. Many congratulations. Look at how things eventually fall as far as the very last seat is concerned. Abhijit, I want to come to you on Uttar Pradesh. We were discussing the big story, but look at Amethi. Did you see that coming at all?
Yes, sir. No, I don't think many of us saw that coming at all. Overall, UP results will be very, very disappointing for the BJP. But Shivani, this has been more of a regional central election. You know, if you look at the trend across the country, MP, for instance, BJP has swept. Delhi, all the seats are with BJP. Now, UP, Maharashtra, and Bengal, three largest states. UP, BJP has ceded a fair bit of ground in all these. I mean, shocking setbacks in UP and Maharashtra. In Bengal, they were hoping to do better. They have done much worse. So, obviously, there are factors local to those states that are at work. I don't think there is an overall trend here. The trend is probably that the regional leaders, regional parties have risen again.
Mr. Elangovan, your first
the other talking
on the
points
verdict
that
is
we're picking
coming
up
in
from,
Tamil
let's say,
Nadu.
an Odisha or a West Bengal or Rajasthan for that matter, which is seeing a very interesting fight. What do you think really worked out for the Samajwadi Party? Is it, you know, the caste calculations that the Samajwadi Party went ahead with? Many say the focus was not as much on the MY factor as it was on the PDA.
I think, you know, this election has seen the comeback of the Muslim vote. The relevance of the Muslim vote, Muslims, it seems, have voted strategically, determinedly, and you know, that has been a big factor in UP, especially helping the Samajwadi Party and eventually, of course, the larger India Alliance. That is one. The Dalit vote, which has completely vanished from behind Mayawati,
website right now, the DMK
probably is another very big factor. You know, and it has probably gone to the India Alliance instead of the BJP. So that could be another you know, solid setback for the UP,
leadership, the weak leadership
for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh.
Made people
These
to
two
vote for BJP.
are seem right now to be the main prominent factors.
And DMK's vote share
you know, there has been a fair bit of delivery under the Modi government,
this time.
But one has to probably understand, realize that the hype around that still did not match up to reality on the ground, probably. Or maybe the voters are expecting more.
The decline in the
Ram
vote share for
Pratap
the
Singh
DMK.
of the Samajwadi Party is actually with us.
What do you make of the BJP's performance in Tamil Nadu?
The numbers are extremely encouraging for the Samajwadi Party. I would say not just encouraging, they are actually great for the Samajwadi Party. Last assembly elections, Samajwadi Party had fought alone and kind of grown or bounced back a little bit against the resurgent BJP. This time around, not many gave you this big a chance. Your thoughts on the verdict and what this means for the India Alliance?
Tamil Nadu, Tamil pride and focus of
Thank
the
you.
BJP was
It's been
on the southern part of the country as well. That seems to have not
Indian
materialized
democracy
only
and
for the Bharatiya
Constitution.
Janata Party.
And I would like to take you back to about 2 months ago when Samajwadi Party launched their manifesto. And our manifesto talked about how this election was all about saving the Constitution, how Constitution and its basic tenets were possibly under stress, and that was one of the major issues that we went for the elections. And the second big issue that we talked about was unemployment, and rampant unemployment through several remote districts of Uttar Pradesh is a real issue on the ground, which and we also highlighted the fact that the BJP had lost touch with the realities on the ground. And there, if you look at their campaign and their rhetoric, how negative it was. So all these factors put together, I think the electorate realized that we have to give an opportunity to elect in an election and make people win who would fight for their issues, who stand for their issues. And that's what's led to a tectonic shift, I would say, here in the Dalit vote bank, in the backwards reconsolidating Samajwadi and the India bloc.
Of the vote share.
And of course,
they had one
there is
seat in
one
2014, they lost that seat in 2019. Today, the BJP's vote share, I'm going by the Election Commission numbers as they stand last, is 10%, 10.5%. So that's an increase of 7%. You can't dismiss it as just alliances.
No, I am not dismissing it. That is because, you see, when the people who doesn't want to vote for DMK, they had not preferred ADMK because of the weak leadership of ADMK. Mr. Palanichami is not a good leader or a great leader. So people thought instead of voting for ADMK,
do you actually believe it was more about the local issues, about unemployment, the Agni scheme, so on and so forth, as the Samajwadi Party is very well trying to project as well, or was it about a very calculated, strategic move on part of the Samajwadi Party to get the caste equations right? And I keep reiterating that, Shivani, because look at the choices made by the Samajwadi Party. 15 Dalit candidates, 27 other OBCs and 4 Muslims. Abhijit was pointing out about the Muslim vote really, but I think it's gone much beyond that this time.
So they've obviously played the caste rhetoric very, very well, and that is where I remember when the first constitution will be changed narrative was started. It was the likes of the deputy chief ministers in Uttar Pradesh, it was the likes of Yogi Adityanath himself who came out and gave sound bites to say that listen, this is for the very first time has to rely on allies for the Antony and Tuhin Sinha also joining us. Tuhin, why don't I give you a word before I go across to the Congress's representative as well. This is not what, you know, forget the 400 par rhetoric. This is not what the BJP saw coming. Let's face it, this is not the kind of mandate you thought you would get in the third term for Narendra Modi. Currently, the BJP is not touching the majority mark. BJP losing a chunk of the Dalit vote share, and this is where a majority of the loss
me, Shivani, or this is to Tuhin?
Particularly as far as the Hindi heartland is concerned, because the opposition did run the narrative of caste survey, of OBC reservations and more. Big boost for the India Alliance, no prizes for guessing. A number of in excess of 200 is extremely good performance from them. Congress has doubled its seat share, well, roughly doubled. They were 52 last time, they're just short of the 100 mark as we speak, but they could gain a few seats. Akhilesh Yadav has emerged as the Alliance's superstar because he's really turned it around for the Alliance in Uttar Pradesh.
I also feel that this has been a unique elections. There have
the
been
best
states
performance of
which
any
have
of the Alliance
voted on
partners.
national
Mamta
issues,
Banerjee
and
you
then
can
there seems to
understand,
be
DMK
states
of
where
course you
local
can
issues seem to
understand,
have sent,
but not many gave
taken center
Samajwadi
stage.
Party the chance
But,
of
for the
doing as well as it
on
has.
the
It's
positive
actually
side,
leading
BJP
the
has
BJP
won,
in Uttar Pradesh.
Andhra
Mamta Banerjee though
Pradesh,
still
BJP
continues to
has
be
won.
Bengal's leading
Odisha,
lady.
we are going to form governments in both
Disappointment
the
for the
states.
BJP here.
Odisha,
They were
in fact,
thinking
has
of
been a
improving
clean
from
sweep for
18
the
last
BJP.
time.
We
The
continue
numbers have come down.
to keep
Jod
our,
Tod ki Rajniti not working in Maharashtra, at least that's what the numbers suggest. Whether it was just the sympathy factor or other things as well that went into the Mahavikas Aghadi's favor, we'll have to wait and see. Jobs, rural distress surely have impacted the verdict.
About Odisha, you're talking about the gains made by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and that has to be given to the BJP. But what about seats like Amethi? You know, what about developments like Sharad Pawar, for example, now dialing Nitish Kumar? Is that not trouble for the Bharatiya Janata Party? Do you not sense all is not well there?
The BJP. Lavanya
Well,
Balal,
for the
Congress
last-
spokesperson,
for
also
the
with
last
us. Lavanya,
3
of course, you
that's
come
all
from
that Sharad Pawar has
Karnataka.
been
How
doing,
happy are
dialing
you
up
with the
people after
Karnataka numbers?
elections.
But I
So I
also
think,
want you to
the
talk about the
fringe players
pan-India
do that. But I
numbers.
don't think
What
that
does
would impact
232,
the
where the
existing
India alliance
coalition.
stands right
The
now,
existing
mean for
coalition
you?
is based on very strong
It's a very good
factors, and
number for us.
we are all set to form
Everybody
a
wrote us
government in the
off. They
Andhra
said
Pradesh. So
India
I don't
Alliance
think
is
there
not
is
going to get
there
its
is going to be
numbers.
any change
The
at
BJP
300
said
plus
it
or
is going to be tough
310
so
plus.
far. They mocked the Congress saying we are going
Is
to
a
be
strong
wiped
figure to
out,
form
and all of that
a
happened.
stable
So
and a
much of
strong government
setbacks
for the
for
next
us.
5 years.
There were cases against
When
us.
you're
The
calling
India
it
Alliance
fringe,
leaders were
if I may
arrested.
just come
Our
in
bank
with the
accounts were
data so far
frozen,
that we've
and
managed
a
to
huge
access,
chunk of
given
the
the
media was
leads that have come in
very,
so
very
far. In
hostile towards the
2019 in
India Alliance,
Maharashtra, BJP
especially
won
to the
23
Congress.
and the
And all
undivided
of
Shiv
this,
Sena bagged
we
about
have
18, which meant
come back.
41 for
We
the
have come
NDA.
back. And,
Cut to
the
today,
counting is
the
still not
BJP
over.
has
And in a lot of
11
seats, the
and
gap between the
Shinde
BJP
Sena, for
and
example,
the
in
India
this
Alliance
case,
partner
only
candidates
has
is less
6.
than
Ajit Pawar, NCP
10,000. So
1.
that can swing
So
at
you're
any
talking about
time
Sharad Pawar
for
as a
the India
fringe
Alliance
leader, but
candidates.
that's
I
not
hope it
what the
happens.
numbers suggest.
It's a good number. We are very happy.
The Mahavikas
Karnataka, we
Aghadi is
have
quite
increased
comfortable
our
here
tally
So
also.
from
far as the
last time. If you
numbers
look
are
at it, in
concerned, obviously,
2019, we just
so
won
far as the
one
numbers are
single seat in
concerned, we will
Karnataka.
get back
So
to
that's
the
what
drawing
we
board.
Lavanya, it's still
We will
short
get
of
back to
the 290 plus
introspecting
that the
on
Congress
what
was very
really
confident
did not
of.
shape up the
So
way,
where
because
did the
in
Congress
Maharashtra we
really
were very
calculate
clear that
the
BJP
290
per
plus
se
for
would
the
not be
INDA bloc?
suffering
That's
any
still a
losses.
question that needs to
Yes,
be
there
asked.
has
But
been a
nonetheless,
realignment
we
of
keep up with
forces,
these visuals coming in of
2 to 3
JP
times in the
Nadda. I
last
believe
5
he's
years, but that
reached
was
Amit
not
Shah's
our doing.
residence.
The
Amit
2019
Shah, I
assembly
beg your pardon,
elections
the
were
Home
very
Minister reaching
clearly
BJP
for
National
Prime Minister Modi
President's
led
residence.
BJP
Now,
coalition
a
in
lot of
Maharashtra, but it was
hectic
the
meetings
other
are
side
going
which
to
went back
be
on the
witnessed
coalition.
in
So
the next few hours,
the
given these numbers.
realignments
It's
seem
the
to have
big
had a
verdict
toll.
day and a lot of
It seemed
calculations
to
that
have caused
everybody is
some
going
amount
to
of
go at.
confusion
So right now,
in
as we
the
speak, a
minds of the
meeting is
people.
going
But
to
that's a
shortly
call
take
which
place
we will,
between
that's
JP
something which
Nadda
we
and
will
Home Minister
get
Amit Shah.
down to
Shivani,
by
very
evening
interesting what
once
the
all the
BJP
figures are there,
strategizes next. The
once
BJP, how it's
all
going
the
to put
results are
to
out.
use these numbers.
Okay, Matthew Anthony,
Given these numbers, the
for the
BJP
Congress
is in a
party,
comfortable position
touching
to form the
3
next
figures
government. But the
for
allies
the
are
India
going to play a
alliance to
big
be
role.
roughly
Perhaps nobody
around
saw this
220,
coming this
230. Give me your sense of what it means
No,
as far as the
absolutely. I
opposition in
think
the
there's
country
going to
and
be
the India
some
alliance is
thinking that
concerned.
the BJP
And
will have to
also
do.
added to that,
Amit
are
Shah, of
you
course, is known
hopeful
as
of
the Chanakya of the
maybe
BJP or of Indian
doing what the
politics
BJP
on
is
the
generally known
center,
for,
right
get a few
side.
people on your side
He's going to be
post-verdict
pitted
and
against
see where
maybe
things
somebody
go?
like Sharad Pawar right now, Christine.
Shivani, it's a
The
good day for us
Chanakya,
as far as
or the
we
person
are
who
till
can
now.
swing a few
However,
things for the
we need
India
to wait till
alliance
the
on the
evening
other
for us to
side,
have the
and
final
both of
numbers
them
in
will pit
place.
their heads.
I have
Neeti,
been
can I bring
maintaining
you
this in
in
your
here?
show from the very beginning for the last 4-5
There
months
must be a
that
little
we
bit of
will be
deflation
making our
from
numbers
400
for
par.
this
Even if
election
400
because the
par
people
was
of
a
India have called
psychological
out on the
psyops
unemployment, people of
that
India
was
have
played
called
on
out
the
the government
opposition, you
on
were
the price
surely
rises
hoping to
and
better
also
the
the lies which
303
has
from
been
last
played
time
on
around
them
for the
all
BJP
these
alone.
years by
Right
the
now,
Modi
the
government.
NDA is falling
This
short
is
of that.
significant loss
Certainly,
for the
this
Modi
means
guarantee which has been paid
a
across
bit of
because
a humble
BJP on
pie
themselves is
for the
not making
BJP.
the
That's how
272
the
mark.
opposition
They
will
are
see it.
they are well short from the majority on their own. Now, we all know
the
how
point is, I don't
BJP
understand
was
what the
arrogant
opposition is
towards
being so
their
jubilant
NDA
about.
coalition partners in the
We
last 10
are
years'
the
time.
party that
And
is
we
the
all
single largest
know
party
that
right now.
how
We are
Congress is
forming
one of
the
the best
government as
alliance partner
NDA.
managers
So
when when it comes to UP 1 and 2.
don't understand. मतलब
So,
आप हमको बोल रहे हो that
there are a few more
distinction
hours to
नहीं
see,
आया इसलिए
and
आप कटघरे
we
में
don't
खड़े
want to
हो.
do the BJP
लेकिन
of
the
blackmailing
opposition
and
is
all
happy
things like
just
that.
because they
However,
failed with
we
a
are of the
lesser
view that
margin.
we have been one of the best managers of the
That's
coalition partners in the
inappropriate.
country's
The other
political
part
history.
is
And there can be possibilities in politics. Nothing can be ruled
we
out
are
till the time
forming the
something is
government,
formed.
Shivani.
Something is
Okay,
shaped
you
up
may
and
be
something is
confident the NDA is forming the
sophisticated.
government,
If
but you are only
Given
about
the
13
figures
seats
that we
ahead
have
of the
so far,
majority
about
mark as the
9,900,
NDA.
which
The BJP hasn't
is a
touched the
double
majority
in
mark.
itself for
Surely
the
you
Congress
wanted
party
that.
from 2019.
It all comes down to the
The figures for the Bharatiya Janata Party, we just
Of
talk
course
about the
we
BJP
wanted
so far
that,
have
but
not been able
again,
to cross
like
the magic
Lavanya
number,
also
the
said that the
halfway
margin in
mark.
most of the
And
seats
if
right now
we
is
just talk about the
500,000,
alliance, remember we're
5,000,
already
and
seeing
that
a lot
can
of
swing
phone
in
calls
our
being
favor
dialed
as
left,
well.
right and
So let's
center.
not call this election right
is there
now.
a plan in
Let's
place
just
on
wait
part of
for
the
it to be
Congress?
called, and then we'll
There
decide
is
what is to be
there
done.
will
But
be a
as
plan and there
things
is a
are
plan, but
right
you know
now,
what is the point in
we
me
are the
talking the plan
largest
out in the
party,
public till the time
and
it
we
works out
are
into a
forming the
shape.
government as
So
NDA
if you
as
look
per
into
the
the
current
2004
numbers
and
that reflect.
2009 elections vote
One
share,
can sense
Congress was around at
nervousness,
26.5 and
let's not
26,
deny it.
26,
Given
27%.
just going by the
And we have formed
optics,
the
if
government with the
Sharad Pawar,
coalition
for
partners.
example,
So
is
right now also we
dialing
are somewhere
Nitish
closer
Kumar,
to that one,
the
or
Home Minister
slightly
Amit
more
Shah
than
is
that
also dialing,
when compared to the vote shares. And
TDP Chief
you
Chandrababu
look at the
Naidu.
India
That's what
Alliance
we've
and the
learned as
NDA
per
put
sources.
together,
So
The
there
vote
is a
share
little bit of tension
not more
on
than
the
2%
ground, and
difference
that can
between
be
the
sensed, it can be seen
two major
clearly by
fronts.
one and all.
So
I
let us
think
wait till the
Lavanya wanted
evening
to
or
come
maybe a
in.
day, we can see something
Yes, when
unfolding
I
in the
said there is
political
a
front
lead
in India.
of 5,000 to
I sense,
10,000.
Abhijit, that the Congress is still
made it
being
very clear that the
extremely
lead
cautious
is
as far as the
maintained
numbers
right
are
now
concerned.
by the
For the last
BJP
2-3
or the
hours,
NDA
you're not
candidate.
really
So I
seeing
meant
them
to say
celebrate the
that lead
numbers.
can
They're
swing
being very
any way. It
cautious.
can swing
I think they
towards
really do want to
the
wait and
India
see
Alliance
whether it
partner
will
as
stick
well.
around to the 30
So,
mark or
so
whether it
it
will
need not be,
go down
it
to
is not
200.
end of the
Even
counting. We
200
still
would be
have
a
a couple
great,
of hours
I
to
think,
go.
achievement for them, because not
The
many gave them
numbers
200
can
as the
change
alliance.
anyways.
But
And
there's a
BJP,
sense of caution.
yes, it is.
But Matthew, I hope I have not got that wrong, because I've heard a few Congress spokespersons now since I think about 11 a.m. and everybody saying, okay, let's wait for the numbers, let's wait for the numbers.
The thing is, this
people
is,
can mock us. They
I
have
would
mocked
say
us
that we
multiple times.
respect the
People
people's
still mock
mandate.
us
We don't call
and
them
say,
as
"Oh,
a
you
cricket
people are
match.
very happy."
Because,
Yeah, but
it's a
can I just
people's
say, I'm
mandate.
sorry, I'm interrupting you again. You made two statements. No, you made two statements that we've always done coalition dharma better. I'm not so sure, because some of your coalition partners have not been very happy, even in this experiment of the India Alliance. Right? Mamata Banerjee is the prime example. Also, some of the alliances that were with the Congress or with the opposition, the likes of RLD, the likes of
Lavanya,
in Uttar Pradesh alone have switched to the BJP. You've obviously got TDP coming back to the BJP.
That is done from all sides.
We'll wait on that.
Let's be fair.
That's done from all sides.
Every side plays.
We're going to wait for the numbers and we respect the people's mandate. Can I remind you, before the verdict came, and after the exit polls came, it was Congress leaders who were asking questions of the EVMs. Maybe you jump
As I
on
see
that.
them, the India Alliance, which is an alliance that did not exist in 2019, is up by 100 seats.
Senior
But this
leaders in
includes
Chhattisgarh
parties
calling out the
like
17C disparities
TMC
on the 17C
and
forms
others,
as well
which
as
were
on
not
the
part of the
EVM
alliance
machines.
last
So
time
we
around,
definitely
right?
will ask questions
as far
whenever
as,
it has to
let's
be
say,
asked.
the Congress-led front is concerned, there was a separate third front.
exit polls
The NDA is down by 55
or the emptiness of the
seats,
exit
55
polls or the
56,
artificiality of the exit
right?
polls. You see the
So
difference
if this is
between
the
the exit
third
polls and
time
what has come out actually.
for an
So the people who
NDA
has
and
voted
for a
against the
Narendra
Modi
Modi-led
government, the
government,
Modi
which is
guarantee
only
has
50
failed
down
to
from
a large
last
extent
time,
because the vote share percentage,
is that
if
reason
you
for you
overall
to
look into the
rejoice,
NDA
or
vote
is that
share and
reason
the
for
India
you
vote
to
share,
also
it
say,
is not
listen,
more than
this was the
2%.
third term that we were fighting against,
The seat
and yet the
giving the
BJP has
differences, but
managed
the
to
vote
sneak
shares
in a victory.
are not very vast. It's too thin in terms of
it
a
is
large country like that of ours.
This
It's
is a
too thin.
warning by the
So
people
we should
to
say that
Modi,
our
the
campaign
BJP
has
government,
worked,
that
our
they
narrative
should
has
not
worked, whereas BJP
do
didn't have a
anything on
narrative. They
their
were
own.
just going on the
Of
name of
course,
Modi.
last time with the 39%
Look at the number of
vote share,
seats
they had got
which has gone down with the
305
BJP
seats on their
themselves.
own.
And look at the
This
seats
time
where we
only
have
they
gained also.
could not even
So we are
muster
talking
the
about facts. We are not talking about
without the
things in
alliance
the
partners,
air.
NDA
We are
partners.
just talking about
That
facts, but
shows
we
that the
are
people
very
had
cautious
given a
that we
warning
are
to BJP,
waiting
and
for the
BJP should
elections' final
understand that
numbers to
warning and
materialize.
act
And then
accordingly.
this is, politics is
Once the
always
dust
something
settles,
which can
Mr.
create
Ellenbogen,
opportunities,
now that
which
the
will
INDA
come out with
is
opportunities at the
feeling
right
relatively
time.
better
So let's
about its
wait and watch.
2019
Okay,
performance.
Matthew, you're
Once the
saying
dust settles,
that's,
let's
the
not
reason
forget
why
that
there's
there
a
are
sense of calm in the
internal
Congress
rivalries
camp,
that
and
the
you're going to
INDA has
wait a
also
little
been
bit
battling.
longer. But
For
so
example,
is the
you
BJP.
have,
Tuhil, isn't
all
the
the
BJP
parties
also
united
waiting for
at the national
4
front,
p.m.,
but there are
5 p.m. to really
differences
come out
that
and say, yeah,
been
this is
seen
what we're
all
going to
throughout,
settle with,
all
and we're going
throughout
to take this
campaigning.
forward
We've
from here.
seen, in fact, on several seats, there are people, there are candidates
the
from
Congress party.
different
The Congress
INDA
party,
parties who've been
their
fielded,
attitude
right?
is
So
quite
those kind
amusing.
of
They
differences are also
still
going to be a
seem to be
challenge in the near
suggesting
future.
that if
However
the final
strong that
number is
the
not to
INDA
their
might try to
liking,
project
they will
itself
go
today.
ahead and question the EVM. On the contrary,
I
the
don't know, one
BJP has
thing when
always
you
had
rely on the
explicit
state
faith
parties
in
like the
institutions
PDP,
in the election commission.
then you
So I think there
cannot
is a huge
enter
difference. And
into
like
the
I said,
state rights
you know,
and do
our
what you
total
did,
number
like
as a
taking
standalone number of
introducing
BJP
GST
is
and
still
other
ahead
things.
than the
They have to
number of
consult
Indie
with this
Alliance
majority
20
and
party,
with the
Indie
support of
alliance put together. So the mandate is very clearly for a BJP-led NDA government. I don't think anybody should have any doubt over that.
No, there is a doubt over that. This is not a thumping majority win and stamp of approval on the BJP.
So he cannot independently think and do things like what they had done earlier.
Could you get me?
Now they must be careful.
Okay, Abhijit, I want to ask you, what is your sense?
If
do you
at all
think this could be trouble as far as government formation is concerned? As it stands, 290 NDA, 235 for the India Alliance.
That's the real danger.
Could some of their partners desert them, switch sides, maybe, you know, maybe act up a little bit and things like that?
Government, as it is said,
first of all, this is a tectonic change in Indian polity. We will probably,
Many felt
most
the
probably be
coalition
seeing
era is
Narendra
gone,
Modi
but it
in
seems
a
the coalition
coalition.
era can still survive.
You know, that
and
itself
actually
is
mount
big.
a
Yeah.
different challenge. That
In terms
aside,
of vote
this is the
share,
challenge for the
BJP has
You've been
actually,
criticized heavily
you know,
for not
improved its
giving
vote
your
share by
alliance
about a
partners the
percent or a
respect or the
percent or
breathing
slightly
space.
more.
Now you'll have
Congress has improved its vote share by almost 4.5%
I honestly don't
from
agree
a
with
smaller
that,
base,
Shivani.
of
Whatever
course.
policies,
But
whatever decisions were
Congress's
taken
alliance
were all
partners
discussed in the
have
parliament. If the
actually
opposition doesn't want to
performed
sit in the parliament,
spectacularly.
that is not our fault.
You know, that is
So
something
all of
that
the decisions were
you know, one has to see. I mean, if you
taken
look
as
at
per the
TMC,
due
if you look
process
at
that is required in the country to be
Samajwadi
taken.
Party,
So to
if you
just
look
say
at
that all of that
DMK,
has not happened, and the
But on
alliance
West Bengal,
has been
since you
with us. So
follow
like
West
you
Bengal
said,
very
we were in
closely,
majority,
your
and yet we
takeaway
had
of why
our
this has
alliance. The
happened,
NDA
because
alliance has
everybody
always
was,
existed.
very buoyant about the BJP doing
I
very
don't
well.
agree with
Also,
what
what
you're
does
saying,
this
and
mean as
going
far as
forward
state
also, I
politics is
think we want
concerned?
to take
Will Mamata
everybody along.
Banerjee
All
get
the
the hint
decisions
from
that
this
are taken
election
will go
that,
to the
it's better
parliament,
for me to be
and
solo?
they will be discussed like they were discussed for the
No,
past 10 years as
Mamata
well.
anyway has been going
The fact is
solo
also
in
that
the state.
parties
But
like the TDP
the thing is,
and
in West Bengal,
the
there are
JDU
so many
have
factors.
stacked ties
One
with the
still
Bharatiya Janata Party. They were not
wonders
part
whether
of
the
NDA, and this
BJP
after
actually
2019.
understands
So a lot of
West
shift
Bengal
took place
well.
essentially after
First of
BJP
all,
emerged victorious in the
even
manner
now,
in which it
much
did in
of its
2019. The BJP, of course,
campaigning is
tried to put
Hindi-led,
its act together again
which
after the
BJP has
formation
to
of the
sort of
NDA bloc. So
look
now,
at.
post
Women vote.
INDIA's formation,
Mamata,
we've seen
all
BJP
said and done,
aggressively
Sandesh
reach
Khali,
out
it
to
seems
its
that
former
the
allies, to
women
the
of
new
Bengal
allies, and now come
have,
up with the NDA that we see
chosen
today.
to sort
So
of,
all has not been well really
not
as far as the NDA allies are
vote
concerned.
for
And those allies
against the
have
horrors
contributed
of
a major
Sandesh Khali,
chunk
but
if we go
for
by the names
Lakshmi
today.
Bhandar, which is 500 rupees, 1,000
We have
rupees
always
a
said
month.
that there were
So
differences
that is
between the
also a
allies
big
on
winner
policy
for
matters. There were some
Mamata
policies where
Banerjee.
one ally
This
did
kind
not
of a
agree
decline
and they
from 18
decided
seats
to
in
move away.
2019
But the point is that
I think
BJP
11
has
if I'm
always
not wrong,
taken
in
decisions in the
2024.
favor of the
Given the
country
host
which
of
have
issues that the BJP
worked
has
for
raised,
the
also
people.
just
And
hold
we have
on,
like
We're
this
getting Shashi Tharoor speaking, the
BJP
Congress
has
candidate
been
from
making
Thiruvananthapuram. Let's just
this
cut in what
whole
he's
thing
saying.
of mistake of getting people from
I would
TMC.
say that the BJP
has
focused
to
very, very hard
have
on
a
Thiruvananthapuram.
hard look at the state
in some
leadership.
ways, Suresh Gopi's margin in Thrissur is a measure
getting
of the scale
somebody
of
to
their
lead
defeats
the
in
party
Thiruvananthapuram,
who's
because they put the
actually
same amount of
tainted
effort, serious focus,
in
national
some of the
campaigners
scams.
coming, national headquarters coming, serious expenditure, a lot of hard work, and they really put up an enormous fight. I think one very important message of Suresh Gopi in Thrissur was his systematic outreach to minority communities. It's a very strong message to the BJP that a communal campaign will not go very far in Kerala. As far as Thiruvananthapuram is concerned, I think a strong appeal that Rajiv Chandrasekhar had was basically, I'm a minister. If you vote for me, you'll have a minister in government who can do more for you than a fellow in the opposition. I think that brought him a certain number of votes, particularly in the city, from the educated people, the elites, the government servants and so on. They must have been attracted by that message, and it's something that we really did encounter in our campaign. But otherwise, I would say that that it was a good election. I'm sorry about some of the unfortunate language, invective and accusations and allegations that were unnecessarily flung around. I hope that now that the election is over, we can put that behind us and treat each other with the kind of respect, the mutual respect that is essential in a democracy. Look, I think we have to wait and see the final results. I've been focused on Thiruvananthapuram and I haven't had the time to look at the rest. But you may remember when I came back here from Delhi after my campaigning all over the country, I said that I don't believe the exit polls because it's not what I've seen on the ground. And what I've seen on the ground, very frankly, I think is much closer to the results we are seeing today. And that's why I do feel that people like me who stuck our neck out and said this are feeling quite vindicated. Thank you very much.
Well, Trivandrum is that one big result, Christine, we are all waiting for. I did cover this seat pretty extensively. So can I just give you the numbers as far as the Election Commission website is concerned? Shashi Tharoor was trailing for a fair bit by anywhere between 11 to 16K votes. Now he's in the lead by about 15,800 votes. But this is
it was pegged to be a very close contest, and it has turned out to be a very close contest, which is why Mr. Tharoor is not, of course, very confident of which way this will go. He's asking for a little bit of patience to see exactly how long it takes. Suresh Gopi is the other man he mentioned. That's, of course, the BJP's leading candidate from Thrissur, the one seat that they were very confident about. He is still leading by 75k. His lead is actually expanding, Christine. Unlike, you know, in Trivandrum, it is going up and down and changing hands. But I think I remember from a couple of hours when I was in a live results hub as well, he had about, about 60k at that time. Now he's about 75k now. So clearly, it looks like this is that one seat the BJP will manage to wrest. Otherwise, as far as Karnataka is concerned, you've got a sweep virtually of the UDF again, along with the IUML, 14 plus 2. And you've got the LDF restricted to 2. And I think you've got the BJP leading in 1. So out of the 20 seats, this is what it is looking like. 14 plus 2, 16 for the UDF, CPIM, KEC, 1 plus 1, BJP 1, RSP 1. But, you know, this is going to be an interesting state to watch out for.
Absolutely. And, you know, the contest that you were just talking about, Shashi Tharoor versus Rajiv Chandrasekhar, many have been speaking about this contest in the run-up to the big day. And as far as Mr. Tharoor is concerned, he was also one of the few, apart from Mallikarjun Kharge, to really predict the 295 for the NDA bloc. He, in fact, did really take strong objection to the observations made by the exit pollsters and said that, you know, they've not been able to get in a sense of the pulse of the people on ground. So he's been one of those Congress leaders who were talking about the 295, Lavanya. But again, speaking of the 295, if it's too optimistic for the Bharatiya Janata Party, then it's even more optimistic for the Congress party. If the Congress is speaking for the entire NDA bloc, they're way short of the 295 mark that they'd projected.
Absolutely. I mean, we have not reached the magic number that we wanted, the 295 number. But, you know, at this point of time, I have to reiterate, the Election Commission was quite we have raised objections about the Election Commission's way of functioning when it came to campaigning, when it came to divisive campaign by some of the leaders from the BJP, as we all know. So there were a lot of things that were a huge challenge for the India Alliance, but we did manage a good job. And I think at this point of time, I would like to say the rural India has spoken, the agrarian community has spoken today, and that is what I think we all should be proud of. And BJP might continue to say, oh, we have listened to all our alliance partners for the 10 years. Absolutely not. Everybody knows the instances of BJP switching off the mics of opposition MPs in the parliament. And, the arrogance of the BJP in saying, hey, we have always listened to our partners, we will continue to do so, reeks of arrogance. But that's how BJP has always been functioning.
Okay, I want to give some updates. The Congress party delegation is set to meet the Election Commission shortly. I wonder what it is on. I did see a tweet from Jairam Ramesh earlier where he said that counting is slow in certain pockets of Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are set to address the press conference, speak to the media at about 5:30 p.m. in the national capital. I also want to just ask our team to focus on the magic wall screen there if you can, because I opened the rural seats there. And the rural seats is what a couple of the Congress spokespersons have mentioned. Is it really so that the rural seats is the major swing? What do the numbers say? Out of the 338 rural seats, out of the 543 last time around, NDA won about 220 or 228. They're down to 188, so minus 40. The INDA alliance is at 140. They've doubled from the last time with plus 73. The others have lost, and I think this is going to include the likes of BJD, BSP. This is going to include the likes of YSRCP, all the non-aligned parties in this others category. Actually, that has also kind of changed the dynamics of the numbers we're looking at, because the India Alliance as it stands today is very different than what it used to be in 2019. So is this the major chunk of what the BJP has lost? Well, if you look at the fact that they are stuck actually well below the 270 mark right now, they've lost in other places as well. But yes, you could argue that rural distress, quote unquote, has hurt them. Niti Jain, if you're still with me, you want to respond to that?
Shivani, like I said, I'm not going to go on a seat-wise analysis right now because I don't think any of these seats have been called. The margins are very low. And whatever you're asking, I think you'll have to give us some time to at least consolidate whatever has happened, come up with the reasons of it and everything. But right now, like I said, on the seat-wise analysis, I'm not going to call the election. UP and Bihar, the counting is still going on. Most of the places, I think the counting is still going on. And let that happen. And if whatever the reason is, I think at least I trust my party that if every time there is a loss and losses happen, we sit and we contemplate where did we go wrong, and we let you know what happens once it is done. But right now, the election has not been called, and we're still hopeful that the numbers will get better from where they are right now.
Okay, we'll get you some big numbers from Uttar Pradesh that are coming in, or the big upsets that are coming in. I do want to go across to former Maharashtra Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan, who's joining us. So thank you for your time and for speaking to CNN News 18. First up, your take on the national picture. I'll come to Maharashtra in just a bit, but the India Alliance is doing way better than anybody thought they could do. What do you think has led to these results?
Well, I think third time around, there was a huge anti-incumbency against Mr. Modi personally. Our campaign focused on 5 failures of Modi government, and of course the Congress manifesto, one of the finest manifestos that is seen by the people in a long time. The 5 issues that we focused on were all people's issues: the unemployment, the inflation, the farmers' crisis, the corruption, overall corruption, the way governments were brought down in Maharashtra, and the corruption that was evident from the electoral bond verdict, and of course, finally, save the constitution call. These 5 issues, the failures of the Modi government, the fear that Modi government, if it gets the majority that it is asking for, then there is a threat to the constitution, there is a threat to the reservation policy. That was on one side. The other side, on the background of Rahul Gandhi's very successful Bharat Jodo Yatra, the 2 yatras, and outstanding manifesto, on the back of the Karnataka promise which we fulfilled, on the back of Telangana promise which we fulfilled, we gave promises to India through our manifesto, which are all implementable.
Okay.
And on this twofold, the failures to the Modi government on one side, and what we offered to the people if we came to power was our main election strategy.
Right, you're saying the manifesto has done the trick. Actually, this is a phenomenon that we should study a little bit more. If the Congress manifesto, as much as it was criticized, did the trick. But okay, let's talk about Maharashtra. Is this the sympathy factor that has worked for you in Maharashtra, as many are saying? Or is there more, Mr. Chavan?
No. Sympathy factor, of course, helped us. Primarily, the way government was brought down, the corrupt practices that were followed, the fact that whatever happened in Maharashtra in breaking Shiv Sena and breaking NCP had direct blessings of Modi and Shah. And huge amount of money that was money, then threats of ED, CBI action, Samadama Dandabhed. The way this elected government was brought down, the elected parties were broken. That was not liked by the people. There was, of course, sympathy for Mr. Pawar and Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. But more than the Eknath Shinde breakup, where at least Eknath Shinde had fought with BJP earlier, the fact that Mr. Ajit Pawar's party was broken, he was taken in the party after Prime Minister personally accused him of a 70,000 crore corruption charge. And after that, you not only take him in the party, his people in the party, but make him a deputy CM.
Okay.
That was not liked by people in Maharashtra, and particularly with senior leadership of BJP and RSS.
Yeah, and it was more in recent memory. The recency factor also, I think, played in favor of the India Alliance. But the MVA has done well, sir. What does this mean for the upcoming October elections, for the assembly elections? What does this mean for you in the Congress and the MVA at large?
Well, I think 3-party combination is a very deadly combination, a very potent combination. This combination will reveal We'll analyze where we went wrong. We took inordinately long time in finalizing seats. There was a dispute on 2-3 seats, which the results have shown that we were right in whatever we're asking for. I think if you look at that, I think there's no reason why we should not go into a three-party Mahavikas Aghadi alliance in the Assembly. And I think looking at the trends that we see now, we're sure to win the Vidhan Sabha election in October 2024.
All right, sir. I do thank you for your time. This is going to set the template, Prithviraj Chavan says, as far as the assembly elections are concerned. This is what I was talking about earlier. This has been a very painstaking effort to divide the seats in Maharashtra. It took inordinately long, but it eventually has turned out to be successful. I want to go across to Neeti very quickly on the Maharashtra numbers. Neeti, the BJP itself has lost quite a bit. It's not just the alliance partners. And the MVA is clearly setting forward now with a spring in its step. The MVA, I mean, as far as assembly elections are concerned, this must be nervous bells for you.
Shivani, of course, in Maharashtra, in a lot of places, we expected better numbers. But again, they have not been called. But I'm going to assume that if these numbers stay, we'll accept the mandate, whatever the people have given. We'll work on whatever went wrong. We have worked very sincerely for the past 10 years for the people, and that fact remains. What went wrong is going to be worked out. But again, let the elections be called, because the margins are very low wherever we are talking about.
Neeti, talking about Maharashtra itself, one of course is the aspect that Shivani spoke about, a sympathy wave that may have been created for the factions of Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray. That's one aspect of things. But what about the reservation? If Maratha consolidation is, in this case, perhaps worked for the NDA, then a reverse OBC consolidation should have worked for the NDA or the Mahayuti. Why has that not happened? If we were to just deep dive.
So, I think let's come to all of these issues once the election is called. I don't want to comment on this right now.
Okay. Do you want to comment on, let's say, Rajasthan, for example, because it was a clean sweep in 2019, again, a little bit of loss for the NDA?
See, you have to understand, we were going to this election for the third time, and we, like I said, we are very confident about the work that we have done for the past 10 years. We were confident about the numbers that we were expecting. What has gone wrong is going to be worked out. We'll have to work it out. Again, whatever the mandate is, we'll have to accept it, and we'll accept it very humbly. But it does not take away from the work that the Modi government has done for the past 10 years, and we intend to do for the next 5 years as well.
Okay, so the takeaway from the Hindi heartland, Shivani, also becomes very interesting. Much focus has been, in the run-up to the elections, all through campaigning, that the Hindi heartland is safe with the Bharatiya Janata Party. And the focus was on whether or not the BJP is able to make inroads in the southern part of the country. And that's happened to an extent if we just focus on the vote share, for example, in Tamil Nadu and elsewhere. Kerala, for example. Now, the opposition may want to downplay it, but the BJP hopes to gain in the assembly elections, subsequent assembly elections there. But what about the Hindi heartland picture? Do you think that's really changed for the Bharatiya Janata Party on unexpected lines?
Which assembly election you're saying the BJP hopes to gain?
For example, Tamil Nadu. The BJP was focused on Tamil Nadu in the Lok Sabha election to sort of look at it as a precursor for the assembly election.
Yeah, I mean, for the BJP, it's a hungry party, it's an ambitious party. It never really says, okay, this is how it goes in Raebareli and Amethi. This is how it goes in Hyderabad. This is how it goes in Trivandrum. So there's no point putting our fight there. They will actually go to the bastions of the opponents and say, we are going to try and turn it around. So you have to give the party that much. Also, as far as the South is concerned, it's not so much about, just looking at the next elections. Of course, the next elections are going to be the big playground, but this is also about the BJP wanting to always forever expand. They're not happy being a Hindi heartland party. They did so in the Northeast, they're doing so in Odisha, they've done so in West Bengal in the past, although they've suffered a little bit of a decline, and naturally they would want to do it in South. And in South, they wanted the bragging rights that we would be bigger than the Congress individually. We'll look at those numbers again, but I just want to very quickly give you a sense of the Dalit seats. So as far as the data on our magic wall is concerned, because the Dalit factor has been talked about, the reservation factor has been talked about, the caste survey has been talked about. So that's not the magic wall I'm talking about. I've got this on my screen here. But the 160 Dalits, 20% or stronger seats. The INDIA has won 95, which is plus 55 from last time around. That's a massive swing.
Significantly.
And NDA has won 59 of those, which is minus 38 from last time around. Others have also lost 17, and I again feel this is going to include the likes of the BSP that had won last time. I request our guests to stay with us. Christine and I have to slip into a very short break. We'll be right back with lots more.
Reach to minority communities. It's a very strong message to the BJP that a communal campaign will not go very far in Kerala. As far as Thiruvananthapuram is concerned, I think a strong appeal that Rajiv Chandrasekhar had was basically, I'm a minister. If you vote for me, you'll have a minister in government who can do more for you than a fellow in the opposition. I think that brought him a certain number of votes, particularly in the city, from the educated people, the elites, the government servants and so on. They must have been attracted by that message, and it's something that we really did encounter in our campaign. But otherwise, I would say that that it was a good election. I'm sorry about some of the unfortunate language, invective and accusations and allegations that were unnecessarily flung around. I hope that now that the election is over, we can put that behind us and treat each other with the kind of respect, the mutual respect that is essential in a democracy. Look, I think we have to wait and see the final results. I've been focused on Thiruvananthapuram and I haven't had the time to look at the rest. But you may remember when I came back here from Delhi after my campaigning all over the country, I said that I don't believe the exit polls because it's not what I've seen on the ground. And what I've seen on the ground, very frankly, I think is much closer to the results we are seeing today. And that's why I do feel that people like me who stuck our neck out and said this are feeling quite vindicated. Thank you very much.
Well, Trivandrum is that one big result, Christine, we are all waiting for. I did cover this seat pretty extensively. So can I just give you the numbers as far as the Election Commission website is concerned? Shashi Tharoor was trailing for a fair bit by anywhere between 11 to 16K votes. Now he's in the lead by about 15,800 votes. But it was pegged to be a very close contest, and it has turned out to be a very close contest, which is why Mr. Tharoor is not, of course, very, very confident of which way this will go. He's asking for a little bit of patience to see exactly how long it takes. Suresh Gopi is the other man he mentioned. That's, of course, the BJP's leading candidate from Thrissur, the one seat that they were very confident about. He is still leading by 75K. His lead is actually expanding, Christine. Unlike, in Trivandrum, it is going up and down and changing hands. But I think I remember from a couple of hours when I was in a live results hub as well, he had about, about 60K at that time. Now he's about 75K now. So clearly, it looks like this is that one seat the BJP will manage to wrest. Otherwise, as far as Karnataka is concerned, you've got a sweep virtually of the UDF again, along with the IUML, 14 plus 2. And you've got the LDF restricted to 2. And I think you've got the BJP leading in 1. So out of the 20 seats, this is what it is looking like. 14 plus 2, 16 for the UDF, CPIM, KEC, 1 plus 1, BJP 1, RSP 1. But, you know, this is going to be an interesting state to watch out for.
Absolutely. And, you know, the contest that you were just talking about, Shashi Tharoor versus Rajiv Chandrasekhar, many have been speaking about this contest in the run-up to the big day. And as far as Mr. Tharoor is concerned, he was also one of the few, apart from Mallikarjun Kharge, to really predict the 295 for the NDA bloc. He, in fact, did really take strong objection to the observations made by the exit pollsters and said that, you know, they've not been able to get in a sense of the pulse of the people on ground. So he's been one of those Congress leaders who were talking about the 295, Lavanya. But again, speaking of the 295, if it's too optimistic for the Bharatiya Janata Party, then it's even more optimistic for the Congress party. If the Congress is speaking for the entire NDA bloc, they're way short of the 295 mark that they'd projected.
Absolutely. I mean, we have not reached the magic number that we wanted, the 295 number. But, you know, at this point of time, I have to reiterate, the Election Commission was quite you know, we have raised objections about the Election Commission's way of functioning when it came to campaigning, when it came to this you know, divisive campaign by some of the leaders from the BJP, as we all know. So there were a lot of things that were a huge you know, challenge for the India Alliance, but we did manage a good job. And I think at this point of time, I would like to say the rural India has spoken, you know, the agrarian community has spoken today, and that is what I think we all should be proud of. And BJP might continue to say, oh, we have listened to all our alliance partners for the 10 years. Absolutely not. Everybody knows the instances of BJP switching off the mics of opposition MPs in the parliament. And, you know, the arrogance of the BJP in saying, hey, we have done it. We have always listened to our partners. We will continue to do so. So arrogant, but that's how BJP has always been functioning.
Okay, I want to bring some updates. The Congress Party delegation is set to meet the Election Commission shortly. I wonder what it is on. I did see a tweet from Jairam earlier where he said the counting is
2024, many believe this is on the cusp
Rahul
of
Gandhi
us
and Mallikarjun
writing our destiny as a nation, ladies and gentlemen.
At about 5:30 p.m. in the national
We are leading,
capital.
ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very, very much. हमने 3 लाख पार कर दिया, 3,42,000 live views right now.
Because I also see 2 seats there, and the Europe
400 par looks an impossible.
Sukhu for state and Modi for Delhi.
This is a definite grievance vote now taking shape a little bit.
India Alliance is gaining at the cost of the BJP, no doubt. Whether for the BJP and the NDA the numbers are going up or not, but for us they are going up. Sarkar ne viewership hamari hai. We wanted you to take us past 4 lakhs. You said 4.51 is the viewership, and we are really streaming ahead of the competition. Here's my request: over the next hour, can we take us past 5 lakhs? We'll stop asking you after you take us past 5 lakh concurrent views.
Reach to minority communities. It's a very strong message to the BJP that a communal campaign will not go very far in Kerala. As far as Thiruvananthapuram is concerned, I think a strong appeal that Rajiv Chandrasekhar had was basically, I'm a minister. If you vote for me, you'll have a minister in government who can do more for you than a fellow in the opposition. I think that brought him a certain number of votes, particularly in the city, from the educated people, the elites, the government servants and so on. They must have been attracted by that message, and it's something that we really did encounter in our campaign. But otherwise, I would say that that it was a good election. I'm sorry about some of the unfortunate language, invective and accusations and allegations that were unnecessarily flung around. I hope that now that the election is over, we can put that behind us and treat each other with the kind of respect, the mutual respect that is essential in a democracy. Look, I think we have to wait and see the final results. I've been focused on Thiruvananthapuram and I haven't had the time to look at the rest. But you may remember when I came back here from Delhi after my campaigning all over the country, I said that I don't believe the exit polls because it's not what I've seen on the ground. And what I've seen on the ground, very frankly, I think is much closer to the results we are seeing today. And that's why I do feel that people like me who stuck our neck out and said this are feeling quite vindicated. Thank you very much.
Well, Trivandrum is that one big result, Crispin, we are all waiting for. I did cover this seat pretty extensively. So can I just give you the numbers as far as the Election Commission website is concerned? Shashi Tharoor was trailing for a fair bit by anywhere between 11 to 16k votes. Now he's in the lead by about 15,800 votes. But it was pegged to be a very close contest and it has turned out to be a very close contest, which is why Mr. Tharoor is not, of course, very confident of which way this will go. He's asking for a little bit of patience to see exactly how long it takes. Suresh Gopi is the other man he mentioned. That's, of course, the BJP's leading candidate from Thrissur, the one seat that they were very confident about. He is still leading by 75k. His lead is actually expanding, Christine. Unlike, in Trivandrum, it is going up and down and changing hands. But I think I remember from a couple of hours when I was in a live results hub as well, he had about 60k at that time. Now he's about 75k now. So clearly, it looks like this is that one seat the BJP will manage to wrest. Otherwise, as far as Karnataka is concerned, you've got a sweep virtually of the UDF again, along with the IUML, 14 plus 2. And you've got the LDF restricted to 2. And I think you've got the BJP leading in 1. So out of the 20 seats, this is what it is looking like. 14 plus 2, 16 for the UDF, CPIM, KEC, 1 plus 1, BJP 1, RSP 1. But, this is going to be an interesting state to watch out for.
Absolutely. And, the contest that you were just talking about, Shashi Tharoor versus Rajiv Chandrasekhar, many have been speaking about this contest in the run-up to the big day. And as far as Mr. Tharoor is concerned, he was also one of the few, apart from Mallikarjun Kharge, to really predict the 295 for the NDA bloc. He, in fact, did really take strong objection to the observations made by the exit pollsters and said that, they've not been able to get in a sense of the pulse of the people on ground. So he's been one of those Congress leaders who were talking about the 295, Lavanya. But again, speaking of the 295, if it's too optimistic for the Bharatiya Janata Party, then it's even more optimistic for the Congress party. If the Congress is speaking for the entire NDA bloc, they're way short of the 295 mark that they'd projected.
Absolutely. I mean, we have not reached the magic number that we wanted, the 295 number. But, at this point of time, I have to reiterate, the Election Commission was quite we have raised objections about the Election Commission's way of functioning when it came to campaigning, when it came to this divisive campaign by some of the leaders from the BJP, as we all know. So there were a lot of things that were a huge, challenge for the India Alliance, but we did manage a good job. And I think at this point of time, I would like to say the rural India has spoken, the agrarian community has spoken today, and that is what I think we all should be proud of. And BJP might continue to say, oh, we have listened to all our alliance partners for the 10 years. Absolutely not. Everybody knows the instances of BJP switching off the mics of opposition MPs in the parliament. And, the arrogance of the BJP in saying, hey, we have always listened to our partners, we will continue to do so, reeks of arrogance. But that's how BJP has always been functioning.
Okay, so I want to bring some updates. The Congress party delegation is set to meet the Election Commission shortly. I wonder what it is on. I did see a tweet from Jairam Ramesh earlier where he said that counting is slow.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching our very special broadcast as CNN News 18 has been tracking the Indian election 2024, and Wow, there have been so many surprises, twists and turns. I'm Avantika Singh.
And I'm Akanksha Swaroop, and bringing you all the latest trends that are right now emerging. Remember, the counting is still on and the results are still trickling in as we speak. In fact, we have some breaking inputs coming in right now. In fact, we're learning that the Grand Old Party has already approached the Election Commission in some breaking inputs that we are bringing to you right now, because the Congress is now complaining at the Election Commission that the counting is taking too much time. Remember, as we speak, the results are yet to be, in fact, declared officially by 4 p.m. is what we are learning. But the Congress has, in fact, approached the Election Commission only to complain about slow counting of votes. Let's also find out, in fact, who has approached the Election Commission from the Grand Old Party. Pallavi joins us with the details. Pallavi, what are you learning? Is Rahul Gandhi at the Election Commission's office, and why has counting been so slow so far?
So basically what we've been told, Abhishek Manu Singhvi as well as Salman Khurshid approaching the Election Commission, and the main ground that they are raising are twofold. One, that why is there so much of delay as far as official announcement of the electoral results on the Election Commission website is concerned. That's one. The second, if you start looking at the tweets which are coming in from Jairam Ramesh, what they are complaining about is that there are reports which are coming in. I'm quoting Jairam Ramesh, that there are reports which are coming in from many of the polling booths across the country that there is an attempt being made to try and change the electoral results as far as the counting goes. Very quickly, Akanksha, this is exactly what they have been talking about in the last 24 hours, that the counting is going to be fudged, and the Home Minister is in cahoots with the Election Commission to ensure that the counting of votes go in such a manner which ends up suiting the BJP. We are looking at the tight competition. The last few hours are going to be very, very critical, and the suggestion which is coming in from the Congress and the complaint they've taken to EC is precisely on these grounds.
It's very surprising that they think so, considering all the early trends that are emerging have only bucked the pre-poll expectations. But having said that, let's also play out a reaction that has come in from BJP's Rajiv Chandrasekhar.
0.7% as I understand today's numbers, which is again a record percentage of votes. And yes, we did come short by about a percentage or percentage and a half of votes. But that is something that we will look into, and we will look to increasing our support.
What do you think that restricted you from getting few more seats in Kerala?
No, it's too early to analyze that and too early to answer that question. But certainly, it was not for want of trying, not want of a vision for Thiruvananthapuram. We campaigned extremely positively. As you know, there are dynamics of certain minority communities and certain narratives that were put out there by the parties that maybe we were not able to break through and we were not able to expose.
Will you able to continue here in Trivandrum?
No, my commitment to Thiruvananthapuram is 100% total. It has nothing to do with me being a successful Lok Sabha MP or not. I have said when I came here on the 5th of March, it is my mission to transform Thiruvananthapuram, and I stand by my mission. And all my colleagues in the BJP and my fellow Karyakartas stand by our mission to take Thiruvananthapuram forward.
So BJP opened an account in Kerala.
We are very, very happy, we are very excited, and we think it marks a very, very important milestone in the growth and expansion of the BJP in Kerala and in the south of India. Suresh Gopi has worked very, very hard in Trichur for the last 10 years. He has contested earlier. This is his third time at electoral politics, and to win by such a huge decisive margin and to put the Congress candidate into third place is certainly a very, very important signal and certainly an important encouragement for the BJP in particular in Thrissur and in Kerala in general.
BJP didn't cross 400 mark.
No, obviously it is disappointing given the fact that the last 10 years our Prime Minister has worked very hard and transformed India significantly. The expectation was that the NDA would be 350 to 400, and we have come short as I see it on TV. We will see the results, and we will see what.
Okay, it was a battle of big guns, isn't it? It was Tharoor versus Chandrasekhar, and it was such a neck-and-neck fight, isn't it, Akanksha, at the very last minute. But finally, as the vote counting progressed, you had the veteran Congress leader, Shashi Tharoor, heading in Thiruvananthapuram. Breaking news coming in, according to sources in the Congress party, the India Alliance meeting has now been called in Delhi tomorrow. We are still awaiting for a time. What we're getting to hear from sources is that they haven't decided on a time, but Sharon joins us now for the very latest. Sharon, over to you. So, a big surprise there. Lots of pleasant surprises for the Indy bloc, specifically for the Congress, who have doubled their number this time around. What are you hearing?
Well, Avantika, that is right. In fact, this result is something that is more than what they were expecting. Though they were saying 295, but this result is, of course, something that they are positive about. And right now, Congress sources have in fact been suggesting that personally from the Congress President office, Kharge ji has in fact called in all the India Alliance leaders to come to Delhi. The time of the schedule of the meeting is something that will be decided. But tomorrow's meeting is going to be very crucial because that is where the strategy and other plans or their mode of action is going to be decided in the meeting tomorrow. Whether they will in fact be approaching, because right now there has been no talk or any sort of approach that has been done with regards to Nitish Kumar or Chandrababu Naidu. So whether that should be done, what is going to be their strategy, all this will be decided in the meeting tomorrow. So all the 28 parties of the India Alliance have been called in the national capital for the meeting tomorrow.
All right, many thanks to you, Sharon. We're in fact getting in more breaking inputs. Let's quickly bring you the trends that are now emerging as far as Maharashtra is concerned. In fact, we are now learning that Navneet Rana of the Bharatiya Janata Party has lost from Amravati and Supriya Sule has won from Baramathy. In fact, Baramathy was a very closely watched contest, Avantika, considering it's been a Pawar versus Pawar and
it was
a
a family
contest. Exactly. And so the results have given it away. Supriya Sule has won from Baramathy. In fact, very sad
and
news
Navneet
for
Rana, a
Navneet
firebrand BJP candidate who was, you know, in the midst of that entire Hanuman Chalisa row. She, in fact, is also a very aggressive candidate. She losing from Amravati is also big news coming in.
I think it's, in fact, time for the BJP to, in fact, resort to some introspection. But, in fact, before we dive deeper into it, let's also quickly introduce our guests. I'm joined in by Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao, who's the national spokesperson of the BJP, Abbas Haider, who's the spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Many thanks to you, Mr. Haider and Mr. Rao, for joining in on CNN News 18. First of all, Mr. Rao, what do you make of the losses in Maharashtra, first of all?
Yeah, certainly we are disappointed by the results. We expected the coalition in Maharashtra to, if not retain the old numbers, but to sustain a large part of it. But I think certainly Maharashtra, though this was not totally unexpected, we have suffered significant losses in Maharashtra. And real problematic state has been Uttar Pradesh, where we were hoping to at least retain our previous strength, 2019 strength of 62 seats. But that is the state which has really sort of, I think, given a mandate which did not suit us, which did not encourage us. But we are, because you see, getting a majority, NDA majority itself is not a, is a remarkable achievement, because no government in the country has been re-elected for the third time in a row in the last 52 years. So this is happening, this third time hat-trick victory, though with a much reduced number, is a historic verdict by itself. So we certainly hope to have a very stable government that is committed to building new India, committed to building Viksit Bharat under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji. We have no doubt about whatsoever. But certainly the opposition going from 50 to 100, they might see this as a big gain for them. So good luck to them. But we have achieving a third time victory in a row is itself a historic verdict, and that will slowly sink in, because today we are being measured against our target of 400 seats. But in reality, if you see this against, let's say, historical trends in this country, as I mentioned, this is a historically, this is a historic win coming after 52 years.
All right.
You know, Abbas Haidarji, Uttar Pradesh, which had accounted for a lion's share for the BJP's tally, has gone the Indie bloc way. What an amazing performance by the alliance, Indie bloc and Samajwadi Party. UP ke ladke is trending now on social media. UP ke Shehzade, who are now obviously having the last laugh. What do you have to say about the performance of Sapa? You had the Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav, who till the very last minute did not have a decision, and then finally he decided to throw his hat in the ring, and very strategic selection of candidates. Do you think all that effort has paid off for the Samajwadi Party in Purvanchal, in the state of Uttar Pradesh?
Thank you so much. Yes, certainly it has worked for the Samajwadi Party in India Alliance, and somehow people of Uttar Pradesh have given a message that, you know, empty rhetorics won't work anymore. They have voted for the fundamental issues, and even if they have, Bharatiya Janata Party has lost Ayodhya seat. I'm getting the news now. So you can understand what is happening in Uttar Pradesh. They were claiming that Prime Minister Modi is winning with a margin of 10 lakh vote. He'll win with a margin of 10 lakh. And what happened? Initially, he was trailing behind the India candidate, and now it is like, you know, a margin of just 1.25.
You know, I remember, if I'm not mistaken, Akhilesh Yadav during a rally in Chandoli had said that Purvanchal will be the decider, and Purvanchal is going to be that area, that particular area of the state of Uttar Pradesh that is going to deal a severe blow to the BJP. And surprisingly, that kind of prediction has come true.
Yeah, even if you talk about the sixth phase, which happened in the Purvanchal, the eastern part of Uttar Pradesh, so we are winning almost 11 seats out of the 13. So this is what has been happening in Uttar Pradesh. And as far as the total number of are concerned, I think Bharatiya Janata Party has just not lost its credibility among the people of the country, but also among the ally partners of NDA. So I'm sure they don't trust Bharatiya Janata Party. They would look for some other alternative, because, you know, Bharatiya Janata Party has a long history of, you know, what they have done with the Shiv Sena and NCP. We all know, all the allied partners know. So certainly with the loss of credential, with the loss of trust, with the loss of credibility, I don't think Bharatiya Janata Party is going to make a government in the center. And certainly their number is going to come down within a couple of hours.
All right. In fact, Abbas, stay with us. I'm also joined in by Mr. Amitabh Dubey, who's the spokesperson for the Congress Party. Mr. Dubey, how do you weigh in on what Abbas Haider has just had to say? Not to forget the fact, the other aspect of my question is about Congress Party itself bucking the pre-poll expectations, and yet you're approaching the Election Commission sniffing something fishy.
I can't really hear your question, I'm afraid.
Mr. Dubey, I want to know, why has the Congress approached the Election Commission, considering your party is already bucking the pre-poll expectations? You're far ahead than what was expected in the exit polls as well. But why are you constantly trying to, in fact, build upon a narrative that there's something fishy as far as the vote counting is concerned?
I'm not privy to what we are going to the Election Commission with right now. But
I'm informing you, Congress is approaching the Election Commission.
What is going on? See, I'll tell you what I have gauged from what I'm watching. There's been a lot of irregularities in the counting. There are a lot of complaints coming about the counting process. This time in the election, we have set up an entire structure, because there were many questions that had come up in previous elections about the vote counting process, particularly in elections that are very close, where the counting is very close. There were fears that the local administration might be involved in affecting the result one way or the other. So we've set up an entire structure to analyze that and observe it as it's going on, and we're getting feedback from that structure. So it's quite possible that that feedback is leading our leadership to approach the Election Commission wherever there may be complaints. I don't have details about the specific complaints at this point of time.
All right, GVL Narasimha Rao, if I could bring you in on how the BJP is now being attacked for the alliance formula that seems to have failed, especially when you look at states like Bihar and Maharashtra. It's being said that ye tod-phod ke alliance aapko sahayata nahi kar paaye. What is your assessment?
No, I think Bihar we have done very well, so I don't But as far as Maharashtra is concerned, the allies have, together we have not done as well as we have expected, but we have not sort of junked our ally.
All right,
It was Shiv Sena.
considering you're talking about Bihar, I would also like you to weigh in on, are you very confident that Nitish Kumar will now be with you in this new alliance that forms?
Yeah, certainly. I think anyone who's been a part of a pre-poll alliance will certainly stay together. There is no question of anybody, because they know the other side, the so-called alliance, is not at all a cohesive alliance. The BJP with nearly 240, 250 kind of strength holds as a strong pillar of this NDA alliance, whereas Congress may not be able to even cross the 100 mark. So certainly nobody considers that as a viable coalition or a viable alternative. So the NDA is not only going to form government under Prime Minister Modi ji, it will also be a very stable government for the next 5 years. The only thing is, we will certainly have a larger alliance partners participation, even in 2014 and 19, though we had single party majorities in both the Lok Sabha, houses, we had formed coalition governments. So this time it will be the same, maybe slightly more participation of the allies in the government, but the nature of the government will remain unchanged.
Amitabh Dubey, if you could weigh in on what Narasimha Rao had to say, in fact, in terms of kingmakers and the prospects of a BJP alliance now going forward.
So let us have the final results come in. At the moment, the BJP is obviously the single largest party, short of a majority. So let that process continue. It's up to, of course, the allies to decide which way they want to go. Many of the allies for many years have been subject to pressure from the agencies, ED, CBI and so on. They know what the experience has been under Mr. Modi's Prime Ministership. This is their one chance to see if they can make a change there, but that's for them to decide. It's not for us as an opposition party to get involved in the internal processes. But as an analyst, I can say that this is one chance when the BJP and the NDA can decide what kind of future they want for their government.
Right, we'll come back to you, all of our guests, in just a bit. But let's just shift our focus to Kerala, because that, has been a very interesting contest. We've seen the BJP opening an account there from Thrissur. But our reporter got a chance, Neetu got a chance to speak with Rajiv Chandrasekhar. He, in fact, has been a very prominent face, a BJP candidate, a last-minute entry into the race, a direct context with Mr. Shashi Tharoor. So let's just listen in what he had to say about these elections and him trailing behind Mr. Tharoor.
Joining me here is Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Sir, it was more like a 2020 match in Thiruvananthapuram. You going up, then Mr. Tharoor coming down, and finally it's a margin of about 15,000 votes. How do you see this?
No, look, finally in elections, there is people only remember the winners, and people certainly don't remember who came second and who came how close it is. But on a serious note, this was a campaign which I launched on the 5th of March when I was given this opportunity, excuse me, to contest in Thiruvananthapuram. And I said then, and I say today, that we were on a mission to transform Thiruvananthapuram. And our campaign was completely about transforming Thiruvananthapuram, development, prosperity and opportunities. And as a consequence of, I think, our positive campaign, over 3.4 lakh people of Thiruvananthapuram have voted for the BJP, which is a record number. And about 35.7% of vote share the BJP has got in Thiruvananthapuram, which is again a record number. So I am pleased with the support and the response and the love and affection that the people of Thiruvananthapuram have given me. Of course, I'm disappointed with the results. And I think I would have been a good MP for Thiruvananthapuram. But it is what it is, and we will continue to work hard and to grow our party.
For the first time, Kerala has given a seat for BJP in Thrissur constituency. How are you seeing this change?
No, I was very confident, as we were all, that this time in these elections, the BJP will succeed significantly in Kerala. We were expecting 3 seats, and as you can see, Thrissur, we have succeeded. Suresh Gopi has done a wonderful job over the last 10 years in Thrissur. Artingal, my colleague V. Muralidharan, has done a very solid fight where he has come up very short, close to the ultimate winner. And the Thiruvananthapuram contest as well. And then Shobha Surendran Nalapura, who has done an excellent job in growing the party and the vote share and the number of votes. So it is no surprise that the BJP is growing in Kerala, will continue to grow, and it will completely expose and continue to expose this myth that somehow the South, and in particular Kerala, is a place where the people of Kerala don't want to support the BJP. And these elections have emphatically proved that more and more people are supporting the BJP than they are supporting the left. And that is certainly, in my opinion, the story of today and the story of tomorrow.
BJP has not gotten the magic number 272. With the support of the allies, yes, they have crossed that. The NDA has crossed that. But you all were looking for a much higher number. And the India alliance has also performed well than expected. How do you see it?
No, look, it is something that our leadership will examine, introspect. It is only this is today the day of the results, and the results are just coming out. Where the final numbers end up for the NDA, we still don't know. But clearly, it is clear that the numbers are a disappointment given the exit polls that predicted between 350 and 400. And the leadership of my party and the NDA will decide what are the reasons for it and what next steps to be taken. But you know, these are messages from the people of India, the voters of India, to our party and the NDA, and we will listen to them loud and clear.
At this stage, are you confident that the NDA is coming back to
Oh, 100%. I have no doubt that the NDA will form the government, and that there will be a third term for Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, albeit with a slightly different majority.
Thank you. Thank you so much for speaking to us.
Okay, let's go back to our guests now. And we have been getting very interesting perspectives, but a huge disappointment. I mean, Akanksha, that's very obvious.
Especially when you look at the Hindi heartland, Avantika.
Yeah, that is true.
You have travelled extensively while covering Uttar Pradesh, and I think you'll be the best person to, in fact, talk about the kind of trends they are emerging and why are they emerging.
Right.
Perhaps let's also take in some inputs.
Go to Abbas Haider to get some perspective on this. Abbas, you know, that's what's been coming out. Uttar Pradesh has been a big shock, a huge setback for the BJP. This is the heartland state, as my colleague Akanksha was stating. So what helped? What do you think has helped the Samajwadi Party Congress upset the BJP's Uttar Pradesh apple cart? Do you think it's the strategic distribution of those tickets on non-Yadav OBCs and Dalits? Because when I went to cover most of the areas in western Uttar Pradesh and central Uttar Pradesh, something that was resonating amongst all the people in these areas, at least in western and central Uttar Pradesh, though of course they've received a beating in eastern Uttar Pradesh, is that asantosh hai, akrosh nahi hai. I mean, people were clearly disgruntled with the MPs, but there wasn't really a lot of anger for the Modi government. But obviously, we're seeing a big shock coming in from the Purvanchal area for the BJP and a big, huge win for the Indie bloc and the Samajwadi Party.
People of Uttar Pradesh have shown that there is no Modi magic. Modi's popularity was overhyped. And as far as people's mandate is saying, it is saying that Akhilesh Yadavji's popularity is more than Narendra Modi in Uttar Pradesh. Yeah. Well, people have voted on the fundamental issues. They have voted for 33% reservation in government jobs for women. They have voted for employment. They have voted against inflation. They have voted against the divisive agenda of Bharatiya Janata Party. They have voted for their rights. They have voted for the rights of OBC, Dalits and minorities. We have fought for this election was focused on the issues of PDA. Because Bharatiya Janata Party government in Uttar Pradesh, we talk about 69,000 jobs where OBC quota and Dalit quota reservation was not taken care of by the government, and several other cases. You know, basically these communities have voted against the Bharatiya Janata Party. They have voted for the Samajwadi Party India Alliance across the state, and yes, people across caste lines, across the religious lines, they have voted for us. If we see, we are also ahead in the number of seats in Uttar Pradesh, while the percentage of votes, we are also ahead as compared to the NDA and UP.
Yes.
So basically, in both the scenario, the people have, you know, they have stood with us, and I believe that, you know, after like couple of hours, the situation will be better for us, because, you know, I can see, I have data in front of me. There are like 7-8 seats where we are tailing by 700 votes, 600
Yes,
votes,
we're just
500
referring
votes.
to those numbers as well, but undoubtedly, Akanksha, you know,
Absolutely.
it is a remarkable turnaround for the opposition-led Samajwadi Party and the Congress in Uttar Pradesh.
Can I?
Just take a look at the
GVL,
numbers.
I'm going to bring you in on what point has just been made by Abbas Haider and Avantika over there. GVL, a lot of time, and in fact, the last tenure of the Modi government was also spun around the narrative of the Sanatan Hindutva unity revolving around the Ram Mandir issue. But it seems that the caste politics in Uttar Pradesh has trounced the Ram Mandir issue. It doesn't seem to have worked. Yes, you'll say in your defense that that Ram Mandir was meant to be a promise that you were supposed to deliver, that your government was supposed to deliver. But what happens to the caste dynamics? It doesn't seem that caste dynamics has been subsumed, because it seems that as far as BSP's loss is concerned, that has now become Samajwadi Party's gain.
Yeah, you see, Ram Mandir wasn't an electoral issue for us, and I can tell you, in so many dozens of rallies addressed by our top leadership, we have not raised this issue. We have not asked for votes in the name of construction of the temple. But for the Samajwadi Party, which has not won.
Where I beg to differ, GVL, is that all right? There's a press conference being addressed by Congress's Abhishek Manu Singhvi. Let's also listen in.
2:30 बजे के बाद जो अपडेशन होता है राउंड बाय राउंड, यानी काउंटिंग जब गणना हो रही होती है तो हर राउंड पे एक आंकड़ा प्रकाशित होता है, उसमें बहुत ढील आ गई है या बहुत धीरे धीरे हो रहा है, यानी हर आधे घंटे में वो आंकड़ा अपडेट नहीं हो रहा है इलेक्शन कमीशन की वेबसाइट पे। ये हमारी कंप्लेंट थी। 2 कंप्लेंट्स थी, एक तो कि संसदीय क्षेत्र के अनुसार ऐसा कोई अपडेशन नहीं है ही नहीं, और दूसरा जो असेंबली सेगमेंट्स के अनुसार राउंड बाय राउंड आता है आंकड़ा, वो भी बड़े विलंब के साथ अपडेट हो रहा है। ये 2 मुद्दे थे। तो हमने कहा इससे एक प्रश्न चिन्ह उठता है, चुनाव के जो पूरी एक स्पष्टता होती है और निष्पक्षता होती है, उस पर अननेसेसरीली बिना कारण के एक प्रश्न चिन्ह उठता है, तो इसको जल्दी होना चाहिए। हमने कोई ऐसे आरोप नहीं लगाया, हमने कहा कि हमको चाहिए एक सीधा आदेश चुनाव आयोग के केंद्रीय स्थल से कि ये जल्द से जल्द अपडेट हो। चुनाव आयोग ने हमको बड़े आदर के साथ सुना और कहा कि जहाँ तक संसदीय क्षेत्र का मामला है तो ये अपडेशन पहले भी नहीं होता था, अब भी संभव नहीं है, क्योंकि ये आंकड़े आते हैं असेंबली सेगमेंट वाइज। तो असेंबली सेगमेंट वाइज जो आंकड़े आते हैं उनको अपडेट वो तब करते हैं जब एक असेंबली सेगमेंट अगर 7 हैं एक संसदीय क्षेत्र में, वहाँ पहले आता है तो वो पहले हो जाता है, जहाँ बाद में आता है वहाँ बाद में होता है, इसलिए दोनों में समय का थोड़ा अंतर रहता है। इस बात को उन्होंने बड़े विस्तार से समझाया कि किसी रूप से वो विलंब नहीं होने देंगे, वो आदेश भी देंगे कि जो असेंबली सेगमेंट के अनुसार उसके आधार पर जो अपडेशन होना चाहिए वो जल्द से जल्द हो। और मैं समझता हूँ कि अगर ये आदेश तुरंत चला जाए, क्योंकि कुछ घंटे बचे हैं गणना में, तो ये एक प्रकार से हल होगा। बड़े एक सौहार्द के साथ ये बातचीत हुई और हमने उनको धन्यवाद किया हमको जल्द से जल्द अपॉइंटमेंट देने के लिए। एक और मुद्दा है जिसके बारे में मेरे दोस्त बोलेंगे, मैं अंग्रेजी में संक्षेप में बोल दूँ। वी वेंट टू द इलेक्शन कमीशन at short notice to convey a concern of ours. It was more a concern, less a complaint. We are very happy that they gave us time at very short notice. They heard us patiently. The main issue was about not updating parliamentary constituency data round by round in terms of votes counted and the results of that round. However, it was clarified that it is done assembly segment wise. As you know, these are not assembly elections, but the statistics are counted and updated assembly segment wise. So if a parliamentary constituency has averaged 7 assemblies, then it is done each round in each assembly segment wise. Now the problem was explained to us is that different assembly segments follow different speeds of counting and also of updation, which is why there is a lack of synchronism for the parliamentary constituency as a whole. In any case, the Election Commission has assured us that without all this technicality, they are again going to give very strict instructions that counting and updation round-wise at the assembly segment level shall be the fastest and the most prompt as possible. We are happy if that happens, and I think the matter would be resolved. Only a few hours are left for the elections, and we don't want to create unnecessary question marks, so long as this direction to immediately, A, to count fast, and B, to promptly disclose the counting round for each segment. There is a second issue, my friend will address you on that, about Sonipat.
जी आप सबका स्वागत है धन्यवाद सिंघवी जी एक छोटा लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण एक विषय था एक छोटा परंतु महत्वपूर्ण एक विषय था और वो
All right, so Abhishek Manu Singhvi of the Congress Party putting things on the record officially over there. As you heard, Avantika, he's gone on to, in fact, agree of sorts with the Election Commission, talking about why there's a delay in sharing data.
Right.
And let me bring in Amitabh Dubey of the Congress Party, who's the spokesperson, still continues to be with us. Mr. Dubey, what is your assessment? Why is the grand old party sniffing foul play over here when the Election Commission's now clearly, in fact, explained why there's been this delay? Because, of course, different assembly segments are operating at a different pace, and, of course, they are hoping that in the next couple of hours, results should be crystal clear.
So I couldn't hear you very clearly, but you're asking why we are bringing these complaints to the Election Commission.
Right.
Is that the question?
Yes.
Yeah. So, you know, there is a context to this. The context is that the voters, the most important thing is that the people of India, the voters of India, have faith in our institutions, specifically the Election Commission. If you look at CSDS data in 2024, 23 or 24, the latest data, up to 50% of the people either have no faith or have diminished faith in the Election Commission, compared with 2019 when it was about 25%. So clearly the ECI has to bring people into confidence. And when it does things like delays turnout data by 10, 11 days, it refuses to even meet a delegation of opposition parties on the EVM issue for 10 months, it raises questions. And what we want to say is that for the ECI to maintain the faith of the citizens of India, not just the parties of India, it has to be transparent, and it has been lacking in many of these areas, which is why we set up a structure to observe the counting process and to look at how the counting is going.
Right.
And wherever we see aberrations or abnormalities, we bring it to the ECI's attention. Now, in this case, the ECI seems to have given a satisfactory attention, has been responsive. So this is the system working. We are being vigilant, and the ECI is responding.
All right, fair enough. Amitabh, Abhishek Manu Singhvi also making it very clear that it's a concern and not a complaint. Now, I wanted to shift your focus to the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi. He's on a dominant streak in the 2 Lok Sabha seats of Wayanad in Kerala and Rai Bareli in Uttar Pradesh. But the big story that everyone is tracking here is Amethi, the Gandhi family loyalist, in fact, on the verge of defeating Smriti Irani. How is your party reacting to this news? I know that the election hasn't been called in yet, but big news coming in. You have a family loyalist, KL Sharma, who was the last-minute announcement and now on the verge of defeating Smriti Irani, who turned out to be that giant killer in 2019.
Are you asking me?
Yes, Amitabh. The question is for you.
Yeah, okay. Yes. So, you know, the fact is that the feedback we have had is that Smriti Irani is quite unpopular in the constituency of Amethi. She was seen as someone who wasn't very attentive to local requirements. She didn't spend enough time there. The local party, her party workers, were not very happy. So it was a calculated gamble that we took a party worker, Mr. Sharma, who's been there for 4 decades, who's very well known locally, who's been active locally, and put him up against her, and it obviously seems to have panned out. I think what she was hoping for perhaps was a high profile context with Rahul Gandhi or with Priyanka Gandhi that would give her the media attention that she often craves, and we strategically denied it to her. So Rahul Gandhi contested Rai Bareli and KL Sharma in Amethi, and clearly this strategy seems to have worked, and it is working in the context of a wider sweep or at least a very direct contest in UP that was completely unexpected by the exit polls and by the commentariat, and of course even by some political parties. I can say honestly that some people in the party are pleasantly surprised that we have been able to best the BJP
if I
in
may
one of the
ask you,
stronghold
because
states,
that's
the
a
state where the
question
Pran Pratishtha
that's on
was done, the
everyone's
state where
mind.
the campaign was launched.
that Rahul Gandhi is, taking an impressive lead from both
Sorry,
Wayanad and Raebareli as well. If he wins both these seats, which one will he give up?
Yeah, I mean, that's a question that he has to decide. I'm not privy to his thinking. There's a lot of people in the party who would like Priyanka Gandhi to also be an MP.
Yes.
So, but that's really a question for them to take as individuals and people in their family.
But we are very curious, and I'm sorry if I grill you further on this, Amitabh, but what will giving up Raebareli for Rahul Gandhi mean? Will this be a catch-22 of sorts, or will Priyanka Gandhi in fact step in to salvage the situation as far as your connect with the people of Raebareli and Amethi is concerned?
Again, are you asking me?
Yes, Amitabh, please go ahead.
Yeah. No, I mean, like I said, of course she has a connect with the people of UP. She's worked in both of these constituencies, and in fact in this campaign also she was working there. But it's a personal decision to contest for, to become a member of parliament. There are many considerations, each individual has to look at it themselves. So it's best to leave it to her. There'll be a political calculation, of course, but there'll also be a personal calculation. So I can't try and guess what her motivations and her plans might be. We'll have to wait and see.
All right, and since you're saying you'll have to wait and see, what are the seats now that the grand old party is currently very keenly, very closely eyeing?
What are the whats?
All right, I'm afraid we're running short of time. Many thanks to you, Mr. Amitabh Dubey, for joining in with your precious insights. And with that, let's quickly bring our viewers all the political reactions that have come in. Remember, the results are still pouring in thick and fast, but the reactions are also coming in. Let's play them out for you.
वो हमारे साथ रहे। अयोध्या में बीजेपी हार गई, फैजाबाद बीजेपी हार गई, जहां इतना बड़ा इवेंट किया था मोदी जी ने, ध्यान 14 दिन का व्रत किया, कल ध्यान किया, देश की जनता ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को नकारा है, मोदी को फेयरवेल दिया है, मोदी जी को बस हो गया।
MP from Thiruvananthapuram. So first, congratulations, a nail-biting finish at the moment.
A cliffhanger, yeah, absolutely. Well, I think the World T20 is supposed to be happening in the West Indies and the US, but the super over was here in Thiruvananthapuram. It was quite a tight finish, and I must admit that I would like to congratulate my two rivals, Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Pannian Ravindran, for having led such a stiff fight. Neither gave an inch, and it became a very, very close contest in the end. Voters of Thiruvananthapuram have reposed their trust in me once again, and I look forward to fulfilling their trust and serving them with dedication in the years to come.
It was a very high-octane campaign here with the union MOS, and there has been a lot of allegations, complaints going back and forth. A change that way as far as the campaigns of your past three are concerned.
That's right.
So what do you think worked for you, and how do you see that campaign?
On your first observation, I think it's a pity that some of this actually happened, and I hope that everybody can agree to put these things behind them. There are apparently cases filed against me. But in any case, whatever needs to be faced, we'll face it. But I think at this point in democracy, we need to learn to respect each other. I have tried always to show respect to my opponents, and at the same time to take them on the issues, and that's fair game in democracies. That's really how it should be. There was unnecessary bitterness and invective that I would not like to see repeated.
बिहार में आप सबसे बड़ी पार्टी बन के निकले हैं, वहाँ पर 14 सीट आपको मिलती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। अभी तक जो आंकड़े आए हैं सामने, नीतीश किसके साथ हैं, एक सवाल फिर से उठ रहा है, क्योंकि ये कयास लगाए जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो थोड़ा बहुत आंकड़ा इंडिया गठबंधन को मिलता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है, तो अब ये हो सकता है कि नीतीश जी को वापस लाने की कवायद शुरू कर दी जाए।
परिस्थिति ऐसी आ गई जब राहुल गांधी ने सबके सामने कह दिया कि नीतीश कुमार जी को ममता बनर्जी मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, तो प्रधानमंत्री के पद की बात नहीं थी, खाली कोऑर्डिनेटर की बात थी। उसके सामने हमारे सामने कोई रास्ता नहीं था। हमें प्रसन्नता है कि बीजेपी ने सम्मान हम लोगों को अपने साथ लिया, लोकसभा चुनाव में हमारी मनमांगी सीटें दी। आज हम बिहार में सबसे बड़ी पार्टी हैं।
अगर इंडिया गठबंधन से फिर से बातचीत की जाती है और बाकायदा पूरा सम्मान दिया जाता है, पद भी दिया जाता है, क्योंकि ऐसी चर्चाएं चल रही हैं कि उप प्रधानमंत्री का पद भी उनको दिया जा सकता है अगर बातचीत होती है तो।
नहीं, अब हमारा वापस जाने का कोई प्रश्न पैदा नहीं होता। हमने इस गठबंधन को बनाने में मेहनत की, बीजेपी के साथ मिलकर के हमने चुनाव लड़ा, हमारी मनमर्जी की सीटें मिली। यद्यपि हम बिहार से बाहर भी सीटें चाहते थे, वो मिलती तो यूपी में और भी अच्छा होता। अगर उत्तर प्रदेश में नीतीश कुमार जी को सीटें देकर के कैंपेन कराते तो शायद उत्तर प्रदेश के नतीजे भी एनडीए के मन माफिक होते। खैर कोई बात नहीं, फिलहाल हमारा यहाँ से कहीं और गठबंधन में जाने का प्रश्न ही पैदा नहीं होता। मैं सिरे से इसको नकारता हूँ।
जहाँ तक मुल्क भर के नतीजों की अगर हम बात करें तो दिल खुश हुआ। हम शायद इससे ज्यादा उम्मीद कर रहे थे, लेकिन एग्जिट पोल्स गलत साबित हुए। वो जम्मू कश्मीर के बारे में भी गलत साबित हुए और बाकी मुल्क के बारे में गलत साबित हुए। जिस तरह अखिलेश ने यूपी में किया, ममता दीदी ने वेस्ट बंगाल में, स्टालिन साहब ने तमिलनाडु में, राहुल गांधी और खड़गे साहब और प्रियंका जी ने जिस तरह कांग्रेस की टैली जो है लगभग अब 100 पे वो टच कर रहे हैं। एग्जैक्ट फिगर्स मेरे पास अभी है नहीं। कोई भी एग्जिट पोल के बाद ये सोच भी नहीं सकता था कि ये इतनी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस ऑपोजिशन की रहेगी।
All right, CNN News 18 continues to bring you all the top news makers. But before, in fact, I go to my guest, Mr. V.D. Sharma, who is the BJP State President of Madhya Pradesh. Important to inform you that it's been quite a clean sweep for the Bharatiya Janata Party on expected lines, Avantika.
Yes.
But how do you assess this clean sweep, considering Chhindwara was still considered as a Kamal Nath bastion?
No, but the game has changed. At least the BJP has something to smile about as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned, given the kind of shocks that they've been receiving one after the other from the heartland states. And also some good news for the BJP as far as Kerala is concerned, with them opening a, their account there. And most importantly, their vote share in Tamil Nadu increasing as well. But Madhya Pradesh, yes, it's an important one and some relief there for the BJP, isn't it?
So in fact, let's find out what's the sentiment within the BJP about this victory. Mr. V.D. Sharma joins us live. पहले तो बहुत मुबारकबाद वी.डी. शर्मा जी। आपको ये भी कहना चाहेंगे कि कहा यही जा रहा है कि अब मध्य प्रदेश बीजेपी के लिए गुजरात के समान हो गया है। किसको क्रेडिट देना चाहेंगे इस परफॉर्मेंस के लिए?
देखिए, मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर क्रेडिट अगर देना है तो मध्य प्रदेश के मन में हमेशा मोदी थे और मोदी जी के मन में मध्य प्रदेश रहा। आज हमने विधानसभा के चुनाव में हमने कैंपेन लिया था और लोकसभा के चुनाव में भी मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को तीसरी बार भारत का प्रधानमंत्री बनाने के संकल्प पर आज जो इतना बड़ा जनादेश और आशीर्वाद दिया है। भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं की मेहनत, प्रत्येक बूथ पर हमने चुनाव बूथ पर लड़ा है और प्रत्येक बूथ पर मजबूती के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने काम किया और विकास और गरीब कल्याण जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार हमारे डॉक्टर मोहन यादव जी के नेतृत्व में और इससे पहले की हमारी पूर्ववर्ती सरकारों ने जो गरीब कल्याण का काम किया और विकास के आयाम खड़े किए, इसको जनता ने आज मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर ये आशीर्वाद दिया है। और मोदी जी को पुनः प्रधानमंत्री जनता मध्य प्रदेश की, जो हमने कहा कि मोदी जी मध्य प्रदेश के मन में है और मध्य प्रदेश मोदी जी के मन में है, इस आधार पर जनता ने आज आशीर्वाद दिया है।
जी, पर मध्य प्रदेश से थोड़ा हटके चलिए यूपी की बात करते हैं। यूपी में आपका परफॉर्मेंस काफी डिसअपॉइंटिंग रहा है। जहां पे जिस स्टेट में योगी मोदी फॉर्मूला की बात होती थी, वहां आज समाजवादी पार्टी का पीडीए फॉर्मूला आपको पछाड़ गया।
पछाड़ना तो नहीं कहेंगे, लेकिन जो अपेक्षा के अनुरूप परिणाम उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर जरूर अभी जो ट्रेंड है जो मतगणना के, उसमें थोड़ा सा हमें ये कमजोरी लग रही है कि थोड़ा हम इसमें बहुत सफल नहीं हो पाए हैं। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि फाइनल परिणाम आते आते उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर भी एक अच्छा नंबर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का अभी और बढ़ेगा।
मगर शर्मा जी, एक बात बताइए, पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में मोदी का नाम और योगी का काम, ऐसे नारे हमने सुने थे जब हम गए थे इलेक्शन कवर करने में। इनफैक्ट समाजवादी पार्टी को तो गुंडा राज पार्टी कहा जाता था। आपकी खुद की पार्टी कहती थी कि ये जो पार्टी है, सपा की जो पार्टी है, वो बस गुंडागर्दी करती है एंड दे डोंट बिलीव इन लॉ एंड ऑर्डर। बट आज तो पूरे जो स्टोरी है पलट ही गया है। हाउ डू यू रिस्पॉन्ड टू दिस शॉकिंग परफॉर्मेंस जो बीजेपी ने देखा है उत्तर प्रदेश में?
नहीं, अच्छा कर रहे हैं। ये कोई समीकरण और इसके आधार पर हो सकता है कि हमें समाजवादी पार्टी को जो लाभ मिला हो किन्हीं समीकरणों के तहत, लेकिन है तो गुंडा पार्टी, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। इनका इतिहास कहता है कि इन्होंने देश के अंदर क्या किया है, प्रदेश के अंदर क्या किया है, इसलिए कोई इसके बारे में कोई धारणा बदल जाएगी ऐसा नहीं है। गलती से जे वहां पर जहां पर इनके सांसद बनेंगे क्या होगा ये तो उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता बेहतर जानती है। योगी जी ने आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में उत्तर प्रदेश के विकास को जिस प्रकार से चार चांद लगाए हैं और गुंडीज्म खत्म किया है। अब कई समीकरण कभी कभी राजनीति में बनते हैं, उन समीकरण के तहत हो सकता है कि कुछ प्लस माइनस हुआ हो, लेकिन हम इस पर अलर्ट हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारा नेतृत्व उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर भी इस पर गंभीरता से विचार करके कहां पर क्या ऐसी चीज हुई है इसके कारण से कुछ प्लस माइनस हुआ है, लेकिन मैं मानता हूं कि अभी भी नंबर और अच्छा आएगा।
पर मिस्टर शर्मा, जो होल्ड होता था बीजेपी का हार्टलैंड, हिंदी हार्टलैंड स्टेट्स पे, वो शायद थोड़ा सा हिल गया है इस टाइम। अगर आप बिहार की बात करेंगे तो वहां पर भी जो जेडीयू है, दे हैव परफॉर्म्ड मच बेटर देन द बीजेपी। राजस्थान की अगर बात करेंगे वहां पर भी जो आपका होल्ड था वो भी थोड़ा सा काफी शेक हो रखा है। तो आपको नहीं लगता है कि बीजेपी के जो उम्मीद थे, जितने नंबर आने थे, वो तो उम्मीदों के बहुत ही ज्यादा कम आए जो बीजेपी ने प्रिडिक्ट करा था कि जो उनको नंबर आए थे? आपके तो सारे जो कैंडिडेट्स थे वो सारे कह रहे थे कि आपको 80 में से 80 मिल जाएंगे, उससे तो बहुत ही कम आए सीट्स।
चूक कहाँ हुई है ये तो चुनाव परिणाम के बाद समझ में चीजें आएंगी, लेकिन फिर भी कोई इतना बड़ा चेंज नहीं है। एनडीए गठबंधन को अच्छा बहुमत मिला है और माना कि कुछ राज्यों में थोड़ा अपेक्षा के अनुरूप हमें परिणाम नहीं मिल पाए।
In fact, we have some breaking inputs coming in on that note. Remember, the Congress party had just approached the Election Commission of India, and with regards to that, we are getting in more inputs. As far as Congress's delegation that approached the EC is concerned, the Election Commission, in fact, has responded saying that the counting is conducted as per Rule 60 of the Conduct of Election Rules at the designated counting centers. Let's try and get in some understanding in terms of what the Election Commission has had to say. Arunima will be sharing more inputs with us. Arunima, share the details with us.
So, you know, the last couple of hours, the Election Commission of India website seemed to not be moving as fast as it was in the initial hours of counting. So, the Congress alleged that this was deliberately slowing down of the counting process. They've all expressed continuously over the last 2 months doubts over the way the ECI has been conducting the election, and keeping with that trend, they landed at the ECI's doorstep a short while ago and raised concerns about the way the counting was happening. So now ECI sources are clarifying that this is again trying to mislead and raise doubts unnecessarily. What they're saying is that the entire counting process is being conducted as per rules, in presence of the candidate, in presence of the micro observers who have been appointed, and so far from no polling station or no counting station rather, there have been any complaints raised of any anomaly. So trying to ascertain that yes, it is taking time because perhaps you know, the counting process of all the EVMs is just taking time, but that does not mean that there is any deliberate mischief or anything amiss in the you know, delay that we are seeing.
So they have admitted to the delays, haven't they? Because Abhishek Manu Singhvi is saying that we aren't registering a complaint, it's just a concern that we are raising. He in fact stated, Arunima, that parliamentary constituency data is not being uploaded on time. Has that been fixed? What are you tracking?
See, the Election Commission is trying to explain what we are calling delay. They're trying to explain it in terms of procedure. I'm just going to read out to you what they're saying. In assembly elections, round pertains to the assembly constituencies and hence are declared and reflected on the ECI result portal. For parliamentary constituency, the counting happens in the assembly segments falling in the particular PC, which is the parliamentary constituency. Since different assembly segments have different numbers of round, they run at different speed, and that reflects on the overall parliamentary number as well. For example, I can explain to you, if you take Guna, Guna has 8 assembly constituencies.
Okay.
Each assembly will be doing its own counting, and its returning officer will take his or her own time. And then when all the 8 have finished all rounds of countings, only then can you declare what the Guna parliamentary constituency result is. That is what the EC is trying to explain. But like I told you, the opposition and the Congress party have been suspicious of the entire process throughout the 2024 election, and their complaint is keeping in line with that trend.
All right, I'm going to leave it at that. Arunima, thank you so much for joining us. We will continue to get our viewers all the updates as we track those numbers. Remember, the elections are still on. Those numbers the votes are still being counting. So stay with us. We're slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue on the other side.
Reach to minority communities. It's a very strong message to the BJP that a communal campaign will not go very far in Kerala. As far as Thiruvananthapuram is concerned, I think a strong appeal that Rajiv Chandrasekhar had was basically, I'm a minister. If you vote for me, you'll have a minister in government who can do more for you than a fellow in the opposition. I think that brought him a certain number of votes, particularly in the city, from the educated people, the elites, the government servants and so on. They must have been attracted by that message, and it's something that we really did encounter in our campaign. But otherwise, I would say that that it was a good election. I'm sorry about some of the unfortunate language, invective and accusations and allegations that were unnecessarily flung around. I hope that now that the election is over, we can put that behind us and treat each other with the kind of respect, the mutual respect that is essential in a democracy. Look, I think we have to wait and see the final results. I've been focused on Thiruvananthapuram and I haven't had the time to look at the rest. But you may remember when I came back here from Delhi after my campaigning all over the country, I said that I don't believe the exit polls because it's not what I've seen on the ground. And what I've seen on the ground, very frankly, I think is much closer to the results we are seeing today. And that's why I do feel that people like me who stuck our neck out and said this are feeling quite vindicated. Thank you very much.
Well, Trivandrum is that one big result, Crispin, we are all waiting for. I did cover this seat pretty extensively. So can I just give you the numbers as far as the Election Commission website is concerned? Shashi Tharoor was trailing for a fair bit by anywhere between 11 to 16K votes. Now he's in the lead by about 15,800 votes. But this is it was pegged to be a very close contest, and it has turned out to be a very close contest, which is why Mr. Tharoor is not, of course, very confident of which way this will go. He's asking for a little bit of patience to see exactly how long it takes. Suresh Gopi is the other man he mentioned. That's, of course, the BJP's leading candidate from Thrissur, the one seat that they were very confident about. He is still leading by 75k. His lead is actually expanding, Christine. Unlike, you know, in Trivandrum, it is going up and down and changing hands. But I think I remember from a couple of hours when I was in a live results hub as well, he had about, about 60k at that time. Now he's about 75k now. So clearly, it looks like this is that one seat the BJP will manage to wrest. Otherwise, as far as Karnataka is concerned, you've got a sweep virtually of the UDF again, along with the IUML, 14 plus 2. And you've got the LDF restricted to 2. And I think you've got the BJP leading in 1. So out of the 20 seats, this is what it is looking like. 14 plus 2, 16 for the UDF, CPIM, KEC, 1 plus 1, BJP 1, RSP 1. But, you know, this is going to be an interesting state to watch out for.
Absolutely. And, you know, the contest that you were just talking about, Shashi Tharoor versus Rajiv Chandrasekhar, many have been speaking about this contest in the run-up to the big day. And as far as Mr. Tharoor is concerned, he was also one of the few, apart from Mallikarjun Kharge, to really predict the 295 for the NDA bloc. He, in fact, did really take strong objection to the observations made by the exit pollsters and said that, you know, they've not been able to get in a sense of the pulse of the people on ground. So he's been one of those Congress leaders who were talking about the 295, Lavanya. But again, speaking of the 295, if it's too optimistic for the Bharatiya Janata Party, then it's even more optimistic for the Congress party. But if the Congress is speaking for the entire NDA bloc, they're way short of the 295 mark. That
counting begins! On the day that counts, CNN News 18 was way ahead of competition.
We have the first numbers coming in from Tumkur, Mysuru, Dakshina Kannada, BJP taking a lead.
Others tried to keep pace, but were no match. Elections equals CNN News 18.
Counting begins!
Reach to minority communities. It's a very strong...
Going up and down and changing hands. But I think I remember from a couple of hours when I was in a live results hub as well, he had about, about 60k at that time. Now he's about 75k now. So clearly, it looks like this is that one seat the BJP will manage to wrest. Otherwise, as far as Karnataka is concerned, you've got a sweep virtually of the UDF again, along with the IUML, 14 plus 2. And you've got the LDF restricted to 2. And I think you've got the BJP leading in 1. So out of the 20 seats, this is what it is looking like. 14 plus 2, 16 for the UDF, CPIM, KEC, 1 plus 1, BJP 1, RSP 1. But, you know, this is going to be an interesting state to watch out for.
Absolutely. And, you know, the contest that you were just talking about, Shashi Tharoor versus Rajiv Chandrasekhar, many have been speaking about this contest in the run-up to the big day. And as far as Mr. Tharoor is concerned, he was also one of the few, apart from Mallikarjun Kharge, to really predict the 295 for the NDA bloc. He, in fact, did really take strong objection to the observations made by the exit pollsters and said that, you know, they've not been able to get in a sense of the pulse of the people on ground. So he's been one of those Congress leaders who were talking about the 295, Lavanya. But again, speaking of the 295, if it's too optimistic for the Bharatiya Janata Party, then it's even more optimistic for the Congress party. If the Congress is speaking for the entire NDA bloc, they're way short of the 295 mark that they'd projected.
Absolutely. I mean, we have not reached the magic number that we wanted, the 295 number. But, you know, at this point of time, I have to reiterate, the Election Commission was quite you know, we have raised objections about the Election Commission's way of functioning when it came to campaigning, when it came to this, you know, divisive campaign by some of the leaders from the BJP, as we all know. So there were a lot of things that were a huge, you know, challenge for the India Alliance, but we did manage a good job. And I think at this point of time, I would like to say the rural India has spoken. You know, the agrarian community has spoken today, and that is what I think we all should be proud of. And BJP might continue to say, oh, we have listened to all our alliance partners for the 10 years. Absolutely not. Everybody knows the instances of BJP switching off the mics of opposition MPs in the parliament. And, you know, the arrogance of the BJP in saying, hey, we have always listened to our partners, we will continue to do so, reeks of arrogance. But that's how BJP has always been functioning.
Okay, I want to give some updates. The Congress party delegation is set to meet the Election Commission shortly. I wonder what it is on. I did see a tweet from Jairam Ramesh earlier where he said that counting is slow in certain pockets of Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are set to address the press conference, speak to the media at about 5:30 p.m. in the national capital. I also want to just ask our team to focus on the magic wall screen there if you can, because I opened the rural seats there. And the rural seats is what a couple of the Congress spokespersons have mentioned. Is it really so that the rural seats is the major swing? What do the numbers say? Out of the 338 rural seats, out of the 543 last time around, NDA won about 220 or 228. They're down to 188, so minus 40. The INDA alliance is at 140. They've doubled from the last time with plus 73. The others have lost, and I think this is going to include the likes of BJD, BSP. This is going to include the likes of YSRCP, all the non-aligned parties in this others category. Actually, that has also kind of changed the dynamics of the numbers we're looking at, because the India Alliance as it stands today is very different than what it used to be in 2019. So is this the major chunk of what the BJP has lost? Well, if you look at the fact that they're stuck actually well below the 270 mark right now, they've lost in other places as well. But yes, you could argue that rural distress, quote unquote, has hurt them. Niti Jain, if you're still with me, you want to respond to that?
Shivani, like I said, I'm not going to go on a seat-wise analysis right now because I don't think any of these seats have been called. The margins are very low, and whatever you're asking, I think you'll have to give us some time to at least consolidate whatever has happened, come up with the reasons of it and everything. But right now, like I said, on the seat-wise analysis, I'm not going to call the election. UP and Bihar, the counting is still going on. Most of the places, I think the counting is still going on. And let that happen. And if whatever the reason is, I think at least I trust my party that if every time there is a loss and losses happen, we sit and we contemplate where did we go wrong, and we let you know what happened once it's
back
done.
to our continuing coverage with me, Avantika Singh, and my colleague Akanksha. Okay, we're just getting in news that the senior Congress leader Jairam Ramesh has said that on the 14th of February in 2014, Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh had pledged special category status in the new state of Andhra Pradesh for 5 years. BJP leader Venkaiah Naidu has countered that by saying that the BJP, if elected to power, will extend it now for 10 years. It's interesting how the Congress and the BJP now trying all their best to woo Chandrababu Naidu. He has emerged as the kingmaker. 2 months later, the Prime Minister, in fact, in the holy city of Tirupati, had also repeated that very promise. So very interesting. You have Chandrababu Naidu, whose TDP is part of the alliance, the NDA alliance, and is also on course to wrest Andhra Pradesh from Jagan Mohan Reddy's YSRCP. Payal joins us for more on this. Payal, it's so interesting, you know, how these equations change all of a sudden with the Congress party now trying to lure Chandrababu Naidu, who has emerged as the big game maker, as the king maker in the state of Andhra Pradesh.
Well, of course, tables have completely turned since the last election, and Chandrababu Naidu has got about 17 seats in his kitty as of now in the run-up to that results finally coming out. So he's of course going to be calling a lot of attention as far as this election and its results are concerned, because one has to understand that 17 seats out of 25 seats is if that is what Chandrababu Naidu gets, and there's Pawan Kalyan who's also vying for 2 seats. The BJP is expected to get about 3 seats, which clearly means that all the 25 are going to the NDA as well. It's a clean sweep, and Chandrababu Naidu has done exceedingly well for himself in the assembly polls also, where he got a huge drubbing in the last election. So obviously in 2014 when Chandrababu Naidu came to the BJP and the NDA, he was with them, but in 2019, since there was no promise given by the BJP for special status, he decided to walk out of that alliance. But the similar promise which was made by Jagan Mohan Reddy also remained unfulfilled. So it will be important to see what rope Naidu wants to really walk on. It's going to be tight rope, given the fact that his one promise was to deliver the special status for the state. If that is something which the Congress party is luring, although Chandrababu Naidu has spoken to both Amit Shah and the Prime Minister himself and told them that he is very, very confident that he is going to be with the NDA. But in politics, you never know. But as of now, Chandrababu Naidu is not speaking to any opposition leaders who are trying to call him and trying to speak to him. I'm given to understand the likes of Sharad Pawar also tried to call him and speak to him, but he's not spoken to anyone. He's only spoken to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Shah as of now, and once again told them with complete confidence that he will be with the NDA come what may. All right. Many thanks to you, Payal, for joining in with those insights. In fact, we are also joined in by Mr. Ramesh Chennithala of the Congress Party. Mr. Chennithala, many thanks to you for joining in on CNN News 18. First of all, let me congratulate you for the kind of performance that the Congress Party has displayed, not to forget the overall tally of the India Alliance as well. How do you see this panning out today at the end of the day when counting finally gets over?
No, we are very happy that the people of India rejected Mr. Narendra Modi's politics. I feel that I was in charge of Maharashtra.
Yes.
Right. The second largest parliament members are from Maharashtra. See, when the election campaign was going on, it was very clear that the people of Maharashtra is totally against Narendra Modi and BJP. And then Mahavikas Agadi, we got 30 seats now. Some seats are also we are leading, but absolute majority we have gotten 30 seats. And one independent who won from Sangli, Vishal Patil. Vishal Patil is a congressman. He already declared that he will be a part of Mahavikas Agadi and the Congress party. So our tally is going to become 30. See, in Kerala we are winning all 17 seats out of 20. 1 seat is for LDF and 1 seat is for BJP. So across the country you can see that there is a sea change in among the voters.
And
that
why
they are
do you
in
think,
favor of
Mr.
a change.
Chennithala, that is
They
the
are
reason? You know, we saw this big, massive Mahayuti alliance. You have Ajit Pawar leaving the earlier party, shifting to Eknath Shinde. But clearly, as I'm seeing the numbers in Maharashtra, BJP and its 2 allies have been clearly cornered by the voters who are leaning towards Sharad Pawar and of course the other parties. And Uddhav Thackeray, you think that the entire sympathy vote has worked for him, given the fact that many people in Maharashtra still believe that the party was unfairly taken away from him and given to Eknath Shinde?
Exactly. That is the Narendra Modi's politics of Ayaram, Gayaram were rejected by the people of Maharashtra. They doesn't like it. The way in which the government has pulled down, and Shiva Sena was splitted, and Shiva Sena and NCP was splitted, and they both the Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray were humiliated like anything. And we can, from the election campaign itself, I could have sensed it. And the majority, the farmers are in distress. Largest farmer suicide has taken place in Maharashtra. And entire Marathwada region, because of the Maratha reservation,
right,
the government was cheating them. And the Thangar reservation, the Prime Minister promised and nothing happened. All these things culminated on this election. Apart from that, the Agnivir is one of the major issues, Agnivir. And all the farming community in Maharashtra were against them. And all of these issues contributed in our victory.
Mr.
So
Chennithala, there's a lot of talk about how about how the Marathwada region has today spoken against the ruling alliance in Maharashtra. Do you think that what has happened with Manoj Jarange Patil has sort of backfired for Maharashtra's government at the moment, and what will your party do for the cause of the Maratha vote?
See, we are already mentioned about our line on reservation. That is why we were telling about the caste census, and we are in favor of removing the gap of 50% reservation. All these things are before the people. The point is, the present day government in Maharashtra is not elected by the people. It was made by ED and CBI. See, Ashok Chavan switched over to BJP. Nanded, we are winning. See, it shows that people are with Congress and Mahavikas Aghadi. If leaders will change the colors, people and the voters will not change. That is very evident from Nanded.
You know, speaking, Mr. Chenitala, speaking of leaders changing their colors, Sanjay Nirupam, if you remember, he said that the alliance with the Shiv Sena UBT is turning out to be self-destructive for the Congress. If you recall, he was so upset, so livid, he called the entire alliance to be indisciplined, unorganized. And look at things, how it stands today.
Yes, actually Sanjay is my good friend. He has taken a wrong decision. Now this alliance has got popular support. Uddhav Thackeray has got 10 seats. Sharad Pawar got 7 seats. And Congress got 12 plus 1, 13 seats. So this is a formidable force in Maharashtra, and people wanted that Mahavikas Aghadi to continue. That is why they had given such a massive mandate for Mahavikas Aghadi.
Mr. Chenitala, is today's mandate also a commentary on BJP's alliance-making politics? Many are, in fact, questioning. They're calling it Tor-Ford Ki alliance. Do you think that the sentiment of the people of Maharashtra is still with the original Pawars and the original Thackerays?
Yes, the sentiments of the people is very, very clear. They had never liked this kind of politics of change Uddhav Thackeray and made another government. So that kind of a politics were not accepted by the people of Maharashtra. You can see the entire Nagpur area, that Vidarbha area.
Right.
Vidarbha area, Fadnavis was the instrumental to do all these things. How the people reacted in the Vidarbha area? Only one seat, that is Nagpur, except Nagpur. All the seats are with now with Mahavikas Aghadi. Our candidates are leading.
Right.
So if you see all the 6 regions, people are positively voted for Mahavikas Aghadi. That is very clear, and I feel that this kind of politics of BJP will not be accepted by the people. It was done in Karnataka. When people got an opportunity, people voted out from Karnataka. Like that in Maharashtra also, in the coming parliament assembly election, they will vote out BJP and this government.
Mr. Ramesh Chenitala for speaking with us. Joining us is Mr. Anurag Thakur, the Union Information and Broadcasting Minister in Modi 2.0, and now Victor from Hamirpur. Anurag ji, namaste. Anand Narsimhan बोल रहा हूँ. आपको बहुत-बहुत बधाई. Congratulations on गुड विक्ट्री।
नमस्कार आनंद जी, कैसे हैं आप? आनंद में हैं?
मैं तो आनंद में हूं, आप कैसे हैं? हमीरपुर और हिमाचल को लेकर आपकी क्या
बात? तो आनंद ही है।
4 की 4 हिमाचल में आपने जीत ली हैं?
बिल्कुल 4 की 4 जीतकर 2014 में भी, 19 में भी, 24 में भी तीनों चुनाव में मोदी जी को 4 की 4 लोकसभा की सीटें हिमाचल ने जिताई हैं।
लोकल असेंबली इलेक्शंस में भले ही हलचल दूसरी हो, लेकिन नेशनल लेवल पर बीजेपी का वर्चस्व दिख रहा है हिमाचल में। अनुराग जी,
निश्चित तौर पर दिल्ली में भी सरकार जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की देश में सरकार बननी है एनडीए की, हम उस दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। लगभग 300 के आसपास सीटों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो आंकड़ा एनडीए के साथ मिलकर आ रहा है, वो अपने आप में दिखाता है कि लोगों ने एक बार फिर नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए की सरकार बनाने के लिए वोट दिया है।
बट द टॉक एंड एम वाज फॉर 400 पार, यहाँ 300 पार के लिए भी धक्के लग रहे हैं। दैट मस्ट बी अ लिटिल डिसअपॉइंटिंग।
हाँ, होता है कई बार, आपकी उम्मीदों के अनुसार आपको सीटें नहीं मिलती हैं, लेकिन फिर भी देखिए तीसरी बार लगातार अगर आपको सत्ता में आना है तो आपका कामकाज ये संभव करवा पाया है। जहां 1984 के बाद किसी को पूर्ण बहुमत नहीं मिलता था, एक नहीं दो बार मोदी जी को पूर्ण बहुमत भी मिला और तीसरी बार एनडीए को भी लगभग 300 सीटें हम जीत रहे हैं।
Two states where I think the setbacks have been huge. One is Uttar Pradesh and the other one is Maharashtra. Have you had the time to think about that? Because the Congress is almost touching 100 now, 99 for the Congress, big gains for the Congress, big gains for Samajwadi Party. Some rejection of jod-tod politics in Maharashtra evident. Anurag, आप क्या कहेंगे?
मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि अगर आज के समय देखें तो जनता का वर्डिक्ट एनडीए के पक्ष में है। ये निश्चित तौर पर इंडी अलायंस की सीटें पहले से ज़्यादा बड़ी हैं जो एक गठबंधन बना है, और जो उनकी जीत हुई मैं उस पर उनको बधाई देता हूं। लेकिन सरकार किसकी बनेगी वो स्पष्ट दिख रहा है कि एनडीए की सरकार बनेगी, और नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक नहीं दो नहीं तीसरी बार अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया, और दो राज्यों में भी
जी
अगर आप देखेंगे हमारे अलायंस पार्टनर्स के साथ, उड़ीसा हो, टीडीपी के साथ आंध्र प्रदेश में हो, हमने वहां पे अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जिस तरह से उड़ीसा में प्रदर्शन किया है, ये अपने आप में बहुत खुशी की बात है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी न केवल लोकसभा बल्कि विधानसभाओं में भी शानदार प्रदर्शन किया। और अरुणाचल प्रदेश की बात करें, अन्य राज्यों में शानदार प्रदर्शन भारतीय जनता पार्टी का रहा।
आंध्र प्रदेश को स्पेशल स्टेटस, डेप्यूटी पीएम फॉर नीतीश कुमार, इस तरह से टीडीपी और जेडीयू को रिझाने की कोशिश कर रही है कांग्रेस, क्या कहेंगे?
मुझे लगता है मीडिया की बयानबाजी ज्यादा है आनंद जी, ये मीडिया में ज्यादा है। किसी एक चैनल ने चला दिया, बाकी 4 ने और चला दिया होगा।
नो, जयराम रमेश जी ने ट्वीट किया है अबाउट आंध्रा स्पेशल स्टेटस।
आपकी किससे बातचीत हो पाई है? इंतजार कराने के बाद जो हमने पार्लियामेंट में हालत देखी थी, तेलंगाना राज्य बनते समय क्या हालत हुई थी।
Bengal also big wins for the Trinamool, 29 for them. The NDA is only in 12. So will you see that as a setback? Because Bengal में आप काफी confident थे as a party कि आप अच्छा करेंगे।
निश्चित तौर पर हमारी उम्मीदों के अनुसार कुछ राज्यों में जो हमारी अपेक्षाएं थी उस तरह से सीटें नहीं मिली हैं, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं। आंकड़े बताते हैं कारण क्या रहे आनंद जी, मुझे लगता है अभी बहुत जल्दी होगा। वोट शेयर कितना है, क्योंकि मैं अपना चुनाव लड़ रहा हूं इसलिए मैं सब वोट शेयर देख नहीं पाया
जी।
कई जगह हो सकता है भाजपा का वोट शेयर बड़ा हो, लेकिन बाकी जगह उनका कंसोलिडेट हुआ हो। तो ये भी डिपेंड करता है कि ऑपोजिशन का वोट कंसोलिडेट हुआ है तो उसका इम्पैक्ट भी आपको कई बार नजर आता है। दूसरी तरफ भाजपा का अपना वोट शेयर भी बड़ा हो सकता है, तो उस पर देखे बिना मुझे कुछ भी टिप्पणी करना उचित नहीं होगा।
कांग्रेस 100 तक पहुंची है, दैट्स अ बिग रिसर्जेंस। विल यू बिलीव दैट राहुल गांधी इज नाउ बीन असर्टेड?
मुझे लगता है अगर आप 47 सीट से 99 सीट पे जाने पे इतना खुशी मना रहे हैं तो कोई बुराई नहीं है, आपकी सीटें बड़ी हैं, लेकिन अभी भी 100 से नीचे हैं। 272 तो दूर की बात है।
वरिष्ठ पत्रकार जावेद अंसारी हमारे साथ हैं, वो आपसे एक प्रश्न पूछना चाहते हैं अनुराग जी, विद योर काइंड इंडल्जेंस। यस
अनुराग भाई, आपने बहुत से वादे पूरे किए, एक नहीं किया, धर्मशाला ले जाके क्रिकेट मैच खिलवाने का, वो कब करेंगे?
जावेद भाई, अभी हमें फ्री हो गए, आप जिस दिन आपके पास समय मीडिया के मित्रों के पास, धर्मशाला का खूबसूरत स्टेडियम आपका इंतजार कर रहा है। और मुझे पता आप कितने एविड क्रिकेट फैन हो। मैं जब पहली बार एमपी बना, अब तो मेरी 5वीं टर्म है, तब से हम क्रिकेट खेलते रहे, और अब इस चुनाव के बाद एक बार फिर आपको ले चलते हैं दिल्ली की गर्मी से दूर, पहाड़ों की ठंड में, धौलाधार की छांव।
बिल्कुल। 5-time MP अनुराग जी, what's the road ahead? क्या प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की अगुवाई में फिर से सरकार बनती हुई दिख रही है? आप आश्वस्त हैं इसको लेकर?
मैं बहुत आश्वस्त हूं, न केवल मैं बल्कि देश कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सरकार बनेगी, क्योंकि दुनिया को उम्मीदें आज भारत से है और भारत के नेतृत्व से तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी से है। और भारत की जिस तरह से उन्होंने लीडरशिप दी है, कमान संभाली है, वो 10 वर्षों में बहुत आगे देश को लेके गए। लड़खड़ाती चरमराती अर्थव्यवस्था से दुनिया की 5वीं बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना दिया। 25 करोड़ गरीबों को गरीबी रेखा से बाहर निकाल कर लाए। अब भविष्य के लिए भी जो दिखता है कि हमारी 8.2% विकास दर दिख रही है, वो अपने आप में दुनिया में सबसे आगे है। तो इसके लिए आपकी स्टेबिलिटी, कॉन्टिन्यूटी, स्थिरता, निरंतरता बहुत आवश्यक है, और वो तभी आती है जब मजबूत नेतृत्व हो, और मजबूत नेतृत्व नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के साथ ही आपको मिलता है।
My final question to you now, बहुमत की सरकार तो है, लेकिन allies के साथ, it's not a single party majority that the BJP enjoyed in 14 and 19. Will that impact the Viksit Bharat module? Will that impact certain radical steps that were planned in the first 100 days and beyond? क्या उस पर कुछ चीजें बैक बर्नर पे चली जाएंगी?
नहीं आनंद जी, कौन ऐसा भारतीय होगा जो विकसित भारत बनता ना देखना चाहता हो, जो देश का विकास ना देखना चाहता हो, जो देश को आगे बढ़ते ना देखना चाहता हो। हमारे अलायंस पार्टनर साथ में आए एनडीए में तो देश के विकास के लिए ही आए, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के साथ ही आए, और जिन्होंने देखा कि 10 साल में कितनी ईमानदारी के साथ, पारदर्शिता के साथ नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सरकार चलाई और आज फिर चलाने के लिए तैयार हैं। इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूं, विकास के एजेंडे से कोई दूर भागना नहीं चाहता, और हमारा भी अगले 5 साल के लिए दिलो दिमाग पे एक ही बात है, विकास विकास विकास, गरीब कल्याण और विकसित भारत, इसका संकल्प हम लेके चले हैं। ये हम करके ही दिखाएंगे जनता के आशीर्वाद से।
Anurag Thakur ji, congratulations again. Many would not believe that you're already a 5-time MP at such a young age. Wish you all the very, very best. Thank you for speaking with us.
बहुत धन्यवाद।
क्रिकेट का वादा आपसे लेकर लिया है, आएंगे जरूर खेलने।
क्रिकेट का वादा पूरा करेंगे सर।
Thank you. Going straight across to Mr. Basavaraj Bommai, who is joining us, the former Chief Minister of Karnataka. Mr. Bommai, namaskara. Congratulations. How would you see your performance and also performance of the BJP and the NDA in Karnataka this time, sir? 19 out of 26 at this point. 28.
Yeah, we are shortfall of another 3-4 seats, which we have lost marginally. Otherwise, we had a aim at 24, but however, we have got 19 now with JDS 2 chipping in. And I think it reflects the scene of all India, where we are falling short of majority mark lines. Anyhow, but the spirit is the same. The spirit has, which has been lit by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is so very strong that I think whatever the numbers are, our total sankalp, Vikas ka sankalp, it will be there forever.
What is your assessment? What perhaps went wrong? Why the setback in Karnataka, and also national picture if you were to see the target set and where the NDA is and the BJP is currently?
In Karnataka, I think we should have planned pretty well during our seat selections. And Pan India, the campaign which was totally casteist, done by the Congress party and its allies, has really disturbed the vote bank. Those who are voting for entire nation, that was little fractured. The main reason is that the casteist approach of the opposition has really toned down the development agenda of Narendra Modi, and you know how it is when the caste comes. It will be totally emotional, and as well as very little thinking goes into that.
Do you think this Samvidhan Badal Denge narrative actually hurt the BJP? We'll change the constitution, kind of a fear mongering.
I don't think that Sanvidan badal denge, but it was a package, you know, that they tried to misguide the SC, STs and OBCs in a different way. They said Sanvidan badal denge for SC, ST, as well as they said that caste census will be done and jiska kitna abadi hai uska utna hak. All these things have temporarily whip off the emotions, and they try to misguide, and they are successful in few states, especially UP. They have been successful. That's how they are able to muster some numbers there.
Do you believe
Probably,
there was
that we should?
Please come.
There is a saying that politics is a religion is a religion is a short-term, the long-term politics, and politics is a short-term religion. And to beat religion, caste comes, and to beat caste, subcaste comes, and to beat everything, cash comes. This is how somebody had told me. I think that approach, the opposition took that line.
The BJP has lost Ayodhya also, so the Ram Mandir was not a factor at all. This entire Hindutva aspect didn't work for the BJP.
This if somebody has studied the political demography of Gorakhpur MP constituency, it is heavily loaded by minorities and other castes. So the Ram Mandir is there in Ayodhya, but however the entire constituency, the social structure of that constituency is little different from the Ayodhya, where the Ram Lala is now there.
In Karnataka, do you believe, along with the seat ticket allocation, internal strife and perhaps some complacency within the BJP Karyakartas has hurt the party?
No, the Karyakartas have ultimately they have come together and done it. But however, another issue is in this thing is the guarantees which are given by Congress government has played the role, as well as the Congress government has used their money power and official power to the hilt in desperation, and that has also affected our marginal losses.
Yeah, from a Congress Mukt Bharat, is it now becoming a Congress Yukt Bharat, resurgence of the Congress now, Mr. Bommai? 99 seats for the Congress party. Final question, sir.
No, shall I tell you one thing? That
yes,
okay,
sir.
They have taken 99 seats, but ultimately in the long political journey of this country, Congress had it enough, and in the days to come, I know that Congress will not be the same Congress, and the numbers also will play an important internal politics of Congress.
Right. Mr. Basavaraj Bommai, thank you very much for speaking with us. Handing it back to Akanksha and Avantika with news about Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his win in Varanasi.
All right, many thanks to you, Anand. In fact, let's also introduce our guests. I'm joined in by Mr. Abhishek Dutt, who's the spokesperson of the Congress party, Javed Ansari, who's a senior renowned journalist. In fact, we have some breaking inputs coming in. Mr. Bhati also joining in of the Samajwadi Party. But let me also bring you those breaking inputs. Prime Minister Modi making a very important declaration over there. He's in fact gone on to declare the winners.
No, he's won. He's won with 1.5 lakh margin. That's a huge news. That's a big news coming in.
That is the big breaking news we are bringing to you of Prime Minister Modi's victory, an emphatic victory being declared over there from Varanasi.
How much did he win the last time?
But Javed still, he is winning Varanasi for the third time.
And so are others. And Mr. Shivraj, Singh Chauhan has won from Vidisha by 8 lakh votes.
Yeah, but you know, Javed, they may have lost out on the votes. 244, they are falling short of the majority, that's true. No, but the Prime Minister winning Varanasi by 1.5 lakh votes, how do you respond to that?
It's a win. He needs to be congratulated. He's won by a lot less than what they were expecting. His own people, Mr. Amit Shah, said that they will win by the biggest, highest margin recorded ever.
Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Ansari.
So that he's fallen far short. In fact, early in the morning, they had the jitters because at one point
he was trailing.
At one point he was trailing.
Abhishek, that in fact like to bring you in.
This on the back of the fact that they've lost Ayodhya tells its own story.
True. Abhishek, that in fact, if I could bring you in, this is the first time we are seeing such a shrunken margin as far as Prime Minister Modi's victory is concerned. Would you also like to add in your inputs as far as Ajay's own performance is concerned? Abhishek, can you hear me?
I'd like to thank the entire voters of Varanasi, our alliance partners, and our candidate for giving a very big show, fighting against Mr. Narendra Modi ji in Varanasi, and at one time he was trailing if you were following his election result. At the end of the day, him winning with a very small margin shows the popularity of Narendra Modi ji in our country and especially in UP. The same Bharatiya Janata Party had claimed that Mr. Modi will win with more than 6 lakh votes. Today, he stands with a margin of 1,57,000. After putting in all the resources, the entire government was there to support him. The way they were pushing the, the voters of our party, all the supporters were under heavy police pressure. But still, we all managed a very good election over there.
Right.
And Mr. Modi must confess one thing today, that brand Modi no longer stays in our country. Modi guarantee has not worked. People of the country have given a very strong message. And I'd like to thank all of them.
All right, just stay on with me. Rajkumar from the Samajwadi Party is also joining us. Rajkumar ji, UP has been a big surprise, big shock to the BJP, but the Samajwadi Party, Sapa Party jo hai aapki, to biggest change maker, emerging as the king maker. Is it because of the distribution of the tickets, that entire strategy which has worked in the benefit of the NDA and the Samajwadi Party alliance?
नहीं, बिल्कुल जो अखिलेश यादव जी ने टिकटों का वितरण किया, जो वो लगातार बोल रहे थे पीडीए का नारा दे रहे थे, उस पीडीए को बिल्कुल प्रैक्टिकल रूप से उन्होंने उतारा। आपने देखा कि हमने 2 जनरल सीटों पर भी एससी कैंडिडेट लड़ाए, जिसमें फैजाबाद, जहां राम मंदिर बना हुआ है, वहां पर अवधेश प्रसाद हमारे जीत गए हैं। और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि मेरठ भी हम जीत जाएंगे, जहां हमने एससी कैंडिडेट उतारा है जनरल सीट पर। 11 महिलाओं को टिकट दिया अखिलेश यादव जी ने, और ओबीसी के अलग-अलग
तो रहा है, नॉन यादव ओबीसीज को ज्यादा महत्व दिया है, दलित्स को ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंस दिया है, सो इट्स बीन वेरी स्ट्रेटेजिक. जावेद, वुड यू एग्री दैट इट हैज बीन अ स्ट्रेटेजिक?
100%. They've been very smart, very intelligent about it, and the BJP has goofed up its ticket distribution. If they had won UP, the credit would obviously have gone to the Prime Minister, to India's modern day Chanakya, Mr. Amit Shah, and of course the strong man of UP, Mr. Yogi Adityanath. Who would they give for this debacle? Who will they give the credit? Who will they give the responsibility?
Puri Yadav family has done very well, Rajkumar ji.
Not just Yadav family, not just Yadav family, it would be the SP, the India Alliance, not Indi, it's INDIA Alliance. Indi, BJP says it, we don't have to repeat it. The India Alliance is the #1 grouping in Uttar Pradesh and not
यूपी के रिजल्ट को आप समीक्षा करते समय आपको इस बात पर विशेष ध्यान देना चाहिए कि उत्तर प्रदेश के मतदाताओं ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो सांप्रदायिकता की, जातिवाद की राजनीति है, उसे नकार दिया है। और ये जो मुद्दों के आधार पर चुनाव हुआ, जो अखिलेश यादव जी ने जनता के असली मुद्दे थे, रोजगार, महंगाई, भ्रष्टाचार, जो आपका अग्निवीर, किसान की जो एमएसपी की गारंटी, ये सारे मुद्दे उठाए, उन मुद्दों पर जनता ने वोट दिया। ये देश के लिए एक अच्छा संदेश है।
There's, in fact, we've all very consistently heard these appeals coming from the UP CM as well as the Prime Minister, that when it comes to Uttar Pradesh, there was a lot of talk about the Yogi Modi model, the double engine ki sarkar. All of that seems to have failed at the moment.
That appears to have had more support in media houses than with the electorate of Uttar Pradesh. And I have a question. Modi is won by 158,000. That's breaking news. How much has Rahul Gandhi won in Wayanad and from Raebareli?
Huge.
What is the number?
Huge. Both of, I mean, he's on a dominant streak on both those seats, Wayanad and also from Raebareli, and just Amethi.
You will give it as much prominence as you give.
Right, I think
Which
we should
we
bring in Abhishek. Abhishek, many critics were talking about how caste has been subsumed and that in fact BJP was being credited for being this unifying force of the Sanatan Dharma. But do you think that caste is not a factor that is yet done away with when we look at the emerging trends and the results, especially in Uttar Pradesh?
See, it was not the people who said that. It was only anchors in the TV studio.
No, we never negated caste.
I'm not talking about you. Please don't take it to yourself. I said anchors in the TV studio. I didn't say you. And some people who were giving exit polls, they were mentally convinced that whatever Mr. Modi is saying is actually factually correct. But if we look at the reality, the way I was there in Uttar Pradesh during the election campaign, the way Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji along with Akhilesh ji and other alliance partners went to the people, they were very specific with the agenda. महिलाओं को प्रति साल 1 लाख रुपए की सम्मान राशि, युवाओं को रोजगार, किसानों को एमएसपी कानून और साथ में उनका ऋण माफ. These were the biggest issue that the country is facing.
Right.
There is massive price rise, massive unemployment, and Bharatiya Janata Party, especially the Prime Minister, the way he's been speaking throughout the election campaign, he talks about Mahila, Mangal Sutra, Muslim. What was his agenda during the campaign? Did he ever went to the public and said, in the last 10 years, we've given so many jobs to the people of our country? Did he tell the people of our country that the price rise has come down?
True.
They used to laugh at the Congress, especially Smriti Irani. Let me just complete one second, please. Smriti Irani ji used to make fun of 440 rupees gas ka cylinder. And today, when the cylinder was 1,000 rupees, she never opened the mouth. People are very smart. They don't speak. They vote. And they voted exactly what people of the country wanted them to vote.
All right, Abhishek, we'll have to see how, in fact, the final results shape up. Many thanks to you for joining in on CNN News 18. Remember, results are still emerging at the moment as we speak, but the larger picture is still very much clear. On that note, it's time to slip into a quick break. We'll be back with the latest. Stay with us at CNN News 18.
Back live in the battle for Bharat, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Anand Narasimhan. With me, Zaka Jacob on the magic wall, and Rahul Shivshankar, our consulting editor, also with us. But let's go straight to these pictures coming in from the Congress headquarters, where Rahul Gandhi has arrived, Priyanka Vadra has arrived, to jubilation, celebration, and all smiles. The Congress party on the verge of touching 100 seats. A big comeback from the 2019 performance of 52 seats. There's a big leg up, nearly 48, 47 seats up now, the Congress party. Although many within the BJP believe the Congress still pales in front of the performance of the BJP itself, which collectively right now is leading on 242 seats, leads and wins together, and about 9 more than the collective INDIA or the India Alliance performance. So that's the argument that's coming through. But for the Congress party, they have been able to shoulder a huge burden and a huge bulk of the performance of the INDIA. The single largest party within the opposition is led by Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Vadra, and they have won Amethi and Raebareli hands down. Big win in Amethi and in Raebareli, and that's why there are big smiles on the faces of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Vadra. The Congress will believe that their story, their narrative, their campaign on ground has worked, and that's why it's returned them rewards in states like Karnataka, states like Maharashtra, states like Rajasthan, in Uttar Pradesh, and also overall their performances that has taken them to 99 seats. They've also done very well in Kerala. Zaka, these numbers, as we stay with these pictures, the Congress numbers is a story in itself.
Oh, absolutely. Out of the 233 that the India Alliance has, clearly the Congress is by far the biggest chunk of that at 99 seats. The second biggest is the Samajwadi Party. But just focus on those pictures. Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, clearly they're all smiles. Supriya Srinath right behind them. And, you know, just pause for a moment, because a year and a half, 2 years ago, when Rahul Gandhi undertook that Bharat Jodo Yatra, no one was quite giving him a chance. No one was really talking about it. People said it's an exercise in trying to relaunch him for the 5th time or the 10th time. The first Bharat Jodo Yatra really brought together unexpected people, and they got the kind of support that I don't think even Congress insiders were expecting. And then the second Yatra kind of got completely subsumed by the election cycle itself, the one from west to east. And no one really gave Rahul Gandhi that much of a chance, because, you know, it was like the election cycle is already here, and of course the India Alliance's seat sharing problems overtook the Nyaya Yatra and its cycle. But, you know, think about it for a second. I mean, this man has been vilified. He has really been under the pump, both from the BJP, and may I say, you know, folks, some of us folks here in the media as well. But today is his moment, and you got to give him his due.
Credit where it's due, but we cannot forget that the Congress's success in Uttar Pradesh could not have happened without Akhilesh Yadav. Right. The one person and whose party and whose strategy needs to be admired, saluted, and also acknowledged is Akhilesh Yadav and his performance, the PDA break one, the Pichla, Dalit and Agra, the Alpsankyak, that combination that he did with his seat sharing, and also transfer of votes of cadre, helping the Congress party, all of that should be given.
The glue actually is the Congress, and it has to be. The math, you know, just adds up. We've been talking about this, the direct contest, unless the Congress gets to 100, you know, how can they get that? Look at this. In Rajasthan, again, it's the Congress that's the glue. In Maharashtra, the Congress today has more seats than the Uddhav Sena or the Sharad Pawar NCP, which again, you know, is all right. We've got Dipinder Hooda of the Congress now joining us, senior leader from Haryana, who's now won the Rohtak seat as well. Dipinder, many congratulations. As I see it, I think in Haryana the Congress is winning or leading in 6 constituencies. The Aam Aadmi Party, I believe, has 1, or it was leading in 1. So 6 out of 10 in a state where the last 2 times you were wiped out, 10-0, 10-0. What does this mean? What is the voter of Haryana telling the people today?
Thank you. First of all, through you, I'd like to thank the people of Haryana and people of my constituency for showing faith and showering their blessings on the Congress party and supporting me in my constituency. Like you rightly said, at the moment, we are clear in 5 seats.
Yeah.
And there is a contest going on in 2 seats. We hope that, you know, things may turn around there. 3 seats are clear for the BJP. That's the situation in Haryana. I'm leading by 3,25,000 votes, and some certain counting is going on. overall
What is
vote
it?
share.
What is it? Is it Jats being upset with the BJP? Is it unemployment? Is it the Agniveer issue? We know there are a lot of folks who go to the forge from Haryana. What is it that led to this kind of a result?
See all what you are saying. All sections have voted for us, not just one community. Across spectrum, people are upset with the BJP. BJP has tried this narrative of divide and rule, not just in Haryana, across the country, somewhere on the basis of religion, like in Uttar Pradesh they've been trying, and somewhere on the basis of caste, like in Haryana they tried. But people are now fed up with this agenda of divide and rule, and people have rejected this agenda. This is one of the messages coming out of this election. And you know, what has happened in Haryana has great implications locally, because our state government, which is the elections are due in 4 months,
Correct.
but the state government has already lost the majority when 3 BJP supporting independent MLAs had withdrawn their support and had given their letter of support to Chaudhry Upendra Singh Hooda ji during the Lok Sabha election. So BJP government today in Haryana has just 41 MLAs, and we need 46 for a clear-cut majority. So not only the BJP has lost confidence of the House, the BJP has also lost confidence of the people, because more people, in terms of vote share, we are ahead of the BJP as per the figures which are coming to us, and also in terms of the number of assembly segments in which we are leading. So through you, I demand that the BJP should, this is a moral defeat for the BJP in Haryana. BJP government should take the responsibility. It's a ये जो सरकार है, ये अल्पमत में सरकार चल रही है. अब इस सरकार को नैतिक जिम्मेदारी देके इस्तीफा लेना चाहिए, या गवर्नर साहब इसको बर्खास्त करें और हरियाणा के अंदर तुरंत चुनाव कराए जाएं. ये हमारी मांग है आज, और हम लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं कि लोगों ने हमारी उम्मीद से ज्यादा लोगों ने जो हमें साथ दिया, हमारा साथ आशीर्वाद.
Dipender Hooda, thank you so much for speaking with us. He's saying now, given these results, 5 to the Congress in a state where they got 0 last 2 times, he is saying that the current government of Mr. Naib Singh Saini is in a minority, and that the governor should dissolve the House and call for elections immediately. These, meanwhile, are pictures from the Congress headquarters, the AICC media briefing room.
Well, there will be a press conference. I think Pawan Khera is there, Supriya Sreenate is there. It looks like Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Vadra will jointly address that press conference. But before we go across, some big updates coming in from Bengal. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has accepted defeat. He has conceded defeat to Yusuf Pathan. So another Trinamool Congress victory. Bengal is yet another story where the Trinamool Congress has come back and wrested the seats that it conceded to the BJP the last time around. So it's a big story there. The BJP is at 242 at this point, ladies and gentlemen. 293 for the NDA, 99 for the Congress Party, 233 for the INDA alliance. Now, overall, these results seem to be settling in, although we are given to understand about 44 seats where the margin of victory is fluctuating. It's between 1,500 to 3,000 votes, and that's why it's going to be a story for everyone, and we have to watch these 44 seats very, very carefully. These numbers will settle only by about 6:37 p.m. we are given to understand. So it's a longer coverage of the battle for Bharat. It's not over yet. The NDA believes they will cross 300. The BJP believes it will touch 250. Will that happen? The Congress believes it should get to 105. It will be 100 plus. The INDI alliance believes they should get up to 240. We'll see what happens, because it's quite tough. Even as Dipender Hooda was saying, in Haryana itself, there are 2 seats where it's neck and neck. Now, sources within the BJP are turning around and saying, hey, don't deny us our victory. We are coming to power for the 3rd time. We have actually retained our vote share of 37.3% from 2019 with 245 seats. Our collect individual seats at 242 is still 9 greater than the entire opposition alliance put together. So why are you denying our victory is what the BJP is saying. Yes, we may have set a target of 400 par. We may have said that we will do better than 2019, but we have come back to power for a 3rd time, and that too with a strong coalition and a 3rd consecutive term, which is historic.
Anand,
Congress hasn't even crossed 100 is their point of view.
Yeah, Anand, I've been writing a piece over the last 1 hour, and I've come to this sort of conclusion after looking at all the results, etc., that look, the BJP at the end of the day, led by Prime Minister Modi, is set for a historic 3rd term, albeit with a weakened mandate. No one is denying that, but in that mandate are some lessons for the BJP to learn.
Yes.
The Congress has spent 10 years out of power learning its own lessons. One of them was to perhaps concede ground to other political parties which it has done. For example, in Uttar Pradesh, perhaps the BJP now needs to learn how to carry other parties along, perhaps be more consensus orientated. There are lessons. But these pictures are historic in their own way.
Mr. Kharge has turned out to be a bit of a lucky totem, if you will, a lucky talisman.
Sonia Gandhi is also coming.
All right, Sonia Gandhi is also there. Rahul Gandhi is there. Jairam Ramesh, Mr. Nasser
It'll be
Hussain.
very interesting. It'll be very interesting to hear whether the Congress party is going to let the NDA form the government. We don't know. They could make a push for it.
They believe that this mandate is against Mr. Modi, and therefore the India
he
alliance.
Should not be the,
yes,
he should not be the Prime Minister, and they're being aggressive. See, Jairam Ramesh being unabashed as he openly invites Chandrababu Naidu by saying we will give Andhra Pradesh special status. The talk about, and there is unconfirmed rumors that Nitish Kumar has been approached with the Deputy PM assurance. Although both allies have very clearly said that no, we are strongly with the NDA, we are not going anywhere. The SKM in Sikkim has also openly endorsed their support for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and they are firmly with the NDA.
उसके बाद में हमारे पूर्व अध्यक्ष राहुल जी आपसे बातचीत करेंगे और हमारे बीच में कांग्रेस संसदीय दल के अध्यक्ष सोनिया गांधी जी भी मौजूद हैं। मैं उनका भी स्वागत करता हूं। कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी।
क्यों इसको नहीं डाला शायद। Respected Madam Sonia Gandhi ji, Rahul Gandhi ji, Priyanka Gandhi ji और इस मंच पे बैठे हुए हमारे पार्टी के सभी नेतागण, आज जो देश में चुनाव के रिजल्ट आए हैं, ये मैं तो पहले कहूंगा ये जो रिजल्ट है जनता की रिजल्ट है और ये जनता की जीत है और लोकतंत्र की जीत है। हम पहले से यही कह रहे थे कि ये लड़ाई हमारी मोदी वर्सेस जनता है, लोग हैं। तो 18वीं लोकसभा के चुनाव में हम विनम्रता से जनमत को स्वीकार करते हैं। इस बार जनता ने किसी एक दल को पूर्ण बहुमत नहीं दिया, खासकर सत्ताधारी दल भाजपा ने एक व्यक्ति एक चेहरे के नाम पर वोट मांगा। अब ये स्पष्ट हो गया है कि ये मैंडेट मोदी जी के खिलाफ गया है। ये उनकी राजनीतिक और नैतिक हार है। जो व्यक्ति बार बार अपने नाम से ही हर जगह वोट मांगते थे, उनकी ये बहुत बड़ी हार है और नैतिक दृष्टि से ये तो उनको बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है। आप जानते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी और हमारे इंडिया गठबंधन से बहुत प्रतिकूल माहौल में चुनाव लड़ा। सरकारी मशीनरी ने कदम कदम पर अवरोध डाला, बैंक खाते सीज करने से लेकर तमाम नेताओं के खिलाफ अभियान चलाया। फिर भी शुरू से आखिर तक कांग्रेस पार्टी का कैंपेन सकारात्मक था, पॉजिटिव था। हमने महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, किसानों और मजदूरों की बदहाली और संविधान संस्थाओं का दुरुपयोग जैसे विषयों को केंद्रीय मुद्दा बनाकर हम जनता के सामने गए थे। इन मुद्दों पर बड़ी संख्या में लोग हमसे जुड़े हमारा समर्थन किया। प्रधानमंत्री ने जिस तरह का कैंपेन किया वो इतिहास में लंबे समय तक याद रखा जाएगा। कांग्रेस के घोषणा पत्र के बारे में मोदी जी ने जो झूठ फैलाया, जनता ने उसे समझ लिया। मैं इस मौके पर कहना चाहूंगा कि श्री राहुल गांधी जी की दोनों यात्राएं, भारत जोड़ो यात्रा और भारत जोड़ो न्याय यात्रा के दौरान लाखों करोड़ों लोगों को मिलना, लोगों की समस्याओं को सुनना और आगे चलकर उन समस्याओं का हल ढूंढना हमारे कैंपेन का आधार बना। हमने इसी को 5 न्याय और 25 गारंटी का नाम दिया और इसी के आधार पर हमने गारंटी कार्ड बनाया। हमारे कार्यकर्ता उसे लेकर घर घर पहुंचे और लोगों को संपर्क करे। इसके अलावा जो एक महत्वपूर्ण बात है वो भाजपा नेतृत्व की अहंकार की वजह से हुई। उन्होंने धीरे धीरे सारे संवैधानिक संस्थाओं के ऊपर गैर कानूनी तरीके से कब्जा करने की कोशिश की। फिर इनका उपयोग विरोधी दल के खिलाफ करने लगे। जो दब गया उसे दबा के अपने तरफ लिया, जो नहीं दबे उसकी पार्टी को तोड़ दिया, नहीं तो फिर जेल में डाल दिया। लोगों को ये विश्वास हो गया था कि मोदी जी को एक मौका और मिला तो अगला हमला संविधान पर सीधा होगा और लोकतंत्र पर होगा। इसीलिए लोगों को इसके प्रमाण नए संसद सत्र के साथ ही दिखेंगे। खुशी इस बात की है कि भाजपा इस षड्यंत्र में अब सफल नहीं हो पाएगी। मैं इस अवसर पर सीपीपी चेयरपर्सन श्रीमती सोनिया गांधी जी, हमारे लोकप्रिय नेता राहुल गांधी जी, प्रियंका गांधी जी का विशेष मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं। और इन्होंने दिन रात बराबरी से पूरे देश में कैंपेन किया और हमें एक मजबूत स्थिति में पहुंचाने के लिए भारी मदद इन्होंने की। और मैं ये कहूँगा कि इनके वजह से हमको बहुत बड़ा प्रोत्साहन देश में मिला और आज ये स्थिति जो बनी है उनके वजह से बनी। और हमारे करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता जो है देश में, उन्होंने भी हमारा साथ दिया। इसीलिए मैं बहुत बहुत उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं। आखिर मैं इंडिया गठबंधन के अपने सभी साथियों और शुभचिंतकों का धन्यवाद करता हूं। सभी एक साथ मिलकर एक स्वर में रहे, सभी ने मिलकर प्रचार किया और एक दूसरे की मदद की। हमारे हजारों लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं ने अच्छे तालमेल के साथ काम किया। आप सभी का धन्यवाद। अभी हमारी लड़ाई अंजाम तक नहीं पहुंची है। हम सबको आने वाले दिनों में इसी तरह लोगों के अधिकारों के लिए, संविधान की रक्षा के लिए, लोकतंत्र के बचाव के लिए, देश की तरक्की के लिए, सीमाओं पर सुरक्षा के लिए लड़ते रहना चाहेंगे। हमें सुनिश्चित करना होगा कि संसद सुचारू रूप से चले, विपक्ष के मुद्दों को प्राथमिकता मिले, संसद में उन पर बहस हो। आने वाले दिन महत्वपूर्ण होंगे। हम आपसे बात करेंगे जब कभी भी मौका मिले। आप सभी को मेरा धन्यवाद और आपका साथ भी हमको रहा और हमने चुनाव में भी जहाँ हमको जितना हो सकता है वो साथ आपने दिया। इसलिए आप सभी को भी मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं और सभी को नमस्कार।
शुक्रिया खड़गे जी। मैं राहुल जी से गुजारिश करूंगा वो आपको संबोधित करें।
नहीं, खड़गे जी आपने बड़ी सही बात बोली। जहां तक आप हमारी मदद कर सकते थे उसी लेवल तक मदद की। देखिए, ये चुनाव इंडिया गठबंधन और कांग्रेस पार्टी सिर्फ एक राजनीतिक दल के खिलाफ नहीं लड़ी थी। ये चुनाव हम बीजेपी, एक राजनीतिक दल, हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हिंदुस्तान का जो पूरा गवर्नेंस का स्ट्रक्चर है, इंटेलिजेंस एजेंसीज, सीबीआई, ईडी, ये सब, आधी जुडिशरी, इन सब के खिलाफ हम लड़े थे, क्योंकि इन सब संस्थाओं को, इन सब इंस्टीट्यूशंस को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और अमित शाह जी ने कैप्चर करा, धमकाया, डराया। प्रेस की तो मैं बात करता रहता हूं, आपको मतलब काफी बार कहा है कि आपका भी रोल